happening on a Football Friday / Payday Friday here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And folks, it's time. It is time. We've waited all season long for this moment. For this moment with the red end zones and the saloon font and the old nemesis and the Green Bay Packers, an iconic rivalry here in the NFL. We've waited for this. It's time for the legacies to be cemented. It's time for the rings to be fitted. It's time to do something that we haven't done in over 30 years, and that's win the damn Super Bowl championship. And it all starts tomorrow against the Green Bay Packers in the divisional round. And we can't wait to talk about it. Our final keys, predictions, your calls, 888-957-957 here on a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. T-minus 35 hours, Shasky. T-minus 35 hours until kick.
So here's the new thing for the playoffs. The tailgate starts right now. The tailgate starts right now. Come join our tailgate. Let's go. Let's get ready to go. B, I'm telling you right now, I've been holding it in all week. I said to you right before the music hit, what'd I say? I think the Niners are going to blow the Packers out.
We got Frisco Shasky today, folks. We got Frisco Shasky.
I faked it all week. I tried to give respect to the opponent. I'm done. It's Friday. It's tailgate time. I am ready to come out and say it. The Niners are going to destroy the Green Bay Packers. They've been waiting for this and preparing for this since that opening drive when Brock Purdy hurt himself last year in the NFC Championship game. They know they're 60 minutes away from getting back to where they were last year with a chance to go to Vegas for an opportunity to win a Super Bowl. And this team is ready.
60 minutes away from a Final Four berth. 60 minutes away from a game away from Las Vegas. And you're right. They've waited since Philadelphia for this moment. They talked the talk, and they backed it up. And they backed it up by making bold trades this season to bolster this roster, to make sure that there were no weaknesses and no holes in his defense. The offense is loaded. It's the best offense we've seen out here probably since 1994. Hell, if you want to go back to 89 and go back to 89. But this offense has been that lethal. And it's all been led by a man who's been disrespected every step of the way. And it's Brock Purdy. And a lot of people, all these people who are coming out, and I don't care about Amy Trask, I don't care about Jason McIntyre or Colin Cowherd or any of these pundits, about Brock Purdy. Out here in the Bay Area, we're happy with Brock Purdy. And what we saw for Brock Purdy this season was all he did was break the franchise record in passing yardage. If he would have played that game against the Rams, he would have had a possibility to break the touchdown record for most passing touchdowns in 49ers history. And all he's done is help lead Christian McCaffrey to one of the most prolific seasons in 49ers franchise history. All he's done is help Brandon Ayuk go back-to-back in terms of 1,000-yard receiving. All he's done is help George Kittle reclaim the top spot at tight end quietly. First team All-Pro for George Kittle. And a reminder that Deebo Samuel's here to play. So when it comes to the Green Bay Packers tomorrow, I know they beat the fraudulent Cowboys. They dropped 48 on them. Great whoop-de-doo. What they saw last week is completely different from what they're going to see tomorrow.
Did you know that my guy Oscar, who parks cars over there at the club, I saw him this morning because I always park my vehicle over in that direction, and he goes, "Hey, yo, Niners." I go, "Yeah?" He goes, "We're not the Cowboys."
We're not the Cowboys.
To your point.
We're not the Cowboys.
We're not the Cowboys. We're going to smash them.
Dude, they're going to be buttoned up. There's not going to be any pre-snap penalties. There's not going to be 3 penalties on the opening drive. Shanahan will have these guys ready as they get to the hotels tonight and they watch their final film and they go through their final preparations. The Green Bay Packers don't stand a chance tomorrow. Now, I don't care what the score is. If it's 27-13, if it's 28-21,
3-0.
if it's 35-31, I don't really give a damn. It's about surviving and advancing.
Yes.
And I expect the 49ers to survive anything that Green Bay throws their way tomorrow with Jordan Love and all those wide receivers and that defense with Jair Alexander. I don't really care about them. It's not about the Packers and me, Shasky. It's about what the 49ers do. It's about the way they run the ball. It's about the way they execute in the pass game on 3rd and short, in 3rd and medium, in 3rd and long. It got nothing to do with the Packers. It's all about what the Niners do. They dictate the pace. They dictate the tone. They set the tone tomorrow, and I expect them to do that all game long.
So I've been thinking long and hard about who I'm looking at for X factor in this game. And usually an X factor is someone who's maybe not a superstar. It's maybe someone that's flying under the radar. Sometimes it is a superstar. I'm going to amend my decision. Earlier and throughout the week, you and I have talked about Nick Bosa. You know, I woke up this morning, and you know who I was thinking about?
Who's that?
5-star General Fred Warner. And the leader of this team. He has been the leader at the podium, the leader on the field, the heart and soul of this roster for multiple years now. I just don't see how 5-star General Fred is letting us lose this game at home.
He won't.
It's just not going to happen. So I'm looking at him, and I think the matchup between him, Dre Greenlaw, and Aaron Jones, that's going to dictate this game early and often. They're going to erase Aaron Jones from the script, and then I think everything plays off that.
Yes, you shut down the run in this football game, and I think you're going to go a long way. You do not want to go one-dimensional against this 49ers team, but I hear you with Fred Warner. I listen, when it comes to Fred Warner, Shasky, I honestly don't worry about it.
Because I know what I bring.
Because I know what he's going
week.
to do. He's going to amass 8 to 10 tackles. He's going to come on a couple linebacker blitzes and hit the quarterback. He's going to have a couple pass deflections. He's going to get into the passing lanes and get his hands on a couple footballs. I don't worry about All-Pro Fred, who was a unanimous pick for the All-Pro team. 54 and 57, I expect him to clean up Aaron Jones all game long. But I'm going back to Nick Bosa. All right? When that crowd in 2019 was chanting Bosa, 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 in his first ever playoff game against Minnesota, when Dalvin Cook, my guy, tapped out of that football game early in the first quarter, said, nope, I'm not going to do it. It's too physical out here. These boys are hitting. To me, again, and I'm not going to get off of this, number 97 needs to come around that edge. Number 97 needs to hit Jordan Love early and often. Al Davis said it. The quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard in the first 5 plays of the football game. That needs to happen with number 97, Nick Bosa. We didn't hear Micah Parsons all week. All week. I expect Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt to talk about that Green Bay offensive line all night long saying, boy, they're just not holding up today. Boy, they're just not holding up. 97 has to dominate tomorrow, Shasky. I'm not getting off of that. 97 has to come in early and often and have those woo plays and set that edge. Nick Bosa, I'm looking at you. It's time to roll.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I think having Eric Armstead in the middle of that defense alongside Javon Hargrave, I think it's going to be a big boost to the opportunities for Nick Bosa. It's undeniable that they need a monster game from him. I mean, everyone would say that, and he needs to step up. But I just think having Eric Armstead in there commanding doubles, it just opens things up on the edges. They can run some more of their traditional stunts. I expect to see some more exotic stuff from Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks, underrated. He had a nice little season in terms of adjusting, given some of the guys that were in and out and the lack of production opposite Nick Bosa. I thought he did a really good job this year, and I expect him to have a big game, big game in this one. And if you dig deep a little on the Green Bay Packers, they're not high on their DC.
No, Joe Barry.
They're not high on their DC. I know they had a great game this last game, but don't let it be not known to you that they were going to fire him at one point.
Yeah, Joe Barry's been under fire, and we'll talk to Bill Schmidt, your buddy Bill Schmidt. We've talked to him before here. Great guy. 9 to noon show, as well as Packers postgame on 97.3 The Game. Bill Schmidt, at Bill Schmidt Radio. He's going to join us at 6:30 here on the Morning Rush on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. We also got Eric Crocker at 8:30.
Oh, nice.
We have Jessica Birch at 9 o'clock to get a weather report. And then we got Terrell Owens at 9:20. T.O. to set the tone to talk about his memories against the Green Bay Packers. Look, Rasheed Walker and Zach Tom. They don't ring a bell. They're not household names. But the reason why I say those names, Rasheed Walker and Zach Tom, those are the 2 tackles for the Green Bay Packers. Rasheed Walker, left tackle. Zach Tom, right tackle. With Chase Young off a bye week. And Chase Young has never played a playoff game.
That's kind of crazy, but not to be expected when you play in Washington. I believe they have one of the longest playoff win droughts.
Yes. They haven't been to an NFC title game since 1991.
It's crazy. And when we were kids, they were very good.
They were very good. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Chase Young has been in hell, football hell, for the first 3-4 years of his career. Well, now you get an opportunity to play in front of this red out at Levi Stadium tomorrow, because I expect everybody to wear red with the red end zone and the red letterings. All right? So number 92, Chase Young. Number 97, Nick Bosa. Number 5, Randy Gregory. Zach Tom and Rasheed Walker. I expect them to have a long day. A long day. I expect Luke Musgrave to stay in a chip and block.
I actually really like him as a player.
I do like him.
I'm not
but I don't
lie to
expect
you.
him to run a lot of routes tomorrow
Yeah.
because I expect Nick Bosa, Rennie Gregory, Chase Young to get after this quarterback all day long.
Does the backup running back, it's not the number 28, but now they got this Wilson kid, 31.
Yeah.
Does he scare you at all? I know he was running harder toward the end of the year.
They have playmakers.
They do.
have playmakers, but every time Aaron Jones is off the field, it's a win for the 49ers.
Yeah.
I don't think they respect any of these other live running backs. And these other running backs, let's face it, the Dallas Cowboys linebackers were soft.
I'm not going to argue.
When you get hit by 54 Fred Warner and you get hit by number 57 Dre Greenlaw, you run through the holes a little bit differently. All of a sudden, you're not 1 foot and go, 1 cut and go. You're not just running with authority. After you get hit by them, you think about it. Where are these guys at? Should I run through the A gap or should I run through the B gap? Or should I try to cut everything outside? Because you're not going to outrun these guys when they're scraping the sideline to sideline. And then if they do get your hands on you, they're going to be mean about it. They're going to pile drive you. They're going to make sure you hit that turf really, really hard. So when you get hit by these linebackers, it's just different. And then all of a sudden in the third quarter, when you're running against these linebackers, Shasky, you're saying, boy, man, my shoulder hurts. Wow, I need to play off. Boy, I need somebody to massage my shoulder. All of a sudden, I need an ice pack. Maybe I need the blue tent. It's just different when you get hit by these guys.
B, I'm just so fired up for this game. We've been waiting so long. I feel like I've been waiting for this game since literally last year, Philadelphia first quarter. Doesn't it?
It does.
I mean, it really feels like not just me and the fan base, but it feels like the team and the organization as well. Look, I think it's fair to say now, they knocked our quarterback out. No one is arguing about it. But there's a part of that you feel like, there was this unfinished business. Slightly, it's unfair. Like you feel that way because like the football gods couldn't grant us health to play the game and either win or lose on your own accord, right? Yep. Losing with your backup quarterback, it's brutal. Christian McCaffrey's taking snaps as quarterback, for crying out loud. Brock had to go back in and he couldn't throw the ball, all right? Like that's what happened at the end of last year. This team has such a sour taste in its mouth that I know they're going to be ready to go. The only thing that I worry about is the early jitters where you're so amped up early on and you just maybe over pursue on a misdirection. You're a little high on a slant, like little things like that. But I think this team's going to be buttoned up and ready to go.
Yeah, I think they're salivating at the opportunity to prove themselves again in the playoffs. I think they've been waiting for this. Like, you think about where they were at the bye week. Again, another bye week adjustment by Kyle Shanahan and this organization. They came out of the bye week, and they instantly hit Jacksonville in the mouth to shut up everybody to say, hey, we're still that same team.
Yeah.
And then when they went to Philadelphia, and they all black, and you saw Eric Armstead, and you saw Fred Warner, you saw Trent Williams, and you saw Deebo Samuel, you saw these guys in the all black. The send a message saying the NFC is running through us this season. To beat the man, you got to be the man. To be the man, you got to beat the man, and that's what they did December 3rd. And they haven't looked back, Shasky.
You know, it's interesting because I'm looking at the Niners and I'm like, all right, who's flying under the radar? All of them, all the weapons. What has the talk been this week? It's been really about Brock Purdy.
Right.
Hasn't really been about Deebo. Hasn't really been about Ayuk. Hasn't really been about George Kittle. Right? Like, Christian McCaffrey. I think the entire country is sleeping on the weapons.
Yeah. Well, I expect the Niners to run the ball down their throats. I don't expect the Green Bay Packers to be able to stop the run with Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey, he received some much-needed rest with the calf strain, all the touches he had, and the monumental season for him. 21 touchdowns, the all-purpose yards, over 2,000 all-purpose yards, the leading rusher in the NFL. I think Christian McCaffrey is going to have a huge game. A huge game. And it's not going to come down to Brock Purdy. I don't expect Brock Purdy to throw the ball more than 20 to 25 times in this football game.
Yeah.
Because I expect the Niners to be able to ram the ball down their throats over and over and over again. And I expect them to get well over 30 touches in the run game. Well over 30 carries, Shasky. So to me, it's not even going to come down to Brock Purdy. By the time we come around Monday, we're going to say, boy, Brock Purdy, all he had to do was hand the ball off because the run game was working so well.
Oh, I would love to have a game where they hand it off, and he only has to drop back 8 times. I mean, that would be incredible.
How ironic would that be?
It would be ironic. I'm not going to lie. That would be ironic. I mean, it's just I feel like the rhetoric around Brock Purdy has gotten completely out of control, and I'm not here for it. I don't care. I want this game to happen. We've been waiting so long, and I think when you bake in that they've been waiting for 3 weeks on top of the full year and everything, and it's really been about playoffs for this organization and Kyle Shanahan. It's been about the playoffs. I have a hard time thinking that we're going to get our lunch pail handed to us by LaFleur and Jordan Love, and this in particular Green Bay Packer team. Maybe a year from now, maybe 2 years from now, when they're a little more seasoned. But right now, we're in our prime.
And when I think about this game, and I think about Fred Warner, and I think about Nick Bosa, I think about George Kittle and Debo and Trent, and they're in that hotel lobby before the game later today. And Shanahan is just dressing the team. And all these guys are going to go to their hotel room and try to get a good night's sleep. And all these guys know legacies are made during this time of the season.
100%.
And when Frank Gore is walking around that field and Patrick Willis is walking around that field, we all give them daps, we all give them standing ovations, but we always say, damn, it would have been good to get them a Super Bowl ring, to stat one, because maybe they're already in the Hall of Fame. What a ring does for these guys, it changes lives. It changes legacies. You go from wearing just a red jacket to going to the 49ers Football Hall of Fame to the gold jacket in Canton, Ohio, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. All of a sudden, your name is plastered out on all the Ring of Honors. All of a sudden, when we're watching NFL films 20 years from now, your highlights are being played over and over again. All of a sudden, America's team is being broadcasted 30 years from now when people say, boy, those 2023 49ers were special. That all happens by winning games in the month of January and in February. So legacies are on the line. And I think these guys know that. How will we remember them? How will we remember Fred Warner and Brock Purdy and Deebo Samuel and Brendan Ayuk? I want to remember them as Super Bowl champions one day.
I totally agree. You know, last year, heading into the playoffs, he had a down year by his own accord. Because his 2021 playoff was legendary. Deebo Samuel, I'm talking about. And going into that Seattle game, I just felt like he was flying under the radar, and I thought he could pop against Seattle. He did. He had a monster playoff game. And I don't think it translated to the Dallas game. The Dallas game was just a tightly contested game.
Physical game, nasty.
They struggled to move the ball. I got this feeling that I think Debo's going to do something big on Saturday. He's been really good the last month and a half, and now that he's healthy, he's got some spry. He's a guy, when he's got time off and his body's able to heal, he always comes out and packs a punch. Yeah, I expect him to be a big part of the offense on Saturday.
You know what? Debo, ever since the bye week, and he reminded – it wasn't just the NFL. He reminded our own fan base who he was.
Myself included.
And the Jacksonville game, the gravity that he creates, I'm not worried about Deebo Samuel. He wakes up for these big games. You just see it in his pregame outfit. You know what time it is with Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel is going to run over somebody in this football game. And it's going to happen early, and it's going to set a tone to the point where the Packers DBs are saying, you know what, I don't even want to talk to this guy. That's another guy. And I expect Deebo Samuel to have his legend. Think about Deebo Samuel as a rookie in 2019, basically being a leading wide receiver. Emmanuel Sanders was nice. He was that veteran's presence. But it was Emmanuel Sanders, it was Deebo, and Kendrick Bourne.
History has forgotten it. He was amazing in that Super Bowl for 3 quarters.
He was.
The jet sweeps were crushing the Chiefs, and they went away from it.
But before Raheem Mostert broke off that first touchdown right against the Green Bay Packers in the NFC title game, don't forget, Deebo Samuel quick slant where he trucked through a couple DBs, and he almost scored.
That's right.
He almost scored. He barely got tripped up and around midfield. Deebo Samuel has been born for these moments. Think about all the big games in 2019, the Seattle game in Week 18, where he's in the all-white throwbacks going down the left sideline, scored a touchdown to set the tone.
Where the arm is moving, my favorite thing in the world.
Deebo Samuel shows up for these games. But this could be the postseason of Brendan Ayuk.
You think?
This could be he hasn't had that signature game yet, I don't believe.
I'm trying to think. Not really. Like last year in the Dallas game, Kittle came through with the big catch.
He had a big quick slant too. Brendan Ayuk for a first down.
He did.
First down.
But I don't think the Dallas game he was really good in the year before with Jimmy G.
Yeah.
He was really good.
Jimmy G overthrew him.
I think we've forgotten that. But Ayuk in particular was excellent because Deebo gets all the credit for Kyle, give me the ball. Right. And that audio clip of where he wanted the ball and they handed it off to him and he scored the touchdown. But Ayuk was better in the passing game in that game.
And we'll get to George Kittle.
I'm so fired up, man.
No, and we'll get to George Kittle because
where are our Niner fans?
Yeah. 888-957-9572.
The tailgate's starting now.
George Kittle as well.
BYOB.
George Kittle, don't forget, too, I will be back. I will be back. That was his speech after Super Bowl 54 on the sideline as Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce are doing snow angels and the confetti. I will be back. And that's what it's all about, folks. 888-957-9570. This is the first step to getting back to Las Vegas and recapturing that Lombardi. The time is now, folks. The time is now, as we say good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. The smart choice for low auto loan rates, a super simple online application process. We are locked in right now. We are absolutely locked in. Game time is around the corner. We've been waiting for 3 weeks for this moment. The red zones, the end zones are red now. I'm expecting every 49er fan to wear red tomorrow. It's going to be nothing but Niner fans at Levi's Stadium. I'm already thinking about the drive down to Levi's Stadium, even if it rains or if it doesn't rain. I don't really care. We're going to talk about it here on the Morning Roast all morning long, and that's brought to you by Safeway.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Shop Safeway this week and pick up
tough.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
All right, don't forget, we're qualifying somebody. All you guys, actually. You can all qualify for a Chris McCaffrey autographed jersey. Listen for the keywords in between 7:30 and 8:30. All you have to do is text a keyword to 20357, and you will qualify. Again, we'll do that from 7:30 to 8:30. You'll have chances, 12 chances all week long, of course, to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey as we get ready for Packers and Niners. Niners and Packers for the 10th time since 1995, and they're coming off a big-time win against the Dallas Cowboys. We all think the Cowboys are fraudulent, but, man, the Packers got a good roster. Jordan Love is coming on. These receivers are coming on, and they're playing some good football here. So let's bring in our buddy. Man, we haven't talked to Bill Schmidt in a long time. Bill Schmidt, courtesy of the Boxer and Girls and Guest line. Of course, post-game with the Packers, 97.3 The Game, also 9 and noon. Bill, man, good morning. Good morning. We haven't talked to you in so long. Why do we have to talk on these circumstances?
Morning, boys. Yeah, we could talk, Bucks and Warriors one time. We could talk anything else. Instead, I'm fired up to be talking to you on the Friday morning before a playoff game, but I'm so sick and tired of seeing your football team in the postseason. So here's another one, the 10th installment. It makes sense that this is a NFL record. But the craziest thing is, guys, they've all happened in my lifetime, and I'm celebrating my 30th birthday in August. That's one of the craziest stats.
That is a crazy stat. Since 1995, and you guys were throwing in our ass when Shasky and I was teenagers.
Broke my heart.
Of course, we've had the last laugh over the last 4 times in the postseason. But, Bill, there's a lot of confidence coming over from Green Bay. A lot of confidence. You got your D-line talking. You got some national pundits talking. A lot of confidence in this Packer team. How confident are you in this Packer team to come to Levi's and pull off the upset?
It's funny you asked me that, Bonte, because I'm going to convince myself. I've been joking about it all day on the show and all week, because last week I knew there was going to be a moment. It happens for every fan, right? Now you guys can be very, very confident because your football team's great. Team's awesome. I mean, absolute Avengers on that side when you talk about Trent Williams and just add in another freak show. Like the get off the bus dudes, that's 10 to 12 deep for the Niners, right? So that's an intimidation factor that you got to be able to warm yourself up for. But I knew I was going to convince myself they were going to beat the Cowboys at some particular point in time. It happened on Sunday morning. Laid a uncomfortable money line investment down on my team, rolling in, and as I was driving in, guys, I didn't understand why I felt so confident. But it's clear why. It's number 10. It's the signal caller, and it's the confidence that's emanated from him and this offense here in the last 10 weeks. Look, I love Devontae Wyatt's confidence. I love firing everybody on up. I think that's one of more, right, when Shafty's hitting those 15-footers and he's trying to warm up the rest of the team, saying, they can't stop us. They can't stop us. This dude's soft. He can't stop us. It's a little bit more trash talk to fire up their side, I think, more than to get in the head of the Niners, because that's a difficult task when you're talking about this outfit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look, last time these guys faced, it's Jimmy G out there, it's Devontae Adams out there, it's Aaron Rodgers out there. Like, this feels very, very different. For the Niners, the biggest difference, and most people are going to say Brock Purdy, but I think it's also Christian McCaffrey. And I would argue Christian McCaffrey might be even more, of a difference maker in terms of changing what this offense looked like. How does your offense look different with Jordan Love and no Devontae?
Well, first, Joe, you're exactly right. I almost got laughed off a show that I was doing last night when I asked that question. Like, what is the biggest difference? It's clearly Christian McCaffrey. I thought more people would say Purdy, but he's such a difference maker, and it was such a clear and obvious decision for them to go and add him that it made all of us that have watched the NFL for the last 15, 20 years say, that just can't be that easy. You can't just add the best running back to the best running team and it just work. It just doesn't work that way. Well, it did. And he's been the best offensive player since he's joined the 49ers. And it's completely reshaped what they look like when Elijah Mitchell had to be the guy in 21 coming in here. And he ran on the Packers. Don't get it wrong in that playoff game, but McCaffrey's a different beast. The Packers offense with Love, the biggest difference, guys, is absolutely he's slinging it around and he's making exceptional decisions for a guy making right now his 20th start. It will be on Saturday if you include the one-off that he had in Kansas City. Their playmakers on the outside are different than they've been, definitely than they were a year ago. You mentioned Devontae Adams. he's exceptional. They also had Alan Lazard as their number 2. Skeletal remains of Bobby Tunyon and Mercedes Lewis at the tight end spot. And they've cashed that in for a 2nd and 3rd round pick at tight end in Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft, who have both become difference makers throughout the year. One had a lacerated kidney and is finally coming back, but went and scored his first touchdown there. And the speed of the Jaden Reeds, Dontavian Wicks on the outside, these are rookies who are producing big time for them. They've got more speed on the outside, I think, consistently up and down the depth chart, Joe, than they've had in a couple of years. And when you got a guy who's just making the clear and obvious decision throughout his progressions, not maybe doing a little bit more hero ball that Rodgers would do, and let's be honest, a lot of times it worked. There's a reason why he's going to go down as one of the best to ever do it. But there is something, as Bosa joked about this week at his locker, there's something to having a guy just run the offense and be able to put the ball in a playmaker's hand quickly and see what they can do with it.
Bill Schmidt here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the Boxer and Girls and Guest Line, host of the 9 to noon show on 97.3 The Game out there in Wisconsin. Bill, how refreshing is it to kind of move away from Aaron Rodgers? Because from afar, Shask and I have had this conversation for the last 3 years. Boy, when they move off Aaron Rodgers, I think Love can be good, but how refreshing would it be for that locker room? It feels like a cloud is lifted from afar. You tell me, you're around the Green Bay Packers every single day. How refreshing is it to not have to worry about number 12, whether or not he's going to step away from the game? All his little cryptic tweets, him not working out the wide receivers. It does seem like everybody has been refreshed and rejuvenated from not having number 12 around.
Oh, 100%. And Bonse, it's difficult for me because I've loved watching Aaron play for so long and enjoyed him deciding to be a little more open with his personality because he had been very reserved. And for the first 12, 14 years of his career, everyone looks around complaining and saying, will the guy just give us something? Is it always cliche? Is it always cookie cutter? Then the last 3 years, he's said, hold my beer. All right, I'll change it up real quick on you on the conversation there. And so for the last 18 months of his tenure here, it was obviously very tumultuous. I was in the camp of hold on to him as long as possible because as much as I hoped and thought that there could be a potential that Jordan would be able to be, your guys' version of Jeff Garcia. Nobody talks about Jeff Garcia being a Pro Bowl player after it was Montana to Young. You can get a guy to be able to play the position and keep you competitive, but I just didn't know that was going to get reincarnated. However, the refreshing nature, like you mentioned, has definitely been a breath of fresh air in the locker room. And with the youth that they've got so many players that are under the age of 25. It's difficult for a 38, 39, now 40-year-old dude to just be able to relate to those guys on a personal level. And I think today's athlete, the younger the athlete, the more personal the connection kind of needs to be, right? We're seeing this more and more in college football and in pro football. So the relationships are different. The people are a little bit different. And he definitely became a little different later in his career. So that was a concoction that had to leave the building, albeit fantastic play. And he will be remembered. And I think at one point in time honored the right way. But right now, it was the right time for everybody to go their separate ways.
I think everybody in Ninerland is saying, if they want to have a big win, the Niners are going to need a big game from Nick Bosa. They're going to need a big game from Christian McCaffrey. If the Packers are going to win, pick a guy on either side of the ball that you think has to have a big game, and you can't take the quarterback.
Dang, Joe. I'd say Jaden Reed would be a big one. Now, he didn't have a catch last week in Dallas. If you would have told me on Saturday last week that they were going to win the game and put up almost 50 and he wasn't going to touch the ball, I would have laughed and said, you guys got to send some of that this way because it's not fully legal here yet. But there's a real recipe on the outside for them to be able to get busy. I think Aaron Jones is the easy answer, Joe, but they're going to have to be able to throw the football to win. So I'd say Jaden Reed and I'd say Christian Watson, who has not been fully healthy for a long time this year. He's now a full participant, no injury designation. So that's a big moment. But I'll be honest with you. I think the biggest recipe is, you said I can't say the quarterback on our side. I think the quarterback on your side is just as big of a turning point in this game and in what could be the next great decade of this rivalry in the postseason. I think it kind of turns on Brock Purdy here on the other side.
Interesting. We're up against it here. 30 seconds is left. 30 seconds or less, Bill. Why do you think Brock Purdy has so much pressure on him? Because nationally, we don't get it. He just broke the single-season passing yard record in 49ers history. I mean, Jeff Garcia, Joe Montana, Steve Young. It's Brock Purdy number one. But why do you think it'd turn on Purdy?
The only reason I think that it's big on Purdy is if he doesn't get it done now, when does the clock start ticking? And when you look at on the other side, Shanahan swung for greatness with Trey Lance. I think Jordan Love is the Packers' swing for greatness with like Trey Lance was for the Niners. Now, we didn't have to trade up as far, only 4 picks instead of 30 to go up and take that swing. But one team was in the NFC title game, one was in the Super Bowl, was getting close enough. So there's always that itch to maybe get a little bit better. And I know that Kirk Cousins love from Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Bill,
Oh, no.
Bill, hey, Bill, man, look, the Niners visit Green Bay next season. We're trying to get up there to Green Bay, and
Yes.
if we do, we're all going to link up. We're going to have some
Hell
beers,
yeah.
man. You've been good to us, and it's so refreshing to hear your voice, man. Niners and Packers again. I can't believe it, man. I still got flashbacks from the 90s, but a great rivalry in the playoffs. Bill, good luck to your team. Not too much good luck. Should be a lot of fun tomorrow at Levi's, though.
Can't wait, man, and appreciate you guys having me on. And Joe, congratulations, man.
Oh, you too, buddy. Back at you, and thank you very much. He's only
97-3 to
30?
game. He's only 30 years
You know how
old.
jealous I am?
Damn, he's already in the game, too. He's about to have a 30 to 40-year run in radio up there in Green Bay.
Jeez.
Damn.
Joe.
Damn.
Love that guy.
Nah, he's a good dude.
He's
Very
a
good
great
dude.
dude.
Bill Schmidt. All right, we're going
And
to
he's just a genuine, real dude who's clearly a big fan, too,
Yeah,
as
huge
well.
Packer fan.
You
He
can
loves
just
football.
tell. Loves his Bucks, too.
But we could pick up on the other side because everybody loves to talk about quarterbacks. You heard Bill on the way out. This is big for Brock. And we've been hitting on it all week, so let's dive into it because Amy Trask says something, and we're not going to do the whole show about what Amy Trask said, but there is something to Brock Purdy having to shut some people up tomorrow and for this playoff run. We're going to get into that here on the Morning Roast, and that's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Dang, Joe.
Hey, everybody, it's Boomer Esiason.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Did we send Baldy some Daisy Dips? Get him some Daisy Dips. You know Baldy will just smack one. He'll probably just use one chip to get half the Daisy Dip. Big Ranch, Daisy Dips.
Oh, yeah!
Let me tell you about Daisy Dips. So we get Baldy's breakdown on the Daisy Dip French onion. That would hit. That would hit. The segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, 95.7 The Game. We'll be live and local all day tomorrow. All day. Warriors this week with Evan Giddings and Dan Devone from 9 to 12.
Oh.
Didn't the Grandy man, Mark Grandy, and our boy Jason Dubas, they kick off Niners covers from 12 to 3. Did you get the kickoff show with Larry Krueger, Lorenzo Deal, presented by Habba's Law? That's from 3 to 5, and then immediately after the game, overtime, our baby, overtime with the Grandy band, Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett.
Did you see the Habas Law sign going on to 280?
No,
Right
where?
there. You know, like if you come down 6th Street
Yeah.
and you're hopping on to 280 to go south, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a huge Habas Law.
Right there?
Yeah,
I'm-
huge.
I'm going to look forward today.
sign, yeah.
Habba's Law.
Yeah.
Fight to make it right.
Exactly.
Is that tagline on there?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. By the way, the Warriors, in case if you're just waking up if not aware, tonight's game between the Warriors and the Mavericks had been postponed due to Decky's death. The Warriors will come back on the floor. It looks like next Wednesday against the Atlanta Hawks, but the Warriors game postponed. But that still shouldn't prevent you from voting against Steph Curry for the All-Star game.
No.
He's got to lead the All-Star game, voting by 200,000 votes or whatnot. Believe today is the last day, so go ahead and vote for Steph Curry. You've got to have some representation in the All-Star game. Got to have something.
Don't get mad at me. Do you think he's had an all-star half?
I do.
You did not say
do.
that confidently.
No, I do.
You said
he
that
is.
about as confidently as you did when you
No.
say, I like Brock Purdy.
He's still averaging 28 points a game. He just hasn't had the year like an MVP, but he's been pretty damn good. He's had a better year than De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is tapered off in a major way.
I was just asking.
So
It's
vote for Steph
sacrilegious
Curry.
around here to
Vote-
question.
No, it's not.
just
No, it's not.
asking.
Well, my Warrior takes. You have no idea what I think about the Golden State Warriors. We'll get to that
What do you
today.
mean?
Just
We
the
have no
overall
idea what
landscape.
you think of the Warriors. What?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, the overall landscape. The overall landscape of the
you know
team.
what? Give
Because
me-
you know why?
give me 30
You know
seconds.
why? Because I'm watching last night.
Uh-huh.
I'm watching OKC beat up on Utah. In Utah, it's a very good basketball game, but Jalen Williams was killing them. OKC is really good. All right? You got Minnesota and Anthony Edwards and the Nas Reed, and they're really good. Number one defensive team in the league, number one team in the Western Conference. Minnesota looks legit. And then I see Sacramento just get smoked by the Pacers last night with no Tyrese Halliburton.
So what are you saying, Todd?
So I'm saying the Warriors in this deadline, it's going to be huge, and I think it sets up a very, very intriguing offseason for the Golden State Warriors. And that's all I'll say. That's all I will say today on the Football Friday. I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
That's about as confident as you sound right now.
I'm very confident. Steph Curry belongs in the All-Star game. Why wouldn't he? Steph Curry, vote for him. Get him in the All-Star game again. Don't you want your guy in the All-Star
Of
game?
course I do. I was just asking
Right.
if you thought that he had
Yeah, absolutely.
a quote-unquote all-star
In the Western
half.
Conference, who's been a better point guard?
I think Luka.
Okay, Luka won. He's going to start.
Yeah.
Who else?
Well, you just asked me, and I was.
I know,
going
no,
Luka.
that's just one, though. You just
but
stopped
there's
there.
only one guy at point guard, so.
No, but
Talking
they
about
do the
starters.
guard spots. They don't do
the
point
guard spots.
Yeah.
I mean, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's had a pretty good,
All right.
good little run here.
All
no?
right, who else? You like SGA now. I'm glad you like
Well, I
SGA.
think Booker's been really good.
Yeah,
even
not
though
better
they're
than Steph.
What?
He hasn't played a lot of games.
No, I know.
Steph's
but,
only missed 3.
but his numbers have been really good.
Steph's only missed 3.
Okay.
Steph's
well,
numbers
you
been good,
asked,
too.
and I gave you a
Well,
couple.
you don't sound confident bringing up Devin
Has
Booker.
Anthony Edwards been better than Steph Curry?
He's a small forward.
I consider him a shooting guard.
Well, vote for Steph. Vote for Steph. Vote for Steph.
I
Get him
like
in
Brock Purdy.
Indianapolis. I do. I don't know how I got the hate for Brock Purdy. When I've been leading the charge for even last year when I flipped during the Tampa Bay game, I said, you know what? I apologize. Tom Brady. And I'm the only one at the station who picked the Niners to beat Philadelphia. Who was it that we just had on? Was it Mike Holmgren who said if Brock Purdy was healthy, they would have beat Philadelphia? Who
Yeah,
said
it was
that?
Holmgren.
Was it Holmgren?
Leroy Butler
Hey,
yesterday.
Leroy Butler yesterday. my Florida State brother, who said what I said all year long, and y'all don't want to listen to me because I'm a hot take artist. Said if Brock Purdy was healthy, walking into Philadelphia, we're walking out of there with a win and going to the Super Bowl against Kansas City.
I don't think you're a hot take artist at all.
But why do you guys play the drop saying I do like Brock Purdy? People think I hate Brock Purdy. Why would I hate the quarterback of my old team?
Well,
I came up for Jimmy Garoppolo for crying out loud.
Well, that was, that was you all by yourself,
No, it wasn't by myself. There's a lot of people riding with us. You even signed apology forms for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, I told you it's the full Jimmy experience. You're in, then you're out, then you're out some more.
I know.
Then you're really out.
I know.
And then he somehow brings you back in.
And you know what? I'm all in on Brock Purdy. I haven't wavered. That's my quarterback. And I'm seeing a lot of people disrespect my quarterback. Amy Trask. Make sure I get that K in there because I could easily say Amy Trash for that take yesterday. And I like Amy. I do. Hi, Amy. I like you a lot. But for her to say, hey, there's CJ, there's Lamar, there's 7 quarterbacks, and then there's Brock. Why is Brock getting all the heat this week? Why?
Because he's the only one that's not a first-round quarterback.
Is that really it?
Yeah, and people, we do this. I mean, we pick somebody to pick on, and he's the guy to pick on. I just don't care. I don't. And it's no disrespect to her. I don't care. I don't care that. Like I was joking yesterday about Orlovsky. I don't care what Orlovsky says. I really don't.
Like Spinotti. Remember when we were arguing in the offseason?
Jason McIntyre.
And you were talking about Kirk Cousins and Justin Herbert, and I was like, I'll take Purdy over Kirk Cousins and Justin Herbert all day long. All day long. There's nothing wrong with Brock Purdy. He throws on time. He throws it deep. He throws it intermediate routes. Again, he had maybe the best quarterback season for the 49ers in their history. Like, that's what we're talking. It's a short list. Brock Purdy's season is right there in what he did to carve up defenses. Why does he continue to get disrespected? Why?
But we do this in sports. We've done this to Steph Curry. He had 3 titles, and yet he still needed to win another one, right? By himself, without KD, without this, without that. Like, we do this in sports, B. Like, Shaq had to win one without Kobe. Kobe had to win one without Shaq. Right? Tom Brady, the first 3, they were fraudulent. Then he went up against Eli Manning, and he lost that, even though he had a perfect record at that point in that season, and they lost it. He can't win the big one. He had to have to come back against Seattle. Seattle botched that. He's got to do it again. Down 28-3. Now he's legitimate. Mm-hmm. Like, we do this. This is what we do. Barry Bonds, A-Rod. They're great regular season players. They can't do it in the playoffs. Peyton Manning can't do it in the playoffs. Right? Like, we move the goalposts. Certain people we like, and we give them the benefit of the doubt, right? And we tap out on them. Other people, we continue to make them jump through hula hoops before we're willing to give them any love. We did it with Kurt Warner. We've done this time and time again.
So this offense averaged 29 points a game, third in the NFL. All right? It gave up 17.5 points per game, third in the NFL. Brock Purdy went out there coming off a torn UCL, made it back for week 1, and all he did was throw for 4,280 yards, 31 touchdown passes, and 11 interceptions. And instead of embracing a guy who was the last pick of the NFL draft and embracing him in what could become one of the most memorable North American sports stories in history, there's going to be movies made about Brock Purdy if they win the Super Bowl. Hell, the fact that he came in as a third-string quarterback, and you come in that Miami game, and your dad is not even watching the damn football game. He's out shopping. What was he at a farmer's market? Just chilling. It was like, wait, is that my son on television? You would think in America, national pundits would embrace that. He's a great white hope. 6'2", 6'1", 220. Guy who was overlooked in the entire draft process. And yet, nobody's wrapping his arms around him outside of the Bay Area, which I don't care about. Let them do that. But all the bulletin board material that's coming Brock Purdy's way, still after that regular season, I don't know if it's laziness. I don't know if people are just not watching the games. But this guy's had perfect passer ratings this season. He's had games where I'm like, wow, that reminds me of Steve Young in the mid-'90s. Just a regular Sunday where he's throwing the ball around the yard and has scored 35+. I don't see like, oh, he's a game manager. He doesn't lift. What? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Let's stay with football, all right? And then I'll go to other sports. But like the clear one in our market is like Steph Curry was doubted at every
turn.
He was a top 10 pick. We're acting like, and believe me, he overcame odds. I'm not diminishing that, but like we act like he was an undrafted.
So maybe it's just a Bay Area thing.
No, I think it's bigger than that. Russell Wilson was doubted at every single turn. And then eventually we gave in, and now he's being doubted again.
Can we just keep it Bay Area for a second?
Yeah.
Because now I'm thinking.
Lincecum was the same way.
I was just going to bring him up. Lincecum was. I was just going to bring him up.
Okay, great example. And we do this because of height and weight and body type. Matt Cain, Lincecum was a conversation forever. How many Giants fans did you come up to and you go, who would you pay long term? Well, I'm paying Matt Cain. Yeah. He's bigger and stronger. That's what most people would say. They both lasted the same amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Like basically, both had worn themselves down to the nub by about 2013.
Right.
They were both finished.
Right.
Cain had the bone spurs and Lincecum had the hip issue. And they were both done. And they were both great. And I love Matt Cain. Lincecum was better. He was.
Yeah.
And I love Matt Cain.
Yep.
And whatever. But we did that over and over. Steph Curry. We've done that since day one. I think we've done it to a degree with Draymond Green because he didn't fit the mold of a true power forward. Like, what is he?
Right.
Like, what exactly is he? He's not conventional, And so I think at times we've done this to Deebo Samuel. Well, he's not a traditional wide receiver, and he's not a traditional running back, And I think at times we diminish that.
Right.
And I think that we look at what someone doesn't do as opposed to all the great things they can do.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought up Tim Lincecum because he was doubted. All he did was win 2 Cy Youngs, and I know it was short-lived, but he was generational, man. The it factor, the sizzle when he got to the yard, cameras everywhere. There was Tim Lincecum Day, and then there was every other day, right? Lincecum Day was the one. And so you're spot on with that. Maybe it's just a Bay Area thing where people from the East Coast, Midwest, they look at the Bay Area and be like, yeah, they're finesse, they're soft, they're Hollywood. We're completely different from Southern California. But maybe it's just a Bay thing because Steph was disrespect. The fact that Steph Curry had to win a Finals MVP to validate his greatness in a lot of people's minds was just absurd.
Well,
right?
No doubt it's absurd. I mean, like, he had to have a 40-something point game in a finals for them to finally tap out.
Right.
It's ridiculous. Joe Montana's the easy one, and I don't want to do that to Brock. It's not fair. It's just not. But Joe Montana was doubted at every single turn. But what about Frank Gore? Frank Gore, never the biggest, never the fastest, never even the best running back in any particular year in the league. And yet was an all-time legend. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So I do believe that, like, there are certain athletes that don't fit the mold. I look at Dennis Eckersley for the Oakland A's. Wasn't a flamethrower, right? So a lot of people are like, I mean, look in the history of the game. Who else besides John Smoltz has 150 saves, 150 wins? Because he didn't fit the mold of what we viewed a closer to look like.
Let's hear what Mooch had to say about Purdy. Steve Mariucci, former 49ers head coach, pardon me, now at NFL Network. Here's his thoughts on Brock Purdy.
Here's something interesting, fellas. We all talk about Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant and all that baloney and playing like crazy. All the other quarterbacks in the playoffs remaining are first-round picks, every one of them, okay? And you know who they are, from Jared Goff to Baker Mayfield to C.J. Stroud to Jordan Love to Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Lamar. They're all first-rounders. And then here comes this kid, Brock Purdy, that nobody knew about really until he started kicking butt and taking names last year. And, he's been playing just fantastic. And, yes, he's got a veteran team. And, yes, he's got weapons galore. But you know what? He's the guy he's the spoon that serves the drink over there. And I know he had a tough day at the office against the Ravens on Christmas. Yeah, he threw 4 picks. So what? You know what? 3 of them were batted. That's not going to happen again if they end up playing the Ravens again.
So that's Mooch's take on Brock Purdy. Mooch is going to love some Brock Purdy.
Of course.
But when they say, who's got the most pressure? Why? On one, I've seen this, and it's utterly ridiculous. On one hand, Brock Purdy, boy, he's got the most to prove. He's got all the pressure on him. Why? If he's the worst quarterback left, why would he have all the pressure on him? If he's got all these stars around him, why wouldn't Lamar Jackson have the most pressure on him or Josh Allen? They deflect from them, but yet put down on Brock Purdy at every turn, but yet he has the most pressure. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, the whole rhetoric doesn't make like. So Lamar Jackson's a good example. I'm glad you brought him up. Well, he's drafted late in the first round. If he goes a handful of picks later, we view him differently.
Right. I don't. He's a Heisman Trophy winner.
He's awesome, right? Like, once you get in the league, can you play or not? Like, that's
right.
I know there's financial politics based on how much you're making, and there's, roster decision politics where you might keep a first or second rounder because you've invested more into him a year or two long, like, whatever. But, like, once you start playing, for example, if I were ranking all the tight ends, if I did the exact same exercise everyone's doing, does anyone care that Travis Kelce was drafted in the 3rd round and that George Kittle was drafted in the 5th round?
Nope.
Does anyone care LaPorta was drafted in the 2nd round? None of it matters. We're just asking who are the good players.
Right.
Does it matter if I were ranking all of the linebackers that Fred Warner was a 3rd rounder and Patrick Queen, I don't even know where he was drafted, but I know Roquan was a 1st rounder.
Right.
None of that matters.
No.
Or that Drake Greenlaw was a 5th rounder. I just don't know why we're doing that exercise with the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And basing it solely on draft status.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous to me. All the guy did was finish. What did he finish in passing yards? 3rd, because he didn't play the last game. He finished 5th because he didn't play the last game of the season. Brock Purdy would have finished in the top 4 in passing yards had he played that last game against the Rams.
Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield went number 1 overall. Number 1 overall. So if we're going to do the first round thing, well, let's do where you were picked in that particular round. Is anyone taking those two over Patrick Mahomes?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
But because Patrick was drafted 12 slots later or 10 slots later, we're viewing him differently. Like, no, that's ridiculous. It's an absurd exercise.
So you think it mostly has to do with draft status?
Yes, and it's an absurd exercise is what I'm trying to say.
You don't think it has to do with Shanahan and how he's viewed, how he's viewed around the league, how his offense is viewed, Shanahan and the scheme and the way he gets the most out of his quarterbacks? Or are we a little jaded from the Jimmy Garoppolo era? Is that what it has to do?
Well, that's
like Brock has better numbers than Jimmy ever did.
Brock's a better football player than Jimmy G. I have seen him play better football at a higher level than Jimmy G. And Jimmy G was good, right? Like, he had his moments. No one is denying that. Right. Jimmy G was a good player. I think Brock's a better player. Like, it's pretty straightforward to me. You know what I mean? Like, it just is what it is, Like, so I think that we do this thing where we try to dilute people's accomplishments because of the talent around him. Again, you bring up Steph Curry. We've done that with Steph Curry at every single turn. Right. Well, look at the team he's on. Look at the system he's in. He's a system player. We did this with Kurt Warner to a degree, and I did it, and I'll raise my hand, and I admit it. And then by the time he got to Arizona, I just tapped out. We did this with Tom Brady. We do this, and it's not fair, and it's ridiculous. And until you win one and bank one, the narrative is going to continue to be that he is not what everyone else is.
All right, let's get to King of the Hill in a second here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you could also watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. It is a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Let's squeeze in King of the Hill this week. Dun, 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 dun. Our top 5 moments from the Packers and Niners. This is all going to be slanted towards the 49ers. I'm not throwing any Packer moments on this. King of the Hill, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Number 5. Phil Dawson is game winner in 2014. Now, you can have the Crabtree fourth down catch in the end zone. You got Frank Gore's block, but we got Phil Dawson with the game-winning field goal.
It is good. San Francisco moves on as they win here at Lambeau Field. Dawson ends it with a 33-yarder. And the final 23-20 San Francisco.
Joe Buck on the call for Fox Sports in 0-degree weather. Kaepernick going sleeveless in that game. I feel like we're going to be talking about Kaepernick on this list in a second. Number 4. 2021. The greatest day in special teams history for the San Francisco 49ers. Talanoa Hufanga, Jordan Willis. Get your block on, baby.
And that's 5 sacks for this defense in each of the last 3 games, and it's blocked.
Crazy.
Up into the air, and spinning inside the 10. Picked up and a touchdown. Hufanga got the return for the touchdown after the block by Jordan Willis and the special teams.
13-10 victory. Niners advance to the NFC title game against the LA Rams in 2021. What a fun Saturday night game that was.
Incredible.
At Lambeau Field. All right, number three. Raheem Mostert still in the show in 2019.
Garoppolo's still only thrown 6 passes. Mostert, left side. Another first down carry and more. How about a touchdown?
I mean, come on.
Isolate the Joe Buck. He's only thrown 6 passes. Give it to me one more time.
Garoppolo's still only thrown 6 passes.
Why would he throw more when you're averaging 7 yards a carry?
Buck was like slightly disgusted as I was saying.
Yeah, well, you don't want to see Raheem Mostert run 29 times.
Garoppolo's still only thrown 6 passes.
The guy ran for 220 yards, 4 touchdowns, and you guys are bitching and moaning over a guy throwing 8 times. You guys are sick. All right, number 2, Kaepernick.
Number 2.
Last playoff game ever in Candlestick Park history, 263-yard passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, 181 rushing yards, and another 2 touchdowns. That's 4 total touchdowns for Kaepernick, over 400 total yards. What a day for Colin Kaepernick. The last playoff game ever at Candlestick Park. And in number 1, it's T.O. It's T.O. to catch 2.
Who we're going to have on today?
At 9:20 on the morning, Ross on 95.7 The Game.
2
Now it's King of the Hill, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. We got to run. We got to run. We got to run. We're taking your phone calls on the other side. 888-957-9570. Plus shameless shout-outs on the Frisco Friday. Shameless shout-outs on the Frisco Friday coming up at 7:45. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
For too long. stumbles on the way back and fires up the middle. Pass is caught by Owens. Owens made the catch. Oh, this is amazing.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
You know, one thing I love about the NFL playoffs, Shasky, you start seeing all the old highlights from whether it's the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 00s, the 10s, the teens. But you always hear somewhere all in Madden at some point. And they've been showing all these throwback games, and I can't get enough of them. I just get stuck. And Baby Chaz is yelling, Papa, 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 and Ann is yelling at me saying, Babe, she's calling you, she's calling you. And I'm just lost in the sauce. I get lost in the sauce because I see Madden and Summerall. And it could be a random mid-'80s New York Giants-Cowboys game, and the Giants wearing all whites at the Meadowlands. I'm like, what's going on here? Mark Bavaro's catching passes. And it's just Madden and Summerall. And I'm just listening to them call the action. And when I think of the big games like this, and this is going to be on Fox, and Greg Olsen joined us yesterday, he's going to be able to call. He's now starting his legacy in the broadcast booth, and I think he's done a damn good job. A damn good job. But I do get the nostalgic Madden and Summerall feels. And I hear them, and I see the red end zones and the red paint. Think about how many big games they called at Candlestick Park. How many big playoff games for the 49ers and Packers.
They're the greatest duo that I've ever heard in my life.
I missed them so much.
Me too. Well, I went back and I was watching. This is, I have a sickness. I went back and watched the 1969 first ever NFC Championship game, Cowboys-Niners at Kezar. Final game ever played as an NFL game at Kezar Stadium. John Brody's the quarterback. He was the MVP of the league that year. And who is not the play-by-play guy, the color guy? Pat Summerall.
Wow. Because he was a kicker with the New York Giants.
Mike Ditka on the Cowboys. Yep. It was just, it was incredible. The names that you see.
I know.
Ken Willard. Like, it was just
Was Dan Reeves on that team?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Look at you.
Come on. Look at you, Dan Reeves, man.
But, no, it was just, I live for Summerall, Madden. Now I have to ask you, because you have me going down, the rabbit's hole. For you, and I know you've been to a lot of playoff games the last couple of years. So, what's the best Niner playoff game you've ever been to?
Well, I've only been to a few. 2019. Since 2019. I hadn't gone to any playoff games before that. I never got to go to the Candlestick playoff games. Unfortunately, circumstances. You're a little broke kid. I watched all those games.
Good. I watched all those games.
No. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay.
Whether or not I was at the game or not. No harm, no foul, because I remember those games like I was there.
Yeah.
I basically was at those games.
For sure.
Through the TV. My mom used to say, boy, you're really at the game. I'd sit in front of the TV, 10-inch TV, 5 feet away from the screen. Locked in on every graphic, locked in on every commercial, locked in on every little factoid and stat, just sitting there quietly as a kid by myself watching all those big games. And I remember all the calls with Madden and Summerall. But since I've been going since 2019, we've had the Minnesota game, we've had the Green Bay game, the Seahawk game, the Cowboy game. Probably my favorites. But I got a short history, and I'm creating these memories now with Anna, who's now been coming to these playoff games, and to hear her excitement about this Saturday. It's like, babe, I'm really fired up for this game. I'm really psyched up for this game.
That's cool.
And I'm like, I got her. And then Baby Chaz is walking around, Papa, I want to wear Papa, I want to wear my Niner jersey. Like, you know what I'm saying? By the way, I'm going to read this. We the Faithful, he spent $19.99. Thanks for the $20, We the Faithful. Defense make them one-dimensional. Turnovers and sacks will come. Offense find the mismatch and exploit it. But we're going to hit them in their mouth and make them pick their lip up all game long. All that talking is going to get them zipped up 38-10. That's from We the Faithful. He's picking a 38-10 game.
All right. I think the Niners are going to win big going away.
What's your favorite playoff game? It's got to be the NFC title game with the Niners and Cowboys.
No, that's actually not. Even though that's because I was so young. Like, I was 13 years old or 12 years old or whatever. I was with my dad and my grandpa.
Saints, Niners.
To me, if I were to rank them 1, 2, 3 in order, it goes Saints, Niners, number 1. It just in terms of the jubilation and the entirety of the game, the actual game and the feeling and coming out of that stadium and everything. Saints, Niners, just because I literally was crying and the entire stadium stood the entire time. Saints, Niners, one of the greatest games of all time in Bay Area history. And then number 2, Giants, Niners, the wild card game. Unbelievable. Me and Mikey C sitting in the end zone talking smack to New York Giants fans. Just unbelievable game. The comeback was unreal. And then number 3 is the Kaepernick game at Candlestick, because just the way that game unfolded and to beat Green Bay after not beating them for so long and to see Kaepernick do that in his first playoff game, it was unreal. Not knowing in real time, and now in retrospect, looking back, not knowing it was the final playoff game in Candlestick, that entire build up to it, the tailgate, everything. For me, these are my personal ones. Yeah, that's the one. Those are the ones. I think I've been to 11 or 12 playoff games. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to go to this one. But yeah, all the playoff games I've been to has been in the last 5 years. Luckily, I got into this business to get some credentials or whatnot, so it's been a lot of fun. 888-957-9570, real quick, Shasky. Shameless shout-out to 745. Also, don't forget, between 7:30 and 8:30, you want to win an autographed throwback Christian McCaffrey jersey? Well, listen for the key words. In about 8 minutes, we'll do it for an hour. Starting at 7:30 to 8:30, listen for the key words and text that keyword to 20357, and you will qualify for an autograph throwback Christian McCaffrey jersey. You also listen between 12:30 and 1:30 and 4:30 to 5:30. You can win, and yes, you can qualify once each show. We've had over 10,000 text messages.
Wow.
Over 10,000 text messages. People want this jersey.
Wow.
Bad.
That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, they do want this CMC jersey. It's similar to the one I've got on right now, Steve Young.
Yep.
It's a 94, retro throwback. But the one thing that sucks about the digital age. I know the digital has, having a phone and everything and not having to have physical
hard copy tickets.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was going back. My brother dropped off a bunch of stuff at the house recently, a bunch of old, Sports Illustrateds and things like that. And I had some tickets that he had somehow gotten a hold of that were mine. And I'd gone back and I was looking at all of my tickets from back in the day. And I don't even remember this game. I don't even remember, but I was there. I have the ticket stub. The final game for LT in 1993. It was like January of 94.
Oh, Ricky Waters ran for 5 touchdowns that
They
day.
won like 44-3. So I watched that game back recently after seeing it because I don't even remember that game.
Dan Reeves was the head coach of the New York Giants. Phil Simms on the field. Ricky Waters ran for 5 touchdowns.
And LT retired on the field at the end of the game.
Yep.
I don't even remember that game.
Yeah, I remember that game.
But I didn't. And I went to the game and I didn't. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even. For whatever reason, it got blocked in all of the memories and whatnot. And I had a ticket stub. I'm saying, damn. So that's why, like, if you get a chance to take your family member you get to bring Anna to the game, your daughter to the game. These are memories that forge a fandom for life.
Mm-hmm.
For life. And you're going to go back and it's going to make you addicted to the sport and to the team forever.
Yeah, no, for her to, because Anna likes to get there right on time, but we've got there early a couple times. She goes, oh, we need to get here early all the time. They'll warm it up and on the field, the music playing and all that stuff, and the bomber jet flying over the stadium. And, of course, for Brock Purdy, when he was struggling during the bye week, during that 3-game losing streak, she was stressed out. She called me and goes, this is why women live longer than men. We don't watch sports. I'm stressed out right now. I'm going crazy. What's wrong with Brock? He's got a concussion. And I was like, that's a fan. That's a fan right there. But, one of the best tickets I have when you talk about ticket stubs is the Rose Bowl. Covey and I, Ryan Covey, drove down to the Rose Bowl, Florida State, Oregon, the first ever playoff game in college football. And we got a scalper. We bought some tickets from a scalper. They had the rose petal on the ticket.
That's cool as hell.
Rub the rose petal.
Yeah, that's cool as hell.
So I was like, man, I got to keep this.
As much as I love the digital age, you're not comparing to that.
No, it doesn't.
You're just not. And so I have a book, B. I bought like a binder, one of those school binders, a black one. I got this binder and I put it into all my tickets in there. And one of these days I'll bring it in. We'll go through them all.
Yeah, nice.
There are hundreds of games I've been to.
Let's go to Rob in San Bruno.
Oh, let's go, Rob.
Rob in San Bruno. What's happening?
Better bring that positivity.
Oh, yeah. What's going on, fellas? Hey, look, man, we know this is not about Brock Purdy. We know Brock Purdy is the product of the scheme. We've seen plenty average to good quarterbacks look good under this search scheme. This has nothing to do with not saying Brock is not good, but this is the Kyle Shanahan show. I said it early in the season. This is where Kyle Shanahan needs to make his money. In the regular season, he's Bill Walsh Jr. On the championship game in the Super Bowl, he turned into Jimmy Ray. He forget how to call plays. So Brock will do good if Kyle does good. If Kyle play callers on, Brock gonna roll. But if Kyle is getting out coached and he's not winning certain downs and he's losing on third down with his play calling, guess who's gonna struggle?
So let me get this straight. You believe there's more pressure on Shanahan during this playoff run than there is Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy making $900,000. He's a 7th-round pick, last pick in the draft. He can, like I said it before, he can retire right now and say I had a great NFL career. Nobody is. We wasn't a 1st-round pick. He's not a 2nd round. He was the last pick in the draft. This is Kyle Shanahan's baby. Kyle just got another contract extension. This ain't got nothing to do with Brock Purdy. It's what Brock Purdy is. Kyle. He's a product. It's the reason why all these people saying what they're saying about him. Talent wise, Brock Purdy is the 8th best quarterback left in the. You talking about talent wise? He is the 8th best. Let's keep it real. But in this scheme, if the CMC is running and he bringing that 8th man in the box, yeah, you gonna have them deep shots because it's 1-on-1.
I want to push back on this. I want to push back. Rob, I love you, buddy. He is more talented physically than Baker Mayfield. He is. I'm sorry. He is. I think he has better arm talent. I think he's got better mobility. I think that he processes quicker. Like, if we were just doing a redraft right now, everyone's taking Purdy over Baker Mayfield.
Okay, that's fine. Baker Mayfield still had a good season with no running game. You put Baker with this offense with a running back. Just put him with CMC to where the pressure's off of it, to where that 8th man got to come into the box. Now his receiver's seeing 1-on-1 all day long, and you just throw it up because BA gonna go get it. Kittle gonna go get it. Throw it to Debo on a slant or them little reverses they're running. Debo gonna make plays. We've seen Debo carry his offense. We've seen Debo carry Jimmy G to the championship game, almost winning. So I'm not saying Purdy isn't great, but Purdy isn't that guy. If Kyle play calling is off, Purdy's going to be off. And we've seen this versus Baltimore. We've seen it versus Cleveland. We've seen it versus Cincinnati. If Kyle off his game and he's not having one of those games where he's just doing his Dougie, guess what's going to happen? Interceptions, tip balls. We've seen it. So I'm not putting this on Brock. This is Kyle Shanahan's baby, and Kyle needs to get the job done.
Rob, I hear you, look, I get the point about Shanahan. It feels like you're dumping on Purdy. I'm telling you right now, I do believe and I just picked Baker Mayfield out of the hat. I also think the same about Jared Goff. I think if there was a redraft right now, I think Purdy would go higher than Goff, and so I'm not here for it today.
I don't know. I don't know if he would. I mean, and that's it's a great argument. It's a great argument. Goff has been really good. Purdy's good. Now we're going to see it. Judgment Day's here. Judgment Day's here. We're going to see who's the cream of the crop. We're going to see who's the creme de la creme when it comes to the quarterback position. And all Brock has to do is be Brock. And what do you do to be Brock? Get the ball out on time, process it, play mistake-free football. That's all I want from you. Lean on a running game with Christian McCaffrey. Lean on Deebo Samuel in the jet sweeps and the wide receiver screens. Lean on Brennan Ayuk on the out routes and first down plays. Just be Brock. Don't do anything out of body. You don't need to be Cam Newton. You don't need to be Peyton Manning. You don't need to be Josh Allen. Just be Brock.
If we were having this same discussion and I told you that Bryce Young, who went number 1 overall, was 19-3 through almost 2 full seasons and had put up the numbers that Brock Purdy did, would we be having this physical gifts conversation about who we're taking?
No. But I do think to his point, and look, if you want to see it as slight to Brock Purdy, that's fine. I hear you on that one. But to a sense, to a point, he is right about Shanahan in these big moments. There's a lot of 49er fans that have seen Kyle in these big moments come up short. You can't deny that.
Oh, no.
You can't deny that.
The Shanahan conversation is independent.
Right.
But it feels like while we're having the Shanahan, conversation, we have to run over Brock with the Mack truck. And I'm not saying you're doing that, but it just feels like the majority of people are doing it. Again, I would say to people, if Bryce Young had and he's smaller than Purdy in every way,
right.
Okay? And I don't think his arm is that great. I think Purdy's arm is very comparable to Bryce Young. I actually think Purdy can deliver the ball way more accurately.
I don't know. Bryce Young can throw that thing. And
if Bryce Young was 19-3, if he was 19-3 and put up the exact same numbers as Brock Purdy, we would not be having the same rhetoric conversation that we're having regarding talent that we do with Brock Purdy. I think it's unfair.
It's pretty unfair. It's unfair. Boy, Bryce Young is spinning. I'm eager to see what type of weapons he gets, but he may not get the weapons, and he may look like a mediocre quarterback for the rest of his career, but Bryce needs weapons. But I don't care about Bryce Young. I care about Brock Purdy. And the tandem of Shanahan and Purdy, they do have to be on point. If Shanahan is not on point with this play calling, it does wreck the offense. when he gets out of body, he starts getting pass happy. Or if he gets, when it's a 4th and 1, and he's running gun runs and he's getting stuffed up the middle. Shanahan in the playoffs has come up short in terms of play calling. We can go through every single game of one of his postseason games. Now there's no excuse. You've got Brock Purdy. You've got Debo. You got Ayuk. You got the guy who broke a franchise record for passing yards in Brock Purdy. So to Rob's point about the play calling, I'll meet him halfway. Shanahan in the play calling.
I'll listen to that.
He's got to be on point because he has come up short in some big moments.
And unlike playoffs in the past, you're fully healthy.
Right.
In before, when your running backs were down and everybody knew that Debo was getting the ball in 2021 and your quarterback had an injured shoulder, I get it. And Ayuk was not the same player in the 2021 season that he is today.
No, that's what I think Ayuk this postseason, could be special.
And in 2021, when they lost to the Rams and Jimmy was hurt, Trent was hurt, Debo was exhausted, and he carried them.
But play calling.
Kittle was hurt too. But I'm just saying, the play calling wasn't great.
The play calling was subpar.
Your
Let's keep it
season was
real.
on the line, and you were doing a gun run to Kyle Juszczyk.
Right. The play calling was the decision making in play calling made me scratch my head multiple times.
But I would.
Even last year.
Not to
think
defend
about the play.
him,
Think about the play Brock Purdy got hurt.
No doubt.
Think about the play Brock Purdy got hurt. You had a backup tight end blocking Hassan Reddick, who had an all-time season for the Philadelphia Eagles.
You're going to have spots on the field where guys are blocking guys you don't want them to. It's just the nature of the game. They get paid too, and so they're going to line up however they line up, and they're going to try to attack you. That does happen. You're going to have a running back who's going to have to block Myles Garrett every now and then.
That's baked into everything with Kyle Shanahan.
No doubt.
The decision making has to be better. Don't even get me started with Super Bowl 54. I don't want to go there today.
I'm not going to argue.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there today.
They had a team-wide collapse, and the play calling was a part of it.
The play calling and decision making was a big part of it.
But they also had a play open over the top, and they missed it.
We're 4 minutes late here. The throwback CMC jersey, the keyword. People have been waiting on it.
Yeah.
Well, here it is. The keyword. Text it to 20357 right now. The keyword is ring. R-I-N-G. Ring. That is a keyword, 20357. That's ring to 20357. Message and data rates do apply. Qualify right now up until 8 o'clock on this show to win a autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. Let's go to the calls here. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 11 minutes. Let's go to Frank in Monterey. Frank, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. It's been a while. How's everybody doing today?
Frank.
I'm so ready for this Niner game. Welcome to the pregame tailgate.
Thank you. I accept your invitation, and I appreciate your hospitality because you guys are fantastic. Like I said, it's been a while, so I just wanted to say this. Shasky, congratulations to you and your family on your new baby.
Oh, thank you.
And also, you're welcome. And also, I am praying for your father to have a swift and speedy recovery.
Thank you.
And Bonte, excellent job. You're welcome. Bonte, excellent job holding down the fort on that dreadful day last week.
Thank you.
I was watching on YouTube, and I don't know how you held it together, dude. You did fantastic.
That's why I love him.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, y'all are great. Anyway, first of all, I wanted to let you know that I had to go back in the past. I watched that highlight of the Vikings playoff game from '88. You know, the game when Anthony Carter went crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously, I know, it's a nightmare.
Joe Montana got benched.
Yes, he sure did. And it was the highlight for him. It wasn't the whole game. So anyway, that game, if they always say it's a game of inches, that game to me was the ultimate game of inches because if you saw the highlight, 1 inch here, 1 inch there, Carter doesn't make those catches. It was just an unbelievable performance by his part. And I feel that this team, yes, they're locked in. They're loaded. They're ready. I told you back in October when I first called you guys, let's get healthy, let's get in the tournament, and we're going to hoist this thing because that's what I feel inside. I feel that this team, they need to watch that video because they don't want to get, full of themselves, so to speak, okay? And I'm sick and tired of these Kool-Aid drinking people knocking our quarterback because to me that seems to be the political correct thing to say. Purdy's the dude. He's our leader. He's going to do it tomorrow. He's going to lead us. We're going to hoist the trophy. So all these people keep saying, oh, this, oh, that. Oh, you guys could, well, look, I'm a Christian, so I'm not going to say what I'm going to say. But they know where they can go. That's all I can say about that. And I'm wearing my Dwight Clark jersey.
Let's go.
Let's go, Frank.
Teacher. So these students of mine, they're going to see DC on my chest.
We'll love it,
and
Frank.
I'm saying 31-17.
Love it. Love it, Frank.
31-17. Now, one more thing. One of my favorite playoff games is the game with the Saints when Vernon Davis did the post route.
Oh, yeah.
And let me tell you why. Because 9 months later, baby girl was born.
There it is, Frank. There it is, Frank. Good call there. Let's write a tat real quick before Shaman shout out. Hey, don't forget about the key word, ring. Ring. Text ring to 20357 to qualify for a Christian McCaffrey jersey.
Just really quickly, it's interesting that we have these conversations about athleticism and physical gifts, and everyone, I think, looks at stature, speed, and arm strength. What about reaction time? What about quick twitch? What about your ability to improv? What about your ability to, contort your body and make plays and throws athletically and bend? Like, there's so many different ways that you can evaluate and break down physical gifts. I just think that sometimes we get a little static with it, and my definition is much more loose.
Yeah, I don't even get it. I don't even get it when it comes to Brock Purdy, man. I don't even know. And to be honest with you, I don't really care. I told you this earlier. I don't care what the nation says about it. I just want to know why. There's a why. Maybe it's just because it's the Bay Area, because we heard it with Steph Curry all the time. All the time with Steph. Guy's got 4 championships, 2 MVPs, the only unanimous MVP, yet he had something to prove against Boston? That's ridiculous and absurd.
And I look at Steph, I'm glad you bring him up. Dexterity and hand-eye coordination, are those not athleticism?
Yes.
Yeah, and he's off the charts.
Yeah,
off the charts.
I
would say the same thing with Brock.
Half these people haven't even played the game. Let's go to Jay in Florida. Jay, what's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Jay.
So I just wanted to make a quick point for all the criticizers of Brock Purdy. At least put this, when you criticize him, at least put this into the criticism, that he has, at minimum, 116 less attempts for his top 5 yards.
Yep. That's insane. That's insane. I mean, think about that. Think about that. He lit this league up. And what were the Niners in pass attempts? 27, 28?
Yeah.
Bottom of the league? That's why, you know what, tomorrow, I don't care if he throws the ball 20 times, 15 times, 8 times. Just win the damn game.
But is he a game manager or a game changer?
Well, quarterbacks are game managers.
Garoppolo's still only thrown 6 passes.
Well, no, that is.
I love you,
Yeah,
Spinelli.
I know.
That's funny.
But then again, people who don't know football will look at that and say, "Oh, he threw it 8 times. Shanahan didn't trust him." You get Mike Florio on here. It's like, no, I got Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams over there. Why not just keep them off the field and just run the ball down their throats? In the game of football, you ask any coach out there, the most disrespectful thing to do to a team is to run it 100%. Over and over and over and over again. The Niners in the divisional round against Minnesota ran it 12 straight times to seal the game. And George Kittle looked at the coach and said, "Let's keep running it. Keep running it," because the confidence in the offensive line. Offensive linemen love that. That's one thing the Philadelphia Eagles, Jason Kelce was saying. It's like, we don't run the ball enough. And it's driving me crazy. Let's go to...
well, he doesn't block,
right.
So that's funny.
Right. Let's
keep going, my bad.
Let's go to, Jason Kelce, not Travis Kelce. Jason Kelce.
Yeah, Travis Kelce, he doesn't block.
No, I was saying Jason Kelce with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, I thought you meant
Travis. Yeah. He was saying
my
Philadelphia
bad.
Eagles. He was saying our offensive line,
Gotcha.
We need to run the ball more.
You were talking about Kansas City.
No. He doesn't block.
He's got Travis. I mean, come on, look at the
Let's go to Joel in San Jose. Joel, what's happening?
Joel!
Good morning, fellas. I'm kind of with Bonte. I'm tired of standing up for Brock Purdy. We don't need to be doing that. We know what he is. He is an elite processor. He's going to take care of the game. What I'm more concerned about is this defense and how they're just going to make Jordan Love's day miserable. Shark Week, like Baldy says, and on third down, you know that Thunderstruck is coming, so I want you to give it to me one time in and out of a break. I want to hear the Thunderstruck. I want to get fired up. Defense is coming, baby.
Pull up that Thunderstruck.
Thunder!
I don't mind hearing that right now. I don't mind hearing that right now.
Thunderstruck!
Give me Tony Montana. Give me Thunderstruck. Give me it all. Let's go to...
It's third down.
Give me it all. Let's go to Michael and Concord. Michael's hyped up. Mike, there you go. You got your theme music, Michael. Michael and Concord, you got your theme music. Yeah. You said you're hyped up. Let me hear it.
I am hyped up. How you guys doing? Thank you so much for hyping me this whole week.
I'm thunderstruck!
What you got, Mike?
Hey, I just want to thank you guys this whole week and this whole season. You guys are awesome. You guys get me hyped for the game. I'm ready tomorrow. I'm bringing my niece for the first time. First playoff game for her, so we're making memories just like my dad and I used to do. And we're rocking.
We're rocking, baby. We're rocking. We're rocking. We are rocking. Shavy shout out to 3 minutes. Let's go. I mean, the whole Brock narrative.
The Steiny yay is just, it's so good.
I'm just, they're just giving Brock so much fuel. He doesn't need the motivation. He was picked last in the NFL draft. That's all the motivation he needs. Now he has to prove it again. He was just top 5 in passing yards. He threw 31 touchdown passes. This offense averaged, they should have averaged 30 points a game.
You know what's going to happen no matter what. Even if they pull off what we want, the miracle, right? And they win the Super Bowl. You know what the majority, do it again. Do it without Ayuk. Do it without Kittle. Like, the only way he will get any respect is if he rattles off 3 in a row with a bunch of plumbers and electricians out there playing with him.
Well, just think about how many former players
that my family are in. I'm not disrespecting.
You basically did. How many players?
I'm a system player. I am a system.
Exactly. He has to be the system.
How many former players have come out and defended Brock? I mean, quarterbacks. Kurt Warner defends Brock at every turn. What about Greg Olsen, who's going to be on the call with Kevin Burkhardt?
Troy Aikman.
Well, who was Greg Olsen yesterday with us on the Morning Roast?
I think there's a lazy narrative out there that just because you have a great coach, which obviously Kyle Shanahan is, and just because who also is a great play caller, and then also because you're surrounded by really good talent, that somehow that minimizes the type of player that you are. And I think throughout history, we haven't really applied the same guidelines to other really, right? And we never held it against Kurt Warner. He's a Hall of Famer, rightfully so. No one ever said, yeah, but he had a Hall of Fame left tackle. Okay, so does Purdy. He had 2 Hall of Fame receivers. He had a Hall of Fame running back. So, Peyton Manning played with some of the best wide receivers in history. For whatever reason, everyone loves to use that against Purdy. So I think that narrative hopefully starts to play itself out because all the kid does is play at a high level since he took over.
Man, I mean, that's Greg Olsen. He just laid it out for you. Peyton Manning's okay. Peyton Manning doesn't win Super Bowls without Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne and Brandon Stokely and Dallas Clark and Joseph Adai. Like, he doesn't win. Like, come on.
I was wondering which of the running backs you were going to pick.
Joseph Adai.
I know, Dominic Rhodes.
Dominic Rhodes, too, if you wanted me to. I mean, we could do this here.
I love you. Pierre Garcon.
You want to do this? We could do this. Seriously, man. Like, it's embarrassing for people to go out there and put their names on it. Like, Amy Trask. You really had to say that, Amy. You drafted Jamarcus Russell. All right, if you want to start throwing stones at Brock Purdy, we can throw stones at you. And I don't care if you're a woman or not. She's a big girl. She is.
She didn't draft Jamarcus Russell.
She didn't draft anybody.
Exactly.
Al Davis ran the show.
I'm just saying you said they drafted.
I mean, she did. But, I mean, she was part of it.
Everyone's got their opinions. It's up to you, like a buffet cart, to pick and choose which ones you like and agree with and which ones you don't.
But whatever. That's what people are going to do.
Even within my own opinions, there are people that agree with me and disagree with me. So it's whatever. It's case by case. You can dismiss certain sources. You can credit other ones. Like, whatever. No big deal.
Roe and Brentwood, before we get to shout-outs. Roe and Brentwood, before we get to shameless shout-outs. Roe, what's happening?
What's up, B? What's up, Chasky?
What's up, Roe?
Congratulations on the baby.
Thank you.
Hey, man, we just got to stop as a fan base to giving all these negative attention in regards to Brock Purdy, man. There's so many positive narratives, but we search for all the negative ones, man. So as a fan base, we know that we're passionate. They know it's going to get clicks, and that's why it's getting all that attention. It's like arguing with the media that the sky is green, but we know it's blue. So let's just stop that. Let's appreciate what we have, and let's get this 6, boys. Let's go.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. Let's get to shameless shout-outs here on the Morning Roast.
Bonte, my buddy texted me the other night, Art Tillis. And Art, if you're out there, What's up, buddy? I miss you. He goes, hey, I heard you guys promoting a pancake breakfast at Mills High School. Money for sports at Mills. Awesome that you guys are doing that. My daughter goes to Mills. She plays water polo and now basketball. And I just want to say thank you so much and tell Bonte thank you so much. So, Bonte, can you reread what you were going to promote there?
This is my shameless shout out. The Mills High School, pancake breakfast fundraiser. I'll be there from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Whatever you can donate. I have it on my story on Instagram and Facebook. There's a QR code right there. Whatever counts. If you want to give $2 away, $3, $4, $5, $100, $50, we're going to raise money for the Mills High School athletic program. It's an academic school, but they do love their sports. The girls' basketball team is really, really good. I can't wait to meet them. Mills High School pancake breakfast fundraiser. I keep about to say the Millbrae pancake.
I know. Shout out to McCreevy's.
Yeah. But I'll be there. Baby Chez is going to come by and is going to be there. I'm going to take my neighbor Matthew Dew. He wants to go to Mills High School. So it's going to be in the Mills cafeteria from tomorrow, Saturday, January 20th, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. $12 pre-sale, $14 at the door. All the pancakes with all the fixings, some sausage, some yogurt bar. We got a yogurt bar. We got juice. We got coffee. We got everything. They'll do a quick Q&A with me. We'll talk about how I got to this career, the importance of team sports, the importance of it. So
I'm sure that I'll be a big part of that speech.
I'm not sure if your name's going to make the speech.
Without Joe Shasky, I wouldn't be where I am today.
I probably bring up Spinoni and Lubman, but I don't know about Joe Shasky.
He was
His
the
head's
one
already
who
big.
convinced me to take the morning slot, and then the rest of my life fell into shit.
I know I got a big head. But boy, Shasky's hat size has grown and grown and grown. Mills High School is going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. Come by in Millbrae. Come by. So we go to the line. I see some special callers.
Let's do it.
Spinoni, love it. You got anything? All right, let's go to the calls. Let's go to AJ in the 209. AJ, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? Good morning. Big love to Papa Shasky, to the YouTube chat, to Ernie Chavez, and to the villain. I see you. Hey, I take umbrage with Amy Trask. Keep my quarterback's name out your mouth. As an executive, come on, Amy. I think you would know football better than the words that are coming out your mouth. Okay, the Bay Area deserves a better representative in the national media, and you're not it. Give the man some credit for what he's done last year, what he's doing this year. Come on now. And you want to be petty, fine. Your favorite flavor ice cream sucks, and silver and black looks better on you than envy green. Mic drop. Later, fellas.
Wow. Look at AJ the 209. From the 415 on the Comcast Business text line, I would like to give a shout out to all the nurses and doctors at Kaiser ICU, 3rd floor, that are taking care of my 91-year-old mother, Lola Marshall. She's a huge fan of the show, and her favorite duo is Butcher Boy and Bonte. Prayers up for her, please, and thank you so much. We love you guys. From her son, Big Mike, and Go Niners.
Yeah.
Lola Marshall, 91 years old. Let's just turn the morning roast.
Keep fighting.
Lola, we're praying for you.
Yeah.
We love you, Lola. Keep fighting up there. I know you're going to pull through it. The Niners are going to get this win for you tomorrow.
Hell yeah. And all of the healthcare workers that are out there, first responders, I've said this a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. I take you for granted at times in my life, and I have taken you guys for granted. And, you don't realize how important those people are, and they are literally agents of God, and they're angels helping people stay alive, save lives, all those things. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, Shasky Porter family, we love you. And I know everybody out in the Bay Area appreciates all of your contributions all the time, because it's a very thankless job, and it's an important one.
Shout out to Mackenzie and Caleb going to Lattimore School. Daddy loves you. Daddy loves you out there in the 408 Comcast Business Text line. Let's go to Jay and Fremont. We're going to get to everybody here on Shameless Shoutouts. Jay and Fremont, what's happening?
Happy Friday, gentlemen. Happy Friday. And I wanted to give a shout out to my 5th and 6th grade volleyball girls. We got a big game against our rivals right before kickoff, so it's going to be a full-fledged winning day. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's go to Chris and Vallejo. Chris, what's happening?
First, Bonte, my former coworker. I got to say, that's
Chris?
incredible what you're doing for that Mills school, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I love you for that, especially as an athletic director. And segueing into that, I was just really proud last night. My boys and my boys' basketball teams, MIT and Griffin, played each other. And, there's a little bit of a rivalry there, but the fans had incredible behavior. Really kept the game about the kids, and I'm just so proud of them for that. So shout out to my fans for behaving correctly.
Where was this? What school?
Vallejo, MIT Academy versus Griffin Academy.
Nice.
MIT won, but we all won because parents behaved.
I love that.
I love that.
I love
Good
that.
Stuff. Good stuff there. Let's go to Jan and Uncle Gene in Oakland. They got a shot out here. What up, Uncle Gene? What up, Jan? What up, Auntie?
Hey, morning, guys. This is Auntie Jan with Uncle Gene here and Chili, our dog. And I want to give a big shout out to the whole Warriors organization and even the NBA for all the respect they're showing for Milojevic. And it broke our hearts. It broke everybody's hearts.
Yeah.
And I love the way they're showing respect to the family of Milojevic. And I think that's a big deal. And my heart goes out to that family.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Rest in peace to Decky. Dejan Milojevic. Rest in peace, man. You can see his photo right now. They have it on the big board at Chase Center right now at Thrive City. So Warriors will have a game postponed today against the Mavericks, and they'll hopefully be back Wednesday, but they need this break here. Shout out to Uncle Gene, and, of course, Auntie Jan. Real quick, Hazel in Santa Clara, then we got a special guest on the hotline. Hazel, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Monte?
What's up, Hazel?
Hey, I want to say good luck to our St. Clair's basketball team, 5th and 6th grade girls. Good luck at their St. Clair tournament today.
Nice.
Absolutely. Love that. Love that. And finally, let's get to a person we haven't heard from since she went down to South Beach, Miami. Now, the Raiders covered the spread that day, but Hillary, Boxer and Gerson, on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. It's old Hillary here.
How's
Hillary?
Oh, man. Raiders fans watching the Niners right now, it's like watching your in-laws. Most of them you really can't stand. It makes you smile when they do something dumb, but a couple of them you actually like, so it's not cool to actively root against them. And you guys are the in-laws that I like. I'm here to hype y'all up before your big game, right? You're gonna roll over the pack. Am I right?
Oh, you're absolutely
You're
right.
gonna roll over the Lions. Am I right?
Absolutely.
And then it's the Super Bowl, and you know what's gonna happen?
What's going to
Harry's
happen?
going to throw 4 picks against the Ravens in a Christmas 2.0 game. And you know why? Because the Raider gods will not let the Niners win a Super Bowl in their home stadium.
Oh, man.
It won't happen.
Oh, man. Hey, Hillary, just let me know how much the bill is when you pay for the hotel room for us to go down to Las Vegas.
I didn't know you were going to be dousing truffle salt all over us this morning.
Let me say something. I advocated for our firm, Boxer and Gerson, to send you guys to the Super Bowl this year, but I actually got outvoted because the Niner fans in our firm said that every playoff game we've sent you to so far, the Niners have lost. And personally, I love the tradition. I wanted to keep it going, but the firm wasn't having it.
Hillary, I'm not going to lie. You brought your A game today.
It's the best call you've had in months.
Forever.
We've been looking for you. I know you've been hearing us call you out, Hillary.
One of my buddies, Della, knows her sister quite well, and so I heard there's a lot of smack talk going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon, Hillary.
This is why I like your sister more than
Hillary.
you,
Hillary, promise me one thing. Promise me one thing. You'll be our guest of honor at the 49ers Super Bowl parade down Market Street.
Please.
Oh, my God. Only if I can wear my Raiders jersey.
Yeah, the Jimmy G one.
Yeah, please. Please do it.
Man, it's going to be the most expensive Super Bowl in history, and all of you Niner fans should just save your cash. If you pool all the money the Niners fans are about to shell out to go to Allegiant, I'm pretty sure we could buy back the A's instead.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Hillary,
it's good to hear
pretty
from
appropriate. We have the injury report. Since you're calling for
Thank you, Boxer and Gerson.
now it's time for the injury report. Thank you, Hillary.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
It's our best performance yet.
All right, we're not going to play the open for it. Drake Greenlaw questionable with Achilles tendonitis. That's something to watch there. The good news is that Greenlaw is on track to suit up tomorrow. There is no indication that he will be on any snap count. Defensive end Cleveland Farrell has been rolled out with the knee injury he sustained against the LA Rams. Other than that, the Niners are expected to be fully healthy at kickoff tomorrow evening against the Green Bay Packers. That is the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Help you get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. Ryan in Oceanside, we're going to get to you. 888-957-9570. What is the key to victory tomorrow? We're talking about Brock Shanahan and how the Niners are going to roll over the Green Bay Packers. That is all coming up. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Bonte.
Oh, baby! What up, Lubman? Voice cracked a little bit there. I'm fired up, man. I'm fired up. It's finally here, the new season. The season we've all waited for since late July in training camp when we talked about the dynamic duo of Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. We talked about the mission of Brock Purdy, whether or not he was going to be ready to roll, and he was week 1 in Pittsburgh. And we talked about George Kittle and Nick Bosa and Fred Warner in this iconic franchise and what Lynch and Shanahan have done to build this roster. And now legacies will be made tomorrow, Shasky. The start of a run in which we think will end in Las Vegas and hopefully ends with the Lombardi Trophy. Are we overlooking the Green Bay Packers? Absolutely not. But we expect them on a Frisco Friday / Payday Friday. We're expecting the 49ers to smash the Packers, to run it down their throats over and over and over again and advance to the NFC Championship once again. What would that be, 3 straight years? They're the last 4? 21, 22? Like, incredible run by Shanahan and the 49ers, Shasky, but it must end with that ring. It must end with the ring this year.
We talk a lot about windows, Super Bowl opportunities, championship windows. When is your core aged out? Are they in their prime? Like, the time is now. The stars have aligned. Everything's working beautifully. Everything. Full health, elite quarterback playing on a dirt cheap contract, so you have unbelievable talent around them. You've got a coach who it feels like at the height of his powers. They're battle tested. They've been here before. They're hungry. They're motivated. They're at home. And they're against a team that got into the playoffs in the final week of the season.
Yep.
There are no excuses. The Niners should go out there and dismantle this team.
But you know what? It doesn't matter whether or not they needed the last week of the season to get into the playoffs. The Niners needed the last week of the season to get into the playoffs in 2021. And they almost got to the Super Bowl. So all that stuff doesn't matter. The Packers are playing good football. They're confident. The 49ers are confident after having 3 weeks off. They're well rested. It's go time, folks. 888-957-9570. There are no excuses for tomorrow night. I don't care if it rains all game long. The Niners have the better team. They got the playmakers. They've got 7 all-pros on this football team. 2 unanimous. The best offensive player in the league in Christian McCaffrey, and quite possibly the best defensive player in this league in Fred Warner. I've got Bosa. I've got Chase Young. You want to get paid, Chase Young? Well, tomorrow's a great day to take a step forward to get that big-time contract. This is where the legacies are made, man. This is where it's at. So the playoffs are here. We're finally waiting. Shanahan has demons to exercise. Brock Purdy wants to get back to that title game and say, see, this is what would have happened had I finished that game in Philadelphia last year in January or last season in January. So, look, man, all the talking, all the dialogues, it's over. Once kickoff comes, Shasky, all that talking's gone out the window.
Well, I know they've had some other games since then, but nationally, they haven't been looked at as closely as they've been since that Baltimore Ravens game. So I think they need to get this taste out of their mouth. That horribly sour taste of how they fell flat on Christmas night. And I'm excited to see them do it. And I think it's going to be an unbelievable marquee matchup. The weather, it feels like, and we're going to have Jessica Birch on in an hour to kind of anybody who's going to the game or is just curious what it's going to be like at the game. How rainy is it going to be? Is the field going to be in good conditions? You talk about Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt. John Madden, I'll never forget, 92 playoff game, 94 playoff game. It rained for like a week leading into it. And they're like, they got to go from the 1-inch cleats to the 1 1/4-inch cleats.
Well, Madden had the story about Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones, all day on Saturday in the Bay Area, was looking for new screw-ins, and nobody had the screw-ins, or nobody wanted to sell Jerry Jones the screw-ins. Nobody was selling them to the Dallas Cowboys.
Prime did not exist
No,
back
it
then.
did not. And so John Madden was talking about Jerry Jones searching from store to store, trying to get some screw-in cleats for the Dallas Cowboys.
And back then, there was nothing more uncomfortable than the screw-in, screw-out cleats, whether you had them for baseball or for football.
Yep.
Did you ever have those?
I didn't have screw-ins because so in our leagues, especially in baseball, I remember the first time I played baseball, I had the little screw-in cleat, and they were like, no, you can't wear metal spikes
you
or
gotta have the
screw-ins.
TPU
You got to
molded.
have the molded
Yeah.
cleats, and that was the same thing with Pop Warner football. You had to have molded cleats.
Well, you could change them in and out so that they would stay
Right.
sharp. Not sharp, but they wouldn't be so nubbed down, worn down.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom of the shoe was so... you know what? I'm convinced that's what started my plantar fasciitis.
You got to blame it on the cleats.
Well, it was like cement bottom feet.
Oh, gosh. We're not going there.
Well, it was that and the Chuck Taylors.
We're not going there today. Maybe
I don't
it's
know,
just, Maybe it's just injury prone, man. Not everybody could be durable.
Hey, if Patrick Willis's career can end because of bad feet, it's okay.
Yeah, you could be like Sam Bowie. You know, you have all these leg issues, man. Just
you reap
happens.
what you sow, brother.
You know, Brandon Roy.
What?
Come on now. Don't blame the cleats.
Dang, Joe.
Dang, Joe.
I'm so fired up for this game.
Let's go to Ryan in Oceanside. Ryan, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for your show. I listen to you guys every morning. I'm down here in Orange County, and I'm surrounded by fake Rams fans who puff their chest out about the Super Bowl. But I listen to you guys on YouTube, and I blast it in my office. And every morning when they hear, when they hear you do that, they go crazy, man. I love it.
Appreciate that. Thank you, man. Thank you.
But no, I appreciate you guys. Great season. I had some thoughts about the game this weekend. I get it. The nerves are kind of boiling right now just because we haven't played in a while. But I think it's a perfect recipe. I mean, we're a good running football team. That's our identity. They're a bad run defense. It's going to be raining. That sounds like a running recipe for me. And then how do you slow down a hot offense? You keep them on the sideline. So, I mean, I think everyone just needs to cool down, and then who cares what the national media says? You know, we're going to run the ball a ton. They're going to say Kyle Shanahan doesn't, trust Brock Purdy because he's not throwing the ball. It's like, they just don't know football. Who cares what they say? Go Niners.
Yeah, I'm with you. Who cares what they say? Who cares how you win? I was listening to Steiny and Goo yesterday. They're having a lot of fun. But Steiny brought up the spread. He was like, well, the Niners are 10-point favorites or 9-point favorites. And he goes, I guarantee you, people will be angry or very uncomfortable if the Niners won 20-10. And there would be a dialogue like, oh, boy, 20-10, but it's a close game and they covered the spread. But, boy, 20-10. You know what, Steiny? I'm telling you right now, as a diehard Niner fan that's been watching this team my whole life, and Shaq's been watching this team his whole life, and the 70,000 plus had to be down there at Levi Stadium, we don't give a damn if they won the game 3-0. As long as we get to drive down to Santa Clara next Sunday and watch an NFC title game in our backyard. That's all we care about. I promise you. I don't care. Yeah, sure, we're going to have questions and say, boy, they struggled. Oh, boy, they struggled. 17-10, 17-13. Oh, man, it was close. It was hairy. But you know what? It does not matter if you win the football game.
The Cowboy game last year in the playoffs was struggle. It was a struggle for both teams to move the ball, and they won the game. And you know what we did? Celebrated until we got to the NFC Championship game, and then the first quarter happened. Right?
Right.
And we'll do the exact same thing this time.
I mean, so I don't really care how they win. As long as they win and you get to the Final Four.
Yep.
And you get closer to the Super Bowl. You become 60 minutes away from a Super Bowl appearance. I don't care if they win 10-7. It does not matter. Win the football game. Let's go to Kevin in Belmont. Kevin, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? I listen to your show every morning at the gym. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Just want to say for the game this weekend, I think as a guy in his Niner fan in his early 20s, I've never seen the Niners raise the Lombardi, but I think really this is our best chance I've seen with the roster talent on defense and offense. It's ridiculous at this point. And another point I want to say, I also went to the University of Oregon. Keep an eye out for number 2 out there, Diamador Lenore. the hyena, always making big plays in big games at Oregon. He also made some big plays in the playoffs last year. That's all I got to say.
The hyena. Is that his nickname? Am I unaware of his nickname?
The hyena. I do like that.
You got to Google it.
I mean, when I think of the hyena, I feel like it's been, disproportionately ripped on by society because of the Lion King. We turned them into the enemy.
Because of the Lion King?
Yeah.
The hyenas are now enemies?
Yeah. They were kind of evil, no?
Yeah.
I guess the vulture, the hyena, those types of animals.
They redeemed themselves at the end when they kind of turned on Scar. So.
Yeah, that's true. But we look at them as like bottom feeders, right?
No, I don't.
We don't look at them as apex predators.
No.
They're scavengers.
Scavengers. There you go.
Hyena.
Yeah.
I feel like hyena's been used in rap songs before. I feel like E40 had a hyena line.
I don't
know. Like sometimes, so
The hyena's got you guys stumped right now.
No, seriously, because I'm thinking like, Big Dog City and us, sometimes we'll be like, hey, man, we're scavengers. Hey, man, we're like some, I don't know. I feel like hyenas is always used in a good way. I'm befuddled now. I'm like,
they travel in packs, too. There are a lot of them.
Yeah.
Now you're just searching.
I'm just saying. They're at the Oakland Zoo.
Yeah, 49ers minded. E40 says hyenas a Big Bang Niner gang. See, that's good knowledge. I told you E40. Something hyenas been. I never thought the Lion King. I never walked away from the Lion King and said, oh, man, those hyenas. Oh, those damn hyenas.
Is it Whoopi Goldberg and Cheech, right?
Yeah.
The voices.
Cheech Marin. Yeah.
Back in the Niners.
Shout out my dad.
I kind of want. If it wasn't a Football Friday brought to you by
We go
First
straight
Five
into hyena
California.
talk?
Yeah. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to First Five California.
We were talking raccoons on Steiny and Goo yesterday. So
Were they? What were they talking about?
Well, they think there's a raccoon in the building here.
Why?
They heard a noise.
Oh,
like
I
an
was in
animal.
here. Yeah.
They heard they think there's an animal somewhere in the vents here.
So
because they heard
growing
like a bang.
Growing up in Excelsior, we had a lot of raccoons. I have a raccoon theory. And you guys haven't heard my theory?
No.
They're not as readily available as they used to be because I believe that the coyotes have killed the majority of the raccoons. The coyotes have taken over. I don't see raccoons like I used to.
You ever been sprayed on by a skunk?
No. It's like the worst thing that can happen to you. You have to do a tomato bath.
Yeah, I know.
But why? Why are you asking me about skunk being sprayed on?
Because we're talking about raccoons and skunks.
Did that happen to you?
It happened to me.
No, it didn't.
One New Year's Eve.
Was it Jimmy G that sprayed you?
No.
That stinks.
No, it was, you don't deserve nice things.
He was
Jimmy
a skunk.
Garoppolo.
No, just teasing.
This guy cried when Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL, was crying. Now you disrespect him left or right.
Presented with new information.
New Year's Eve, was going to Sonny Panda Bandit's house. And the Panda Bandits.
How old were you?
I was like 22, maybe 23. And it was
you got
raining.
sprayed by a skunk in the wow. Keep going.
No, it was like raining.
Please explain.
I was drunk. And I was walking
Drunk as a skunk.
in the rain.
Drunk as
and
a
then
skunk.
I thought it was a cat that walked right in front of me. I was like, oh, that's a black cat.
Oh, so you did okay.
And then it happened to be a skunk, and it got scared. And goes, yeah. And then something got sprayed. I was like, man, it sounds like farts. So I walked
who
up
made
to the
that
door.
noise? You or the skunk?
The skunk.
What
No,
is
true
going on
story.
here?
True story. And so I walk up to the door, and there was a couple cats. I think one was Dave Lee. It's like, man, damn, you smell like some good, man. You smell like some straight skunk, right? And yeah, I smelled like skunk. I got sprayed on by a skunk, so I took the whole tomato bath. I had this big old afro, so I'm dumping like tomato paste in my hair. True story.
In the tub?
In the tub. In the shower. Took a tomato bath shower.
The more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Got sprayed on by a skunk. True story.
You really had to do the real tomato bath?
Absolutely.
Swear to God.
Swear to God. I swear to God.
Was the gravy good?
I mean, I was just...
That's a soprano callback.
Yeah.
You don't have to ask that again.
No, you don't have to ask
God.
it.
You can stop asking that
I
question.
feel bad for you, dude.
Why do you feel bad for me?
Like getting
It was a great
sprayed by a
story.
skunk is like horrible.
That was a great story. You live to tell a story.
Bad day, good story.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I mean, you know what? It happens.
How long did it take for you to, see a woman after that?
Oh, well, your boy was striking out left and right anyway.
It was
so. That was, I don't think, you know what, though?
Ugly is still ugly.
When it comes, yeah.
I can't believe you got sprayed by a skunk.
Sprayed out by a skunk, dude.
And we went completely sideways on a football Friday.
No, I did. It was unbelievable. Anybody else out there have that same experience?
I'm out.
No.
I lost. I'm out. I'm out.
Let's go to Chris in Oakland. Thinks the 49ers will not win. It's a great segue.
No way.
Yeah.
Is this a Raider fan?
Hey, everyone. Thanks for taking my call.
Chris, what's
up? You guys are great.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. You guys are great. I appreciate it. Hey, I just want to say everybody's getting hyped up about the 49ers. You're going to get your feathers all ruffled up. And here's the deal. The 49ers are not going to win this game. Just accept it. You're going to spend all your money. They're going to have at least 2 turnovers. One of them might be a field goal. The secondary is going to get ate up. They're going to pick them apart in the secondary. And everybody's going to leave the stadium all sad and dreary. It's just that's going to happen. They don't have the game plan set up to beat the Green Bay Packers. They have the finesse team.
Chris, you don't even believe what you're saying.
Hey, Chris, what
happens? Watch what happens.
Chris, what's your number? Let Loveman get this man's number before he gets off. We are going to book you as a guest if this happens, or if it doesn't.
Yeah.
Chris,
I'm telling you, it's going to happen. You guys don't believe me. They're going to get picked apart in the secondary, and they're going to have at least 2 turnovers. And at the end of the day, everybody's going to be saying, "Oh, this should have happened. That should have happened." They're going to get eaten up. And, you know, and I know you got the finesse team. I know they got all these different playmakers. Nobody's going to show up.
Wait, Chris. You mean to tell me you watched the 49ers all season long and you're telling me they're a finesse team? They got finesse players?
Means nothing. No, you got all these players, wide receivers, running back, all these.
But you said finesse. You said finesse.
And everything else.
You said finesse.
What I mean by finesse is that they're good players. Okay, they're good players. They're known for catching passes and running after the catch, and got a great tight end. But nobody's going to show up. Nobody's going to show up.
Why do you think nobody? Wait. Why do you think? Why do you think they're not going to? No. Why do you think they're not going to show up? Why do you think they're not going to show up?
Here's the deal. They're not going to show up because everybody's all hyped up and the expectation is too high.
Oh, my God.
The expectation is too high for everybody to go out and make a play, and nobody's going to show up.
Chris, name a receiver. Chris, name a receiver. Name a receiver for Green Bay.
He's going to play not to lose.
Name a receiver. Hey, Greg Cosell, can you name a receiver for Green Bay?
It doesn't – but here's the thing about it. It doesn't matter whether or not they got good receivers. They got a good quarterback that's going to manage against the 49ers.
Name their running back.
I'm sorry?
Name their running back.
It doesn't matter the running back. Oh. It doesn't matter running back. I can get back there and run against the 49ers.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Vince Lombardi.
Can you believe him?
That guy just skunked you.
No.
He's at 3, 4, 5. Where's Dibs? His Dibs got two hands up.
He skunked me or you.
That guy waited on hold for that.
You're really befuddled. I got sprayed on by a skunk. It was, the tomato baths. I remember I had to wash my Air Force Ones, my jeans. The smell got off, and, you go on about your day. I was worried about my afro. I thought I was going to have to cut my hair off. But I didn't.
How big was it at the time?
It was huge. Huge.
Like, put your hands
like huge.
Oh, whoa. It was like that. Did you braid it?
Yeah,
or did you leave it out?
No, I used to do it both.
Oh, right. Okay.
Both. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen pictures of you with that.
Unlimited possibilities.
My hair went down to past my shoulders. Yeah, I grew it out twice, actually.
I love how my guy called in with zero,
knowledge of the Green Bay Packers. just called in just to hate. He's called in just to hate. It's just like, what are you doing? What was that? They're not going to be ready? They're not going to be ready? They're not going to be ready to play?
Fred Warner shows up not ready.
They're too hyped up?
The 5-star general.
What are you talking about?
We played a song called We Ready, too.
I mean, seriously.
That was just...
We've heard from that guy before, too.
Oh, Chris in Oakley, he's always hating.
Yeah.
Matt in San Jose. Matt, what's happening?
Save us.
Raider fans are always hating during this time of the year, though. Raider fans do.
Did he say he was a Raider fan?
He was a Raider fan.
Okay, no, I'm not going to hold with the
He told us that
slander.
last time.
Stop.
Listen, I remember the callers.
Oh, my God.
I remember the callers. I remember the callers. Chris in Oakland's already admitted he's a Raider fan. He did last time he called.
So you know who he was?
Yeah, so I know exactly who he was.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a Raider fan. And that's what Raider fans do during this time of year.
There you go.
Trust me, I heard from Big Dog City. Boy, y'all Niner fans, y'all talking a lot. You know, y'all need to be humbled. Y'all get all up in your arms when the Niners have some success and you get a little jealous.
Worry about who you're hiring.
Get a little jelly. Hurry up and hire
Just so
AP.
we're clear, Niner fans are allowed to have opinion on the Raiders, but Raider fans are not allowed to have opinions on the Niners.
It's fine.
No, just clarify.
No, it just goes both ways.
5 to 6.
It goes both ways.
That's
It goes
fine.
both ways.
That's cool.
I'm just calling you guys out. You guys get a little jealous and you start hating.
Don't skunk me.
Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put jealousy in my mouth.
You guys are jealous. The Raider Nation's jealous. I love Raider fans. You know I love Raider fans, Fedoti. It's only one nation, Raider Nation. But y'all get salty as hell. Y'all do get salty around this time. Matt in San Jose, hurry up. Let's go.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'll have what that dude's having in Oakland. My God. But, hey, I got two things to hit, gentlemen. Number one, Amy Trask. I know you guys already hit this. I heard her yesterday afternoon. That chick is smoking something. I think she just needs eyeballs and engagement. We're the most engaged fan base across the NFL. She knows that. She comes out with a wild, contrarian opinion when she doesn't even look at the facts. Number one in passing TDs, number one in passing yards attempts, number one in touchdown interception ratio, number one in passer rating. I can go on and on. This is an NFL MVP caliber quarterback. She's wrong. Look at the record when she was there with the Raiders. She's a goof. Moving on. Take a seat. Take several seats. Amy Trask. Moving on to the game. Look, the Packers are hot. I'm going to give them that, all right? But if you guys have been on Twitter, or sorry, X, you know, Whacker fans are a little delusional. So let's take a look at some of their quality losses over the last 4 weeks, shall we?
The New York Giants?
We've got the New York Giants. We've got getting boat raced by Tampa Bay and Baker Mayfield at home. Okay, we've got squeaking by Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers by 3. This is a joke. We are going to completely stomp these guys.
Totally agree.
I've got respect for LaFleur. They're a well-run organization. I think Love is the real deal, but they are going to get taken to the woodshed, and you are going to see playoff Fred going sideline to sideline. It is going to be all day. I'm calling my shot. 45-17. Niners championship.
Let's go.
You know Spinotti in my
Five-star
ear.
Fred.
You hear Spinotti in my ear? You guys better win this game because I will be insufferable. That's what I'm talking about.
I didn't want to have that energy, but you brought no. You brought this up. No.
This is how easy it is
You got
to get on Raider fans.
No.
This is how scored Raider fans are. All it takes is a little jab, and you get what you're getting from Spinotti right now.
Because you're putting words in our mouth. That's why.
No.
You're
You know
all
what?
Raider fans are salty, and I take
You know
exception
what?
to
Eagle
that.
fans, Cowboy fans, Ram fans, now Raider fans. You guys are all going to be insufferable
Get
if the
in
Niners
line.
lose. But I don't care. I'll say this. You better hope the Niners don't win the Super Bowl.
Oh, well.
Because you're going to have to
been the
hear
case
from
for
us.
30 years.
You're going to have to hear from us all year long.
I got to say this, though. That guy just skunked you. If you were wandering in the woods, all you need is a little rub your hands together, and the fire of the Raider van envy of the Niners, it'll light the whole forest on fire.
We got some calls here. I see some captions defending Raider fans. please, Raider fans, call us. 888-957-9570. I used to talk to you guys all the time. I love the Raider
Where are
Nation.
you
guys
watching
treated me
our
well.
game?
Yeah, where are you watching our game? How are you rooting for the Packers? Where are you rooting for the Packers at with their Raider jersey on? With your Jamarcus Russell jersey. Oh, Raider fans. I missed you.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
For too long, I've waited around on medical.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I was expecting
I'm about to cut the Porsche.
I was expecting a Lonnie Walker highlight. So my boy Spadona's big mad right now. We just set off Raider fans. Oh, man. It's an easy bunch to get riled up.
Who's the saddest this weekend watching the Niners play? Cowboy fans? Eagle fans? Rams fans? New York Giants fans? Or Raider fans? Seahawk fans?
Let's ask Eric Crocker, courtesy of the Boxer Gerson guest line. We love Croc Time. 49ers Locked Out podcast. He does everything. Hey, Croc, man. The great thing about this week, like, we already smoked that Eagles pack. We smoked that Cowboys pack. None of their hosts gets back to us. Dallas radio won't even come on with us no more. They quit the simulcast with us. Who's the saddest this week? Who's the saddest this weekend? Because they all watching. They all hating, too. And they're all rooting for the Packers. Who's the saddest? The Raider fan? Cowboy fan? Is it the Packer fan? Who is it?
I think it's got to be the Dallas Cowboy fan, for sure. You know, the Cowboys, they expected to be advancing. They expected to have an opportunity to play in a conference championship game, let alone a divisional game, and to get bounced out the way they did in the first round by the Green Bay Packers, who did a tremendous job in that game. I think that's got to be tough, and I think they're going to have a sour taste in their mouth while watching this playoff game.
Man, Eric Crocker here on the Boxer Gerson guest line. Look, Jordan Love's playing some really good football. And so let's start with the defense side of the ball. You're a DB here, and they got some young, fast, wide receivers. And if that pass rush doesn't get home, it's going to be a very intriguing matchup to see how Lenore and Ward and whether or not Oliver's on the football field, which scares us all in the slot. It gets this young wide receiver core, but they got a lot of talent on that side of the ball, Crocky.
Yeah, a lot of young talent. And it's been cool for me to kind of see how it's played out this year. You know, I always tell everybody, obviously, a huge 49er fan, but I'm a football fan first, love football. And, you know, watching those young guys, how they've progressed with their quarterback. Some of them have battled through injuries, but how they've progressively come together as the season come on, and then see it all come together in a postseason game against the Dallas Cowboys where everybody kind of counted them out. That showed a lot. That showed a lot of confidence in what they think their ability is, and really their quarterback, the confidence he has in that young group. I think they have the youngest. Well, first of all, they have the youngest team in the league.
Yep.
They definitely have the youngest set of weapons in the league. No guy has been around for more than 2 years out of that group, whether it's Watson, Reed, the kid out of Nevada, Romeo Dobbs, Musgraves, all these guys, Kraft. So they got some young tight ends there as well.
Yep.
And I think the thing that makes it a lot easier on those guys is a veteran like Aaron Jones being able to come through and do what he did against the Cowboys. So I think for the 49ers, even more so than just, shutting down the receiver core, is can you stop Aaron Jones and then put the whole game on the back of the young guys?
Who's flying under the radar offensively for the 49ers? Because it feels like all the talk is surrounding Brock Purdy, and they've got so many weapons.
It's got to be Ayuk, right?
Well, I don't know if anybody is flying under the radar now. Ayuk just got second-team All-Pro. They've all been Pro Bowlers. They've all been All-Pro. I think we're gearing up for Christian McCaffrey to be Offensive Player of the Year. So is there a way that anybody's flying under the radar? I'll say this.
Yeah.
It's probably not a weapon. It might be like John Feliciano if he's starting at right guard, or like Spencer Burford. It would have to be like one of those guys flying under the radar. But overall, I think the 49ers team, they're cooking, and when they get going, it's going to be extremely difficult, really, to stop any of those guys you named, including you can throw in Jawan Jennings, who's coming back after being out several weeks with a concussion.
What is it that Green Bay did so well against the Dallas Cowboys? We've been asking this question all week long, whether it's Greg Olsen or Baldy. I'm going to ask it to you too, Crocky, because they really befuddled Dak Prescott. CeeDee Lamb was out of sorts. Felt like they took him away from the game. But this offense it feels like the Niners offense presents an entirely different challenge for this Green Bay defense. So what is their strength? Is it the DBs for the Packers and Jair Alexander? Is it their linebackers or defensive line? What can they do to really confuse Brock Purdy this Saturday?
I don't know about confusing Brock Purdy, but I'll tell you what can't happen, and it's really what happened to the Dallas Cowboys. You let the Green Bay Packers drive down the field, score a touchdown. Boom. Now they got confidence, right? Because this is a young team on the road. They took the coin toss, so they're like, man, we're just going to go down. We're going to take our destiny into our own hands, and we'll see what happens. They drive down the field. They score a touchdown on their first drive. Then the next drive, you have a receiver, Brandon Cooks. Shout out Brandon Cooks, 209, South California. But Brandon Cooks just punked, and we'll get punked in Stockton, but he got punked for the spot by Jared Alexander, who's a great cornerback, and you get the interception setting up a short field, and then Green Bay goes and scores again. That right there, more than anything else, that can't happen, because we have seen the 49ers have tried to play from behind, especially like that. You're playing against a team that is playing with a lot of confidence. You cannot go down 2 scores. And the way they went down 2 scores is something I could see happening to a team. So you can't let that happen. I think that's the biggest thing with how the Dallas Cowboys game played out. Once you got in that situation, offense starts to press a little bit. Now you got to be a little bit more perfect. And they weren't perfect. And then it was a snowball effect from there.
How does the rain or a wet, muddy field condition, how does that affect the playmakers on the outside? How does that affect the run game? How does that affect the passing rush?
Well, it actually favors the offense because you know where you're going, right? So if their footing starts to get a little slippery and whatnot, Brandon Ayuk knows where he's going. Defensive backs, we got to react to everything. So I think that part favors the offense. I'd say as a whole, I think I don't know if it favors one team, but it definitely starts to even the playing field depending on how wet it is. Now, a couple years ago, I was in Chicago for the 49ers Chicago game where we thought 49ers just steamrolled them and run away. And not only did it, become a game, but 49ers lost that game, right? And the conditions were so bad that it can kind of be the equalizer on the first drive. 49ers moving the ball very well, driving down the field. Next, Deebo Samuel gets hit. Kind of funny. Ball just squirts out, fumbles in an opportunity to score. Like just things like that. Maybe a ball is slipping out of a guy's hand. So weird things tend to happen more when the elements are that way. Hopefully it's more of a light kind of sprinkle, and I don't think that would affect the 49ers at all, especially a team that wants to really run to get things going. So from that standpoint, you'll be fine. But as long as it's not too bad to where it really kind of derails the game.
Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, Crocky209 on Twitter, does a great job covering the game of football. He loves it. Of course, he's on the Boxer and Gerson guest line here. This postseason run, because Shask and I have been talking about the journey here. When we started in training camp outside in Claire in late July, it's all about this season. It's all about Super Bowl or bust. It's all about getting back to the playoffs, getting back to that spot, doing something that they couldn't do last year or heck the last couple of years, and that's win that Super Bowl ring. So during this Super Bowl run, during this postseason, who's it more about? Is it more about Kyle Shanahan or is it more about Brock Purdy?
No, I think it is about Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy, to this point, has done an amazing job with everything he's been asked to do and some. The one time we've seen the 49ers kind of slip up, it's when it's a situation where it gets a little tight, and then all of a sudden you see kind of like this snowball of turnovers from Brock Purdy. Now, whether it's Brock Purdy's fault, because we can go to the Vikings game where, one, he was likely concussed at the end of that game. Two, there was a time where it's like, did Juwan Jennings run the route how he was supposed to run? And the result of it ended up being an interception, right? So, but the fact of the matter is it happened, right? It happened in that game. It happened in the Cincinnati Bengals game where there were 2 interceptions in the second half. And then a third interception that they called back because of the roughing the passer. And then, like, the next play, he fumbled the ball away, right? So, again, turnovers. That was kind of Brock Purdy, we need you to get us out of this lull that we're in. And it's like, we turn the rock over. Then you go to the Baltimore game where the way it kind of played out, you turn the ball over 3 times in the first half and you're down 4 points at halftime. That's kind of a win for the team, but still the 49ers, the turnovers, trying to overcome that, with opportunity to score touchdowns early in that game, throw a pick. I think it is more about Brock just taking care of the ball. And if he does that, I don't think that most of these games will be close. And that's no disrespect to any of these teams out there, but the 49ers, they are a high-powered offense. They are a great team really on both sides of the ball. As long as you don't do anything to lose the game, they'll be fine. So I think that's the biggest thing there, and I think that is right there, square on the shoulders of Brock Purdy. Just making sure you take care of the rock.
All right, so then give me your score prediction. Give me your game winner. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like doing that, but if you feel comfortable, give it to us.
Well, I already did it on Locked On 49ers. You guys can catch me there 5 days a week with my co-host Brian Peacock. But I said 31-20, and that's showing respect to a young core group there that I feel like will make some things happen. I love the way that Jordan Love has been playing. I love how they brought him along, a guy who, people try to write him off after one start last year against Kansas City. And then this year, by preseason and training camp, they were like, oh, no, he's done. And he went through some ups and downs this year, 3 straight losses at one point, had some bad losses, but you continue to watch him and how he's kind of grown into the player now where people are like, oh, one of the best quarterbacks in the playoffs right now. They might continue to kind of get a little ahead of themselves and say, hey, next year he's going to be a top 7 quarterback in the league. And I don't know about all that, but I do know he's playing very well, so it's fun to watch. I have a ton of respect for those guys over there. But just the way the 49ers are built, and once they get on top of you, how they just keep pouring it on you, it's just a tough team to beat. So I got the 49ers. As long as they don't turn that rock over. Right. And I know, again, some teams, the whole thing is, you can't lose the turnover battle. But with the 49ers, if they don't turn over, they will win.
Right.
Like, there are teams that they can not turn the rock over and still lose a game. 49ers, don't turn over, they will win. So I think they'll limit the turnovers. You're coming to this game, I got 31-20 49ers.
All right, so if the Niners win, because we all have the Niners winning, we're not picking against them, no doubt about it, and I think they will win. I think they'll run the ball down Green Bay's throat as well with Christian McCaffrey. Who are they going to be playing? Who are they hosting for the NFC title game?
Oh, man. The NFC has been really weird. So what do we have over there? The Lions and the
Tampa Bay.
Buccaneers?
Yeah, it's a tough game. Tampa's playing some good ball, Crocky. They're up. I like their defense, but can you really count on Baker in that dome against a red-hot Lions team in front of that fan base? I don't know.
I picked against Detroit last week. I won't pick against them again. I got them winning at home.
All right. Lions, Niners, NFC title game. Should be a fun game. Crocky, when you coming out here, man?
I don't know. I've been saying all year I was going to come to some games, and this might be the first time in several years I haven't been to a 49er game. So, and I would have liked to go to this game. Shout out to my guy, LaVille Hawkins. He had some tickets for me, but Coach is 7-on-7, so I'll be in Southern California during that time.
We'll see you in Vegas for the Super Bowl.
Yes,
how about that?
Exactly.
Yeah. I'll be there.
There it is. Crocs, thanks very much for the time, man. We'll be catching up with you soon.
All right, thanks for having me on.
Locked On 49ers podcast. Check him out with Brian Peacock, our buddy Brian Peacock. Crocky209 on Twitter. Eric Crocker. Locked On 49ers podcast, courtesy of the Boxer Girls Guest Line. He has a Niners 31-20, and I'm kind of with him. If they don't turn the ball over, they should win this game going away.
I don't think we're scoring 30. I think we're scoring closer to 40.
Oh, there it is then. Let's go to Mike in Oakland.
Mike in Oakland, huh?
He wants to defend Raider fans.
Oh, boy.
Spinoni. Where's Spinoni at? I love you, Spinoni. You know I do. Mike in Oakland. What's up?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, man? I had to call in to defend the Raider Nation for the dodo that called in.
I respect it.
Check this out. I'm not a Niner hater, dude, but let's be real. The Packers are not. They're almost a 500 team. You guys got nothing to worry about. I'm gonna watch the game, and if you guys win, it's like job well done. That's what y'all supposed to do. But if you lose, yes, I'm gonna laugh at you because you lost 9-18.
Thank you.
Have you guys really looked at the Packers record, like who they played?
Yes, I have. I've studied it over and over and over again.
If I took out the Cowboy game, we would all be looking at this different.
Right. And let's be real, Mike. The Cowboys are frauds. We knew that.
Yeah, they're overrated. Now, I'll put it. This is the year for you guys. This is the easiest the NFC has ever been for you guys to go to the Super Bowl. Now, when you get there, I don't know how you guys going to fare up against whoever comes out of the AFC, but you got to admit, Dallas is overrated this year.
Yep.
Detroit, they overachieved. Honestly, one missed field goal and extra point, Detroit is at home this weekend.
Yep. It's true.
Hey, you know what? You're right. You're right. But you know what? We're going to wear it, Mike. If the Niners somehow lose along this journey in the postseason, Shaq's not going to have to wear it.
Oh, we'll be
the talking that we've done to Eagles, like Jason Dumas told me, he goes, I'm going to be insufferable on TV if the Niners lose.
Good.
Spinoni is waiting for the Niners to lose now. Big Dog City's
I didn't want it to be like this. I didn't. I was, in the Lakers Warriors series, I was very cordial.
I didn't want it to be like this. Like he's like the Don of the family.
You guys gave my boy no choice. Like you forced him off the edge.
It's nothing personal, strictly business, Joe.
You know what?
So Jason said to you, Dumas just skunked you. Dumas said to you,
he posted it on Instagram. I laughed at it. He goes, Niner fans don't know if they lose, I'm going to be insufferable on
Great
television.
way to endear yourself to the local audience.
No, they love him. Dumas is a fixture in the community. We love him out here in the Bay. But he will be insufferable. So will the Philly Zoo. So will Big Dog City. So will the Spinoni. So will everybody. And you know what? I'm here for it. I can handle the smoke. Trust me. I can handle the smoke.
I mean, this is a man who took a tomato bath to get skunk off. He can handle a little smoke in his face.
I can.
That guy just skunked you.
I can. And listen, And listen, I won't duck and dodge from nobody if the Niners lose. The problem is they won't lose.
Spadoni's been basically a rat the entire time. He's been in our crew, and he's been just, plotting our demise.
Oh, he's in our crew, but we keep him in arms. We don't tell him all the good stuff.
I'm like Hesh in this scenario.
He's the runner.
I'm kind of like I'm part of the family, but I'm a little,
So you're loaning out money now?
I don't have that much money, so maybe I'm not Hesh.
Trust me.
I'm like a Hesh.
You guys actually have to come to me for money. That's not happening.
Spadoni ain't walking with me at Chase Center. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, baby Benny can and baby Nora.
Maybe.
They're acceptable.
Maybe.
Wow, Benny can't even get the love.
Man, I don't know, man. Y'all be talking that talk, man. Wearing that Laker garbage over in my face. Let's
Lakers.
You know what? Let's go to Kitty Caraway. ESPN 1320. He's having a rough morning. He's having a rough morning, man.
Well, did you see?
They've saving power up there and electricity off that beam lately.
Well, I heard also that they're trading everyone off that roster.
Hey, man, why y'all bringing up old stuff, man? You know it's a 49er Friday. I'm trying to recoup from this last week. This last week has been nasty.
Hey, Kitty.
I don't like this.
I stayed away from you, D-Lo, Draper, and I've watched the games. And the group that has been popping, and I've been watching. And I was like me with the guy at the funeral with the pea coat with the glasses on. I'm watching.
hey, look, I'll be telling the the people that listen to the show or whatever. I'm like, look, man, don't talk to me after a bad loss. Don't tweet me. I'm not like some of these other media guys. I'll curse your ass out. All right, this is what it is. I don't take the losses nicely. Okay,
no,
it's simple as that.
You don't. Hey, Kitty, we're not going to take the loss. If the Niners somehow, some way get upset by the Green Bay Packers, which is probably not happening, I'm willing to bet the 401k on this game with the 49ers. I won't go that far because I don't want to jinx this, but I feel really good about tomorrow. But if they do somehow get upset, boy, them Twitter streets is going to come for us, buddy. They coming.
Oh, you already know what it is. It's like Snoop at the Source Awards in '95 when he got on stage. He said, "I know where we're at. Y'all ain't got love for Dr. Dre and Death Row in the West Coast. I know where y'all at." and this it's the same thing. Raider fans, Eagles fans, I know what y'all about. I know what's coming if the Niners lose. We're gonna be it's whatever. But like you said, Bonte, they're not losing. That's why I'm gonna talk wherever, because nobody would show you any mercy if you were humble and quiet and like, oh no, they wouldn't show you no mercy. They wouldn't do that.
You're
so I'm gonna talk crazy. All right, and I'm gonna talk crazy right now to Packers fans. They're about to smack the Packers up. Jordan Love, a good ball player. I like Jordan Love. Aaron Jones, he's a really good ball player. I've been liking him for a long time. Matt LaFleur, I think he's a hell of a coach. We're about to smack them boys up. This ain't the Cowboys. All right, I said a long time ago, Cowboys, they get after the quarterback and do all this other stuff. But if you can protect, there's Swiss cheese all through that linebacking core in the secondary. And that's what happened on Sunday, okay? This ain't the Dallas Cowboys defense. You got Fred Warner Jr., Drake Greenlaw right there. You got Moody Ward in the secondary. You got my man Tashawn Gibson doing what he do. You got Jair Brown doing what he do. Plus, you still got to stand up to that defensive line. So just off that alone, it ain't happening. But we ain't even got to the offense. How is that defense going to stop McCaffrey, Ayuk, Debo, Jawan Jennings is back, and George Kittle? How?
They don't have the personnel.
They don't. And the brain of Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy.
Thank you. It's as simple as that. And everybody that comes in there, and look, it's football. Anything can happen. It's one game. It might be raining, all this other stuff. But everybody wishing upon a star, talking about, turn the ball over a couple times. That's the only hope. If they take care of the football, this is a 3-score game if they take care of the football. And I'm
there
just
you
saying
go.
what it is.
Hey, what about these Raider fans, OKC? Why they so salty, man? You know how they get down there this time.
I don't know. I didn't have back in '95 when they came back to Northern California. I got my connection to Bay. I'll be in the Bay all the time. I was happy. I was like, the Raiders coming back home. They back to Oakland, and I was showing love. But every time they got something crazy to say about these Niner fans, and usually, like I said, we don't say nothing. But when they start talking like Spadoni, we got to spank them. Okay, we got to spank them. It's just
Kenny,
what
you know
it
what it
is.
reminds me of?
I don't know why they're hating on us. we got to spank them every time they start talking.
Spinoni's not happy right now.
You know what it reminds me of, Casey? Like your girl has some friends in her little pack, right? And there's always that one friend that can never find a dude and just hates on everyone. That's what they remind me of at times. You know what I'm talking about?
I hear you. I don't know why they pray for our downfall, but I'm going to make sure that I drive my parade float right past each and every one of their houses after we win this Super Bowl. Matter of fact, we about to do like Rodney and Baby Boy. We about to come into your house, put our foot on your couch at Allegiant Stadium, and win that Super Bowl in your stadium. Matter of fact, they need to take a picture next to that little the flame. That's where I want the team photo to be. Take a photo next to the flame with the trophy in the background. That's what we about to do.
Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. I kind of like that here on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. Hey, I kind of like that team photo in front of the flame. Can we throw a jersey on the flame? Can we just hang up our Niner jerseys?
You want. And look, and it didn't have to be like this, Montana Butch. We wasn't messing with the Raiders. No. It was all good. You guys do what you do. But then they want to talk. So now we're gonna have to go take a team photo with the sixth Super Bowl right in front of the flame. They started it.
I do like that.
Casey, I love you. Score prediction. I've got 42-20. I wanted to do 42-10, but I'm going to give them a couple of field goals late in this game. 42-20 is my score prediction.
I hear you. I'm in the same boat. I'm going to just play conservative because Kyle might run the clock out 37-17.
I like
37-17.
I like that.
Yeah, they're going to handle it. Look, I know we're talking a lot of bravado and all this other stuff, but and once again, anything can happen in one game in football. Turnovers, all that. I respect the game. But nobody that's coming in and saying, watch out for the Packers and all this other stuff can give a football reason why anybody shouldn't think the 49ers should run through these guys.
Totally.
They're better on offense. They're way better on the defensive end. They have no answers whatsoever. So if we're talking football, you're just saying, well, maybe Jordan Love turns into prime Mahomes. Like maybe. Like that's it. That's it. We talking football. The Niners got them by a mile in every category. They should handle business.
Love that. ESPN 1320, 12 to 4 o'clock. Kenny Caraway, Damian Barley. They'll have a lot to talk about today. I know they're going to try to stay away from the Kings, man. Trust me, we're in the same boat with our basketball team. We're not in a position to talk right now.
We'll see y'all next week.
Yeah, I know. Back end of a back-to-back and coming to the ditto office.
We got to get right. We play the Warriors, man. We got to get right. Y'all to get right game now. You know, get right game.
Hey, back into the back-to-back after we play the Hawks, man. You're coming down to the ditto office. De'Aaron Fox's favorite place to play. He said it was his favorite place to play. He loves Chase.
Pierre, why you say that, bro? Stop.
Hey, dude, he knows we got the best Novocaine. We got the best fillings. We take care of you with the best toothbrushes.
It's a nice, quiet place to play. It is a nice, quiet place to play.
I'll see you soon, Sack. I'm coming to Golden One soon. I won't make my presence felt up there.
You come too, man.
I'll wear a t-shirt with my face in a beam on it. All right.
They selling like hotcakes, big dog.
I heard.
They selling like hotcakes, man. Hey, it's Niner Gang this weekend, baby. We about to do this thing. We on our way.
Bang, Niner Gang. We're good hearing from you, Casey. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. Here at the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. We got Jessica Birch coming up at 9 o'clock to get a weather report. A weather report from Levi Stadium on a Saturday. Well, let's go to the lines, Jessica. Let's go to Nelson in San Jose. Nelson, a Packer fan. Nelson, good morning.
Good morning. I hear a lot of people talking about this Packer offense and all this stuff, but they don't understand that, we do have Jair Alexander, we have Quay Walker, we have Owens, we have Savage, we have a lot of fast young legs out there who you could definitely ask CeeDee Lamb about what happened.
What happened?
Ask him. What was his
Okay. You waited this long and you rattled off 3 names and then that was it? That guy just skunked you.
I think that was Jordy Nelson. Oh my God, it was that bad.
Let's go to
Packer fans are too nice.
Yeah.
They're too nice to talk smack. I kind of like, this is part of why it kind of sucks the rivalry out.
Right.
Like,
because they are way too nice.
They're too nice.
They're way too nice.
You know?
And when they try to talk trash, it just doesn't hit. It doesn't hit. Speaking of which, if the Niners play Detroit, they're another nice fan base. Like, the trash talk's just not going to be there until we play Baltimore. And I don't know if we want to trash talk Baltimore after what they did Christmas night. Now, Baltimore does have to get past the Texans, and there's no Marlon Humphrey tomorrow.
And this is the exact opposite of placing the Eagles.
It is.
The Eagles is like all the fans.
Is it a letdown that the Cowboys and Eagles? I wanted to play the Eagles in this round. I did.
But now that this has happened the way it has, I now see where you were coming from. I was wrong.
There's some juice. And then the Cowboys getting bounced. I wanted to see the Cowboys in an NFC title game.
I keep saying this. I'm going to keep saying it. It's our year. This is the year.
Yeah.
If they can't do it now, they're never going to do it.
You know what, Spinoni's the best thing you said all day. You know how to redeem yourself.
I've been thinking of the pregame show 5 to 6.
Yeah, it's 5 to 6. Listen, I've been thinking about him a lot. Because, you get the Tonys in Oakland, and you get the Clark the Sharks, and you get the Canoper the Cows, and you get the Nick and San Jose's. Where the hell is my man Juice at? We heard from him once this year. Where the hell is Juice at?
I don't know.
888-957-9570. Where the hell is Juice?
You can't just come around when they lose.
No, where's Juice? He's lurking in the cut. How's Juice doing?
Can I ask you guys a question? You guys are both fathers for longer than I have been. When you're sleeping, when you got the baby in your hand, how many times have you gotten a thing in the neck? Like a kink in the neck because you're in a position.
Oh, dude, the shoulder blade, you got the arms.
All the time.
It's everything.
All the time.
Constantly.
All the time. It doesn't go away.
No, never.
It just lingers.
Right now, I took some aspirin earlier, and I got to take some more. The back of my neck is so messed up from holding the baby and falling asleep. She also thinks I'm going to roll over the baby when I'm holding him and I fall asleep. She's not happy with me right now. Dude, the neck is all messed up.
Got to get the Theragun. Those things help you out.
Is it worth it?
The Theragun, I have one. It works. The Theragun is clutch.
I think I'll be basing an order on
especially
Amazon
for an injury-prone guy like yourself. I'm surprised you don't have one already.
Well, I have the hot tub that I like to get into.
Yeah. All right. Oh, wow.
Unlimited possibilities.
Wow. What a flex. Wow.
Absolutely incredible.
What did Michelle said? He's had a hell of a 2 years.
It was Michelle's birthday yesterday.
Had a really good couple years.
Yeah, I got a
really good couple years.
To her. Yesterday was not the best.
Oh, you didn't do?
Well, we had a lot of stuff going on, so I got to make it up. Hopefully today goes better during the day, and we can enjoy the evening.
Wow. All right. 95.7 The Game's going to be live and local all day tomorrow. Warriors this week with Evan and Devon.
Let me take an aspirin.
Let me get through the read. Yeah. Let me get through the read. Warriors this week with Evan and Devon, 9 to 12. Grandy Man, Mark Grandy, Jason Dumas. Kickoff Niners covers from 12 to 3. Kickoff show with Larry and Lowe from 3 to 5, presented by Havas Law. And, of course, overtime with the Grandy Man again, Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett, who's done a great job running Warriors games here at the station. Shout out to Sterling Bennett. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. And it's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Man, we haven't talked to him a very long time, since I think last year, maybe 2 years ago. Jessica Birch, KPIX Weather. Jessica, good morning. Long time no talk.
I know. It's been a year. I mean, it was for the game last year, right?
Was it for the Philly game or the Dallas game? No, it was for the Seattle game. Seattle wildcard game. That's right.
Yes.
And you were accurate with your weather. You were accurate. You said there was going to be some showers, but it was going to die down during the game. And you know what, Jessica? What? You're actually a weather reporter that we trust.
Meteorologist.
Yes. We can say that.
Thank you for correcting yourself.
Meteorologist.
Guys, you know what's crazy? Because last year we were talking about rain, and we're literally talking about it again this year. Like, who's the bad luck charm here?
Oh, me? What?
I'm just curious. I'm asking because as we head into tomorrow afternoon, we're talking about rain once again for the Green Bay versus 49ers game.
All I want to know is if I'm going to be at the game tailgating, when and where should I be wearing my coat? When will it be raining?
You know,
It's going to be interesting because you know those days where we see those atmospheric rivers move into the bay and it's just constant downpour? We're not going to be seeing that tomorrow. It's going to be light drizzle in the forecast for us into the mid-afternoon hours. And then as the game starts, we're going to start seeing the rain ramp up a little bit more, but it's mostly just light rain in the forecast. And heading into the evening hours, we're also sitting in the upper 50s and lower 60s. So what do we need to do to prepare? Well, honestly, just bring the umbrella just in case. Have the rain gear ready to go, but it's not going to be a huge washout by any means.
I'm going to tell you right now, you haven't been to a lot of football games. Do not bring an umbrella and sit in front of me. You bring a hood.
Do they even allow umbrellas into the stadium?
That I don't know. But what about the wind?
Talking about the pregame.
Oh, yeah, pregame. Yeah, you were talking about the pregame.
It's true. What about the wind? How's the wind going to be? A lot to be made about Brock Purdy's arm and spinning that ball through the wind.
It's not going to be that bad. 5 to 10 mile per hour winds from the south. It's really light. So really, it's just light drizzle in the forecast for us. Like I said, not a washout by any means. And thank goodness that's the case because we need a win tomorrow.
Wow. So listen. So basically, it's just football weather then.
It is football weather. And I mean, look at what happened throughout the states the past couple of days. There's been cancellations left and right? Because of the crazy snowstorms that everyone else has. This is nothing compared to that.
So, Jessica, look, we're already predicting a big win tomorrow, and now I'm going to be arrogant about it. The Niners are winning tomorrow. I'm betting a lot of money on the 49ers. They're going to win tomorrow. So what's the weather? What's the 10-day forecast look like for the NFC Championship game next Sunday? I got to know.
Ooh, you're looking a little bit more long range. Well, what's interesting, do I want to get too geeky about weather right now?
Yes, let's get it.
I mean, I do call Bonte the Rain Man, so it's a good person to be having a conversation with.
Well, okay, when is that game going to be? You said 10 days out, right?
Yeah, but 10-day forecast, but it'd be Sunday, so it's like a 9-day forecast.
27?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's still a little bit unsettled as we head into next weekend, but just around next week, Wednesday, Thursday, we still have rain in the forecast, so it's looking promising that it could be drizzly again. But guys, when it comes to rain and forecasting, as great as our models are nowadays, it's 2024. It's still kind of hard to predict fully 10 days out what time that shower setup is going to be building in. So we'll keep you updated. You just need to call me again. That's what it is.
All right, Jessica, one last weather question before you get on out of here as everyone's getting ready for the game. When I go on my Apple weather app, right, that's what I use, the little whatever it's called, the weather app.
Everyone does.
Yeah, all right. When it says 38% chance of raining and I drill down and I look at the different times, I've seen it two different ways on the internet, and I don't know which one it is. Does that mean a 38% chance it will rain or that 38% of San Francisco will get hit with rain?
That's it. So whenever you see a percentage, let's use 40% just to average it out, right? If we're talking about San Francisco, the county of San Francisco, and it says 40% chance of rain, that means 40% of the area will get hit with a 100% chance of showers. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense.
Perfect.
But if I'm in a car that's going 88 miles per hour,
don't drive that fast.
What's a DeLorean?
Don't drive that fast.
Yeah, no, you can't. No, the DeLorean flies. You don't even drive with the DeLorean. You just go through space.
Well, you got to get up.
You guys are hilarious. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be a good day, guys. I am so excited to watch that game. It's not going to be a huge washout event with the rain, but yes, it is going to be a little bit drizzly out there. So just get prepared if you are heading out there.
Will you be at Levi's?
I wish. Do you want to invite me?
No, you work for KPIX. Meteorologist. You're a meteorologist. They don't got a suite for you? KPIX has a suite.
I actually have military training this weekend for the National Guard, so I wouldn't be able to make it anyway.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Military training.
What?
Now, what entails military training, please?
So I'm an officer here in the California Army National Guard. I fly Blackhawks part-time.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm not sure if you guys knew that or not.
No, well,
you did not know that.
No, we did not know that. We did not know that. We just thought, hey, it's sunny in the Bay Area today. We didn't know. We had no idea. Wow. So, wait.
So what is your title?
I'm a first lieutenant right now.
Oh,
first lieutenant.
Lieutenant Birch. I apologize.
Lieutenant Birch.
Did I address you appropriately? I apologize.
Yes. No, you totally did.
Wow. So you can tell the weather and you're in better shape than both of us combined.
I do run a lot, but yeah, it's going to be a busy weekend all throughout California. It's going to be busy for me flying this weekend. It's going to be busy for you guys down at the game. I'm really excited for you.
So Lieutenant Birch, how can you help Shasky here? Because he has an issue with injuries, whether he's playing softball, getting out the bed, getting out the shower.
You get hurt.
He's banged up all over the place, man. I don't know, his elbow, one day it's his forearm.
Remedy?
Yeah, you need
yoga.
Hot yoga.
Hot yoga. Heck yeah.
Shasky, hot yoga.
The only thing that I'm trying to have that's hot right now is like some hot sriracha sauce with my eggs and sausage when I go over to Sears Cafe.
I'm trying to help you.
Yoga anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you healthy. I did hot yoga once. It really works. My boy Festus Ezeli does a lot of yoga.
And you didn't do a second?
I did some other yoga. I work 2 jobs, man. I don't have time.
Thank
Lieutenant
you.
Birch. Lieutenant Birch. We will call you next week for the Red Report on the NFC Championship game.
Sounds good.
My avatar from here on out should be Chris when he gets out of the hospital with the neck brace, and he gets into he's got the broken nose and from the Sopranos.
Lieutenant Birch.
Wow.
Meteorologist.
So now I know when it says 40% chance of rain, it doesn't mean 40% chance. It means 40% of San Francisco will be 100% raining.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
No, Drew Down. Hey, stop it, Drew. Don't care. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not right. I know you're trying to get a little jokey joke off. But that's not right. She's flying Blackhawks, dude. What the hell? That's so unbelievable. You know what? We need to just have her on once a month.
Okay.
Just because.
For what?
I don't know. We'll make something up. Hey.
I can just hear the boss right now. Like, Lieutenant Birch, I'm out.
Giant season. Hey.
What?
The win factor when, Mike Yastrzemski, when he comes up short on a home run to the right field.
No,
how does the win affect
the
that?
Athletic has already done that, and they've computed that Brandon Belt has been screwed throughout his career, even though Barry Bonds played in the same exact stadium and hit a zillion home runs, but Belt was screwed throughout his career. We've already done that.
Because Brandon Belt and Barry Bonds are the exact same. I'm not getting into this conversation. I already beat you at it once.
Dog.
You guys are alienating the producer studio real quick back here.
Caller of the week?
Yeah, sure. Our first call of the day from a Packer fan. Wow. What's up, Kit?
Hey, I'm going to the game, and there's going to be a lot of Packer fans at the game because we're not wine-sipping, cracker-eating 49ers fans. Heavy rain at Levi's Stadium will be like a summer vacay for the Packers fans. So there's going to be a lot of green and gold going fly like a cheesehead, fly like a cheesehead. I'm going with a local bartender, so we'll warm up. I hope they sell brandy at Levi's Stadium.
Okay. That is hilarious.
So the Twitter streets in the roasters. By the way, that was called of the week.
What are the Twitter streets and the roasters?
Lieutenant Birch, U.S. Army Black Hawk pilot. 129,000 followers on Instagram.
Whoa!
Meteorologist, of course, going through military training this weekend.
When I hear fly like a cheesehead, I think of my buddies doing blow in the early 2000s.
Oh, my God.
Because we used to call it cheese.
Dang, Joe.
Great some.
Y'all used to call cocaine cheese?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. I don't even want to know.
The chowder.
I joke about it, but I never done
so
it.
the cocaine's happening.
Yeah, I didn't get that deep into it. I like a lot of movies that have cocaine in them.
There's a lot of nicknames. They used to call it the rosin bag, the powder,
Oh, my God.
the ya-ya,
I have no idea.
the cha-cha-cha.
Yeah, you got way too much knowledge about that.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
You got to have the street vernacular.
I'm out on
Bonte.
that. I'm out on that. I'm out on the coke vernacular. Kids,
I'm
don't do
out.
drugs. Mills High School tomorrow. Pancake breakfast. Pancake fundraiser.
Why are
9
you
to
doing
12.
this to me?
9 to 12. Hey, kids, I'm coming to talk to you how you shouldn't do drugs, how you should stay in school, and let's raise some money for the Mills Athletic High School program. 9 to 12, Mills High School, Mills Cafeteria. We got Terrell Owens, man. Dude, we're going to get to everybody on the calls. Hang tight. Adam, June, Larry, Duke, Richie Rich.
Larry June?
We're going to get to everybody. Yeah, Larry June, we got him on hold.
What? You didn't even realize you did that.
I know,
Larry
I know.
June.
No, I know.
There was a comment
I know.
between
I know.
We're doing numbers.
What is going on? I got to call it clam chowder? Jesus Christ. What's going on for the game? Cheese and chowder?
Don't talk about
that. Swiss cheese or provolone?
The finely grated Parmesan.
Monterey Jack?
Oh, yeah.
That Jack?
It hits. That Gorgonzola? It's crumbly.
Oh, my God.
Feta?
Calling it brie cheese. He needs that brie.
The yada. That A1 Yola. La, 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 always. A1 Yola.
It's coming up on a game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. Plus, Terrell Owens. He's got to follow that up. Lieutenant Birch to T.O. on the roast.
Cover California is a free service from the state that's already helped millions of people like you get and pay.
We will rock you. The world someday you got blood on your face.
Your
big disgrace. All over the place.
I just cut off like that? Damn. That was good. I like that. Dude, on YouTube, now the call of the week is the one that wanted to listen to Luther Vandross right to the game with Bonte. So Ed asked me, what are we knocking to the game? I said, we're knocking all the ratchet stuff. Little John may be in the mix. You know, Messy Marv may be in the mix.
You know what I played this morning?
What's that?
The blind stares of a million eyes. Looking hard, but won't realize that you'll finally see the... You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Tupac, song 1, disc 2, if you're old enough to remember discs.
Color of the week, RJ Fairfield. Right to the game. No, we probably go post some Luther Vandross.
That was hilarious.
What did RJ say? Bonte, the more you talk, the more nervous I get. Come on, man. If you're nervous, go to church.
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
You know, one guy who was never nervous, it was about that action. It was about that smoke. And he wanted to smoke, and he wanted to shine. He loved them some him. There's no doubt about it. But he told us to get your popcorn ready. And we got our popcorn ready, and this guy delivered. Every Sunday, Monday, Thursday, Saturday, you name it. It's Terrell Owens, Pro Football Hall of Famer. One of the best receivers to ever do it. I think top 2 is Jerry T.O., and you could argue with your mama about that. But nobody's better than him. Not Randy Moss, nobody. And T.O.'s here to break it down.
Completely
But first
agree.
and foremost, we got the wine. And T.O., we're waiting on this wine, man. We're waiting on this wine. I know you got some special things happening. T.O., what's up, man? Welcome back to the Morning Roast.
Yep, man. Get your popcorn ready early this morning, man. These is pre-playoff vibes right now.
Let me start right here. That catch, obviously, you know, you had a rough day that day in that wild card game against the Green Bay Packers. You know what that history, Niners and Packers, and all the faltering for the Niners leading up to that game. What did that catch do for you in terms of confidence building moving forward in your career?
Man, it did exponentially a lot of things, man. Just as you mentioned, just the confidence and, again, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Essentially kind of like some similarities of what the playoffs are like. You know what I mean? It's not really how you start, it's how you finish. If you look at some of the teams that are in the playoffs right now, they didn't start off particularly well, but voila, here they are. But back to me, man, it was kind of like a stepping stone to my career, stepping stone to stardom. Again, like I said, I put a lot of probably internal pressure on myself to try to go out there and do some great things that day. Obviously, my first experience in the playoffs, playing against a historic team, franchise, Hall of Fame quarterback in the Green Bay Packers. And man, I just wanted to go out there and play well. And sometimes things aren't always as you draw them up or how you visualize them, but you just got to stay the course.
Terrell Owens here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the Boxer and Girls and Guest Line. And we can't get enough of this highlight, T.O. I had tears of joy. You had tears of joy. Let's hear Matt and Summerall on the call.
Three-man rush, and Young stumbles on the way back and fires up the middle. Pass is caught by Owens. Owens made the catch. Oh, this is amazing.
Madden on the call. We get goosebumps whenever we see Madden and Summerall. When you hear that, because I got another cut for you with your former head coach and what he thought about the play and how you came to the sideline. Just when you hear that call, T.O., when you hear that call, what do you first think of?
Man, I immediately when I caught the pass, and I'm a man of faith. That's really kind of what drove me, and obviously to have a lot of the confidence that I have. You got to have faith not only in yourself, but you got to believe in a higher power. And immediately, my grandmama, everybody that knows me, they know my grandmama raised me, grew up in the church, and literally, like throughout the course of the game, I thought about her during that game. And immediately, when I caught the pass and fell to the ground, immediately out of my mouth was "Thank you, Jesus." And so I thought about my grandmama at that time. So again, when you think of a player, sometimes a lot of people ask us like, "What's going on? What are you thinking about during the time? Do you hear the crowd?" It's some of those moments go through your head. You hear it for a second, and then everything goes silent. And so that's what happened. Everything went silent for a second because I saw the pass. I knew I had caught it, and I knew I caught it in between Darren Sharper and a couple of other guys. And I knew when I fell to the ground, like I said, I saw some of my teammates come over to me and pick me up, embrace me. And those words are exactly what I said. I immediately thought about my grandmama first, and then it was just like I woke up, and then the crowd was there, and I heard all the noise. So it was a very emotional day because like I said, I put a lot of pressure on myself to play well. Obviously, Steve Young, Jerry Rice, JJ.
Right.
I knew that I was starting to trend. I was starting to get better. I wanted to do a lot of great things. And so we all have those visions as a player of the perfect game. And that was the opposite of a perfect game. Right. And like I said, you hear a lot of guys say it's cliche. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And that's essentially what it was for me that day.
Wasn't a perfect game, but it was a perfect moment for you, T.O., winning that, catching that touchdown pass against the Green Bay Packers to advance in the playoffs. I always thought you guys were going to smoke the Falcons had Garrison Hurst not got hurt on the first play of the game. Man. I don't want to bring that up, though. I want to bring this up, though. Steve Mariucci joined our station earlier this week, and here's what he said about the catch against the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, he's crying on my shoulder. I said, quit getting your tears on my shirt here. I had to get him off the field. I had to go out there and drag him off the field a little bit because we were going to kick the extra point. I didn't want a penalty. And the place was going berserk, and he was berserk because he was so emotional. He was crying, and he was, like, beside himself, and he had to try to get a grip because it was such a huge play.
So it was a huge play. What do you remember about that moment, hugging your coach? And, we know what happened afterwards with Mooch, and we don't need to get into that. But what do you remember about that, hugging your coach and hugging your teammates on the sideline?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously part of that. And, again, like I said, I remember, JJ, obviously hugging JJ, obviously being in the arms of Mooch at that time. And again, like I said, for me, it was bigger than Mooch. It was bigger than the Niners. Again, like I said, my faith played a big part in my success. And so again, throughout the course of the day, bro, like that could have gone the opposite way. If I wasn't as strong-minded and strong-willed as I was and really focused and faithful, again, I wouldn't have been able to make that catch. And so that's what those emotions were about. And honestly, like I said, being in that Bay Area, understanding the rich history and the tradition, trying to get another championship, which has been, very elusive for so many years. Like I said, obviously Harbaugh getting the team back to the Super Bowl, and obviously they didn't win it, but that's the closest they've been back to the Super Bowl since then. And so I wanted to be a part of that, man. It's unfortunate the way things kind of unfolded. I didn't really end my career there, but, again, like you say, the fans know, man, things happen throughout the course of a career, the times that, guys are at places. But for me, man, I know I'll always be a Niner, but I wore 4 other jerseys throughout the course of my career, and I just tried to play, with the God-given talents that God gave me, and so I tried to do that at every stop. And so obviously I'm very fortunate to have been drafted by the 49ers, played there 8 years, and man, hopefully this is the year for the San Francisco 49ers.
81vino.com. You can see it on our YouTube page right now. You can see the bottle. It looks beautiful. Go on there, order you some. And that thing looks awesome.
Use our promo code 49ers for 10% off.
Say that again?
As well. Promo code 49ers get 10% off that 2018
and that's
Cabernet.
the Hall of Fame edition, too. We only have about 32 cases left. That's the Hall of Fame edition. So once this is out, it's a wrap.
I love it. I absolutely love it. All right, so yesterday, T.O., I'm looking at your timeline. I follow you on Twitter, on X, or whatever the hell it's called these days. and you're talking about the playoffs, and you're saying there are playmakers and then there are game changers, okay?
Yeah.
Can you differentiate the two for our audience?
Yeah, so obviously you got guys that are on the team that makes plays. That traditionally, they it's almost like the analogy or the simulation that Cam Newton was trying to make with, game managers, and playmakers in a sense. And so a playmaker, obviously you got guys that go out there, they make plays here and there, but then you have those special players that are on teams that you know you need to get the ball to, they're game changers. That would be your Christian McCaffreys. He's a game changer. He's the X factor in order for your team to obviously kind of get over the hump and really make plays. A very integral part of your offense. I just happen to be, sometimes I kind of felt like I was kind of a little bit of both. I was a playmaker, but again, I was a game changer as well, because when your hands are on the ball, something special is going to happen. That's a game changer.
Brock Purdy, would he be a game changer or just a player who makes plays from time to time?
I would say he's a playmaker. I think he's a playmaker because he has to make the decision. He has to get the ball into the guy's hands to make those plays.
What about, I'm looking over here, I mean, you played for the Eagles, you played for the Cowboys, both those teams get eliminated. Yeah. Jalen Hurts, Dak, McCarthy, like, have at it. Have your Sirianni. What are your thoughts on the Cowboys bowing out and the Eagles bowing out? Because I'm happy. I'm thrilled.
We're smoking on that Eagles-Cowboys pack, T.O. We are smoking on that Cowboys pack.
Well, I think you along with a lot of people in America. Y'all all smoking that pack. Y'all got a 2-pack going on. A 2-for-1 special. With the Cowboys, honestly, I kind of expected that, and I'm just being that's just me being honest, and I kind of just take myself out of being a fan. I try to take myself out of the biases, but that organization is just not really run well. I think in order for that team to really win, there's going to have to be some front office, some hierarchy type changes. Probably starting with the owner and then maybe the GM. That's just me. But again, like I said, they're not going to win anytime soon. Back to the Eagles. Eagles, if you factor in the injuries, and when you get into the playoffs, that's, anybody knows, like, you win with sometimes the team that's on momentum and the teams that are playing that are the healthiest. Everybody knows this. And obviously, like I said, they weren't a healthy team.
What do you think about A.J. Brown as we're talking to Terrell Owens here on the Boxing Girls and Guest Line on the Morning Roast? Go to T.O., go to 81vino.com for the 2018 Cabernet Sauvignon Reserve. 32 cases left. Hall of Fame edition.
32.
Only 32 cases left. You better get them while it's hot right now. Use the promo code 49ers to get 10% off. A.J. Brown didn't seem like he was a big fan of that offense or a big fan of some of the passes he was getting or not getting at Philadelphia. What's your thoughts on him and his long-term future in Philadelphia?
Well, I mean, it's frustrating when you're losing. But I mean, they were on a 10-1 skid before they until they lost the last 6 of the last 7 or something like that. Again, when you're a part of an offense, and I was in that position where you're a big part of the offense and you're not getting involved or what have you. But a lot of receivers' success is predicated on play calling, and it's predicated on the chemistry of the quarterback. Mm-hmm. And so for him, I don't understand why he would be complaining. Like I said, I'm not in that locker room. I don't really watch the games on an every weekend basis. So only he can answer the frustration in which he had. But up until like game 12, they were flying high. Mm-hmm. No pun intended. They were really flying high. But they started to have some injuries here and there, and that's what I was telling you. Going into the playoffs, two of those things that I mentioned hit them: the injury bug, and then they weren't really playing well. You got to play with momentum, and with this game with the 49ers, you're playing with a young team, and they're playing with momentum. So this could bode well for the Green Bay Packers. Hopefully, the rest off. I said it could help because obviously Christian McCaffrey was hurt to getting him back to health. But again, sometimes when you're off for a couple of weeks or whatever, that could create a little bit of rust starting out in the game because you can't really simulate game type speed or tempo when you're not really playing full speed or in practice.
You know, the combination of you and Jerry Rice is like up here, right? It's like all time. It's an unbelievable combination. There's been a lot of people talking here like, you can't pay Debo and Ayuk. You just can't pay them simultaneously. As a guy that played with Jerry Rice, I mean, obviously there's a financial component here, but in terms of spreading the ball around and how that maybe opens up the field for you, was it better to play with another great wide receiver, or was it a little more difficult than people give it credit for?
For me, I didn't find it difficult because I think if you're playing within the confines of the offense, the ball is going to find you. And for me, I knew that I was second fiddle playing behind Jerry Rice, and it was that way for years. It was myself and J.J. Stokes, and at one point in time, it was me and Jokes. We were J.J. Stokes. We were jockeying for that wide receiver number 2. But essentially, like I said, when you're on the field with 3 great receivers, a number of playmakers, a number of great players that can make plays, then it's all about decision making and the quarterbacks, just pre-snap read, matchups as far as where he's going to deliver the ball. And so for me, I was a benefactor of obviously the double team coverage that Jerry garnered, rightfully so. And I just had to make myself and be prepared every weekend. That's why I was able to amass the numbers and amass the success that I was able to achieve because of me being prepared. But when you think about, obviously the financial component, again, I never really fully got my just due as far as my market being paid, what I was garnered or should have been making throughout the market. So that was part of the reason I didn't end up in San Francisco, amongst some other things. But that's a good problem to have when you have receivers like Ayuk. You got Debo. Obviously, Kittles. He plays a tight end, plays a big part in the success of us guys outside because everybody, sometimes your success and what you're doing, we can benefit on the others doing their job.
T.O., there's a lot of hating going on when it comes to Hall of Fame. You know it because you weren't a first ballot Hall of Famer for whatever reason. Right. The numbers speak for themselves. We watched you play your entire career. We both have 81 jerseys. We cried when you moved on to Philadelphia and scored all those touchdowns. Then you went to Dallas and you did the same damn thing. Quietly, you had a great season in Buffalo. Then you go to Cincinnati, you have another great season. So we know a lot of hating goes on, especially if you don't win the big one. And so for this team with the 49ers, we're seeing Frank Gore. We don't know how long he's going to have to wait to get in the Hall of Fame, or Patrick Willis. He's been on ballots left and right. He still has to wait. How much does it impact when you don't come through in the playoffs? And like individuals come through, but as a team, if you don't win that Super Bowl, how much does that affect the legacies of certain players like a George Kittle or Fred Warner when they do get up, retire 5 years after their career, whatnot, and it comes to that Hall of Fame vote? Because it seems like a lot is dictated during this month of January if you don't get it done.
You should be asking Dak Prescott and some of these Cowboys fans this. Again, it's really deflating. It's very disappointing,
right?
Especially when you're riding high. And these guys were at the threshold. They were at the door last year. And the unfortunate thing happened with the injury to Brock Purdy. So again, health is going to play a big key into the success of this team, barring any setbacks, barring any slow starts to a game, because with the Green Bay Packers, they're kind of playing with house money. And Jordan Love, he's playing with like he has nothing to lose, and that's dangerous. And you got a good coach over there that has a young team playing very, very well at an elite level.
Do they have a shot tomorrow, T.O.? Do they really have a shot against this Niners team tomorrow?
Bro, nobody thought they had a shot against.
Yeah, but you know, hey T.O., but you and I both know Dallas is mentally soft. They're mentally fragile. And you've mentioned it.
I get that. And trust me, that coach, he's going to have this team prepared.
Yep.
I think I've seen a few clips. He knows that this game is going to really be physical. It's going to be a chess match between these two coaches. So it's going to be interesting. As I said, it's dangerous when you have a young team that really has really playing with house money in a sense. They have nothing really besides the game. They probably feel like they don't have anything to lose, and they're playing with a lot of momentum. Granted, yeah, they got to travel, but that coach is going to have that team really, really ready to play. And obviously for the Niners, they got to come out of that locker room lathered up, be ready to go from the first snap, from the first blow of that whistle.
T.O., I've seen you and Stephen A. going back and forth the last couple of years for a variety of things. And if you don't want to talk about Stephen A., you don't have to bring him up directly. But you and the media have always kind of had, things back and forth. From the player's perspective, what is the biggest issue with the media and how we talk about the games or the players themselves? Why is there such a disconnect? Because it does feel like there's, a lot of guys taking the media into their own hands, and rightfully so. And the audiences are craving the players' perspective. But it feels like the players are still ticked off at a lot, not all of them, and not all the media, but they're just frustrated.
There's a lot of Skip Baylesses out there and stuff like that who don't know what they're talking about.
What's the biggest beef, you think, from the players' perspective?
I think some of them, they can talk the game, but probably never played the game. And as it relates to Stephen A., I mean, a lot of guys that feel like they know things internally. They have a lot of anonymous sources, and that's not cool when you don't really know the player personally, or just know firsthand, like whatever the situation may be. What is transpired? Like, there's always three sides to the story. I tell people is their side, my side, and there's always the truth. And for me, I'm always about the truth. And anybody that knows me, there's no reason for me to lie about anything. But when you use your platform to obviously, in today's age, it's to gain a large audience, clickbait, things of that nature, given factual information, feeding the audience, what they need to feed them, without any full truth to it. I think that's where it tends to rub a lot of athletes the wrong way. And, Stephen A., he feels like he has, the heartbeat of a locker room or certain guys or whatever, but nobody's really feeling Stephen A. like that. He gets on his platform. He uses ESPN and his own personal platform to kind of expose some things. Even with me in our situation, he went on there and said, held up papers like he had something on me, like he was going to expose me. For what? But again, he's feeding that all the audience false information. I told him, I fired back. Show me what you have on me. Whatever you got to expose me on, whatever those papers are, just kind of misleading that audience. I urge you to show people what you got on me, because, again, I know I'm not perfect, but it's nothing near what you're alluding to, what you have on those papers as far as exposing me. So those are the type of things that's really off base for me. And it's personal. You're taking personal shots at me, and you're tinkering with my financial way or means of making dollars off the field, because that's negative. And you're trying to tarnish, defamation. That's tarnishing, my image in a sense. And so those are sort of things that guys don't like. And so obviously with these media platforms, guys can go on and really go and address some of these things that are being told. For over the years, guys felt like they were suppressed. They felt like they didn't have a voice. I've always felt like I had a voice. I just chose to use it when I could. But if you ask any of my coaches, especially individual coaches that coach me, they'll tell you I'm probably one of the honest and probably most unapologetic guys and honest guys you'll ever meet.
Yeah, no doubt. I know Stephen A.'s probably mad at you because you were signing with Max Kellerman because he was keeping it real. And then it's just kind of ironic that him and Whitlock are going back and forth together. But what about Cam Newton before we get you out of here? I like what Cam Newton's doing. I love the video he put out yesterday when they were trying to call him, look at the stats here. And he said, hey, I'm a dual threat quarterback. Tell the entire story. I think Cam Newton's onto something here, T.O.
No, he is. And I applaud. I think I may have kind of chimed in or posted a comment because, again, late last night, because I saw that with Jason McIntyre. And these are some of the things that, again, the fans get caught up into because they take whatever these commentators, these analysts are saying as biblical. And then they start to attack and mistreat or not like a player because they feel like they have inside information because they're on TV, and as if they lie too. You know what I mean? They're human. They're not always telling the truth. And it goes beyond the scope of journalism, if you will. And so this is where, again, you start to, like I said, we can all dig into somebody's personal life and find something about them. But if you're going to hold a job and be journalistic, be truthful with the information that you're putting out there. And some information that they give, it's not totally true, but it's almost like when you're trying to tell a story or you're trying to hide something without actually telling a lie. It's like you're lying by omission.
Right.
And that's essentially what some of these commentators, these analysts are doing. They're feeding the audience what they want to feed them, and the audience is doing nothing but buying into it.
Right.
It's just like the Dallas Cowboys. Every year, Jerry Jones feeds them. They're buying into them probably winning the championship. Jerry Jones, let me tell you, Cowboys saying this, Jerry Jones is winning any way you look at it, win, lose, or draw, whether they win a championship for whatever time he has left on this earth, he's always winning because these fans are going to fill that 100,000 seat stadium. They're going to buy that merch to make them the most richest team in America. They're going to do all those things. Guess what? The bottom line for Jerry is that money. He's always going to win, whether they win, lose, or draw. So it doesn't matter what they do. So these Cowboy fans, they can keep crying. The best thing they can do is boycott going to some of those Cowboys games for a number of years until they get to at least the NFC Championship.
Right. Well,
nothing's going to change.
They haven't done that since 1995. And hopefully, T.O., whenever you join this show, we love when you join the show. We try to keep it real every day. We try to do the opposite of what we see out there nationally. We understand the players make the game. We tell our stories based off what you guys do on Sundays, Saturdays, or Mondays, and we appreciate it. We always appreciate the time. T.O., man, you're great. We got to get you out here. How are you not out here to blow the foghorn tomorrow at Levi Stadium when you had one of the most memorable moments, my number one moment when it comes to Niners-Packers playoff history? How are we not out here in the Bay Area right now, T.O.?
Hey, man, I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right, man.
It's great to see you, buddy.
What we do know is you need to go get that 81 Vino, 81vino.com, the 2018 Cabernet Sauvignon Reserve from Paso Robles. Use the promo code 49ers to get 10% off the Hall of Fame edition. How many cases, T.O.? 32 left.
Yeah, it's about 32 or so cases left, man. So get it while the getting is good right now, man. I appreciate you guys having me on. The game has always been special to me. You guys have always been fair. Do right by me, man. Appreciate it, and go Niners.
And let's go. Appreciate it. The Hall of Famer, Pro Football Hall of Famer, should have been first ballot, but he's in there, Canton, Ohio. T.O. here on the Morning Roast. Terrell Owens, always good to hear from him. There's a lot to digest from that. He's with me, though. They ain't winning crap as long as Jerry Jones is running the show. He's not lying. He's not lying.
I lost. I'm out.
And he's right about some of these media members tarnishing these players and killing their business opportunities and taking money out of their pockets, like Jason McIntyre. What a clown he is.
Well, we have this conversation a lot. Sam and I had it this morning. We were talking about, do you have to have played and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Look, I don't think you need to have played at the highest level to understand a game inside and out. But here's where I would say, those who didn't play at a high level, you better study your butt off to understand the ins and outs of it. Okay? And so I've had this conversation with them regarding Farhan. And I'm using Farhan as an example here. I go, Lubman, he never played any baseball in his life.
Right.
Right? Now, I'm not saying that you had to have played in the bigs to be a great GM. But you have to know what it's like to dig into the batter's box at some level to be able to comprehend it. And you have to go above and beyond to study the craft inside and out to understand the point of view of the players as you're assessing things.
You know what? Spot on, Shasky. And I've always had this approach when I cover games or I come on these airwaves. I know what I don't know.
Exactly.
I know what I don't know. I know that I can't break a game down like, say, Brian Baldinger. Yeah. And he's talking about nickel packages and cover two and concepts and stuff. Like, I understand the basics of it. I played football, but at a high school level. I'm not going to sit here and be ignorant and say I understand what they're doing in the NFL and all their sophisticated schemes. I'm not going to do that. When Chris Mullen, when I talk to Mully and I talk to D. Wright and I talk to Fezzi, I know what I don't know about basketball. So how does this happen? How do you guys operate in the locker room after a tough loss? All these questions that I don't know. I know what I don't know. And a lot of people in the game now, they try to act like they know everything.
Yes.
They try to act like they know everything, that they invented the game, that they are Vince Lombardi, or that they're a whisperer. So a lot of media members, I just don't think they know what they don't know.
What I see a lot, let's look at football for in general. Like the two greatest coaches of all time, Belichick and Bill Walsh, never played a down in the NFL. Okay, and they're the two greatest, right? Would we all agree? I think if we were to do, it'd be some combination of those two. And they know more about, like, if I asked Bill Walsh to teach me all of the techniques of, forget offense, a defensive player, a defensive back, he would understand inside and out. He has studied that craft so much, right? Belichick can teach every single position on the field. Now, he may not be able to call plays on the offensive side at a high level, but he can understand the function of a left guard on any play, right? Those are the two guys. How many people put out all 22 film, for example, that I see in football that have no idea what the coaches are telling any of the players on the field, what the reads are, what this is. So I struggle when I see people that are putting those things out there with certainty, talking in certainty.
Yeah. I took a 2-year hiatus from the all 22, Shasky. It's because of that. Because people are saying, Jimmy should have thrown here. Now, you don't know what his read was. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo's the best quarterback in the world, but were you in the huddle? Do you know who the primary receiver was? Do you know who the secondary receiver was? Do you know who the safety valve was? These people act like they know everything. They killed the all 20. I just came back to it this year. I had to because the Niners were humming and I want to see some things. But I'm not going to sit here and think, that was the first read. That was the second read. Just Purdy made a read and got it to that guy. I don't know if he was first, second, or third. I'll ask the player that. But too many people, they act like they know everything. So I tell young journalists all the time, know what you don't know. Know what you don't know.
But I think what's happened in the NFL is it's becoming, and the NBA saw the same trend, stats dependent, where you have a lot of people who can only talk about the sport through the prism of stats. And this is where baseball's at currently. And that's why all the best baseball conversations are dead. They're dead in the water. You can't even we couldn't even talk about Brandon Belt without someone being like, his WAR, his WRC, is this. It's like, no, dog, like, you've lost the essence of it. And I think in this conversation, as we talk about these things, this is where the Brock Purdy thing is a fun, polarizing conversation, because there's the stats, there's the eyeballs, there's people putting their 2 cents and their spin on it. There's people educated, uneducated, played, who didn't play. Like, it's a great sports conversation, the Purdy one.
The Purdy one. It's, oh, man, he dinks and dunks. Well, tell me you haven't watched Joe Montana's career. Tell me you haven't watched Tom Brady. And all,
Drew Brees.
Running back won a Super Bowl MVP.
With like 12 catches.
Right, 14 catches out of the backfield. Dinking and dunking. All right, Fast Five for today. We're going to rat-a-tat everybody's calls. That's Fast Five for today. Fast Five, 30 seconds or less, starting with Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening?
I'll make it quick. That I just find it funny that the person talking smack about Brock Purdy being the worst quarterback left in the playoffs is part of the same regime that drafted Jamarcus Russell. So that's my take.
There it is. Next. There it is. Dave in Fresno, what's happening?
Yeah, guys, it's Brock Purdy's always going to have this stigma with him because where he was drafted, unfortunately. But, hey, it doesn't matter. All we got to do is win the Super Bowl. And it shouldn't matter to you guys. You guys sound like it does matter. You say it doesn't, but it shouldn't. All we got to do is win and let all the haters talk.
Yep, just win, baby. Just win. Shout out Al Davis. Larry in San Francisco. Larry, what's happening?
Hey, what's up? Good morning, you guys.
Good morning.
About that Green Bay Packer fan, we don't just eat crackers. We eat crab. We eat some crab eating, wine sipping, kid stealing 49er fans. Woo! With that, I'm out.
Ricky and Danville.
Save that.
Niners lined up at the gate by 9 o'clock tomorrow, man. I don't care, rain or shine. We're going to do this. Flee, pack, flee.
Let's
Let it
go.
Richie Rich, and then we got one more. Richie Rich, what's happening?
What's up, my guys? Yeah, I'm going to come check you guys out tomorrow. Hey, real quick, man. Hey, Rob from San Bruno, you the biggest hating-ass Brock Purdy fan out there, man. I'm going to tell you, when Brock Purdy wins tomorrow and he wins the championship and hosts that Lombardi trophy, you better swallow them words, bro, because you was a big-ass hater. And Bonte and Shasta keep it 100. They don't call you out on it, but I'm going to call you out on it, bro. Swallow them words.
Richie Rich. And last but not least.
It's like the Rome show. We got callers with beef.
Last and not least, Duke in the city.
Let's go, Duke.
Duke in Lakeview to set the tone.
Oh, man, ain't no love. The world to the bone. It goes to the scope. The number one seed with home field advantage. One after catch by Purdy. Get the message. Hold on. We're going to get this right, y'all.
Get it right, baby.
It goes to the scope.
the number one seed with home field advantage. One after catch, CMC get the message. Brock Purdy throwing touchdowns in the league. Can't stand it. Like you catching balls like a one-handed bandit. People standing tall, intercepting everything. Oh, I can't wait till we get our 6th ring. He was like this food, like some cold sweet cheddar. Las Vegas kind of chilly. Wear your hoodie and your sweater. End zone, red zone. You better check it, Brock Purdy. All he do is set and break records. Let's go.
Love that.
Duke!
And that's how you end the show.
42-20, Niners win going away. CMC, 150 all-purpose yards. And I'm telling you, Debo. Whoa.
I'm going 34. Going 34-16 Niners. 34-16 Niners. McCaffrey, big game. I smell a big Ayuk game. It's time for him to enter the postseason and have this postseason memory. We've had one from George Kittle. We had some from Debo. It's Brandon Ayuk's time. 34-16, 49ers. Spinoni, Lutman, got anything?
I like all the home teams this weekend.
Wow.
That includes the Bills over the Chiefs.
Wow. I like it. Lutman.
I'm going to go Niners 31. Packers will score late and get the backdoor cover and finish with 24. So 31-24.
I like that. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. It's been a lot of fun. Don't forget Mills High School tomorrow. Pancakes. $12 right now, $14 at the door. Come have some pancakes with your boys as we raise money for the Mills High School Athletic Program. That's from 9 to 12. And then it's all about them Niners. I'll see you down at Levi Stadium, everybody. Have a good weekend. Spinoni's miserable.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni. 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
For too long, I've waited around.
Let's go. Let's go. I need a Bonte baby trade.
Let one out. I did it when you were gone.
No,
and
I can't take his.
You can borrow it. He won't mind. Give us one.
Let's go.
No, baby. Come on. You're about to have surgery. Let it out.
Baby.
Oh, boy. How you doing?
Steiny and Goo. I'm doing well, buddy. How are you, man?
I'm okay, but I'm thinking of 4 people right now.
All right.
Butcher Boy, Bonte Hill, 49er Frankie, and Mark Ibanez. 4 of the biggest Niner fans I know, and they have not celebrated the Super Bowl along with our fans and our brethren since 1994. So it's bigger than Kyle. It's bigger than Brock. Steiny, when are the Niners going to win that chip? That's a long-ass time, man.
That's not that long. That's not that long.
I said 1994.
Yeah, there are teams that haven't won even.
I don't care about those teams. We're talking about the team in the Bay. Thank you, Sam.
But I give you the perspective.
Okay, all right.
That's what I'm
bucket.
I'm here to do.
Bucket.
I'm here to do.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
is that a new shirt? Why didn't you iron it?
I've gotten.
My bad. Go ahead, Steiny. You look good, baby. Go ahead.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. I put a collared shirt on today because I was like, we're going to the Warrior game tonight, and I forgot the Warriors game got postponed.
Yeah.
And so, now what are we going to do? Well, you and I were going to the game tonight.
Yeah, we'll have some lunch. That's what we'll do. Yeah, talk about the game. But I am excited for the fans, man. Yeah, I mean, like how people are feeling it. Because we get so bogged down, and rightfully so, with who's the pressure on. Kyle loses a beat. But if we just talk about the fan, because, Steiny, there's
you
old
can tell this is wrinkled from over there?
Yeah, when I walked in. Yeah, I was like, it's new. But I would have threw the little, permanent press on it. And you're looking fine, buddy. Yeah. Evan, I'm
jacking on over. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go. We got Packers, 49ers, 5:15 tomorrow, Levi Stadium. It's going to be a little wet. Looks like it's going to be a little wet. You scared?
No, Larry Krueger was right with the weather forecast.
He wasn't right yet. Let's see what happens.
It's going to be a little wet.
It appears.
Larry, good job.
It may be a little wet.
AccuWeather. Yeah.
It appears it may be a little wet. Yeah, you're right, Marco Paz. Guru's got a little milk stash.
I'm going to give you a 1.
You're growing a mustache.
Oh, yeah, milk stash. Yeah.
You know. Oh. Light rain, says D. Lou, the boss.
All right.
Why am I seeing Loveman in the background of you? Was he over there?
Yeah, he helped. Boy, yeah, he helped me.
I must have.
And also, too, 888-957-9570.
Give me something.
What's on the menu tomorrow? I'm ordering round table. I'm going round table, wings, buffalo hot, little that pepperoni and sausage. I'm ready.
I got an issue. I got an issue now with this game, and this buddy of mine,
go ahead,
Dana.
What could it be?
I'll tell you what it is. So this is really some bad news. So Dana Ali, my buddy, I said his last name, whatever.
The government name, yeah.
Well, his real government name was Dana Bell.
What happened?
His father legally changed his name to Ali because of Muhammad Ali.
Now that's dope.
So it's Dana Ali. He was born Dana Bell. Anyway, Dana, so he's from Milwaukee, so he's a Packers fan. Don't hate on him. He's from Milwaukee. I mean, give him a break.
So he's going.
No.
Okay.
So last week, he usually opens up. We had a lot of players. I said, hey, you open it up for the game.
Let's go.
And he goes, I don't think so. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, you know what? I'm a little nervous about this game against the Cowboys.
Man, you got to be in the lab.
He said, I don't know if I want a bunch of people over. He goes, if you want to run by, you can run by, but I don't want to get in. Well, now fast forward, the Packers put on a show yesterday or last week, and now I'm like, Niners, Packers, and he's like, yeah, I ain't opening.
Wow, man. I respect that.
I didn't open last week, and we won. I'm not opening this week.
I respect that.
I don't. Yeah. What about me?
Go to, what is it, the YMCA club in the town, Oakland, downtown.
Oakland Athletic Club?
Athletic Club. Talk YMCA.
Where do you like to watch a game? You like
in the lab by myself.
I like
with some drink.
Yeah. I don't like a really, really, really crowded sports bar.
Don't you like to hear the commentators, though, for the big games?
A lot of times, even if you're at a bar, they put the volume up really loud.
That is a fact.
I do like it. I I like a smaller
Come to the city.
group.
You sent a tweet out about the city's coming back yesterday.
What is wrong with
you
people,
caught
by the
holy
way?
I was trying to defend you, Steiny.
What is wrong with people?
They came for your wig.
Last time I tried to say something nice about this city.
See, but that's what X is about. They thought you were trolling the city.
I'm not trolling the city at all.
You said it's coming back. Shasky backed you up before he left.
Dude, I'm walking. I got out. I was walking around the city about 6 o'clock yesterday. Getting dark.
Yeah.
Bustling. There were people out and about.
Activity.
Man. And you know what, Goo? Goo and I going out and about today.
Yeah.
You know what? Anybody want to come along with Guru and I today?
Yeah, this will be our last one before you go under the knife.
What about Monday? We're not going to go out Monday?
You're here Monday.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Get after it Monday night.
Keep the body clean of them toxins.
888-957-9570. Let's get into it. We got the San Francisco 49ers against the Green Bay Packers. 49ers, the last number I saw, Goo, was 9.5. 9.5.
I'm taking it.
You taking the Niners?
Yeah, no, I just
even in the rain.
I mean, okay, you get slaughtered in the rain. Like, it will slow the track down, but how many times we see Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Joe Montana and company, on a muddy track? I mean, at the end of the day, Steiny, I believe talent wins. Shocker. But I just don't see how you could walk me through Green Bay winning this game unless Brock Purdy, Amy Trask on line one, just has an awful game and throws the ball to the other team. That's all. But I can't wait to see what LaFleur does, because nobody's talking about that component of Kyle's embarrassed me a couple of times, in the playoffs, and he's got the underdog. Will he let it hang out? 4th and 5, 4th and 4. You know what? Normally we would punt. What do we got to lose? Will he defer, to the second half? Or will he take the ball to try to set a tone? Because you and Evan hit me yesterday real quick with the Niners are a different team when they're behind. I'm like, there is some psychology to that.
Oh, the Packers are getting the ball first.
Regardless.
Yeah, because Shanahan was asked, here. I mean, we're going to get into a lot of different things about this game. This is what came up. Hey, Shanahan, what about the coin toss?
You normally defer to taking the ball to the second half. Would you consider taking the ball at the beginning of this game to try to disrupt his rhythm?
No.
When was the last time you did receive the ball?
I mean, I think he can have rhythm in the beginning of the third quarter, too. I think he had some good rhythm on the second drive also. I mean, I don't think it's because he started with the ball personally, but that's just everyone's preference. I also, it's always good to get up to a big lead. It's also good to score at the end of the second quarter and get the ball first, just like Dallas did, which would have got them right back into it if they did score in the opening third and Green Bay didn't answer. So it's, if I felt our team was struggling on something, that would change your mind, but I usually think that's just coincidence. But when you play good football, usually you score, and when things don't happen, you don't.
Wow, man. I agree with everything you said, man.
I feel like the reason the Packers want the ball, to me, is because you'd love to get the Niners down, right?
Right, no doubt.
But what did they took the ball against the Cowboys
and scored and sent a, and then
scored and held,
yeah,
right?
A lot of people were like, yeah, they did held. Good call. But Steiny, he was getting like second guess before they scored. Like, what are you doing? And he knew what he's doing. He had a plan, and they executed it.
Lori Matthews on the YouTube chat. I've been following the weather forecast. Ahmad. Oh, she's responding to Ahmad in the chat. And they had a meteorologist on this morning. I think they know more than you do. Light rain, showers, light wind. Apparently, we've got Ahmad on the YouTube text line, and he's impersonating a meteorologist.
I want that job, because who's ever got written up for getting the weather wrong? Hey, Steiny, we got to let you go. You've been getting it wrong, bud.
You've seen the Larry David, right? The Larry David
he's
one?
My guy, no.
The country club? He belonged to a country club, and he happened to be friends with the weatherman. And the weatherman kept predicting rain. And so Larry David would not golf because it's going to rain, and then it would never rain. And he thought the weatherman was making up the forecast so he could play at the country club by himself.
I haven't seen that one. That's on my to-do list.
Yeah. So anyway, the San Francisco 49ers, they play the Packers. Let me ask you this, because I'm looking forward to watching Jordan Love, and we'll get into the Amy Trask sound, but not that I really want to dissect
I got you.
My thing is, so Amy Trask talked about, let's just play it to get us started. It's not going to be 4 hours, but I want to get started here.
4 games this week. That means we have 8 quarterbacks. Did that math all by myself. 4 games, 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. Make no mistake about it. Everybody be calm, 49er fans. I'm not suggesting Brock's not a good quarterback. He is. I simply don't put him in the same category as the other quarterbacks. So I'll say it again. 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy.
What don't you like about it?
It's not that I don't like him. It's not that I dislike him. He does things very well. He is surrounded by a tremendous, tremendous supporting cast, both on offense and defense. He is a good quarterback. I don't put him in the category of the other 7.
All right. So my question, and I'm not here to denigrate anybody, I wonder why she would put Purdy ahead of Jordan Love. I mean, Purdy behind Love. I mean, Purdy's got more starts than Love.
Yeah, but
he?
I believe it goes to the DNA and the attributes and the arm strength and those things, I believe, why she put Jordan Love ahead of Brock Purdy. But the one that got me was the orphan at quarterback, and that was Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
He's needed a home many of seasons. And damn, Amy, I got to remember, Baker Mayfield, when he was with the Cleveland Browns, did go to Pittsburgh and beat Big Ben in the playoff game. But we saw how that ended. He's found a home in Tampa. But we saw Brock Purdy win 2 playoff games last year against a stout Dallas Cowboy defense. And you got Baker ahead of Brock Purdy. That's the one that shocked me. But even then, he's still number 6 if you bump him up one. So
that's the one, though. And Evan, you can jump in here. Evan
Giddings,
like Mayfield has had, his numbers are really good. But I'm just wondering.
They're better than you'd think.
Yeah.
Okay. They're
because he's been on the bottom.
But why Jordan Love?
Steiny, watch it. I mean, the guy can play.
I know he can, but he's like, if you want to say that Purdy, how many starts does Purdy have? 25?
Yeah, well, I don't even know.
I mean, I could see you saying Mayfield over Purdy because of experience. Like, he's quarterbacked more games, but I don't.
Let's put a real quick rat on the table.
That was on the Rich Eisen show, by the way. Yeah.
So you talked about it yesterday. The Packers have won 7-9. Jordan Love has been a big component of why they've done that, and everybody's watched it. But what's the one thing, and I believe it's shade and hate, that Brock Purdy doesn't get credit for, Stoney? The fact that he's in a limousine of an offense, so they look at Brock Purdy and say, oh, anybody could do that, and maybe Amy is doing that subconsciously. Jordan Love is the reason. Who's he throwing to, Stoney? I'll wait, He don't have a Debo, a Kittle, and Ayuk.
He's got 4 of them.
Well, he's got Aaron Jones, but
he's got Young. He's got a stable.
It helps Jordan Love's profile when it looks like he's working with nothing, and he's got him here. And then you look at Brock Purdy. Every time I look, he's a system quarterback. So it's give or take, man.
Well, let's just go through them. Who'd you rather have, Mahomes or Purdy?
Mahomes.
Josh Allen or Purdy?
Josh Allen. And this is nothing bad.
Lamar Jackson against
Lamar.
Okay, what about Stroud?
I think that's why she puts Love over Purdy, is because a lot of people have Jordan Love and C.J. Stroud in the same type of category.
Okay.
One's a rookie, one's a first-year starter.
I think if we had a draft, and we did that,
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Stroud.
Like, we took Purdy like 6th out of the 8 quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
You got to take at least three of the NFC, or I'm sorry, the AFC guys, right?
Because if you put Brock Purdy in Green Bay situation where Love has excelled, I'm looking at you, Stoney. Do you think with what you've seen from Brock Purdy, they would be right here?
I'm sorry, one more time?
If Brock Purdy was the Packer quarterback working with Jordan Love, I think there's something to that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. And I'll be honest, I said this. I'm interested to see Jordan Love play in this game.
Against this Niner defense, Bosa got to show up. Just get us a sack.
It's a playoff game, so that's going to be a problem.
I'm going to give you a 3.
Oh, man, my guy, Baltimore Joe. I was with him yesterday.
Yeah.
He's from Baltimore. He's a legitimate Ravens fan. Boy, was he
nervous?
No, he was just saying, time for Bo.
No show.
This is Bosa's annual time to shrink.
Yeah. It'll be good for him to get a couple.
Calls him the businessman.
Man.
Let's go to David in San Mateo. David, get us started. Let's go.
D-Lo.
888-957-9570. Let's start talking football. Gurus, we'll get his prediction, but I can tell you.
Yours too, and Evans.
Yeah, we can do that. What's up, David?
How you guys doing, man? I've been waiting to get on live with you guys, man, for so long, man. Huge 49ers fan, man. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I can't wait for for tomorrow's game. Guys, I think it's going to go down like this. We got to control the clock with CMC. You know, it's going to be like you guys said earlier, it's going to be in muddy conditions. So we just control that clock. And then when Jordan Love, you know what happened when we played Baltimore last month, it just didn't seem that 49ers defense. So it's very crucial that we get that pass rush with Bosa and Chase Young and company. Yeah. Very crucial.
Good stuff, David.
You know, our secondary, don't get me wrong, we got Tafanga out there, but we got Gibson back there, and Ward is playing great. So I think that's going to be the contest because, you know, Matt LaFleur and Love, man, they're going to test our secondary.
Yeah, that's what David. I said, Stoddy. You know they're going to take chances, and secondary's best friend is a pass rush. So, I mean, how do you not get home with Hargrave and the stakes?
They're overrated.
It being a playoff game, Bosa, and now Chase Young and Armstead.
I think you answered your own question. How do you stop Bosa? It's a playoff game.
Well, I ain't there yet because he had a good Super Bowl in 2019. Made Mahomes fumble, and Mahomes got it back with one arm that would have sealed the
then he couldn't finish a play.
Yeah. The last postseason run is the only time he hasn't played well. Or had sacks, I should say. He still played well.
What have you done for me lately?
Jody Watley. Janet Jackson.
What have you done for me lately?
Look at my guy feeling frisky on Friday. Yeah.
By the way, Morali on the YouTube chat says, I've never seen Shanahan this confident heading into the playoffs. Has anybody else noticed that? I haven't really noticed it, but
I like the bravado he showed when he said he knew he was playing after the second quarter. And now him telling the truth.
888-957-9570. Bottom line is this. What do you expect to happen tomorrow with the 49ers and the Packers? Is there anything that does worry you? And then if there is something that worries you, you tell me what makes you feel pretty confident.
But what about the thirst aspect too, Stoney?
What thirst?
Since 1994.
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you.
For who?
For the Niner fans, especially the young ones.
Right. And so who are they playing?
The Packers.
Okay, and then what's the other game? Tampa Bay, Detroit.
Yeah.
What about the Detroit Lions fans?
Well,
compared with the Niner fans.
But we're in the Bay.
So what?
Talking to Niner fans. We don't care about them. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, just acknowledge that.
I'm worried about what's going on in our house, in the Bay.
What do you mean?
No Super Bowl victory since 1994.
Which is still more Super Bowls in the last. More Super Bowl. The 94 was our last one?
Yeah.
So that's 30 years? So they have one Super Bowl in the last 30 years? Well, that's probably still better than more than half the teams in the league.
But we do radio in the Bay.
Yeah.
We don't care about the other half.
Well, it's not that we don't care, but that's what I offer, the perspective. Have you ever heard the intro to our show? They say, he's got the perspective.
Yeah,
talking about me.
Yeah, I'll throw away line.
I like the,
right. Oh, boy. He coming at you.
You know I'm right.
Well,
49er fans are no more long-suffering than more than half the league's fans.
Evan was born. Evan was born the last time the
49er fans'
won.
Frustrations to Cowboys fans' frustrations?
Well, it's the win goes to Cowboy fans because they got a Super Bowl in '95, so their drought is.
Oh yeah,
1 year left.
Boy, that's a big year.
But what about the fact that Dallas has not gone to a Super Bowl? The Niners have gone to 3. Niners have gone to 2.
Not easy winning a Super Bowl. Good.
I know it's
There's
not.
32 teams in the NFL.
Sir.
Only one coach and one team gets to win it every year.
Yeah, but when you've established dominance like Joe Montana has over that run, Bill Walsh and George Seifert, my whole thing is now you kind of want to cash in. You are one of the big boys in the NFL, so I don't care about D-Town and Detroit and all that stuff. Shout out General Motors.
Let me tell you what I don't care about and what matters nada. Joe Montana. He doesn't matter. And you know what? I got to ask fans this.
This is wow.
This guru fascination with this drought.
It is a drought.
No, it's not. It's not. I don't believe it's a drought. I'm not going to get you. You're not going to get me to say drought.
You don't believe
Can I
that,
ask
though?
for? Well, I do think this.
All
right. I'm. Let's take Shasky and Bonte and me. All right, I'm older than those guys. It feels like the young fans who, let's say, haven't experienced the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Let's say you're 35 years old.
Yeah.
So you don't remember the first Super Bowl, last Super Bowl. All right, so let's put, Bonte remembers it. Evan, let's use Evan.
He was born in 94.
He's 30-ish.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's born in 94, so he misses it. He's never seen the Niners win a Super Bowl. It feels like the younger fans, like Evan, must win right now. And the older 49er fans, not that I'm a fan, but if I were, I'd be like, yeah, it's tough to win. Hopefully we can get it this year. But the more sports you watch, don't you more acknowledge the harder it is, and that makes you appreciate it more if and when it does happen.
Okay, what about I'm not mad at that. I don't agree with it, but what about the carrot that's been dangled in front of Niner fans when they went and lost in 19? They lost against the Ravens. So they lost last year, had their hearts ripped out in Philly. Steiny, there is something to having that carrot dangled, and you try to, in your Wild E. Coyote when it's all said and done. Just a pile of smoke and dust with your heart broke. But
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
1995 to the present, right?
Yeah.
Would you rather be a 49er fan or a Lions fan?
A Niner fan.
Both of them are...
That's easy. That's a Niner fan because you went to the Super Bowl. Lions ain't even came close.
Yeah.
All right. But what I'm telling you is, shout out CBS, as the world turns. Now that and I feel sorry for these youngsters like these young fans like Evan. Social media has changed everything. There used to just be the Argus or the Chronicle and Sports
Did you just say the Argus?
Yeah. Shout out Monty Poole.
The Fremont Argus?
Yeah, MVAL, James Logan. Monty Poole used to write.
That was part of the Oakland Tribune group.
Okay.
Yeah.
But my point is, you win a championship, there'd be the parade.
Yeah, well,
but now
CBS.
these young kids are just a championship lasts longer with social media, I believe, for fans. It's everywhere. You get to gloat. You get to stick your chest out. Back in the 80s, Steiny, it was, Niners win the Super Bowl. Look at your local paper. We'll catch you on the local news. Now, and I just feel like young Niner fans want that. They're tired of being the runner-up.
Too bad.
That's what you would tell them.
Yes, that's what I would tell them.
Or you're just a couple weeks away from going to Vegas.
I would say 49er fans, there's 8 teams left. The 4 teams that are in your conference, I think you're better than. You got another great shot.
We know they are. Okay.
You know what you do? Here's all I do.
Who is it?
You just keep knocking. That's all you can do. You just keep knocking. You knock. You keep knocking year after year after year.
Yeah. But there's pain involved in that.
Nah, not really. There's joy in the journey.
Fans are I got a guy right here on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. I'm 42 years old. It's a drought from winning, Steiny.
They've been winning. They just haven't won a Super Bowl.
And that's, to some people, that's all that matters.
Well, guess what?
See, I hear
Ask my friend Derek, who's a Lions fan. You're spoiled. You don't get to win it every year.
But I'm not spoiled with Super Bowl victories.
No, you're
they
not.
Got cobwebs on them, buddy.
That's because it's hard to win a Super Bowl.
It's like a kid going to his dad, why are we so poor? Well, son, there's other people poorer than us. That don't make me feel better. How do we fix the problem, Pops?
Pops has perspective.
Yeah, but hey, son, that ain't helping. I just think there are a lot of people that are tired of this drought.
Yeah, it's a shame.
That's the point.
You know what? If you're tired of the drought,
see, there's no
quit being a sports fan.
You're not connected.
I'm connected.
No, you're not passionate about if they win or lose, and that's why you can simply say what you're saying, and you're not. But diehards, Steiny, this is their life. Some people, this is their life.
Sure, and I'm not saying it shouldn't be, or I'm saying they're losers.
Yeah, they're looking at me. No, I have no shade.
No, I just think
sports is my second wife.
I just think we cut that. I just think we've got to do the math.
And it's been since 30 years.
Right. So, if there's 32 teams, If you do the math, if you win one title every 32 years, you're breaking even.
Oh, boy.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Those
I want out of that club. I don't want to be a part of that
facts.
fan base.
I see Chucky in Oakland. I see Mike. We're going to get to you, man. I'm telling you right
And
now.
what's on the menu?
We're having fun today.
Yeah.
You cannot make
Well,
me
the
not
boss
have
didn't
fun.
give you the go-ahead like normal. Like when he said, Steiny, go ahead and let it rip.
No, he said, stick to football today, guys. Win the big. And hey, by the way, Warriors, I know they're going through some tough stuff.
No doubt, man.
We won't get into it, but hear what Pascal Siakam said?
That cut me.
Yikes. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'll just tease it. I'll mention it on the other side, and then we'll get right back to football. Yeah. Hey, maybe Jimmy the numbers a little bit with people sticking around wanting to hear what Siakam said about the Warriors. Hey, I am super excited about this game tomorrow. Guru, you're in the lab with me?
Yeah, we're round table. We got to get out.
No, I know we do. It is a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, don't forget, another opportunity at 12:30 to win a Christian McCaffrey signed jersey. That's 12:30 to 1:30. You got to be listening to qualify. Let's get into it, Niner fans, on 95.7 The Game. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
All guests during the postseason appear.
it. I just don't see that happening against this Niner defense, especially with the 2-week rest. That's what we haven't mentioned. Well, that could happen if there's a blunder early. But
I mean, remember what happened?
This is going to be early.
Remember what happened the last time Bosa took this kind of time off? He came in out of shape.
Well, that's
after the holdout.
Yeah, cost him All-Pro.
Let's go to Chucky in Oakland. What's up, Chucky? How you doing, man? Let's go. 49.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, man. I appreciate you both, man.
Thank you.
Chucky.
Man. Hey, the lady you guys just had on, man, perfect, man. She mentioned that it was seven good quarterbacks, terrific, and then Brock Purdy, and I can get that, man. I can relate to that because see, you know, with Brock Purdy, it's like being at the Thanksgiving dinner, man. You got the turkey don't look so good. But, you know, you got the dressing, you got the macaroni and cheese, you got the vegetables, you got that cobbler, that apple pie at the end. So you're really not tripping because, you know, you're still going to enjoy a good meal. They're going to get full even though that turkey don't look right.
All right.
See, Green Bay, Jordan Love, he don't have that. And I'm going to put my money on Jordan Love, man, because, you know, they got the young cats, man, and they don't know what they were up against.
Hey, Chucky.
And look forward.
Hey, Chucky, let me run that by Goo. What do you think, Goo?
I was going to tell our guy Chucky I'm flabbergasted. The scoreboard does not read quarterback A versus quarterback B. It's not Purdy versus Love. I get that you would rather take Love, but at the end of the day, Chucky, it's what's around each quarterback. And it's apparent to anybody that knows football, the most talented team, and I believe a team of destiny, is the San Francisco 49ers. So, Chucky, I get your infatuation with Love, but, man, your boy, Brock Purdy, has won 2 playoff games, and he won them last year against Seattle and Dallas, a stout defense then last year. So I don't get the Amy Trask thing. I don't care about her rankings, but I don't know what Brock Purdy can do to get people like Amy, and they're out there, to get up off her. Do we ever look at Dan Fouts and say, oh, he had Kellen Winslow, John Jefferson, and Wes Chandler, and Kellen Win? No,
Who's their running back?
Chuck Muncie.
Yeah, Purdy's got better weapons than Fouts.
No, I get it.
No, I think so.
He's driving the Ferrari.
Like the 49ers have one extra weapon. Like that's what,
and
to me,
Kyle's a weapon too, is play calling, sure. I believe.
But what I'm saying is, we got a good running back. We got a good receiver. We got a good tight end. And then we got this. We got a good
dominant
quarterback.
Left tackle.
I don't even care about him because the offensive lines are.
What if he's listening, man? Who? We might run into him. Big Trent.
If he's listening, then he knows I'm the guy that likes to give him grief. Just anyway. Like, Trent Williams is to me as Nick Bosa is to Bonte. Bonte's been challenging Bosa.
I'm missing. What? Give me something. Well, he just wants to see him put up some numbers. That's all. Because you talked about, hey, Goo,
he needs to be living in the backfield,
and then there's Warrior fans. I get that. Just like Magic, Kareem, Jordan, whatever, Bird, Celtics. But you want to kind of, if I'm a Niner fan, you want them to win, but you want to see your big dog go Charles Haley, right? Record a couple sacks.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean,
Filmo Mike checked in on my personal, we text back and forth. He said, you got to win now. Just back to our prior conversation about
he's young. He's one of these young fans. I get it.
He's 30.
There's a line of immaturity with 49er fans. How old's Filmo?
I want to say 30.
He's older than that, isn't he?
Well, I hope he's not. Well, yeah, you look good, Mike. Yeah, you take the over.
Well, I just looked at Spadoni and Evan, and they were both going.
Like
Mike could be 31.
Right. Mike ain't that. Mike is he's from the streets. He ain't tripping. But go ahead, Snotty, what are you saying? And what are you doing?
We have a new studio here.
Yeah.
And there's just still some issues. This wire always gets caught under my chair. I wonder why.
You're that kid in class.
Oh, my God.
You need medicine. Oh, boy. But go ahead. I interrupted you.
Let me ask you a question. When class started, all right, first day of class, and you could sit anywhere you wanted, where would you sit?
In the back. Because I'd pass notes to the opposite sex. Yeah.
You know what's funny is I'm looking around. I got 5 guys right now. I got you. I got Jay. Jay sat in the back.
Yeah.
Spadoni sat in the back.
Where was
Evan,
he
smells like a front row guy right next to the teacher. Hey, Mrs. Sharp, I'm here today. Front and center.
I'm laughing at you. That's where the smart people go, though.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Bonte's been hard on Bosa, huh?
Yeah.
Just want to put up some numbers.
It's more. No.
Well, be dominant.
No. It's playoffs are not about numbers. They're about W's. They're about letters.
If you tell me Bosa's not going to record a sack, I think the Packers got to get this. A better chance to be effective offensively.
Now, just to take the opposite point of view, I'm going to disagree with you.
Shocker.
What if the Packers' entire game plan is to not let Bosa?
All right. You got other dudes on the line that could eat, you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. But we'll see. Aaron Jones, I don't expect him to be able to. I'm excited because I hated. I didn't hate.
I mean, you don't expect the Packers to even show up, apparently.
I honestly thought Armstead was just a guy. And Steiny, when he was gone, we saw Tampa Bay have some success running the ball. We saw other teams have success running the ball. Arizona went for 232 on the Niners in Arizona. So, I mean, he's back. They're fully healthy. And again, we'll see. Otis Bird III says he thinks Fillmore Mike, we got to give him love here, is 38.
Well, first of
all,
all,
he's feeling good if he hears this.
Otis,
we had him at 30.
Otis, my man.
Otis
Animal
Bird
House.
III.
Otis Day and the Knights. Otis. The issue, it's Phil Moe, Mike, not Phil Moore.
I said Moore.
I know. It's
he wrote
Phil
Moe, yeah.
I would, you know how, if it's Phil Moe, Mike, but if it were me, it would be Phil Moore,
yeah,
Matt.
You,
you know, it's a coolness thing. And I don't know. So let's go to, okay, 669. Steiny's Philly side is showing right now. What does that mean?
What does that mean? Normally, I'd be like you're pumping the Eagles, but everything's bad in Philly. So, right. Maybe because you're not saying you think it's going to be or just a landslide. I think, like I'm saying with my chest out, that the Niners are they're that good.
Let's go ahead and
they're going to beat the crap out of. I wanted to say.
Can you give me your prediction now?
38-10 Niners.
38-10.
And I mean that. I'll say it right now. 38-10 San Francisco 49ers, man. But what blew me away is you, Evan, and the boss talking about if it's 20. I'm going to you yesterday. If it's 20-10, that Niner fans would come in here on a Monday, your last Monday, and be like, that wasn't good enough when this is a tournament.
This is actually, I'm trying to, I was
you
thinking.
Want to avoid this? Or
I wanted to avoid this subject because it got me mad at you yesterday. Yeah, it did.
Explain.
The idea. Evan, I need you on this one, and Spadoni, too. Not necessarily your support, but just to hear the exact precision of my words. If the 49ers win 20-10, okay?
They advance!
If they win 20-10,
okay,
and Purdy leads them on a touchdown to seal the game. It was 13-10, and Purdy led them on a drive that sealed it. 20-10 Niners. We all know, I know, and all our listeners know, that you're coming in here Monday. You, Daryl, the Guru Johnson, and you're going to be the one spearheading. I don't know, Steiny. They didn't win by 28. I think they can be beaten. But you're saying now, you're still going to say on Monday if they win a close game, it's survive in advance. Want to bet?
I do.
I'd love to make that bet.
I'm
and I'll tell you what. And I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
392,000 listeners are. They'll take my bet on that one.
I'll take it.
They please.
That's my boy. Listen, this is when I think you know me, man.
No, I
I'm
do.
nuanced. I don't got to brag about it. Listen, I don't think the Niners, they're professionals.
Okay.
And I told you Kyle leads in a certain way to where respect is shown people. Dude, I love myself right now. I feel like I'm giving a State of the Union. Respect is shown by effort. So I expect
I'll
the
be a
Niners,
Republican and just interrupt you and say, liar!
Players to be prepared and ready to go. My thing is, Steiny, I don't think Green Bay is got the Niners that fear factor. So I could see them coming out slow with the time off. No excuses. The time off. It's the Packers. Wake us up. So if it's 23-10, I'm going to come in here and say, I'm not going to be stopped. I'm going to be like Green Bay was really no threat mentally to the Niners. Okay, now you're in the NFC Championship game. It'll be against Tampa or Detroit. then. But I'm telling you, even the Niners B- game, they can win this 35-17.
Your MO
That's real
is
talk
so
right there.
simple. And the Bay Area and I think we're on to you. We see what you're doing here. You predicted the 49ers to win 38-10.
I mean every word
So
of
that
it.
if they win 37-13, you can rip them. That's, I think, what we're talking about.
Now that's material from you.
That is. Mike in Hayward. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy? Mike, hey.
I just want to say, Guru, I love you to death, man. I think you're one of the best sportscasters, fans combo.
Dude,
what a
this
contest.
guy. I love him. What you got, baby?
And you keep on with them expectations because, it's a drought until we win one, okay?
Man.
It's a drought every year until we win one, right? And, we're going to win 38-10. That's what we're going to do. That's what our expectations are. We don't want to lower our expectations no matter who we playing, okay? Now, they might not win like that, but our expectation is that we do that. And we went and bought us the defense to help us do that. So now they getting paid some money, get down and fulfill them expectations. Because we don't want no more droughts around here, okay? That's the best thing I can say. You keep on with your conversation because I just love your enthusiasm.
That's my guy.
You're one of the best sportscasters and combo fan. Right now, you might.
Well, that's the issue, really.
I love this guy.
You need a guy like you, man.
Yeah.
So you can keep on doing what you do.
Right on,
And
baby.
and
And you know where to find me, man.
Mike, I got a question. Mike, I got a question for you. I'm just going to put it out there.
Let it breathe. Steiny, he gave me some love. Why you got to poison it?
Thanks for the call,
Yeah,
Mike.
man, just
Guru's
let it
right.
breathe. Just
You're
let
the
that
man,
one
Mike. Appreciate
marinate.
it.
Let that one marinate.
Guru would absolutely doubt the Niners if they win 20-13 against the Packers.
Can I tell you what it stems from? I'm objective. And we know the team I root for is Dallas. It's an embarrassment. So I can recognize a team that's buttoned up. I can recognize good coaching, and I can recognize good play. And I guess that's what I'm yearning for, Matt. And when I look at the Niners, to me, they are one of the top two best teams
machine.
left. And I want to see
dynasty.
Ravens, Niners part 2. Packers, good story, but they won by default. They showed up, but that was just...
That's the disrespect you've been showing the Packers.
Wow.
And that comes out of your Cowboy
I ain't mad
fandom.
at you. No, nobody had them winning, Steiny, in the fashion that they did.
But doesn't that show they're good?
Or the team
you're
that
not
they
saying-
played just wet the bed. They took advantage of it. Like, are you telling
you gotta give them credit,
No,
don't
really,
you?
you think it's gonna be a close game tomorrow? It's NFL. It could be. It's a playoff
You know
game.
what, I'll
but
make
does
my-
your core gut tell you this is going to be close? I don't see it.
I got 28-17. I got Niners 28.
And you think?
I'm
fans-
sorry, 27. 27-17.
You think Niner fans
Moody's
would not,
going to miss
They
one.
would be mad at that if it were 27-7 because there's so many ways that could happen.
27-17.
That's a win.
No, well, I used 20-10 on purpose. The score 20-10 because 28-17, that allows for Brock Purdy's 2 touchdowns, no picks. McCaffrey 2 touchdowns. That's how they get to 48. That's how they get to 28.
Yeah.
And then they hold the Packers to 17. That's really good. But 20-10, that doesn't necessarily translate to me to Brock Purdy with 2 touchdown passes. Maybe if you only score 20 points, that may mean he turns it over a few times.
And I do got to say this, going against myself, shoot myself in the foot, Steiny.
It's all right.
Seattle came in here in the wild card round last year, and I felt this kind of way that they had no chance. But they had DK Metcalf, Lockett, and they had a lead on the Niners at halftime.
888-957-9570. There it is. Guru predicting 38-10.
I mean it.
38-10. Niners win. Matt Simons is going with 27-17. Let's go. We can start some predictions and what you expect to happen.
We got to get Evans too before you go. Evan? What's your prediction?
He doesn't like to be put on the spot.
Hey, please, dude.
Shies
Shies
away from.
I want to hear
limelight.
this one.
Oh, hey, Evan.
Yeah, I'll take the Niners 30-17.
Yeah.
Okay. 888-957-9570. Let's go. Prediction time and a couple details you think are going to happen in this game. Steve Weish, NFL Network, coming up at 11:30. I call him Stevie because I go way back with him.
Stevie.
Great guy. He's one of my favorites. He really is.
Does a good job.
NFL Network's chief national reporter. And we'll make sure to find out where he's going to be this weekend. He might be at 2 venues.
Could you? Here I go. I'm hashtag random. I'm looking at the schedule for tomorrow, starting 1:30, Houston, upstart Texans at Baltimore. Could you imagine if there were an upset and you're a Niner fan then?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, let me get this straight. Philly fell off after 10-1,
right,
and it looked like they had number 1 seed. Dallas fell off when we thought they were something. And now if you look at the AFC, I know you got Baltimore and Buffalo, Kansas City and Buffalo still, but man, things just seem to be going the Niners' way.
So it'd be like the Warriors' first championship when everybody got hurt?
That's it. I never bought into that.
I didn't either. I mean, it happens. What a big deal. Evan brought up something interesting that had me thinking, and he said, this is it was after the Purdy. We're talking Purdy, and he goes, even if the 49ers win the Super Bowl, people aren't going to stop talking about Purdy like this. And I was you don't think? He goes, no. They didn't stop talking about Brady like this after his first Super Bowl. So Evan thinks that if Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl, there's still going to be detractors out there that are going to say, he's just an average quarterback on a great team.
But they couldn't echo, he can't get it done,
my feeling
or he's the reason
who cares?
They can't get it done. No, that's everything.
No,
I mean, he's right, but if you win, he's got the last laugh.
Exactly. Like, Evan might be right, but who cares?
Well, I would ask Evan, you don't think Purdy's in the category of Brad Johnson or Trent Dilfer? They got it done, and I think they, nobody ever looked at them.
He's not listening.
No, I'm talking to you. Or just
I can't
other
answer
Evans
for
out
Evan.
there. Well, I'm talking to the masses, too, the people out there.
What?
Like,
Guru asked you a question.
Like Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson, I think are two of the less talented quarterbacks in the game that ever got their team to a Super Bowl victory. You're not saying if Brock were to do that this year, I think he's looked upon better than those two quarterbacks. And I know it's early in his career as opposed to when those two got it, but you wouldn't be saying he would be in that category, would you?
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, he's not in Brad Johnson or the guy you just named, but I do think that with what we've consistently seen throughout this season, no matter how good Brock Purdy's been, there's still a contingency of people that, I don't know if you want to label them doubters or want to see more, that even if he won the Super Bowl, I still think that they would believe that it's either because of the situation or the coaching. Like, he won't get his propers until he backs it up again, I think.
That got me to thinking, if he's onto something, and there's no shade at Kyle Shanahan, maybe that's why he didn't want Rodgers or Brady when he had the chance. Because had he won it, Steiny, it would have been you had the quarterback was the main character. But now in this scenario, it's Kyle driving Garoppolo almost, and now Brock Purdy, I've taken him from mystery relevant to look at him now. Huh? You get more credit is what I'm saying. I'm going Equifax.
Who does, Kyle or
Yeah,
Purdy?
Kyle. Kyle wins this one with Brock Purdy. Yeah. Kyle's going to get a brunt of the credit. If Evan is correct about people are like, you're just in a good system.
I think you're probably right. Yeah. I think you're probably right.
But with social media, you can't please everybody, man.
49ers would prefer a blowout win. It's from the 669 on the Comcast business text line.
30-18.
But in reality, we don't care how it happens as long as the fight.
That's real talk, right?
That's not real talk.
Fan.
No.
In reality, as long as they get the dub. Look at it.
If the 49ers win 21-20, it's going to be a nerve-wracking week for the Niners heading into the Lions game. If they win 31-3, all next week will be like, we got this. This is a joke. Because
it's kind of like that now, right? At least for me, my fat mouth, 38-10. But like, who's giving the Packers a chance now outside of you?
I give everybody the I give a chance to Houston. It's football. It's football. 888-957-9570. Let's go. We're going to do prediction time right now. I used to write these down. Remember when I used to do this?
I love this.
I'll do this. Yeah. It's a big enough game. It's a big enough game. It's a playoff game. I'll write down the predictions, and we'll have a winner on Monday. Who gets closest? 888-957-9570. I'm going to start with Guru 38-10. There's a surprise.
But you're laughing like that's just...
I am laughing. You are. I'll tell you what, this guy I work with is sharp. He is sharp, man. He's sharp. He's figured some stuff out.
We're waiting on the punchline.
There is no punchline. You're sharp.
Yeah.
You're really smart. Yeah. And the 38-10 prediction is just...
I've watched a lot of football.
It's vintage you, and it just shows how smart you are. That prediction is so smart for setting you up individually. See what I'm saying?
Like, I'm not. If it's 38-10, I'm not you. I don't come in here and be like, look at me, look at me.
Well, first of all, you will, but that's okay.
No, it's about I know football. I know
we'll
sport.
see.
I think I know sports.
We'll see.
Okay.
Or we'll see if you're pandering to 49er fans.
Now, that doesn't get me paid. That's what bothers me.
What do you mean?
This is probably the best team in the NFL. There ain't no pandering. The Niners.
What about the Ravens?
But what does my pandering get me? Or any host for that matter.
It puts you in good stead with the 49er fans.
I ain't getting no money. What does that mean? That's nothing.
No, it means your relationship with 49er fans is thriving.
I got relationships with my family and you guys. You might believe in that, and that might be telling me about you.
What do you mean?
Like there's guys and gals that do things to endear themselves with the subject. That's fake.
Well, right, but that's what you do. We all do it at times. I certainly do. Just acknowledge those times.
Oh, boy. Stay away from me with that.
Hey, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Steve Weish coming up at 11:30. Steve Weish at 11:30. It is a Football Friday. Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No more. Camera. Talk. I got to fix my camera.
Lights. You just mentioned your daughter, my friend, my niece, came up with an idea for us as a show. And normally I'll go, no, if it's a bad idea. And Steiny, I got chills over here. If we just can, when you come back, we can't let people know what it is, but man.
Why not? Should I just say it right now? Because if I say it right now, then we'll get responses of people saying, that's a great idea, or they'll be like, yeah.
Yeah, do that, and then I'm going to rip my boy Ron T, the Niner fan.
Okay, because I got a list of stuff, too.
I'm going to rip his
ass. So my daughter's 22. Yeah. I knew, too.
Film on Mike 38.
She's 22, and she went to Vegas with Goo and I when we went to Vegas. So Goo knows her well. And she, for the last month, has been like, hey, Dad, you need to start an Instagram account with you and Goo. And
outside of here.
Outside, right. Just start. Because she said to me, do you know how many people ask me if Goo and you really are friends? And I'm like, yeah. So she thinks we should start an Instagram. Steiner and Goo, or Goo and Stein, whatever. And like I told her, we're probably going to grab a bite to eat tonight. Yeah. And she's like, just take a picture of the food and just put out a minute or two of you bantering. And I think people would really like that. And I was like, really?
Or we hire somebody to film. That's doing too much.
I guess the real question I would have for people is, could we make money off it?
It's always about the dollar.
Why are you looking at me that way?
It's always about the dollar.
Pretty much.
We got a gig. We get paid here.
I could use a little extra.
Okay, so
I could use some freelance work,
I got a
ladies
couple
and gentlemen.
IOUs. Real quick.
Yes.
My boy Ron T, big Niner fan. I give him a hard time. Sends me some smart-ass message. Oh, that's real analysis, 38-10. But you missed the first 30 minutes of the show, Ron, when I said you are the most talented team. You're the best coach team. You got the most innovative play caller in Kyle Shanahan. So miss me. That goes into 38-10, pal. All right, I feel better. Let's go.
There you go. Yeah. So we're not. Now this is. I'm afraid to say this, but is what my daughter wants us to do? Is that the same as like that OnlyFans thing?
No, that's when you take your clothes off.
I don't think you have to take all your clothes off on those anymore.
Yeah. Well, we both wouldn't, but I'm just saying. Yeah, you're right. You look like you've been working out a little bit. You might be able to. Yeah.
You know, it's funny, Goo, is I had been a little bit, but now I haven't in the last 2 weeks because I'm trying to just walk. Keep this leg moving.
There you go.
Spadoni, you're leaving already?
Now, why would you out him like that? He's been here at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, and it's 11.
Wow.
If you must know, Benny has a fever.
Now I got the fever for a girl. He got the fever. Oh, he's got the fever.
He's doing it with his looks
Nothing
right now.
That a boy can do.
I hadn't
when
heard
he got the fever for a girl. That's Clarence Clemens. Springsteen.
Huh?
You ever heard that song?
No.
I think it's a cover.
Probably sound a little different than that.
Hey, here, by the way, look, I got 3 things written down. Can you please tell the listeners, remind them of the 2 bets your dad has on this on the Niners?
Yeah, when we went to Vegas, as you just mentioned, with your lovely daughter, and the guys had our name, Johnson, and picked us up, put us in the limo, he told me to bet $100 on the Niners to win the NFC. That's the National Football Conference. And then also win the Super Bowl. So I just text him again because I forgot you asked me the payouts. He'll text me the payouts. But, man.
When did he make it? Before?
Summer, when we were there for preseason. It was preseason.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, Norm.
When you kept bothering me after I was alone, and then you went and had a soda and came back punching me.
That always bothered me.
Like, dude, leave. I'm in my serenity zone. Leave me the F alone. Yeah, Daddy, come back smiling. Like, dude, come on now. I'm watching my money.
Here's what. Now, I got an analogy. Before the last segment, I was kind of telling people, you know, what you do and why you're a genius and how you're endearing yourselves purposefully to 49er fans, and you're doing it. Okay, something happened before the show that I did, and it's the exact same thing that you do, only I'm going to acknowledge that I do it for an ulterior motive.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay, here's what I mean. We're all today, everybody. By the way, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in here. We're taking predictions. I'm writing them down. Steve Weish at 11:30, NFL Network. We're in the planning room or whatever it is, just before the show talking, and I said, you know what? And the boss was hanging around.
Yeah, he was.
The boss was lingering. Sometimes he's sticky. He was lingering a little bit. And I said, you know what? I tell you what. If Matt hears this, he hears it. I said,
you did say that.
I said, I'll tell you what. I've been here about 10, 12 years, and we right now at 95.7 The Game, we got the best camaraderie among the hosts and the producers that we've ever had since I've been here. Everybody's getting along. Some guys have gone through some stuff, and they're getting support. And, I just said, hey, man, it's got more camaraderie now than we ever have. Well, we don't. I'm just saying that to endear myself to Nahigian and you guys. That's why you said 38-10 is you're doing the same thing. You don't really believe it, but Niner fans will like you for it.
The Packers have given up the 5th most yards on the ground this season.
By the way.
Come on, Steiny, this is not going to be close.
Hey, I got a couple questions.
I hope you're just
for you.
playing the boss lip. Steve Martin.
No, we do.
Jerk.
It's real. We have the best chemistry we've had.
It's called culture.
Okay, so Goo, I just realized, on my reads and stuff, you must have started taking some notes before the show, but accidentally. Do you want to? Can I remind Steve Weish? Okay, I just noticed under you have a black dot, and
Why
it
don't
says
you show it to the people,
and it says must they? So
I was getting ready to formulate a thought.
Right.
Do you
remember what it was?
A lot of geniuses do. And Evan, I reminded Evan that I had your paper, so I stopped there.
But do you remember what they must do? Because you started must they.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, I'm saving it for later.
Okay, and then there's another one on S&G Reads. At the very bottom, Guru has one Stevie.
Weish.
Well, why does he?
Don't ask me to explain my genius. I refuse to.
But it says we got Steve.
Oh, boy. Yeah, don't have me explain my genius, man.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. 888-957-9570.
If you look at this jersey I'm wearing, how much am I endearing myself to Niner fans?
I can't believe you said my shirt's wrinkled.
Well, it is.
But isn't that the way they wear it? It's called cash.
Oh, I've never heard that.
Yeah, casual.
Not in the black community. That's called wrinkle, brother. Yeah. Evan, I don't know if what do you get cash? Yeah. Yeah.
Cashmere.
See, now you're going to make me do da-da-dun, 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 da-da-dun. Do you have any idea what I just did?
Sports Center.
Nope.
Led Zeppelin. They have a song called Cashmere. And the beginning of it, it's a rocker. Oh, it's a rocker, ladies and gentlemen.
We say banger.
It's a banger, too. It is. Hey, Evan, you good with me right now? You and I have had a bad week together.
Oh, boy.
Why you lump me into that?
Man. Bring that up at the cafeteria.
I just love
the bus yesterday.
No.
Oh, boy.
No, I didn't. I did not throw you under the bus.
You kind of do it when you... I'm out of there.
No, when Evan said... What can I do to help you? That, I was showing the Bay Area how patient this guy is with the horses behind like me. Yeah. Every day,
you don't do it on
I
purpose,
butcher those reads, though.
I got you.
And you know what? I have a feeling he catches the brunt of it, not me.
Hello? Right. Oh, my God. Hey, let me tell you something. When you were out and I did the show with Jason Dumas and I was in your chair, I got to give you some respect, brother. Jason was doing his thoughts. He's great.
He is.
Yeah. So,
he is.
But when my clock is ticking like, brother, you got to wrap it up because we got to get to, that's heavy. So you deal with a whole lot of, I'm over here, yaddy, yaddy, yaddy.
I mean,
but boy, there's some pressure over. Like you got to know how to orchestrate, and I had to give him the kill. You hear him at the line, kill. Like we got to get the break. And Evan takes that from the boss and the higher ups.
Hey, Guru's guy, we're taking predictions. Here's what Peter King said, NFL expert. He was on with Willard and Dibbs. Guru's calling 38-10. I have 27-17. Evan has 30-17. Peter King, what do you think? Can the Packers stay in this game?
I don't know how you could watch
that game in Dallas last weekend and not think, hey, the Packers are going to give anybody right now a really, really good game. And, like, I don't think they're going to go in necessarily to Santa Clara and win that game. But, I mean, look, in the last 9 games, Jordan Love's got 21 touchdowns, 1 interception. I mean, you know, this is a challenge right now that the Niners have in this game. You wouldn't think that a 7-1 would be a big challenge. I think it's going to be.
Well, all right.
21 TDs, one interception the last 9 games.
He's on fire.
49ers have no chance.
Dude, they're giving up the 5th most rushing yards. They're going to just feed McCaffrey. I know they're going to point of emphasis for Green Bay, but, I mean, come on, Steiny.
The boss likes to do this sometimes. Like, what are we going to be talking about on Monday? And let me tell you what
should be a segment.
What could be a possibility is, what if Purdy only throws 11 passes on Saturday because McCaffrey's running wild, just like that game a few years back with it.
And it hurt Jimmy's profile.
That's right.
But why would you go away from? It was the epitome of, or the definition of, when something's working, don't go away from it. And too many people get too cute. Kyle did that in the 19th Super Bowl. You were gashing him on the ground, but yet you drop back and let Chris Jones slap the crap out of Jimmy when you didn't even need to be throwing.
That was I always get them mixed up. Was that the Minnesota or was that the Packers when Garoppolo only threw 8 times?
The Packers.
Okay. So
they didn't really throw a whole lot against Minnesota either.
Yeah. So they threw only 8 times. But anyway, we come out of that game and we kept saying he doesn't trust Jimmy.
Yeah.
Looking back at that game, let's do this. Looking back at that game where they only threw 8 passes with Jimmy Garoppolo. Why? I think conventional wisdom would now be, he didn't trust Garoppolo. That's why.
I was just going to say the flip side. If you had Jesus as your quarterback, you still wouldn't have threw it. Why would you do something that you see a team can't stop?
Because it works hand in hand.
Okay, so I'm just asking you.
Maybe he didn't want to throw it, and then he realized that we don't have, maybe they came into the game and they said, look, for whatever reason, we want to run the ball. We want to try to run the ball twice as much as we pass it. We would love.
Or we find out we can do it and they can't stop it. Let's abort everything and just keep doing. So who's the quarterback in high standard right now? Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
If Baltimore was to do that and take the ball out of his hands and continue to run, nobody would say, oh, there's a trust issue. It was, you called the right play. Just keep running.
Well, why did we say it then about Garoppolo?
Because a lot of people don't believe that, he's any good.
No,
I think Brock Purdy's already won, and he's got 2 playoff victories under his belt, Stoney. He was the MVP candidate for most of the season. I don't think the shade would come like it did for Jimmy.
I wonder. But that's the one thing I do remember is they pass 8 times, we come in the next day, and of course they didn't need to throw it, but now it's 3 or 4 years later, and I do believe, it was. Of course they were going to keep running, but it also fit the narrative that you didn't trust Garoppolo as much as some other people did, or as much as people thought he did, I should say. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got a prediction here. 30. Edison and Benicia.
What's he got?
He's got 49ers 33, Packers 16.
Man.
He's got Brock with 3 touchdown passes, Christian McCaffrey with 1. One for McCaffrey, 1 for Debo, 1 for Kittle.
I got Debo with 2 touchdowns just off the top. I just think when Kyle gets cute.
Well, I mean, you got the 49ers scoring 11 touchdowthink in this game, so somebody's got to get them.
Yeah. But I'm surprised. Who's the guy that gave me the compliment? I'll go back and play it again when I'm on my way home. Mike.
I think it was a couple years ago.
No, it was Mike.
Oh.
But he's the only one that called the fan that said, we are experiencing a drought. Like, I thought we were going to get more calls from Niner fans like, Goo, you're right, it's been a minute.
No, but the Niner fans are a really smart group of fans.
Yeah.
And they realize that
they're not Detroit. It's your only you can beat Detroit, son.
They could be. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, Packers, 5:15. Could be a little wet out there.
Tomorrow.
Could be a little wet out there. Yeah. Joe Shasky was telling me it's going to be the first playoff game he's missed Never.
That was real. That was like the Cal Ripken thing, and we know why. Thoughts and prayers to Papa Shasky, but, life hits. But he'll be watching, Steiny. Him and LJ.
I don't remember. I mean, I'm not saying this guy's wrong or woman. Was it snow in the game they ran that many times? I don't remember it snowing.
Here. What? The game was here. No, it wasn't.
I'm just
snowing.
saying, a 415 saying it was also snowing like hell that night when Jimmy threw 8 times.
The game was here.
Don't yell at me.
I'm yelling at him or her.
Yell to 415. Oh, 209 using your favorite word. Packers can sling it. They can sling it.
9-8.
Secondary will be exposed. Rain will play a huge impact on Purdy's performance. 31-28 Packers. That's Poncho Q.
Could you imagine us in here Monday?
Yeah, I could.
All hell would break loose.
It's not hard to imagine a team losing a football game in a playoff.
When you put it that way, but come on, man.
35-27 Niners win. That's 49er one.
Morale has 50-6.
Let me ask you this, Steiny. Of the 4 games this weekend,
yes,
what would shock you the most? I think it would be a Niners loss of all 4 games.
Ravens, Houston.
Yep.
Bills, Chiefs.
Even.
Lions, that's nothing. I actually am expecting the Baltimore Ravens to win big. So I would put those two kind of in the same category. But yes, the Niners losing would be like the most surprising. Baltimore, to me, those right behind them. Because I feel like both these teams, Houston and the Packers, have young quarterbacks who've just won a playoff game, and now they're playing against the team that's coming off a bye. That's asking a lot for a young quarterback. A lot. So that's why I would say those two teams, to me, would be the most surprising upset wins. And I'm talking about the Packers and the Houston Texans.
Evan, if I'll just take his scenario. If that were to happen, the answer would still be the Niners going away, just because if you look at John Harbaugh, he did what you talked about yesterday. He's done. He's already won a Super Bowl.
Right.
Yeah, it would be heartbreaking and, oh, my God, you were heavy favorite. But, again, what have we talked about for the last umpteen weeks is this thing is set up for Kyle to finally punch that ticket. And if you were somehow to get upset as a heavy favorite, Steiny, at home, oh, my gosh, I think this would play worse here than Baltimore for a coach that already has got a Super Bowl ring in John Harbaugh.
Am I the only guy who views the Super Bowl as something totally separate in the playoffs? In other words, like, I think the 49ers should get to the Super Bowl because of the 4 teams that are left in the NFC. But when I look at the Super Bowl, pretty much, if it's going to be Baltimore, Kansas City, or even Buffalo,
those are
we have to find out whether the 49ers are better than those teams.
Well, they're going to have to earn it. Like, I want to see Baltimore, but I was thinking about it yesterday when we brought it up. Like, Kansas City's formidable.
I guess what I'm saying, Goo, is
they're going to have to earn it.
That was like Tortorella. I guess that's what I'm saying, Brooksy. What was I saying? John Tortorella. But it was the 49ers.
If they Baltimore, Buffalo, or Kansas City in the Super Bowl, how you deem it different?
Oh, yeah. Like, if the 40, to me, this is the way I look. And I know people are saying, yeah, got to win a Super Bowl, got to win a Super Bowl. The way I look at it for the Niners is they got to get to the Super Bowl. The way it's set up, they got to get to the Super Bowl. But once they get to the Super Bowl, we may find out they're not the best team. We might find out that there's a team in the AFC better. Baltimore, maybe Kansas City, maybe Buffalo. But I don't think we can say
not way better. So 49er fans are going to expect the Niners to win that game regardless of who it's against. That's going to be a close spread. We know that. What did Willard tell us yesterday?
This is where,
if it were against Baltimore, Niners favored.
So if Baltimore beats the 49ers in the Super Bowl, they then kick their ass twice. Like, what more do you want? Like, if the Baltimore Ravens and 49ers end up in the Super Bowl, the Ravens win 28-17, like, I'm not going to say, 49ers blew it. They had another chance and they blew it. No, I'm going to say they got beat twice by the Ravens. They weren't the best team. The NFC, though, Goo, they got to get there.
But
they got to get there.
And I'm in Fanville. But man, Stoney, now we're talking about 2 NFC championship losses, a Super Bowl loss, your third Super Bowl loss, in the last the whole thing is about when's it going, and we'll ask Weiss when we have him here at 11:30, but it's just like, you're right.
But
if
don't
they were
you
to
ever
lose
look
on that stage, it won't help fans process it any. It's a winnable game, regardless who it's going to be against. And McCaffrey and Bosa. And
but if you're not the best team, you have to pull an upset. I look at like Don Nelson. Well, he never won a title. He never had the best team. Not even close. But he usually had a way to get teams to overachieve.
I totally get that, but I think that's not this. Because if I were to ask
what if the Ravens beat them in the Super Bowl? Won't that be tangible proof the 49ers were not the best team?
All right, you are correct.
That's all I'm
saying.
saying.
Right now on a payday Friday, can you look me in my brown eyes and say, Guru, I know for a fact that nobody would answer any different. The Chiefs are better than that. They have a better roster than the Niners. They have a better quarterback, but see, I'm looking at that like the Niners got a better overall roster.
I'm looking at the Baltimore Ravens specifically right here. And why they
didn't win
your
that Christmas
ass.
game. No, they did.
They did. Made the Niners look bad.
They did.
Okay, and I'm willing to say, you know what, I think that may have been an outlier. That's fine.
Yeah.
But they do it again? Then guess what? 49ers weren't winning it this year. Why not? Because they weren't the best team.
So you're telling the fans, don't be upset, don't be hurt, because it's going to hurt regardless, Donnie. The everything that goes with, the Super Bowl and how close I could taste it, and another chapter of Niners getting to the big dance and not being able to finish.
Again, the way I look at it, I really do, is when did they have the best team? You could say, well, you think they were better than the Chiefs that year? That's fine. I don't. I don't. So, to me, this is always has Kyle Shanahan come up short? Yeah, he's come up short. But has he ever had a clear-cut best team that they should have won it, and when he didn't, you're like, whoa, what happened there?
Zay415 on the First NorCal Credit Union chat donated $1.99, Stoney. 49ers win 37-24.
What was the score?
37-24. So
that's
not
a lot of points.
Everything's been over.
Let me ask 49er fans this, too. I'm hearing a lot of 30-pluses out there.
No
30-plus, 30-plus. It's going to rain. It's supposed to rain. Steiny, AFC's way better, and the Niners lost to the AFC. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, 209. I think it's obvious 49ers right now, they're the best team in the NFC. Yeah. We don't know if they're the best team in football because the AFC's got some they've got some teams. One team handled the Niners during the regular season.
And if I'm correct in my assessment yesterday, or my thought about this is about to be the start of a dynasty, whoever they play in the Super Bowl, if they get there, Steiny, I'm assuming they win that game. Not that I could see it could go either way, the tell of the tape, but damn, I just feel like destiny is on the Niners' side.
And I don't. I don't look at it like that.
After the heartbreak they experienced in Philly, basically not getting a chance to box.
But I think, you know what? I would say, I think destiny's on the Ravens' side. That's what I think. But maybe it's on the Chiefs' side. Maybe Mahomes is starting to orchestrate something crazy here. All right, Steve Weiss is on the other side. He is the chief national reporter for the NFL Network. He's joining us after the break. Also coming up in 1 hour, you get your shot to win a Christian McCaffrey signed autographed jersey. It is a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And coming up next, again, on the Boxer and Gerson guest line, NFL Network's chief reporter, Steve Weiss, on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk football.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Golf Mart, home of...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Daryl Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. And let's go out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line and bring in Steve Wyche, NFL Network's chief national reporter. You can follow him on Twitter and Instagram at Wyche89. That's WYCHE 89. No relation to the great coach, Sam Wyche. But actually, I don't know that. Are you?
I am not.
Okay.
I am not. We've been asked. Hey, we were asked that for years, but no.
All right.
Not unless he's hiding something from me.
I got you. Hey, where are you going to be this weekend, Steve?
I will be in studio on Sunday for our game day preview show, which streams on a lot of platforms on Peacock and Roku and Tubi. But I won't be at a game, which is what it is. The sign of the times. Gotcha.
Hey, what kind of shot do you give the Packers against the Niners on Saturday at Levi Stadium, 5:15?
I give them a shot. I mean, it's a longer, not a long shot, but they're playing great football right now, and if they get up on the 49ers early, they've got some momentum. They're running the ball really well. I think that keeps them around, especially the way Jordan Love is playing. But if it's toe-to-toe or the Niners are up, as they get into the third quarter, then I think that's when San Francisco, with just their waves of talent and ferocity and their fresh legs, pile on.
Hey, Steve, let me run this by you, and I want to just call myself a representative of the fans because I think the Niners in 19 came out of nowhere and were up 10 in that Super Bowl, and I thought, some different plays were called. They could have won it, but they didn't. And I do respect Kansas City, Baltimore, and the Ravens. But at the end of the day, if somehow the Niners don't win the Super Bowl, and this is mainly for Kyle, do you think it's fair for the Niner fans to feel like, you know what, you look at the state of the NFC right now, they should be there, but is it okay for them to finally say, man, Kyle, when are you going to punch that ticket? Because the team is loaded, as you said, waves of talent.
I mean, you can say that, but anybody who's played this game and been around this game will tell you get to the Super Bowl, it's hard to win. I mean, a lot of things have to break your way. So, that's also you have to step back and take a reality check and say, okay, do we want somebody else in here and have Kyle go someplace else and possibly win one? I mean, these are the things that are all you have to, before you make that knee-jerk reaction, like, oh, it's on the coach and this and that, you have to stand down and realize it's not easy. I grew up in Minneapolis, and you know what happened to our Vikings. For a long time, we were the best team in the NFL in the regular season, and we get to the Super Bowl and lost 4 times. I don't think that took away anything from Bud Grant, the Hall of Fame head coach at that time.
Steve Wyche joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's NFL Network's chief national reporter. When we talk about the Niners and the Packers, what do you expect from the San Francisco 49ers as far as offensively? Because we've seen Kyle Shanahan, if he can be conservative, at least with Jimmy Garoppolo in the past, he has been. What do you sense the 49ers, number one priority is going to be going into that game offensively?
It's the run-pass mix. I mean, look, of course, we know the offense works best when you run it. And you break a team's spirit when you run it on them. And, again, the fresh legs, the offensive line, keeping Brock Purdy, throwing the ball 25 to 27 times a game max. That's kind of where his optimum window is. I think that's the plan. So they're going to come out. They're not going to be shy. I think they'll take their shots early when they're there. But establish the run and pound that defense. Make them feel inferior right out of the gate, and then just do what the Niners do. Let the playmakers make plays.
Steve, when you talk about young Jordan Love and just the NFL and all these upstart quarterbacks, I'm looking at C.J. Stroud. How shocked were you, last Sunday with what he did in Dallas and the way that he did it? And has he exceeded your expectations?
He to answer the final part of that first, yes, because all you heard out of Green Bay for years, out of Green Bay from people in the building is, man, we just don't know. We really don't know. Some days you see flashes, this and that. Last year he looked a lot better, and then early in the season, he was kind of spotty, but you saw the talent. You understood right away why they took him where they took him. And then as the season went on, you're like, oh, man, he's doing it. These young receivers in him are coming along well. These tight ends in him, they're meshing. And now you add the run game. What Aaron Jones has been able to do, he has been ridiculous. That's really helped. I mean, think about this. Jordan Love, over the past 5 games, I believe, has 12 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. That's the key. For a first-time starter to keep those giveaways down like he's doing at crunch time, that says a lot. But again, a lot of it's set up by the run game. Like, that's why they were able to take apart Dallas. They just ran all over them, and then, boom, the big plays showed up in the pass game. And I think that strategy is what they're going to try to employ. We'll see if they can do it against the Niners defense, which is better than any of the defenses they played down the stretch.
Steve Wyche joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. He's the NFL Network's chief national reporter. Let me ask you about, to me, conventional wisdom has the 4 AFC teams better than the 4 NFC teams, even though the Niners might be the best team in the league. What I'm getting at is when you actually look ahead to the Super Bowl, is there anything to gauge knowing that the team that comes out of the AFC will have probably beaten 2 really good teams where, in theory, the Niners have an easier path to the Super Bowl than whoever comes out of the AFC? Or if you don't buy it, you don't buy it.
No, I would agree with that. I mean, I would think the Niners have the easier path. Getting by Green Bay and getting by what I anticipate to be Detroit will not be easy. But, I mean, Buffalo having to beat Kansas City or vice versa is no joke. And the Ravens beating the Texans this week and then getting past, I mean, that's a challenge.
Yeah.
Right? And then you look at the Ravens and what they've done to, like, every good NFC team they've played, including the Niners, and you say, wow, they're just that good. I'd actually love to see a rematch of that game, because when I watched that game, the Niners were moving the ball on that defense until they got into the interception spree that ran that game, the way it did. But this is why we're here, man. I mean, these final 8 games, divisional weekend, this is where the grown men show up. We'll see if the team coming off the bye can stave off the momentum of some of these teams that played wild card weekend, or they had to really strive and fight to get in. We've seen that work for the way of the wild card teams a lot in NFL playoff history. So I can't wait for the games to get kicked off.
Yeah, I'm with you, Steve. I got to ask you a random question, and it stems around Bill Belichick. I think he's the best football coach I've ever seen, 6 Super Bowls. But I can say, Steve, Brady left, won a Super Bowl somewhere else. His drafts haven't been been hitting, and now he's looking for a job, and I hope he gets one. I'm curious, can you share with us, has his brand taken a hit in your eyes for the time after Brady, or is he still up there where he was when he had Brady to you?
It probably depends on the organization, right? I think put it this way, he probably wasn't the first pick for a lot of these teams with coach vacancies, right? He's only interviewed with a handful of teams. He got a second interview with Atlanta. We heard right out of the gate the Falcons were really going to make a hard push for him. You really haven't heard that from a lot of other teams. So, that's people probably looking at his style. He's going to want to come in and have far-reaching power. They're probably looking at, okay, is he going to bring a lot of coaches from his staff, including Josh McDaniels? We don't know if we want that in our building. So you have those elements there, but then you also have to look at your culture, your locker room, and I hate to say it like this, but the age of the owner. Like Arthur Blank is 81. He wants to go out and get the GOAT and say, our football team is built like a Bill Belichick football team, except we don't have a quarterback. They've got running backs. They've got big skill receivers who can block downfield for the run game, and they got a lot of good defensive players. That sounds like a Bill Belichick roster. So they may be willing, because Arthur Blank knows, I want to win a championship, and I want to get the guy who came back from 28-3 to take one from me to possibly lead my organization.
Steve, great stuff, man. Really appreciate it.
Enjoy the games, man.
We can't wait for this weekend. We know you can't either. Thanks so much for joining us, my man.
Let's get it, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, that's Steve Wyche, NFL Network's chief national reporter. He came courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line. You can follow him on Twitter and Instagram at Wyche, WYCHE89. 89. It's got to be his birthday, right? No, 99, 09, 19. No, he's a little. I think he's old.
He
knew
Sam
Bud
Weish.
Grant.
I like Sam. I was a big fan of Sam. He had personality. The Bengal coach.
Sam Weish?
Yeah, the one.
Remember when he said, "This isn't Cleveland"? Right. No, or Cincinnati. Yeah. Are you okay?
A little cough.
888-95.
I remember that though.
Yeah, this isn't Cleveland. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're taking some predictions. We're taking your thoughts on this game. I'm a 49er fan from the 707, and I think the Ravens are a better team until the Niners beat them, hopefully in the Super Bowl. Somebody was getting on Steiny. Steinmetz, why is destiny on the Ravens side? You can't just write a statement.
I wanted to ask you that.
You said, I'll tell you why. Okay. It's because you go, Steiny, the stars are aligning for the 49ers. Right. They look like a team of destiny. And I said, why can't the Ravens be a team of destiny? They had a better regular season. They beat the Niners. Like, I mean, this is it doesn't infuriate me. What do you mean? The 49ers have a team of destiny this year.
Well, they've been closer than Baltimore here since 2019. So that's why I just feel like, to me, the title of these playoffs, if I'm a Niner fan, is about, you know what? This is the time we're going to cash the ticket and get the whole enchilada. And that's what I'm saying. Again, I go back to Baltimore. They've won in the past, and you could be right. They could be.
Why couldn't we say?
I just feel like this is setting up for Kyle Stein and the Niners.
It could be setting up for the best Patrick Mahomes run of his career. Like if Mahomes.
But do you feel that?
I feel it all.
Yeah, because this is going to be their first road playoff game, and they could win it.
Why can't this be Josh Allen's destiny year?
It very well may, but I'm
like, do you really think
I'm going off a feel? Like, I don't feel like Josh Allen. We threw him to the wolves. We thought he was done. So he's got some stuff going on.
That's a better story,
no doubt. But I just look at this Niner team, and like Steve said it, they have the waves of talent, man.
Good. Hey, Evan, why do you think this would bother me? Why do you think this bothers me so much?
I don't know. You're a literal man, and destiny involves fortune, correct?
Sure.
What has unfolded so far in the NFC?
Oh, man. My God.
The Niners have emerged as the favorite.
The Cowboys and the Eagles have been knocked off. Those are the two teams with the most recent postseason experience.
Okay.
Wouldn't that tell you that the Niners have, like, their path has gotten easier?
Yeah. Absolutely. But
the Ravens' path has not unfolded in a manner that is easier than the Niners.
You still got Buffalo or Kansas City. Those are formidable foes.
You said that the Texans were better than the Browns, and you were proven correct. Wouldn't that, if it was destiny, wouldn't the lesser team have won to present an easier path for the Ravens?
Now, this is where I'm going to be the idea that the Niners are the clear-cut team of destiny this year, because this is where I'll go through every team and tell you why they could be the team of destiny.
But to be fair,
Jordan
this didn't
Love
start in September and week 1. A lot had to do with what just happened this past weekend with the other teams in the bracket that the Niners are a part of.
So, in other words, in
Philly
1 week, so now what you're saying is in 1 week they became the team of destiny.
It's not about the number of weeks. It's about the teams that we thought were going to be formidable that stood in the Niners' way that are no longer in the tournament.
But they are in the AFC. No, this is the other thing. It's like I get that the 49ers are going to probably get to the – but the AFC, they're still going to have to beat a team better than anybody they've played in the playoffs.
But the point is, to me, and Evan, you said that so well, to me, Stoney, the Ravens, Dallas, and Philly are still there in regard to Buffalo and Kansas City. Now, so, I'm not saying Detroit or whoever wins if the Niners take care of business tomorrow, but you're kind of thinking
you don't think Detroit is a team of destiny?
We'll find. I don't know. I don't know how confident you are of them being Tampa Bay.
I'm not. But the point is like if the Detroit Lions could somehow run the table, then they're going to be the team of destiny. They finally did it. They not only made a play. I just think every team has a reason to believe that this could be their year, and the Niners have reasons just like everybody else, but everybody else has reasons too. Rich and Fremont, what's up,
Richie?
Rich? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, you know what? I gotta go with Steiny on this one, Guru. You know I love you.
Okay.
I think I'm not on board with the whole fortune thing. I think for the 49ers, they have to go out there and beat these other teams. That's the way they win. It's not by fortune or some crystal ball or some feeling that you think. If they got to go out there and they got to play NFL football and they got to play hardcore NFL football. And my prediction is going to be 28-7 Niners.
Rich, hey, real quick before you hang up, you do understand I get that prediction because mine was 38-10. I'm not saying they're going to win because of destiny. I'm saying the things that have happened you can't ignore that have made their path to the Super Bowl in the NFC. It's easier, and that's just a fact.
You know what?
Go
ahead, Rich. Go ahead, Rich. I want to come back to that.
It's really easier, though.
I agree, Rich.
Missing the point that I think the point you guys are missing, Guru, is that these teams that are still around the NFC are around the NFC because they're better than those other teams. That's what. In other words, don't sleep on Detroit.
Right.
Just because this is their first year winning a playoff game. They're a tough football team. And Dan Campbell's done a fantastic job with them. So I'm not going to go ahead and say, well, you know what? It's easier for the Niners. No, it's not. This is the playoffs.
I kind of agree with you.
And if you ain't playing top-notch football right now, guess what? You're going to be like Dallas. You're going to be like Philly. You're going to be sitting at home thinking about it.
No, those are facts.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call, my man. Yeah, I do want to talk about that a little bit. Because I do think it's fascinating. Does the fact that the Cowboys and the Eagles lost?
I also forgot about the Rams. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough. But let's just concentrate on the two teams that were with the 49ers at the beginning of the year. They were all clumped together: Dallas, Philly, and the Niners. So to me, like the Eagles, they are not one of the best teams.
But
they fell apart from the middle of the season on. They got to the play.
Yeah. But for 70% of the NFL season, your mouth and my mouth were saying Philly was that foe. They were the number one seed.
But they're not now.
I understand. But I'm telling you,
so
you
it's not
be able
easier.
to put your boat on my anchor of I get what you're saying.
I get what you're saying, but
for you to tell,
I want to examine it.
I got you real quick. For you to tell Evan the Rams don't count, oh my God, that's my Dominique Wilkins windmill, because that was the sexy pick that we talked about that we thought could give the Niners, even from a coaching standpoint, of the 15 rounds. So that goes to more of what I'm saying about it looks like it's setting up the easier path. And
but
what
it isn't.
Americans like?
But this is
the
where
path of least
this is where I'm with Rich. It's not easier. It's not because the Philadelphia, if for whatever reason the 49ers are going to play the Eagles this weekend, you think I give the Eagles a worse chance of beating the Niners than the Packers, with the state of the Philadelphia Eagles.
I would say that's recency bias, but the big picture
they went 1-6
for
down the stretch.
Yeah, but I hear you, and nobody can deny the fall off. But for much of the year, Philly's name came with respect.
Sure.
Okay, that's what the picture I'm trying to paint.
But the four teams that are playing the best right now in the NFC are still playing.
Right. Well, and hey, you guys are right, but I'll tell you this: if somehow Tampa Bay were to beat Detroit and the Niners take care of business, and it's the Niners Tampa Bay,
sure,
I will not.
That's a great matchup.
Bay, but is it really, or is it David and Goliath?
No,
I would tend to think.
I hear
you know
exactly.
What I mean? Like Tampa,
I hear exactly
you
what
had a
you're saying.
great season, but you're going to have to really. This is going to be a monumental upset if you were to beat the Niners here to go on to the Super Bowl.
If the Buccaneers beat the Lions and the 49ers win, and it happens to be Tampa Bay versus the 49ers, I absolutely positively believe, wow, Niners got a great, they got a nice
draw.
They got a nice path.
Yeah.
But also to me though, I look at it as the path proved that the Buccaneers were the best team in the NFC other than the Niners when it mattered most.
I ain't mad at that because it's actual fact, but you get what we're saying too.
No, I do, but I also there's no eliminated team. This is gonna sound stupid because of course they've been eliminated, but I don't think if the Eagles were to. I just think right now the Packers are head and shoulders above where the Cowboys and Eagles ended up. Obviously, right?
Yeah,
I mean
and that's shocking in itself, and also a state of the union on those other two teams you just mentioned.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you Here's the other thing I was thinking about if you want to jump in. Like, let's just say that the 49ers are the best team in the NFC and that the 3 teams other than the Niners are just okay.
Yeah.
And let's just say, for the sake of argument, in the NFC, or I'm sorry, the AFC, they got 4 really good teams. Does it matter one way or the other if in the next 2 weeks the 49ers don't really get tested and go to the Super Bowl, but whoever comes out of the AFC will be tested because those teams are better and the games maybe are good? Does that matter at all? Does it matter at all that the 49ers might not play a really damn good team till the Super Bowl?
That's interesting.
I'm just throwing it out there.
And it's perspective. Like I said, and Rich just said it from Fremont. These are pros. Nobody needs the old Newt Rockne speech. But I just feel like Green Bay may not bring the best out of the Niners if somehow they feel like, you know what, we can bring our B- game. Not that that's the aim or goal, but subconsciously these are the Packers. But to your point, I believe 2 weeks off, Steiny, and whoever they were to play, if in the Super Bowl, you would have the Niners full undivided attention and get the best version of them. And I could say this to you about, let's just say it's the Chiefs, and they slug it out this week against Buffalo, and they slug it out against Baltimore, that might take something from the tank. But then you got that break to get ready. I don't know.
I actually, after watching Philly and Dallas
implode,
the 49ers would have hammered both those teams in the playoffs this year. Yeah. Because the Eagles had fallen apart,
and Dallas
and the Cowboys, they used the Cowboys like a bar of soap already. They might be able to do it again. Like, when I look at the Packers, like, that is, I know this is going to sound crazy and you can't do it, but, like, I give the Packers a better chance against the Niners than either the Cowboys or Eagles. I know the point is moot. It doesn't matter. But to me, the 49ers, they had the Eagles and Cowboys number this year. They've always had the Cowboys number, and they had the Eagles number this year. So I actually look at it like, Packers are going to be something different that they haven't seen.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. You tell me what you think, because I got something I want to run by you, and you tell me how shocked you are on the Steiny meter.
Yes, sir.
But as far as house money, this is the definition of it for me as far as the Packers. There's nothing that could happen Saturday, even if it's 38-10, to where we don't say or people say the Packers season wasn't a success. You know what I'm saying? Like, they overachieved, even getting to the offs at 9-8, winning that road game, and even getting the opportunity to play against the Niners. But what if I told you Brock Purdy has more playoff wins than Lamar Jackson? But it don't feel that way, right? Because Lamar has taken this season, slayed it. Guys like me have just apologized. But, just think about that, Stein. I know Lamar's 1-3. Brock Purdy already has more playoff victories than Lamar Jackson. And if that game were to come, people would be like, Brock's young. He ain't ready. But technically, he's got more.
Well, Lamar Jackson would be 3-3 then by the time the Super Bowl comes around.
Well, your boy would be.
I hate engaging in those kind of. You love.
That's what you do.
No, you love.
You do that all the time.
No, I hate doing it. Like, I hate doing.
We got difference maker.
No, I don't see. I don't want to do it now because the way Guru pointed at me, like he was mad. And you know what? You have a look of consternation too. Hey, time for the difference maker of the week, and it is Brock Purdy of the San Francisco 49ers.
Late pressure coming. Purdy looking for Ayuk. Oh, what a dime by Brock Purdy as Brandon Ayuk snatches it into the red zone of Washington. 38-yard in the bucket.
You want to talk about beautiful throw. This is immaculate. You couldn't walk down there and hand it to him any better than that. And for all those people who say, hey, Brock Purdy is a game manager, I present that play right there. George, I can't even see you. I can't even look at you right
now. All right, that is the difference maker of the week. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk some football. I got some people on the text line that are saying, Steiny, 49, two best teams playing the Super Bowl. Best team that day wins the Super Bowl. CJ, come on, Steiny. I got a lot of come on Steinies, but I don't know what specifically you have an opinion. What I'm doing wrong, basically, is what I'm saying right now. And yeah. Hey, by the way, don't forget, you can download the Odyssey app anytime you want to catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Remembering day on.
Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey.
2 hours till the weekend. You know, Goo, I'm not usually one of these guys, but
positive.
I'm looking forward to getting out of here today. I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, what a brutal week."
That's my first week.
Little
back.
funky week for me.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to hit it.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you.
I hate you. Got to do away with that.
I don't mean
because it
to
sounds
be.
like you lie the other times. But go ahead.
Well, what I'm getting at, Goo, here is I don't mean to bring the show down, but this thing with Dejan Milojevic.
Man, go ahead.
That's just, you know what? It's like been a cloak. It's like been a cloak.
No doubt.
Over stuff this week.
It put everything in perspective.
Yeah.
And you said, "Goo, am I
46.
losing you the other day?"
Yeah.
And now I let you down. I think I sent you a text because it was just hitting me like, man, this tomorrow is not promised, and they got to deal with that. And I mean, man, it just, again, not to bring it down, Stoney, I hear you.
Yeah,
life is short.
I mean, the other thing is, I heard a woman call in today, and she was right on the money. And I'm not going to do as good a job as she did, but yeah, the NBA, good for the NBA too, to cancel that game or postpone that game tonight and postpone that game Wednesday, because it gives the Warriors a week now before they have to play again. This guy was clearly a joyful person. Like, that's the thing. You know how, like my dad passed, and my dad was such a happy guy.
You got the news last Friday, though, Stoney. He was your dad, though.
Right. But what I'm saying is this guy was a clearly somebody that was very well loved in that building and that organization.
And you know what I want to do right now? Because you brought it up, but I mean, it's a positive thing. So last Friday, I'm in North Carolina. The news broke of your dad, and then Butcher had to do what he did during his show. And I don't think I've mentioned this to you, but Stoney, I've heard Bonte on the air, and it was rough and difficult for him. Evan came in with Dumas after they did a phenomenal job. And shout out to Bonte and all the listeners and the culture that the boss spoke of. I don't know if you were telling the truth, that we have here to help our guys get through, man, because that was a hell of a day. And I was hugging you through the phone. I called you, but yeah, that Warrior loss hurt me. So thoughts and prayers to his family and everybody involved, man.
And by the way, I did listen to some of the shows in the last Thursday and Friday. There's no slight against anybody I don't mention. Dumas is good. I kind of like Dumas. Got to make sure, though. You know what I mean?
Evan, what do you think? He likes the other black guy.
He's a Philly guy.
He works with a black guy. He trying to replace me. I see you working.
Oh.
See, that's the Union City in me. Evan, what do you think?
No, in fact, I was going to say. No, I was actually.
I really like him.
No, I was actually kind of.
I like
on
Kruger,
your side.
too.
We got to.
Yeah, hey, Larry.
Guru, you and me got to try to. Let's just keep Dumas down a little bit. That's what I mean.
Okay.
It's easy with the Dumas touches.
Yeah, he's fun.
Let's go to Brandon in San Francisco. Hey, Brandon, what's going on, buddy? Let's go.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I just want to say that I love both you guys. You guys I just enjoy the show. It's always a breath of fresh air listening to you guys. I
Thanks,
just want to
man.
give you guys your flowers first.
Hey, that's love.
Secondly, I want to comment in regards to this whole path being easier thing.
Okay.
I think you guys both have compelling arguments that I agree with. Steiny, you're saying that just because the teams that we thought would be here now aren't here anymore does not mean we shouldn't take the teams that have beaten them any less serious, because they've proved that they're better. And I'm in agreement with that. They've shown that they belong from a coaching aspect and from a player personnel aspect. I'm in agreement. But Guru, I'm also on your side in a sense that these teams that are remaining, they don't pose the same threat the same way that those previous teams did. And their strengths are just indifferent to what we thought these other teams could bring. All that being said, at day's end, I think it's really just about what we do and how we execute. I think the Niners are a unique chameleon in all of this. They can play any type of game. They can win any type of way. They don't have enough horses. When I mentioned Green Bay, they just don't have the horses to keep up with the Niners. And I'm going to go ahead and predict that this is going to be a blowout, you guys. The Niners are just they're overmatching these guys.
Go ahead.
13 Niners.
What was the first number?
13 Niners.
38-13.
38-13.
I got 38-10, buddy. I feel you, man.
All right, Brandon.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, buddy. Thank you. Enjoy the game.
What did you just read? I didn't let you know it hit me. Who was it on the text line to where obviously the Super Bowl is whoever's the best team that day? I mean, because that's what it is. It's not a best of 7 like baseball and hockey and football and basketball. So, yeah, Steiny, I just think it's setting up, man. We'll see. A lot has to happen, but
I know this is going to sound stupid. There you go. There's your drop. If I gave, I know this is going to sound stupid. If I said to you 49er fans, I tell you what, you can advance. You don't have to play the Packers this weekend. Believe it or not, we're going to give you a chance to play Philly or Dallas. You can play any of those three. I know their seasons are over.
All right, but I'm following you.
What I'm saying is I actually am starting to think that the Eagles would handle both Philly and Dallas in a way.
Niners, yeah.
Oh, what did I say? I'm sorry, yeah. I think that, to me, the Niners, they're a lot better than Philly and Dallas. Yeah. For whatever reason, maybe it's a matchup thing or not.
They proved it. Yeah.
I think doesn't it stand to reason the Packers have just as good a chance to beat the Niners, maybe better than the Eagles or the Cowboys? If I know it's
because
not
both those teams
linear.
just imploded right before our eyes.
Exactly.
But you know how to look at what we've been this whole season is going to come to a conclusion here shortly, right?
Right.
And there are chapters of much of the season to where Dallas, the Niners, and the Eagles were linked.
Yep.
And that's all. It was the big three.
You're right.
And unfortunately, fortunately for Niner fans, the Niners were the only real one. But again, I know it's a football game. It could be fumbles. It could be interceptions. I do believe if there's bad weather, it helps the lesser team. But I'm watching, and the biggest compliment I can give to the San Francisco 49ers, and it starts up top with Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, is what weakness do the Niners have? That's what I'm talking about. Even when they play, if they do get there, Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore, the Niners don't have many weaknesses at all. And that's why I just feel like we are watching the beginning of Kyle maybe to get his one. And guess what? If that weren't to happen, whoever it is, whenever it happened, I'm going to come in with heat rocks. Roger Clemens. I'm going oil can Boyd about damn, Kyle. Yeah. I know you lost to a good, formidable team that my partner said.
Oh, you can't
Kansas
wait to rip them.
No, I'm just. When is it going to happen? Because what did you tell me?
2026.
You got Purdy on a rookie deal.
Yeah, still got him on a rookie deal next year.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, we still got him on a rookie deal next year.
But the pressure becomes more. Your team changes. But I'm going to put that in my toolbox and hold on to it because I don't think I'm going to need it. But I'm telling you, man, I love greatness. And I think right now the most complete
you want to crown them before they earn it.
Well,
that's the bottom line, dude. You're not waiting for them to prove they're the best team.
Well, I think they have, and that's how they got the number one.
They got their ass kicked on Christmas.
Dude, and I watched that game like
come
4
on.
times. I can't get over that game. So that's why I want to see them kind of win the whole thing. Kind of Kevin Costner, revenge. Revenge on the Ravens in the Super Bowl. How
when
sweet
did they
would
play
that
them? Back in Kaepernick?
Christmas, buddy.
Oh, I thought you meant
oh, boy. Yeah, Christmas.
I thought you meant the Super Bowl.
No, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but you look like something's on your mind.
Shouldn't the Philadelphia Eagles be an example of why this year is important?
Oh, good. He's special.
They were within a field goal of the Super Bowl last
year. Yeah.
And now they might fire their head coach.
But hold on. But we have Kyle. We don't have those problems that Philly has. Philly came apart from the inside. They had a coach who can't get this team under control.
The talent
this would never happen. Would never happen to it.
Yeah,
seriously, that's what Guru would say.
No,
I'm not asking what Guru. I'm asking about what you think about the urgency.
It could be over. We keep saying the Niners. Oh, they got 4 or 5. It could change. Like he's saying. For Philly. They were 10-1 coming off a Super Bowl, and we thought, you'll probably lose the NFC Championship if you lose.
It's a good point, but I'll lean on
life thing.
If you're asking me the question, I'll answer. That crap's not going to happen to the Niners. Their team's more veteran.
But an injury could change it, not being
What injury?
Who? To the wrong person could change the fortune.
Okay.
We seen it. Look at Joe Burrow and the Bengals, just got ripped out from underneath them.
I get all that. I'm just saying I like where the Niners are at. And if they don't do it this year, I still like what they're going to have coming into the following year.
I got some baseball news for you real quick. Josh
There's no
Hader
such thing.
Hey, Josh Hader to the Astros.
Oh, there we go. And he's a former
He's
reliever.
a closer. He is making 5 years for $95 million
Former Brewer.
in 5 years.
Say it, former Brewer.
That's not the
And
last name
Padres.
anymore. There you go.
Hey, Evan.
What?
In your face.
What are you talking about?
The Brewers and the Padres. I got them both. You didn't think I knew it?
No. I was wondering where you were going.
Padres and Brewers.
Congrats. 5 years, $95 million.
There you go.
What do you do with that type of chicken, man?
Let's go to Jay Voltron.
Jay, sound like a
Jay Voltron's in Oakland.
Jay.
This is.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Y'all excited? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm very excited this weekend.
All righty. You got to call back Jay Voltron.
He was excited, though.
He is excited. This is what 408. There's too much undermining of the Packers.
All right. Well, I got my popcorn. We'll see. But, man, I just think they shocked the world. I mean, Steiny, that resonated around the country, that upset and the way that it happened. It wasn't like a last-second field goal. I just feel the psychological aspect to this is Green Bay won their Super Bowl last week. I get you.
I mean,
I'll come in here and I'll eat crow, but I just feel like that was their Super Bowl. Now we're talking about a real team with real coaching and guys that give a damn. 38-10.
Steiny, this is, 650. I'm telling you right now, 650, I'm going to read your text, and I'm going to read it with emphasis. Steiny, the Eagles were arguably the worst team in football for the last 2 months. Anyone would have had a chance to beat them if they played them. They had zero chance against any playoff team. Philly stinks. You're right. So how did the path get easier if they were just eliminated? A team that you were going to be able to hammer at some point.
But the whole premise is nobody saw that free fall that they shout out to Tom Petty.
Like without
that free fall that they went through.
Without being a jerk, all my Eagle fans were saying we're going to lose to Tampa. Now I think you mean from 10-1.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. But you're right. I thought they were going to lose to Tampa. I didn't think they could get that bad. And they lost to Baker.
Paul is in San Jose. Hey, Paul, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I wanted to ask.
Lost him.
Hold on, one second. We're okay.
What do you think Brock Purdy needs to do to garner national respect? And number two, do y'all think Bill Belichick has what it takes to coach a functional offense in 2024? Because I'm really interested to see what he can do in Atlanta.
Who goes first, Donnie? Because I asked Sam I'm Steve about it, and I feel like I think he can't coach a functional offense. He has had some bad draft choices, so a lot of what New England didn't do, shout out Mac Jones on line one, that didn't work out. But Steiny, I don't think he's done. Dude has 6 rings, man, so I would take my chance on him. And as far as Brock Purdy, you can't do anything else outside of your job. Make the read, deliver it like you've been doing, and don't even worry about the Jackals, because if that's what you're after, respect from them, it's never coming, Steiny.
LeBron did that during the finals.
He did do that. We're talking about Anthony Edwards'
throw the
pass
ball off
to
the
himself.
backboard.
That was incredible, man. Ant-Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. We are, 29 hours from kickoff.
Look at you.
Yeah. 29 hours for kickoff. 49ers, Packers. Little wet. According to Lori Matthews, our resident meteorologist on the YouTube chat, winds probably out of the northeast from about 8 to 12 miles an hour.
She took my job.
Can we? Are these 2 calls takeable, right now? Let's go to Ted is in. I'll tell you, here's a city that would.
Teddy,
here's a city that might gobble you up. Ted's in Chicago.
Oh, Chi-Town.
Yeah,
Chirac. They call it Chirac.
Who does?
The streets.
Really?
Yeah, not Iraq. Chirac.
Jeez.
Yeah. What's up, baby?
You know, I'm calling as a Packer fan.
Okay.
And you got the last 4 meetings. You guys have owned us. You've tormented us. We knocked us out of the playoffs. All that. You know, so I feel the pain. I don't know I'm 32. I don't know the history. I don't know what happened in the 90s. I don't remember that. But recent history. I mean, the Niners have come in 2019. That whole thing, and then you guys are talking about Garoppolo throwing the ball 8 times. You guys pounded it down. I don't know what words I can say, but we got our butts kicked. You know, so I mean that was painful. That hurt. And what I'm looking forward to tomorrow with this game. Look, the Packers have to come in. They got to play a perfect game to win the game. They're going to have to play a perfect game. And you know what they did? They played the perfect game in Dallas. So it's like, can you repeat that? Can you do that twice? I don't know. But if you do, that's where this rivalry, enter a new page, you know, if they were to accomplish that.
Give us a score, man. What's your gut tell you? I hear you, Toe. What's your gut tell you?
Yeah, 24-21 San Francisco.
Okay.
Wow.
So you got him hanging in.
Close game.
Hey, Ted, thank you so much for listening. Appreciate it, man. Chicago in the house. You ever been to Chicago?
Yeah, I have.
How many times?
2. My brother-in-law, the Owens, lived there. Yeah. Kearney, Illinois.
Is that the firefighter?
No, it's my brother.
Oh.
It's the brother-in-law.
Oh.
Obama. Remember you met him? Green eyes? Big wig for Dignity Health.
See, Guru said I had blue eyes 2 weeks ago, so I don't know if this guy's got green eyes or not.
I was thinking of Evan, right.
This is a good line from the 510, and I'll be honest with you, it's a good. The reason I'm saying it's a good line is because I used it before the show. Amy Trask had this to say about Brock Purdy.
4 games this week. That means we have 8 quarterbacks. Did that math all by myself. 4 games, 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. Make no mistake about it. Everybody be calm, 49er fans. I'm not suggesting Brock's not a good quarterback. He is. I simply don't put him in the same category as the other quarterbacks. So I'll say it again. 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy.
What don't you like about it?
It's not that I don't like him. It's not that I dislike him. He does things very well. He is surrounded by a tremendous, tremendous supporting cast, both on offense and defense. He is a good quarterback. I don't put him in the category of the other 7.
All right, that was Amy Trask on the Rich Eisen show. And then she joined Willard and Dibbs later yesterday and clarified, although more like reinforced.
I called him good. Why do people care so much whether I call someone good or great or super duper good or super duper supercalifragilistic good? What are we arguing about the use of good versus terrific? I find that interesting.
So that was her on Willard and Dibbs.
Step into my office, Amy. Come on, really?
I would just say, why do you think Purdy is not in the same class as a Jordan Love or as even a Goff?
No, Baker Mayfield. But the whole point is, Amy, you're entitled to your opinion, but to be perplexed, especially with the jackals on social media, this is what we do. And, I thought that was he has more wins than Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. Brock Purdy. Oh, but are you going to tell me he's a system? Like, that's what I hate is the whole
don't oh, my God, don't do this.
All he can do is his job. I'm the quarterback. That's all. Did we say that about Magic Johnson when he had Kareem Worthy, Michael Cooper, Jamal Wilkes? Like, when do we stop? Bird had Parrish, McHale. And when do we stop? The dude's the quarterback.
He does. Sorry. He's got the best weapons in football. Like, why should we be scared to say that?
No, there's nothing you said is wrong.
You're right. It's in fact right. Brock Purdy, it looks like, has more weapons.
No, I told you that way before. You even would admit it.
If you take that personally, take it personally. Who cares? Like,
Well, then how good is Brock Purdy?
He's good. He's good. He's a good quarterback.
Would you take Baker over him? Let's do Andy Trask to you.
No, I wouldn't.
What
but,
about?
But you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I've seen Brock Purdy play every single pro game he's ever played.
Yeah.
I've seen Jordan Love play about 3 times. I've seen Baker Mayfield play about 6. So based on what I knew, I would take Purdy over Baker Mayfield, and I would want Purdy over, who's the other guy you just said?
C.J. Stroud.
I don't know about him.
Jordan Love.
I need to see more of Jordan Love. But why am I forgetting? I would take Purdy over Goff.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
Jared Goff's already been in the Super Bowl with the Rams. I'm just saying, that didn't pan out. But Jared Goff can sling
question.
it. Jared Goff.
So wait a minute.
Yeah, I like Jared Goff.
Well, hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
You believe the 49ers would have beaten the Eagles last year if Purdy were healthy?
I do.
Okay, well then why would you hold it against Purdy? Like, you think Goff's better just because he got to a Super Bowl and Purdy hasn't
No,
yet?
I just think he has a stronger arm. He can sling it. He can make more throws than
Who's
Brock
smarter?
Purdy.
I want the smarter quarterback.
All right. If you want to, I don't want to fight you, but if somebody tells me Brock Purdy, okay. But let's just say a tie. I'm just saying Jared Goff is a damn good quarterback, and I think he's proved that with what he's doing with Detroit. But a lot of times
I would
we
want
forget.
Purdy.
All right.
I would.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's like, this is what I mean. Like, I can like Purdy over Goff and acknowledge Purdy's got more weapons, but I still like him better. Yeah. 707, Amy Trask. Okay. Somebody texted in on the Comcast business. Hey, Evan, can I ask you a little favor? Can you get a hold of Jeff Garcia for us? Jeff Garcia might want to weigh in on the Amy Trask Brock Purdy assessment.
Dude, we made the New York Times.
You stepped in it, Jeff.
Well, it was the only question I could get in. You went Westbrook on that interview.
Well, one thing I like.
Oh no! I've never seen you.
Well,
you were Westbrook boy.
Well, as having 35 years in the journalism business, and that was a serious issue we were dealing with. I figured, you know what? Maybe I'll take the lead here as somebody who's been in journalism for 30 years, as opposed to
but normally you'll call the play
the door-to-door salesman.
I'm gonna go back to back. Goo Drake, but I was like, Jeff.
We had to take care of some traffic first.
Yeah, New York Times, though. Steiny and Guru.
Speaking
San
of traffic.
Francisco.
888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, coming up next, your chance to qualify for an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. You got to be listening in the next hour, and you're going to have a chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about this game. We're taking predictions.
Yep.
Guru's got 38-10. San Francisco, I'm a little more conservative. I'm going 27-17 San Francisco. Evan going 30-17 San Francisco. So if you want to weigh in, 888-957-9570. And the stat that worries me most about the Packers, and we've only heard it once or twice, but I've got to reiterate it on the other side, which I will do, because there's a stat out there. It scares me a little bit about this game. I'll tell you what it is.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
You use your cell phone for
know who we are.
I want to know what people are eating. Next call you take, before they even get into their spiel, what you eating? And you may be drinking.
You said pizza, right?
It's round table.
You can't go wrong with that.
Ooh, boy.
Hey, I'll tell you
Extra
what.
sauce.
Let me tell you something. Tell you who makes good pizza.
I'm all ears.
Actually, now I forget.
Oh,
shoot, I get them mixed up. One of these
Little Caesars.
One of these two are great. It's either Extreme Pizza or Escape from something pizza.
In the city?
What's the pizza we got here the other day?
Oh, that
was really good.
That was great. So much I can't remember.
By the way, you still owe for chipping in there. You didn't chip in.
What do you
you mean?
For what?
Nobody brought that pizza in that day. Everybody threw out a fin.
Nah,
we need a fin.
I gave Lucas some bread this morning.
Hey, there's some loose ends we haven't gotten to. Yeah. One is we totally glossed over our main man, Steve Weish, saying Guru needs a reality check.
That wasn't his exact words. You got that from the text line.
I did. I got it from the text line.
Yeah.
But he just thinks you need a reality check. On
Golden Boy Pizza. Is that what you're thinking?
That's good. No. I know what Golden Boy is. No, Hegan bought the stuff the other day. It was like a month or two ago.
Lou the boss. I think that's Darren Lewis. He got Niners 27-9.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. No surprise. Guru thinks the most important characteristic of a good quarterback's a strong arm. No surprise there. Dumb as a box of rocks. That's fine. Just be able to throw it 140 yards. You hate when I do that, don't you?
Well, I got a surprise for you, Steiny.
Real quick. So what you really want is Jamarcus Russell to be your quarterback. Right, Goo?
I want Evan to hit the cricket thing because that's what
Speaking of the Raiders, they have a new head coach, Steiny.
I hope it is this guy, Antonio Pierce.
It is Antonio Pierce.
Oh, AP.
Nice.
That's good news.
Good stuff. Yep. Good stuff.
Chalk one up for the black head coaches.
What's that?
Chalk one up for the black head coaches. That's great, man. Were you going to laugh? That's how, man. That's
why would I laugh?
And shout out to Mayo.
Who?
Gerard Mayo in New England. He's the head coach.
O.J. Mayo? Goo, don't do it again. You did it already once this week.
Evan can save you.
What bothers you most? What I just did?
Nothing.
Let's talk about why you think it's going to be 38-10. Seriously.
Yep.
In the rain, you think the Niners can score almost 40?
Come on, I ain't mad.
No,
I think they're better. And I think Green Bay had their Super Bowl last year, Steiny. Nobody had Green Bay last week against Dallas. So I just think it's going to be over. It's going to get ugly early. Now, I'll come in Monday. This is the part where I just say, you don't know me. But if it is somehow 27-17, they move on. It was the Packers. And I'll be like, you know what? They didn't have the Niners on like that fear factor of losing. It's just, I don't see how it could be there from any of the Niners. You got to respect the game and your opponent. But the spread is what it is.
But you're not really.
That is large for a playoff game.
Do you think you're respecting the Packers?
No.
Okay. I would agree with that. But
what about Vegas? It's 9.5 in a playoff game.
Right.
That kind of says it all. That's large.
No, let me tell you what says more.
Tell me.
That you said it's going to be 38-10. Like, seriously. Like, if it's 20-10.
But we take it to, about 10 of them? 31-7, 30-17.
I feel like most people are thinking that type of score.
Like you think it'll be over by half?
No.
I do.
I don't.
Okay. Obviously, I do 38-10.
Yeah, let's go out to take some calls. Yep. Take some calls here. Let's go to I'll tell you what, because I like him, I'm going to give Jay Voltron another crack at it. But that was one of the worst. That was one of the worst calls of early 2024, Jay Voltron. I mean, if you could have heard what you sounded like over the radio, let's go. We got to build on that now. Let's go.
Jay.
Hey, man. Hey, my bad. Bad reception. Hey, I'm very excited this weekend because I'll be watching the game 30,000 feet in the air.
Oh.
On the way to Taiwan.
Oh.
So I'm very excited. And
what's going on there?
You were saying just go on vacation.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
And
You know what they say about Taiwan?
A new year over there.
Taiwan's a good place to tie one on. You like it?
Yeah, I just want to like experience what it's like. Oh yeah, that's why.
That's awesome. All right, thanks, Jay. Appreciate the call.
Oh, we didn't get a score.
They said 35-27.
Oh, okay, look at my guy.
Actually,
okay. I like hey.
His reception was terrible again.
He's on his way to Taiwan.
Here you go, Goo. 510. I'm making lasagna and mash. Mash what? Mashed potatoes?
There's no. I just
Wait a
threw
minute.
up in my mouth. If that, there's no way.
Nobody eats lasagna and mashed potatoes.
Leave the food police on line one.
Well, hold on a sec. Maybe there's Guru. I'm making a lasagna and mash. Maybe that's not mashed potatoes. Maybe it's something else.
Spadoni would know. He's Italian. I haven't. Yeah. I hope it's not there's no way.
Yeah, Extreme is great pizza. Okay. It is great pizza. 415. I appreciate that. Strong arm. Let's go to KJ in Nevada. What's up, KJ? How you doing, buddy?
How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey.
Look, I think how the Niners can win this game is if we really got Jordan Love really good. No, we go up their butts all the way in the game. I think the game will be over by half. I agree with Guru on this one. Because, look, one thing everyone needs to know, everyone needs to hear this, we're not the Cowboys. Niners are not the Cowboys. And also, I think Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, all of our guys are going to have a good game. Man. And we're going to be smoking on that Packers pack, too.
Oh, wow. That's call of the day.
Thanks, KJ. What does that mean?
When Des Bryant and Mahomes' dad were smoking on the Joe Burrow pack when you beat the team. The pack you're smoking on is the team that you just beat. Oh. He said the Packer pack is going to be blown out. Boy. Okay, you like that. Look at him. You hadn't heard that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, Stoney. Smoking on that Packer pack.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we got to go to the main man. He wants to talk about 7 things, and we're going to give him every opportunity. We go to Palo Alto, and we go to our main man, Priest. What's up, Priest?
Priest.
This will be a boneyard.
Talk to us.
This is a happy day for me, man.
How come?
Getting the Raiders.
Oh, nice.
Go ahead. I know you guys don't talk.
That's fine.
Go ahead, man.
We will.
And let me say condolences as well to Matt Steinmetz. Listen, man, there's nothing like family. Nothing like family. So, condolences.
Thank you, Priest.
And yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I just want to jump this, and I just want to speak to the Raider Nation just for a minute, fellas, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Listen, this is a hand and glove fit. I can't remember. I think the last time I was this happy about a coach being hired was Arshell the first time. This to me is so huge. It's so huge. But I want to jump to the Niner game with the Green Bay Packers. I tell you what, this LaFleur, what he did with this quarterback, he tore this dude down and rebuilt him. You watch his mechanics, it looks just like Aaron Rodgers. I kid you not. I was watching him against the Dallas Cowboys, and I could not believe this kid's mechanic. And the Raiders played him, and he should have won that game, but they picked it off in the end zone. I tell you what, don't leave them in the game until the end. If they're in that game until the end with a chance to win, this kid will beat you.
Hey, Priest, and I'm not mad at you, but I just want to say this real quick because I'm real confident in the Niners winning this game, and I'm with you on the mannerisms. He looks just like Aaron Rodgers. But with that said, A-Rod came to San Francisco and at home. Kyle Shanahan in the playoffs, put it to him. So I just expect he doesn't have enough help elsewhere to where we see him get the better of the Niners tomorrow. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, I know. I get you. I've been listening. And the only thing about a team like that, Guru, they too dumb to know the difference.
Wow. I bet.
You know what I'm saying? They don't know no better, man. They just gonna go out there and play football because they got nothing to lose. They got nothing to lose. And so I'm just saying, do not leave them in the game to the end because that kid will beat you.
Thanks, Priest. Appreciate the call, and thank you for the kind words.
And how excited is he in this carousel of coaching when you feel good about a team that has the right guy? Like, is Spadoni somewhere ecstatic about, I know he wanted a couple other dudes, but he wasn't mad at Pierce. But that's just a caller for a fan. Like Niner fans, you got your coach. That's just a damn good feeling, man.
Well,
where when you lose, you just, it's not because we weren't prepared, you know?
Well, you don't know. We don't know what Pierce is.
Well, he's a guy that I felt like, I'm telling you, Stoney, I thought the Raiders had quit at certain junctures this season. The emotional component of coaching.
He might be great.
Okay, that's
he might stink.
They responded to that. And Crosby, one of their best players, if not their best player, was like, I won't re-sign if he's not the coach. So I'm just saying that resonates. That rah-rah, and he played the game.
But and I'm not saying I'm coming down Priest Road at all. Like, he thinks they hired the right guy. He's really psyched about it. Maybe they did. Might not have.
No doubt.
This guy might be terrible next year at this time.
Right.
But
possibility.
No, the signs were optimistic for how many games did he end up coaching? More than half the season? Pierce? Like 10? Oh, only 4? I should know that before I throw it out there. I thought Pierce coached like at least 7 or 8 games.
I don't want to say that many, but
you think I'm too high on that estimate?
Yeah.
Somebody will help me.
Man, we ain't about to
help me. By the way, coming up in the next 45 minutes, your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. That's coming up in the next 45 minutes. What you have to do is in about 5 or 10 minutes, I'm going to give you a keyword. And then I'm going to want you to send that keyword to a text number. When you do that, you are in the hopper to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. It's sitting right behind me. And it's pretty
beautiful.
Sweet.
I did some homework for you. 9 games. You win 5 and 4, and 2 and 1 in his last.
So I was right
3 and 1 in his last 4.
Yeah, so I was right. So I said 9 games, and I was right on the money, of course.
But then you looked over there to the jury.
I don't know why.
You do it a lot.
I don't know why. I'm just trying to avoid eye contact with you sometimes. Sometimes when we fight, I don't like to look at you. But today I'm looking at you because I don't like.
Fight. We couldn't fight. You wouldn't be in my class.
Actually, Tim Jordan and I were talking about you at last break and how. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we were talking about you.
Well, I said, Guru, I can't stay mad at Guru.
What did he say?
He said, of course not. He's the greatest. One of the greatest. I feel like I'm missing a piece of paper here, but
what's your dish for tomorrow?
That's a great question.
Well, you don't even know where you're at, but if you're at a restaurant, what's your go-to?
Hey, 925, be careful. Oh. You said 10 games, bozo.
Yeah.
Hey, 925, bozo. That counts. It's only one off. I was only one off. You know what that's called? Count the basket. Yeah, 925. I got it right.
I got to say something now.
Sure.
It's a mini gripe. So 49er Frankie, one of the smartest sport fans I know and person. Mm-hmm. Last week, I didn't know that the Steeler game had got rescheduled. Steelers Chiefs. So I didn't know what network it was on. And he goes, with me on the phone, you're on the radio? All you Google cats, you're not Google. I could easily go and find out what it's on, but the fact that people just, that's not what I'm pretending to do. I'm giving my takes and my opinion. And so are you. But all these guys ain't getting memorized. All you got to do is just hit the keyboard and you get the info. So miss me with that. 49er Frankie and all you wannabe think you're better than Google.
They're just trying to keep you on your toes.
Oh, good God.
That's all. Try to keep you on your toes.
Come up with a take is the hard part of this job. Hey. Hey.
What?
Put some respect on my name.
Whose?
I'm playing with you. You missed it.
Yeah.
Evan
and I were
Was
we had to get on the same page about something. Yeah. So if the Packers lose by 1 point, then they win the game and move on, right?
Yep.
Who's he talking about? What's he talking about?
You saying we'll come in here Monday and that'll be the theme if the Niners don't win with style points. I told you in the Boston, Evan, I give a damn. If you move on to play Detroit or Tampa Bay, you're hosting the NFC Championship. And you know what? There'll be some conversation. Hey, that wasn't the Niners' best A game. Right. But that by Tuesday is like bring on whoever we play. We're 1 game away from the Super Bowl.
And whoever you're working with on Tuesday is going to let you get away with that because you know your boy wouldn't, Steiny.
Who called me sensitive? Oh, 510. Boy.
Oh. Hey, by the way, 95.7 The Game is live and local all day tomorrow, beginning with Warriors this week from 9 to 12. Mark Grandy and Jason Dumas from 12 to 3. And then don't miss the kickoff show this Saturday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live at 3 o'clock. And kickoff, of course, is at 5:15. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Well done. How about this, Donnie? Daryl from the 510. Daryl the Google Johnson. And then this from the 925. This is what I love. This is how you watch a game.
Okay.
I'm having a nacho taco burrito bar set up for tomorrow's game. Mm-hmm.
Hey, somebody, Goo, yesterday.
Don't say invited us.
Yeah, but I couldn't take the call. You know what? One of the issues with Willard and Dibbs, when they come in that last segment.
Well, to you, because they got something over you. It's just weird. But go ahead. It would be in
my
book.
What are you talking about? What do you mean they got something over me?
You kind of change. But we'll talk about it later. Yeah, it ain't cowardice. It's you change.
Like I become
you
meek?
diminish. I don't know.
Do I become
Willer's
meek?
got a button, and so do we know Dibbs does. We had a show. But
Dibbs is fine now.
Yeah, okay. But go ahead.
Willard tries to stick
You're blaming them for the invite we had that now's not an invite.
Yeah, I mean, get back here at 1:42 and there's calls, but I can't get to them.
Oh, okay.
You know how they feel about calls.
Gotcha.
You know how Dibley feels about any interaction from somebody outside the studio. He can't tolerate it.
Somebody said, why am I hating on their menu? I said, that was a dope menu, the taco and nacho bar.
The mashed potatoes and lasagna is what they're talking about.
But we don't know if we didn't get...
No, he confirmed. The guy sent a text back and said...
You can't have
I've never heard of it either.
Lasagna and mashed potatoes.
Evan, have you ever heard of lasagna with mashed potatoes? You're going
to look like Zion. Oh, boy.
Hey, Punk, what about you, Lucas?
Hey,
he says no, too.
I'm his bodyguard.
Who's?
Man. Lucas. You don't talk to him like that because my dog. We go back.
Okay. All right.
Because you ain't about that life.
Please.
Oh, fake wannabe radio.
You told me that if I were in prison with you, you would treat me a certain way.
But Stan, they would have 20 years on my sentence. You would be
First of all, the first thing I do when I get to prison is I make my own.
I don't want to talk about no, seriously.
Why?
I have nightmares about being in there. I don't even want to play. I couldn't even watch Oz.
So you don't want me to say the word shank?
Oh my God, Stan.
I'd get a shank on day one, Goo, to protect myself.
Shout out Travis.
Oh my, that's another thing.
So let's try to figure out what I do become in front of. Do you think 925 says Guru? Does he turtle up?
Oh, is
that what it is?
There's no doubt. But
I turtle up.
But what I want to find out and get to the root of is why. Like there's even when I gotta get out at 2:12. Willard, let me go. And Willard's like Darth Vader when he decides to let you go. He's nice and lets I don't know who you turn into. It's just a phenomenal
Willard I've given up on.
Well, Dibbs is right. You got Shaq and Kobe.
Dibbs is fine. Willard I've given up on.
To you lately.
Willard I'm giving up on. Because, see, Willard is a master at many, many things.
Go ahead.
But he's also the master of composure.
Can I tell you something?
And because he's so composed, he's always going to win an argument over somebody who's not as composed, which oftentimes tends to be me. So anytime I believe I'm heading down that road with Willard.
Wow.
And he's composed and I'm getting ready to throw a brick at him, I just choose to look the other way now. I can't do that with you because we have a 4-hour show.
Real quick, I know we're almost up against it. Yeah. So I'm in North Carolina last Friday, and I turn on YouTube. I'm just checking in on you guys. And I guess you had some paper that had the reads. And Willard, I felt so bad for you. Yeah. I was saying, Willard, don't do him but he goes, what's this paper? Insinuating or saying he don't have that. And he wouldn't let it go. And I looked at you on the YouTube. I said, my boy is just shrinking. Do you remember or recall
I'm a
that?
front runner.
We'll get to Willard, I love you, but I'm like, Steiny, what is going? And it was just, he goes, I don't have one of these. And you were just flat. There was nothing. No, Steiny home. Nobody was home. You were just on when it's the bus coming to get me. Oh, man.
I want to get out of here at 2 today. Are you with me or are you going to stick me? Stick it to me.
Running by the boss. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. With 215.
You know what? I'm going to go to Willard today. I'm going to say, hey, buddy, listen, I don't do this often, but... And I hate to do it, but I've had a tough week, man. It's just, you know what?
That would work.
You know what? You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm using Pops today.
I want to laugh, but I'm not.
I got it. Hey, Dad, God love you.
Oh, boy.
But you're getting me out of here at 2 today. Man. Thank you.
Oh. Mashed potatoes.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got to get to.
Yeah.
I got to get out of here.
Goal, my brother.
We have more time than you thought.
No, I know. I was just sitting here. 27-17, you feel it, huh?
Evan, we caught up on the reads and all that kind of stuff for now. Or do you want to do? Let's do that.
Until 4 minutes from now.
Let's do the Christian McCaffrey shirt. Okay.
Look at Steiny.
All right, here we go. CMC. Here we go. Your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey right now. Here's what you do. The word is champion. 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 Text that word to 20357 between now and 1:30, and you have a shot to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. You can qualify once a show, and you can do it all week long. One more time. For a chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, text the word champion to 20357 between now and 1:30. You're in the hopper for a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. It's as simple as that.
Too.
I'll tell you what I'll do for you guys, just because I love you. I'll give you that word again on the other side. That's what I'm going to do for you in case you just missed it or you're just tuning in and you didn't hear the end of it. Goo?
Yeah, I was just
Let me tell you what I'm not going to ask you right now, Goo. Hey, what do you want to talk about?
No, I was just going to tell you, as excited as I am for the game.
Yes.
We got the appetizer of Houston and Baltimore won, which we didn't have last Sunday. No morning game because of the weather. So I'm ready to go, man.
I am too. I'm ready to go. Guru, I eat lasagna and mashed potatoes all the time. And I weigh 175. I'm not Zion.
I guess I hadn't heard that one. That's a lot, though.
I feel
for
like
one sitting.
I feel like I've seen lasagna and mashed potatoes in a big buffet together, but not
buffet type
but,
dude.
What do you mean?
When you got too much to choose from, you're never satisfied. It's like, let me go get it. I
just shovel the one thing
I need to focus.
You know what I love? I love the breakfast buffet.
I don't eat eggs.
Don't you?
Nah.
Why not?
Chicken abortions. I don't eat eggs.
It's an egg.
Yeah. I ain't into them. Never have. But I like pancakes and waffles.
That's fair.
Yeah.
See, I don't.
But eggs in that.
What do you mean?
In your pancake.
No,
you use egg in the mix.
Oh, yeah, but no, I get
eat eggs.
I get why you would. I get why you could differentiate. Mac Zach in Oakland's got a pregame speech he wants to deliver.
Now this.
No, it's going to be on the other side.
Wow.
Mac Zach in Oakland apparently has a pregame speech he's going to deliver to the Niners. You know what? Maybe I will too. Maybe I'll deliver my pregame speech.
You're incapable.
I'm 1-0.
Oh,
Remember, I'm 1-0. I don't rely on emotion. I rely on execution. Okay. Don't forget the kickoff show, ladies and gentlemen. The kickoff show is tomorrow at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, 2 hours before game time. Oh, gosh, I got to keep some stuff straight here. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. More about the kickoff show. 95.7 The Game is live and local all day tomorrow, beginning with Warriors this week from 9 to 12. Then you got Grandy and Dumas from 12 to 3. And then the kickoff show, Larry Kruger, Lorenzo Neal. That starts at 3. Kickoff at 5. Join us down there at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. 222.
Tune in every Saturday. Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Kyle Shanahan has taken the Tin Man and Jimmy Garoppolo and got him to a Super Bowl.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Simon, Style, the Guru Johnson.
Last hour.
28 hours to kick off. Yay! Yeah, that is a yay.
I'm ready to go.
And that's Bosa, right? I'm ready to go.
Debo.
I'm ready to go.
Gosh, it does not sound like him, does it?
Debo.
Seriously. It's kind of like when I say 1, 2, 2. Welcome in, Mark Randy. In the building.
Yep.
We have a guy, Mac Zach in Oakland, who wants to give a pregame speech for the
This
Niners.
is gonna be great. Let's
that's
go.
just really, that's got me thinking.
Oh, boy.
You know, I'm 1-0 in my pregame speeches. Remember, I think I gave one to the Warriors in Game 7 last year. 2-2-2.
That's about what it was. We gave you 2.
Okay, so here's mine. You ready?
Yep.
Hey, guys. Let's bring it in. Hey, we know this by now, but emotion doesn't win playoff games. Execution does. We got to pay attention to detail today. I want everybody doing their jobs. You know, Nick, Chase, I want you to be real. I want you to be real smart about setting that edge against Jordan. That's very important. And we go into that cover 2 on third downs. We want to disguise it like a zone. That's important. We want to disguise that like a zone and then go into cover 2 and back off and play man. So let's go out and do those kind of things and go get them. It's about execution, guys.
Oh. Imagine somebody doing that, though. Wow.
See, you know what? You laugh. That's actually more like it than whatever this guy, Mac Zach's going to do. I guarantee
there's
you.
going to be emotion on this. I got to believe.
Kyle Shanahan does not get emotional before game. Mac Zach in Oakland, give it to us. Now, I got my locker room jumping, Mac. I got my locker room playing with their hair on fire. I don't know what you're going to be able to do here, but try to live up to that.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
Well, let me tell you something. I got a kindred spirit with you guys. My mom passed on December 23rd in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I'm the only child, and she was my very best friend in this world.
Thoughts and prayers,
the thing that, for you guys too, man. And so, the love that flows around us helps, us in those moments when, we're by ourselves and things get a little tough and lonely. And I just want you guys to know that, you have my deepest, sincerest, condolences. And I'm right here with you guys, with suffering the same things that you guys suffer when you're alone. So I just wanted to get that out the way and tell you guys I love you.
Thank you, man.
Okay, now, to the team. I was looking at some lyrics from the great Jordan Sparks, and they kind of sparked me up. And they go like this. Hurry up and wait. So close, but so far away. Everything that you've always dreamed of is close enough for you to taste, but you just can't touch. So what I want to say to you guys is this is just one step. Pay attention to the details. Look at the man next to you. He's going to do his job. Make sure you do your job. And don't make the moment no bigger than what it is. I want you guys to go out, and I want you guys to play with all of your heart, but with a light heart, knowing that this is going to be fun. Fellas, get your forks together, put your napkins in your collar, and let's go eat.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Yeah, I ain't mad at that.
Thanks, Mac Zach. Appreciate the call. Appreciate the kind words, man.
Hello,
really.
Brandon Staley.
And prayers up to you, too.
No doubt. That was beautiful. But the speech.
Which one? You know what? 408. Comcast Steiny, that's the worst pregame speech I've ever heard.
People said I was nodding. I was like, boy. No, you're.
Yeah, wait. Is he talking to Steiny or Magzak?
Magzak had some.
I didn't want to make that joke.
Yeah.
But
yours,
I thought he was talking to you,
wasn't
Steiny.
real. Like you've never given a speech.
Of course I have. I've talked to you.
Have you ever said grace at the table to your family? Like that's a mandate in our house. I got to do it.
Bow our heads.
Name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit,
Well,
amen.
you have.
Bless us, our Lord, for these our gifts and which you're about to receive.
I take that back.
And
something about daily bread.
But do you do freestyle? Like I'll be like, Lord, I know you got to, I do, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
your own lyrics.
Yeah.
Like Dylan.
This gung-ho stuff you think that happens in locker rooms, it kind of doesn't.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, no.
Well, let me go.
Go do it. Do it,
Turn to Mr. Fab off. Come on now. Listen, I'm not going to call anybody's name because there's only one name, guys, and that's the San Francisco effing 49ers. We have not won and delivered this city a Super Bowl since 1994. I know. That's before us. But we got to go out here and fight, not just for you, the city, and remind them of this rich history. Let's kick some Packers ass on 3. 1, 2, 3. Kick the Packers ass. Let's go. That's what I do, Steiny. That's how you do it, I believe.
Why you're not an NFL coach.
Oh, boy. Dude, it just feels good.
Guys, when
see that
we've noticed a lot. We've noticed a lot of Jordan's tendency on film when he goes to his left, when he tends to sprint out to his left. Let's keep him on that side of the field.
But those are one-on-one meetings.
No, they're not.
These are speeches.
They're not speeches.
It's not technical.
They're not speeches.
Yeah.
We go up and down the line. Really, a speech this early? What happened with the war? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, boy.
Exactly. I got us a win in Sacramento. I know that. Yes. I did. I gave I said, remember?
We cost.
I had everybody
6.
laughing when I said,
but you forgot.
Come on, guys, bring it in.
6.
Bring it in. Somebody go get Jordan Poole and Kuminga. Make sure they're in here.
I do remember. We cost him game 6 at home. Yeah. When we were like, I'm like, you were special. They lost that game at home.
They did lose that game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let me ask you this, 49er fans. What do you expect to happen tomorrow when this game takes place? Are you expecting a big win like Daryl the Guru Johnson? He's got 38-10. I'm a little closer than that. I'm thinking something like 27-17. Just for my taste, 38. That sounds like a lot of points if it's going to be wet. What are you guys thinking at 888-957-9570? Spread's 9.5. I got 27-17. Evan has 30-17. Guru 38-10. How's it playing out? 49er fans, 888-957-9570 is the number.
Do you want to see some rain, Steiny? Like, is there a party? I kind of don't. I don't want no excuses. I just kind of would like a clean track, but is there a part of you that said, I'd like to see it coming down?
This is such an interesting question because I don't even know how to answer that. Ask me one more time because I want to get the words.
Is there any part of you that wants to see some rain, like this game played in the rain?
All of me realizes that I have no control over that, so I never would think about it in a million
from
years.
an eye candy perspective,
I don't care if it rains or not.
It helps the Packers. The underdog.
That's the thinking, but that's
wisdom.
not a fact.
Yeah.
Steiny now in Guru's. Yeah, no, Guru's.
I'm getting a lot of love.
Yeah, you can. I
don't have much to say though.
Curry 900 on YouTube, 27-17. Lock it. No, that's what I said. That's my number. 27-17.
That's a cover.
And I'll tell you right now, Moody with a missed extra point.
Now, what would...
It's going to rain.
How would they get to 27 if he missed an extra point, though?
What am I missing?
Oh, boy.
Your prediction, your score prediction.
27-17. Moody misses an extra point. See what I'm saying?
Oh, they scored four touchdowns.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, 4 touchdowns.
Way to stay confident. I was just letting you see if you could have it because he had you thinking like, I messed up.
I didn't know.
But you stayed. Do that with Willard.
650. We hanging a 30 burger on him. You ain't hanging a 30 burger on him in the rain.
You can't stop the run.
Come on now.
McCaffrey. Then if you stop the run.
38 points in the rain does
stop
seem like a lot.
Kittle, and Debo with all the tricks Kyle has up his sleeve.
You know, Guru, the other guys get paid too.
That's something I hate to hear.
But it's true. It is true. In fact, it's the way professional sports work. Hey, Mike's in Hayward.
The stat.
Is it the second time Mike's called today, or am I just losing it?
Don't out him.
No, that's fine. Hey, Mike, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? This is the first time.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Somebody else I was thinking of. What's up, buddy?
That's all right. So you know what? I honestly think they're gonna hang a 40 burger on them.
In the rain?
I think. Yep, in the rain. In the rain. Niners are at home. They know the weather. They know how it comes.
Yeah,
I
Mike.
think it's going to be.
Yeah, Mike, call back.
21.
Mike, call back. Call back, Mike.
45,
call
21.
Back. Call back, Mike. You're breaking up.
45. That's what Houston hung on Kansas City. I mean,
that's just
Cleveland.
cuckoo talk.
Steiny, it could really. I get you.
Oh my gosh, he's doing it again. He's actually doing it again.
Houston scored 40 on Cleveland. I'm just letting you know in the playoff game. Nobody
what number would you be comfortable betting me on that points that you think the 49ers will score?
32. 32. That Magic Johnson.
Nobody ever scores 32.
Well, I was happy with this.
I'm leaving at 2 today. I don't feel good.
You don't got the.
No, I don't feel good.
What happened?
I don't know. My stomach just got
you can't have
funky.
your procedure if you ain't feeling well.
I'm going to have that procedure come hell or high water.
Oh, look at you.
I am not living my life like I've
When will we hear from you? Like Texas, hey, I made it, guys.
Oh.
No, seriously. I did that when I had oral surgery.
I'll probably wait for you guys to reach out to me.
All right.
That's more appropriate. Pat's in San Bruno. Hey, Pat, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
The game coming up is going to be big, of course. A lot of running, a lot of short passes with the weather, and all of that's going to open up with Juan Jennings back in action, blocking downfield. A lot of huge short passes that turn into gigantic plays. Same with the running game.
That's what they do.
Good stuff, Pat. Appreciate it. Yep. Oh, we didn't get. I should ask him for prediction.
Yeah, sounded like. Let me just wait with his internet. Yeah, he probably had 28-10.
V on the YouTube text said they averaged 30-plus points per game at home this year. I'm just saying, it's a rain.
I think they're also 3-5 against the spread at home this year.
Oh,
now
put that in your pipe and smoke it, V.
That bothers me, E. That's nasty.
So glad.
3-5. Could you imagine me sipping on my Vion cognac tomorrow, which I will, and that, oh my God, it would be hard to do a show with you Monday.
If what?
If somehow they did cover.
The 49ers didn't cover?
Yes. Oh, it'd be hard.
Well, I think
you would be like, oh, I'm not going to bring it up, Guru, but the whole show.
I mean, if the 49ers lose, okay?
Oh,
if they somehow lose, which I don't believe they will,
I'll come in Sunday night.
The biggest challenge this show will have on Monday is
what?
It would be
because the morning guys would burn it down.
It would be me not allowing you to rip the 49ers.
But what world do you live in if I'm so confident my expectations are this high?
They're not.
The failure would be monumental.
I'm playing a game. I'm playing a game within a game with you.
I feel like you're playing a game on yourself, but explain how I wouldn't come in trying to burn the house down if I expected 38-10.
Exactly. Because I know you don't expect 38-10. You're doing it for a reason.
Oh, this hurts. This hurts. That hurt. Because the guys in the morning would burn it down. No, seriously. The fans would burn. Spadoni, they would call.
Okay.
They would lose their. Yeah, I gotta be careful here. Don't touch it. They would lose their. You know what? Nobody's safe if they were to slip up and lose this game.
What are you talking about?
It would all be.
What does
anger.
nobody safe mean?
Kyle's head would be rolling. You better not lose this game. We were built for this. Wilkes would be.
You do realize
it would be pandemonium in the streets as if Godzilla was coming down downtown Market. Steiny, don't lose this game is all I'm saying. Forget me.
Do you realize you just said that if they lose this game, that Kyle's head would roll, essentially?
People would
it won't.
It would be pandemonium.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, but he wouldn't
fans
lose
are
his job.
Fans are going to be disappointed or happy one way or the other.
But they
don't matter.
Yeah,
they don't matter.
It's who we
Kyle
talk to
Shanahan,
on a daily, buddy.
if the 49ers get beat 31-9, guess who's head coach of the 49ers next year?
I got that.
Kyle Shanahan.
All these shows are leading off with this probably would be the first time.
A tough loss.
That's
all it would be.
A 7-seed beat a 1-seed at home.
It'd be a tough loss, and we'd move on the next year.
Oh, boy, you don't mean that. This would
be a tough loss.
What did we say? Ralph Sampson and Chaminade. This would be that.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
These are two NFL teams.
This would be that.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, buddy.
9 point. What's the biggest underdog that's won a playoff game? How many 9.5 point favorites? I'm sorry, 9.5 point underdogs or worse have ever won a playoff game? I'll bet you there've been several.
Well, I'll go to Elias Sports Bureau for that one. I do know that the Jets, Joe Namath, in that Super Bowl were 2 touchdowns. I think they were 13 or 14 point underdogs against Johnny Unitas.
Yeah, and they blew them out. 16-7, I believe. They covered.
Blowout.
It's a 2-score game.
Well, that was the upset.
No. I'm saying the Jets won.
Yeah. Stoddy, they did,
right, and they were favored to lose by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest. But now I'm trying to think in just my Guru computer, I don't think we've seen it, Stoddy. Because last week
you want to bet?
The first time when Green Bay beat
so you're saying that there's never been a 10. Okay, so you're telling me that there's never been a 10-point dog in the playoffs.
No,
that's one.
No, what I'm telling you is one doesn't just come to mind. You know what I mean?
That's right, but I guarantee you there have been plenty.
I'm trying to think.
That's where you got to project.
I'm looking at you right now like, I'm thinking of all the games.
Well, and this is what makes you and I great. It's what makes you and I tick.
Can I buy a Guru computer? No, you can't. Not for sale.
Let's go to Slots in the Bay. Hey, Slots. How you doing, buddy?
What's happening, guys?
Slots.
What's going on, my guys?
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
Well, I think I got a few things that are kind of ticking me off with you there.
Oh, good.
Did you guys see that interview in Green Bay where the ex-Packers told him to take a late hit on
That was weak. That was dirty.
That's Bush League.
That was
It's Bush.
Poor taste.
Hey, real quick before you finish your point, Google his name when we get off, and you'll see that he's a creep. But anyway, go ahead.
I bet you he is. The game tomorrow, I think it's going to be a lot more different than we all think. I think it's going to be pretty close, man. Those Packers are moving that ball pretty fast, and I think we got to be pretty fast-paced as well. I think we win the game, but I don't know if we're going to cover those 10 points, guys.
I'm kind of with you.
I think those 10 points are going to be there. I want to see Purdy just stand in there confidently and just move that ball the way he's been doing the whole season and kind of not take those missteps of throwing that ball the way he did against the Ravens. That's kind of scary. It's kind of scary, but I think we're going to do it.
Appreciate it, Slots. Thanks for the call. Just think about this the other day. Let's say you're worried about Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
The only way, this is the way I kind of look at it. The only way Purdy is going to play poorly is if everybody around him plays poorly. If by and large, the same decisions are presented to him that have been presented to him the regular season, I think he's going to be fine.
But if there's an open Debo and somehow he throws it behind.
He's not going to do that.
Yeah. And that's what
and one pass will not lose you a game like that.
Yeah.
It shouldn't. No, but you know what I'm saying, Goo, don't you? You know what I'm getting at?
But we've seen a quarterback just have a bad day at the office, and it's not because of everybody else. It's like, Stoney was wide open, Evan was wide open, and went over his head.
Well, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like, so the Niners lost 5 games. Forget the last one, right?
Well, the 3-game losing streak, and I hate to bring that up.
But I don't think he was that bad. I really don't.
Yeah.
I thought he was bad. Obviously, I thought he was bad against
Debo and
Baltimore.
Yeah. Well, no, that one. What about Cincinnati? But if you look at the stats, he put up numbers, but that bonehead turnover he had in the second half was just that was crazy.
Don't do this because
right before the fourth.
Harry's not going to like it.
Dude, we got a nice text. You never read the nice ones. So the hell with Harry.
Which
we're back. We're fine, Evan, Harry and I. Steiny and Goo and producers, great work this week. And thank you for helping me get through a very difficult week. Hope you guys relax and have a great weekend, Dylan. That's what it's about.
Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
Seahawks were 14-point.
I know. There's so many are coming in. It's unbelievable.
We got to verify. Shout out Twitter.
So we just went from this would be the biggest ups. This would be Chaminade over Virginia to actually it happens 3 times a playoff.
But it hasn't because I'm trying to think. People remind we need to do the Instagrams. Your daughter might be onto something.
Why can't she do it for us? You know what I mean?
In college or school, right? Did you go to her soccer game?
This is the one in London.
Oh yeah, take a playoff, Goo. Dude, I lost my voice.
I didn't.
I'm done speeching. That was the last one.
No, I didn't go to her game last
night. I don't know.
Thanks, Goo. Appreciate that for reminding me.
No, it's accountability.
Goo.
Tell me you stayed at home at least. You weren't in the car and didn't go.
Goo.
The father, oh my goodness.
Don't talk about that.
LeVar Ball would have went to the game.
We both told you.
Yeah, no doubt. They told you, the fans. Just tell me you weren't behind the wheel and hit a left.
Daryl.
I'm not laughing.
Goo.
Just tell me you were at home and I'll understand.
I had a very complex relationship with my father. And, you know, he worked a lot, and so he didn't come see his little Maddie play very many sports.
But he had a good excuse.
And unfortunately, that freaking trait rubbed off on his son. Unfortunately. I just, dude, you go to all your kids' games, come hell or high water. That's what, dude, like, you just thank you.
A lot of
you
dads
reminded me that you're a better dad than me. But I knew that already, and the whole Bay Area knew it.
My wife would say, that ain't nothing you get an award for. That's expected to be at the game.
But what about when you don't even do that?
That's why. But what'd you watch? You at the house? Don't tell me you were in the car and didn't go. That would make it worse to me.
Oh, I wasn't in the car.
Okay.
Possibly.
I'm going to let it alone. You got a big day Tuesday.
We got a big day in about 35 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm leaving. Hey,
you're not.
Hey, no, seriously, I got to, last break, I got a text from my sister. She wants, I got to do a Zoom call with her and my brother.
Oh, okay.
2 o'clock. Right. So, but,
you told the guys?
No, can you do that for me, please?
Oh, boy.
Hey, also, let's see. Let's go to Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And that segment was also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Perfect the breakfast.
Hey, my brother. We got to go, my brother. They holding us back, my brother.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. 95.7 The Game, 1:32. We're out of here in about a half hour, 28 minutes.
Then it starts.
Yeah, it does. Then we get ready for the game.
Because it's nasty outside. If you just the weather, it looks like it's coming down tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, and this is for anybody out there who's going to send a request or a link to if you'd like me to come on KTVU on Monday to talk about the 49ers game, don't start your email text by saying, "Hi, Mike."
Oh, boy.
Hi, Mike. I was reaching out to see if you're available.
Maybe they got the wrong person.
Anyway.
They might have been looking for Mark.
Wow.
That's the other one I get.
There you go.
Hi, Mark. You're done. You got anything to say before I go to our main man, Grandpa Daddy?
Yeah, hold on, Grandpa, real quick, because you're a guy. You were playing when I just brought up the what if of if somehow they lost this game. You understand, not just here, the world would stop, the football world, of holy crap. You're telling me the Niners were primed and they slipped up, Steiny, it would be hell to pay. Bigger than you and I.
But see, this is where I'm literal. I'm literal.
Not Kyle's job.
Well, what's hell to pay?
Another year of Niner fans wonder when they're going to win it when you were arguably the best team all year. But there's a price that comes with that that's bigger than your job.
What is it?
Confidence in the regime, or now we would hone in on Kyle. When are you ever going to get it?
Well, hopefully next year.
And hopefully it's not the Grandpa Daddy, here we come. Hopefully it's not the Andy Reid situation, because he did get his, and you're right, 2 times over, but in another city.
That's right. So 49ers, don't make the same mistake that the Philadelphia Eagles made and think Just because a guy doesn't win a championship means he can't.
Quick on your feet.
So don't be dumb. Don't be dum-dums. 49ers. Let's go to Grandpa Daddy. What's up, Grandpa Daddy? How you doing? He's feeling good.
Hey, gentlemen. Hey, I'm feeling good, and I'm feeling for you, Steiny. Really. I lost my dad January 21st, 2015. That was my boy, man. He's getting real, man.
I appreciate it, buddy.
Pancreatic cancer.
Oh, God. Hey,
God.
Grandpa. Oh, God. I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. That's not a good one.
But let me tell you the good thing about it, man. I took the last 3 weeks off, and I was with my dad all the way to the end, bro. I watched him take his last breath, but we kicked it, and we did the whole thing. You know, there's no skeletons in the closet, man, when you're dying.
Wow, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was a beautiful thing, man. I thank God that he gave that to me, that I could spend the last 3 weeks of my dad's life with him at his bedside, man.
That's good.
Thanks
beautiful.
for sharing that, man. Yeah. That's beautiful.
You know, and I love you guys, man. You guys make my day.
Cool.
I'm happy because the 49ers are going to win 31-17.
31-17. And Grandpa Daddy, our main man, he's got money on the Niners. So I'll tell you what, that's one way to get me to want the Niners to win, is knowing that Norm and Grandpa Daddy going to come into a little.
Oh, so you asked me that.
Yeah.
If the Niners, it was plus 350. So Norm put $100 down. So $350 if the Niners win the NFC. And if they go to the Super Bowl, Evan, plus 1,000, you get so that's the big one.
Gotcha.
If they can win the Super Bowl.
Shelby in Oakland. Hello, Shelby. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey. Oh, dynamite.
Hey, I love the show. I've been listening to you guys for a long time. First-time caller. But, so, hey, huge Niner fan, right? Since I was a, wee bitty one back in the 80s back when things were, I don't know, dare I say better? God. Anyways, but here's the deal. Look, I think, we'll probably pull this out, but I'm nervous about it. I mean, I'm not confident. Okay. So I think it's going to be a tough game. I hope I'm wrong, but look, we got the weather, right? And there's a precedent here. Purdy doesn't always play good in weather. All right. I'm not going to say he has small hands, but kind of, right? So, there's that. Because I think we really need to mix this up, to win it, right? He needs to be able to make those layered throws. He needs to be accurate. The Packers are fast. They played lights out last game. Were really impressive. They're on a hot streak. They got nothing to lose. And then there's there's the officiating. I read somewhere that, this crew here, they like to throw a lot of flags. So as far as, defending the throws, defending the pass game against the Packers, we gotta, I'm worried about that.
Well, penalties, hey, right? You know what it is? You know what I think it is, Shelby? And I mean this seriously. Like, if the 49ers, and I know they wouldn't have played the Cowboys or the Eagles this week anyway, but there's something unknown about the Packers, it feels like. We know way more about the Eagles. We know a lot about the Cowboys. There's something about the Packers, Shelby? That we don't know about. I think that's part of it too, Shelby.
Don't be nervous, Shelby.
I don't know. I think that, Kyle Shanahan, of course, these two head coaches, they know each other well. They're going to be drafting it up. But that's the other thing, is that I think, they're looking at the tape. They know who they're dealing with, but they're on a hot streak, right? And they're fast and they're, explosive. And I think that I think the weather tomorrow is to their advantage. And I think that the one thing about Shanahan, look, I think he's so talented. I'm so glad we have him as a coach. I think he's amazing. However, sometimes he overthinks it. He overcomplicates it, and that gets in his way. Mm-hmm. He's getting better at that, I think, but with his play calling. But, I don't know. Historically, sometimes in these moments, when, he just, sometimes
Shelby, he
overthinks it, overcomplicates it.
Where are you going to watch that game tomorrow, Shelby?
I'm watching it, on my couch. I'm watching it alone. I can't, I don't, no, it's going to be over and over.
What's on the menu, Shelby?
Man, that's a great question.
You're going to watch the game alone?
I love it.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, the only one that I might JJ, one of my best guy friends. I'll watch a game with him. We talked about it, but you know what? I think this weekend I'm just posting up alone. Just going to relax.
What city are you in?
Oakland.
Yeah.
Didn't you listen? She's in Oakland.
I'm in Oakland.
The town.
So there's going to be, of course, there's going to be some pizza, some ghost
Laurel
town
District.
beer.
You're in the Laurel District or Diamond up in Montclair?
She said ghost town.
Have a great time, Shelby.
I'm near.
Okay.
Hey, I appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
You're near what?
We get too excited. You got to let me.
It's a bit, Goo. It's a bit. Well, it is for me. I don't know.
I wanted to hear what was on our menu.
Next question.
Boy, I got to tell you, I'm built for this. That's the greatest soundbite ever.
I am fascinated by people that watch the game alone. Isn't it? It's a shared experience.
No, it's when you're a real fan, though, really.
I'm no less.
I wouldn't.
Evan is no less of a real fan than you because he'll watch the game.
But a lot of times you can't control your like you might be at a party or something. Like Evan will be, you can't control where you're at. But I prefer it. Like we're gonna go to the cafeteria. That's when I'm like Animal House. But if there's sports on, I'm out. I don't like to. I gotta be to the neck.
I think that's selfless, too. Like, you understand what you can be if the game is not going the way you want it to, and you don't want to subject other people to that.
There was some of that to Shelby's calls, Tiny, because she was worried.
Yeah, sometimes, if the Niners, God forbid, they lose tomorrow, there's a lot of people that don't want to be around other people.
Go ahead. We got Ernie Chavez now has changed his YouTube chat to Morning Rose Doobie Award winner. Would we be copying if we rolled out some awards this December for our show?
Yeah, we would.
Okay. That is pretty dope. The Doobie.
Steiny, I bet $1,500 on the Niners. Good or bad call?
He didn't ask me. That's a great call. Count that. Spend that tonight.
Take what Guru said as you will.
Dude, everybody's, even you got it. 27 cents. That cash is the ticket. By 10. There's no way.
I can't stand when you do that. You go, Steiny, there's no
Remember
chance.
The Warriors used to play the Pelicans, and AD was on the Pelicans in the playoffs, and they had Durant.
Never.
And you and I were doing pre and post, and we were wake us up when this.
No, I wouldn't put.
But we knew.
That's why it's one game.
Yeah, well,
bro.
you're right.
One
there.
game.
I'll give you that.
One game.
I'll give you that.
Let's see. Hey, we got a new feature coming up. That's second week we're doing it, but it's What's Bugging You, and it's brought to you by our friends at Atco Pest Control. Coming up on the other side, What's Bugging You, and let me get out my War and Peace novel and pick one out on 95.7 The Game, and
that's it.
It's a Football Friday. That's all you need to know.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is...
Somebody make up a joke about Wilkes Booth. Yeah, he's not in the booth anymore, but John Wilkes Booth killed Abraham Lincoln. There's got to be something there.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl, the Guru Johnson, and we are joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Yes.
On 95.7 The Game. What's up, gentlemen? How are you?
Thank God it's Friday.
Yeah,
You're
we're getting close.
Thank God it's here. I don't mean that for the same way that all that you're driving around out there listening. I get it. Thank God it's Friday, traditional sense. Thank God the 49ers are about to play a football game.
Man.
I feel like I haven't seen Brock Purdy play football in 3 years.
Well, you haven't.
I mean, my God. So, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So, yeah.
The double whammy of no Warriors, too.
I know. And I feel like we've been stuck in a hypothetical world for a whole week. Can we play a game?
Man.
It feels like we had a mini.
It's coming.
I don't want to offend anybody here. I feel like from a sports radio perspective, we had a mini COVID week. We had no sports. We're just sitting here like, well, what would happen if the Niners wore green on Saturday? Like, good God, can we have a game?
Yeah.
Let's have a game.
Well, you had Farhan spending money in the international market.
That was huge.
That was big news.
That was big. Where's the breaking news?
Exactly. No, I get no deals.
My God, I'm
Jordan Hicks. Did he have a press conference?
Exactly.
Did he?
Oh, man.
I think he did.
Stevie Nicks or Jordan Hicks?
I'll give
Which one, man?
Let's play a game, shall we?
Tomorrow, Willard.
Yeah,
Let's play a game.
Yeah.
Speaking of games, we're going to play kind of a new game in about 10 minutes with the What's Bugging You.
Oh, that's right.
Presented by
forward to that.
ATCO Pest Control.
Another Friday feature.
So you think about that for the next 10 minutes. And I think I was telling this to Mark, and I also told it to our wonderful caller, Shelby. She was really nervous. There's something about the Packers. Like, we don't know as much about the Packers as the Eagles and the Cowboys and the Rams. And I think that's lending to a little touch of anxiety for some.
I think it's a good point. They're young. They're this brand new pups. You know, we've been used to whether it's Favre or Rodgers, and there were always like receivers who we knew. Do you know what I mean? Like it was from a Donald Driver to a Devontae Adams and anything in between. Like we knew these guys. We don't know these guys. Christy and I were talking about the Packers earlier today, and she even asked, she says, wait, who are their receivers? Who is Jordan Love throw to? When I started going through names, I'm like, they're all babies. And the most accomplished one coming into the year was Christian Watson, and he's missed the majority of it. Trey Lance's ex-receiver, he's missed the majority of it with injury. So it's like, are they good? They're performing well. You don't. It's like, but I agree. We don't know who they are, and they've been much better in the second half of the year than they have the first. And then I'll add to it, Steiny. It's A, there's mystery, and B, a very recent, memorable, startling performance. And that's my opinion / hope, which is that we think the Packers are going to give the 49ers a game largely because of what happened the last time we saw them and the fact that we haven't seen the 49ers at all. So it's making the Packers feel like a little bit better than they are.
So.
Yeah. I do think that.
That's part of it. I also think that the unknown that you were mentioning is maybe a bigger factor because you don't know, like, a lot of these guys. Romeo Doubs, sure. And then we all were talking about Watson.
Yeah.
And then he hasn't been playing. And then you name like 4 or 5 other guys who all were dominant against Dallas.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you're wearing your Cowboy jersey because you said on Twitter, on X, I'm done.
Yeah.
And then you're back. I'm glad you didn't go full Skip Bayless and like start trying to throw stuff in the trash can.
That being? Is that too much?
It's the worst. And
it is.
Also, the bit of
corn.
It's
of the highest order.
It's completely corn.
Oh, boy.
And if you're a Niner fan and you lose, please don't post a video of you punching your flat screen.
Oh, well, yeah, that's going out there.
Because that, I mean, that's the worst. Or burning your jersey or being like Skip and trying to throw it in the trash, but your electronic trash can is smarter than you.
Yeah. Let's play a game. Don't look. Wicks, the Green Bay receiver. What is his first name?
Sidney.
Exactly. And I want you to get it exactly right.
I think I heard it.
Okay, Dibs, you'll go with Sidney.
No, I'm going with Dontavius.
Okay, Dontavius.
I know it's
Steiny.
It's the one that It's not Devontae, but it's Devontae's my guess.
You'll go Devontae.
It's something like that.
You said Dontavius. And
I'm going to say Dwayne.
Dwayne. All right. You guys are like a giant shortstop. You 0 for 3.
Right.
Nice. His name is Dontavian.
Closest.
Good name. Yeah. But that's kind of like, I think that's what you're getting at, Steiny.
That's for
that
sure.
dude can run a post route, but we don't even know what the hell his first name is.
Well, and without looking, name their tight ends, because they play 4 of them.
Musgrave.
Sure. Which one?
And then there are other
Bill Musgrave?
Yeah.
No, what's the guy?
Luke Musgrave.
Tucker. No, Kraft Tucker.
Kraft. All the cheeses.
Is it Tucker Kraft?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
Gouda.
River Craycraft?
Gouda.
Look at you. But Mark, there's no. We've been talking about it all day. That was a monumental failure by Dallas or any team that was the 2 seed. And this young upstart Packer team came and they pounced on it. But I'm sorry. I've watched too much football to think that you're going to bring that into a building where coach owns LaFleur with a different quarterback that's on his way to the Hall of Fame in Aaron Rodgers. So it's no shade at Green Bay. It's just, I'm telling you, I have envy when I look at this Niner front office, what they put together on the field, and I just find it highly unlikely that they're going to give the Niners a game tomorrow. I could be wrong. I'll come in here and admit it, but I do believe the Packers, that was their Super Bowl. They're going to come in here and try, but you're the 5th worst team defense against the run.
Yeah.
We'll just leave that there. You're hot, but the Niners are good. They're damn good. So I expect a TKO tomorrow, and I'll be shocked. But I won't come in here if it's 21-10.
But you're setting a standard that's
but
like.
They have said it, the Niners.
Not 31, not a 4-touchdown
I
playoff
predicted 31-10.
Wait. The Niners said it or set it?
A standard.
Okay.
You know, and
because sometimes I think we do that. We're like, Farhan promised promised Aaron Judge. It's like, no, he didn't. The 49ers didn't say anything. Yeah, they're fantastic. Look, they're a 10-point favorite.
And that's it. Okay.
It's like you're not saying something nuts.
No,
like, I think the double-digit favorite's going to win by a lot. Like,
31-21.
Okay.
Now I'm
going to ask you what I've been asking everybody. Yeah. So you see the 49ers scoring 31 in the rain.
Yep. Okay. No doubt.
I do too.
And I think that it's going to be McCaffrey left, McCaffrey right, McCaffrey fight. Thank you. Exactly. I think McCaffrey goes for at least $130 on the ground, and the over/under is 89 and a hook on his rushing yards. That to me is the easy one because
I kind of agree with that.
He's
89.
3 weeks since he played. He's going to be fresh. And this is what I was telling Mark yesterday about why I like the Niners. They are rested. They are better.
Yep.
They're at home.
Yep.
And, I mean, everything lines up, I think, in their direction. I mean, short of like some fluky stuff, they're going to roll in this game.
Well, I know where you're going to go, where your minds are going to go on this one. Give me one position on the whole field where you would take the Packer representative over the Niner.
A quarterback, Amy Trask.
And that was
right.
And that's where I might.
And I'm not saying I would.
And
that's the one that you might.
For me.
What if we give that to you? And can you name another one?
No.
Well, then the Niners should win the freaking game.
Right.
Like, good Lord.
But I'm with you.
Good Lord.
Young Love is.
You're right. Like,
and I just said that to try to egg him on and get him started. It's what we do on the show.
When we talk about
he's impenetrable.
When we talk about who's going to win this game, I put the Ravens play Houston and the 49ers play the Packers.
Yeah.
And to me, I look at it as though C.J. Stroud, a young quarterback, was terrific in week 1 of the playoffs. Jordan Love, young quarterback, was really good in his first game in the playoffs. Now they're playing 2 teams. Each of those quarterbacks are playing a team that's had 2 weeks off. That is the class of their conference. And it's just one of those things where I'm like, you telling me Jordan Love is going to go beat the Cowboys, then come into San Francisco and beat I know it's like more than Jordan Love, but that's asking a lot.
It's a monster assignment.
Exactly.
For C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love. It is a monster assignment, and one of them might do it. Yeah. Like these guys have flashed at times throughout the years where it appears that they might be next. You know what I mean? And actually, I sort of put Brock Purdy in that class if you want to actually take the Amy Trask conversation to a more rational place. And take their stats this year out of it and the fact that Jordan Love's on a hot streak and all that. Brock Purdy, C.J. Stroud, and Jordan Love, if you want to look at these quarterbacks, there's three groups. There's the establishment, Patrick, Josh, and Lamar.
Yep.
There's the young, flashing, up-and-comers, Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud. And then there's the two other guys who are solid at times in their career, at times not, bounced around a little bit, have been left for dead by their original number one overall drafting teams. That's kind of how I classify it. I think Purdy is right next to Jordan Love and C.J. Stroud. Exciting, young, effective quarterbacks who are off to phenomenal starts in their careers.
Yeah, I mean, you could interplace Jared and Lamar and Josh Allen because Jared's done more than those two in terms of playoffs. Lamar Jackson's been a regular season guy.
1-3 in the
great.
offs. Yeah.
1-3 in the offs. And, I mean, Josh Allen in the playoffs has not been much better. Jared Goff's been to a Super Bowl.
Right. I think to me, that's ignoring our eyes and staring at a computer screen that tells us about results. I like. There's not a one of us, if offered a quarterback, would take Jared Goff over Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson.
But
what about over Purdy?
You put him in a category with
Goff?
Baker Mayfield, which
Goff
is
or
disrespectful to Jared Goff.
Well, that's fine. I mean,
took
Baker
him earlier.
Mayfield, you've spent all week telling me how great he is, and Amy thinks he's
spending months telling me
he's terrific. So
that was the one.
Whatever.
You've been dissing him since since we've been doing the show together.
I don't think he's.
Who? Baker Mayfield.
I would not want him as my quarterback.
Of course.
And by the way,
here he is in the final 8.
Yeah, with 30 teams who've also decided they don't want him, and even the one who has him.
I called him an orphan.
But,
yeah, he had no home.
Now, she obviously is very smart and has been. So she clearly puts Mayfield above Purdy because she thinks he's had a really good year, and she's not basing it off the perception of him over the course of time, right? I kind of get why she would say Mayfield. In her own mind, Love is the one I don't get.
Well,
I
think if she had said it a little bit differently than 7 terrific quarterbacks and Brock, and that kind of led to a language conversation that I personally didn't love yesterday. It was like, and I would tell Amy this, she's the one who created the language. 7 terrific quarterbacks and Brock.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's good. And then came on our show yesterday and went, what's wrong with good? Well, wait a minute. Don't group them all together now. You're the one who separated them in the first place. So that was that side of it. What if we had said it this way? There are 7 first-round draft picks and Brock. Less offensive. But I think that might be what she meant.
But her point was almost like he wasn't in that group.
Well, and she ended up in the spot where many have, which is that we've decided that Brock is a product of having great teammates.
So was Magic Johnson.
Right. It's silly to me. So was Peyton Manning. So was Kurt Warner. So was thousands of. I loved what Greg Olson said yesterday. He called it a lazy narrative. The idea that if you have good teammates, that automatically makes you good. Does it elevate Brock? Well, of course it does. I think that goes both ways.
But the rat on the table is where he was drafted. I know Scotty says that's over, but it never really will be. I believe him being Mr. Irrelevant, and it's not right, cost him his propers for some people. Like, there's nothing. Scotty's like, he could win a Super Bowl this year, and people will still be saying they need to see. Oh, Evan said it. And I agree. That's what's wrong with what we do if that's the case.
I agree.
You do it. With Lamar and with everybody who doesn't win it.
The proof is not in the pudding. He's 1-3. Purdy's got more playoff victories than Lamar already.
So let me ask you,
he's gone Dak in the playoffs more so than excelling.
He's played 4 playoff games.
And he's 1-3.
Okay.
And he's had bad performances. So my point is, it doesn't match up.
I looked at some of his numbers. They were not that bad. They were not as bad as people thought.
My point is, Steiny, it has not matched up with his stellar regular season. That's all. He was MVP, went to the playoffs, and bam, got bounced at home.
Yeah.
I'm not blaming it all on him, but we got to see it. And Brock's already got 2 under his belt.
I guess what bothers me is you go, Lamar Jackson's 1-3 in the postseason. Okay, that's his fault. But you go, Brock Purdy's 2-1, but stop saying he's got all these weapons. Well, like, he's 2-1. He has a hell of a team around him. Why can't you acknowledge that the 49ers have more playmakers than any other team in the league?
That's fine.
Okay. But that's all anybody's doing.
Well, Amy didn't because she thinks he's a product of a system. And she's not the only one. That's my whole point.
I didn't hear her say that, but she might have to these guys.
And she brought up Willard and Dibbs, Steiny. We talked about it earlier. I can't believe all the uproar. Hello? This is, when you say that.
Yeah, no, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, guys, time for What's Bugging You, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Goo, hit us off. What's
I won't
bugging
name
you?
the person, but when somebody needs a ride and I'm out front, I was raised that I would be outside before the person that was helping me. I would be outside so I don't have to wait. And I did that and experienced it yesterday. Is disrespectful. So what's bugging me is if you ever need a ride for a friend or family member, have some class and understand time is of the essence. Be outside before the person gets there.
Yeah.
They should not have to wait on you.
That's my dad.
I'm with you.
Snapping is.
I'm with you.
Can I
concur.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My dad.
That's showing support.
You nailed it because today
Be ready.
I brought lunch.
Freaking be ready. What are you doing in there?
I brought lunch to the missus.
Yeah.
She's at work. She said, "Can you get me a sandwich while you're out?" I did, and I texted her about 2 minutes before I got there, and I said, "I'm out front."
Right.
And I wasn't there yet, but when I pulled up, she was out front.
There you
that
go.
way I didn't have to get
job.
that baby. Didn't have to get that baby out of the seat and bring the lunch in. So I'm with you.
That's good.
If someone's doing you a solid, be out front.
Man, God, I wish my daughter were listening right now.
This is
I mean, my God, if I could show you how many times I've texted her, I'm here because you asked me to be here. 5 minutes go by.
Boy, man.
We'll be right out.
Took me 20 years to get my older kids to that spot.
Wow.
Sorry, Stein.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, Goo, you're hitting me in the cardiac muscle because that was one of my dad's.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God. His whole thing was, he wasn't even, he was, if you're waiting for a ride, they shouldn't even have to beep the horn. If he heard a horn beep, he'd be pissed off at me because it meant I wasn't out on the front porch
By the
waiting.
way, horn beeping. Question for you, because this came up years ago in conversation. Is that an appropriate thing to do to say I'm here?
In the suburbs,
Or
yeah.
is it noise pollution?
Suburbs is fine.
Like some people think the horn is only for, dude, you're about to hit me. Do you see me?
No, I think you go,
is toot toot.
I think
toot toot's much different than
inside.
toot.
Right.
Yeah.
The angry horn.
But toot toot on the cul-de-sac when people are just, you know what I mean?
I think it's valid, Mark.
Like Marge might be inside cooking with hot sauce.
This is pre-phones.
And it might startle her.
Pre-phones, you had to go beep beep.
Okay.
But now that there's a phone, like you can text and you can say, hey, I'm a minute away or I'm outside.
Right.
And then, so now the beep beep, I think, is obsolete to your point. But back in the day, when Steiny's dad was, trying to raise young Steiny, there was no cell phone, no pager. There was nothing.
I hate that we all just assume like everyone's staring at their phone so much that if I give you a 60-second warning that I'm going to be there, you'll see it.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll see it.
What's
You're not
bugging?
wrong.
I'll go next.
Yeah.
What's bugging me? Atco Pest Control. I was on it a little bit the other day. This clutch crap in the NBA. I can't stand it.
That was funny.
They've come up with this stat. Who's the most clutch? They've come up with a cockamamie 5 minutes in a 5-point game. But mostly it's about we continue to just promote the individuals over the teams. And I can't stand it. That's it. That's what
Did you hear my response to that?
I didn't.
We talked about it an hour later.
Oh.
And because all I wanted to point out was, I wonder if Steiny knows who would firmly disagree with him.
Who?
David Stern. Like, he started that.
Yeah, I know.
He started the marketing of the individual, and you could argue it saved the NBA.
Yeah, and I hate it.
Okay. I mean, you're allowed to hate whatever you want.
There's
but
no doubt.
Like, what sounds more exciting? It's Christmas Day, Lakers versus Cavs. It's Christmas Day, Kobe versus LeBron.
Exactly.
Bird Magic,
There you
who
go.
saved the league.
Yeah, it started with...
So what do you hate about
Yeah.
it?
I mean, the line I used was the shoes are not called Air Bowls.
Oh, wow.
I don't.
You know.
We again
great.
just it's pervasive. Go to ESPN and go to their NBA page. What should be first? Right. The standings.
All right.
But they're not. They're down the list somewhere. The most important part of it. But you know what? I can tell you this. Bull had 9-9 the other night. That's all. It's about. It's kind of the same way we talk about quarterbacks in football. Yes, they're very, very important, but it's about the Niners Packers. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I'm ready. Dibs, what's bugging you, buddy?
What's bugging me is Jay Monahan, the PGA Tour commissioner, because you know I love golf, and you love golf, and I love golf, and I also love the PGA Tour. But I'm watching the American Express from La Quinta, and I'll have it on all weekend. But part of me knows that this tournament doesn't really matter because the defending champ is not there. It's Jon Rahm, and Jon Rahm is playing in the Live Golf Tour. And the commissioner, Jay Monahan, botched this whole Live Golf thing. They thought that Live was a pimple on their derriere, but it turns out it was more of a boil, and it might have been a corn. And you know what? It might have been a tumor because Live Golf is not going away, and they totally botched the fact that the majority, or at least half of the best players in the world, aren't playing on the PGA Tour anymore. Wow. So I'm watching this event, and I love it. And you look at the names on the leaderboard, and I know them all, but I also know that there are at least 8 or 10. It's Koepka, and it's Dustin Johnson, and it's the defending champion Jon Rahm, and so many other of the greatest golfers in the world. They're not in these tournaments anymore because Jay Monahan, the commissioner, he botched it. It was hubris.
How do you fix it?
It was ego.
NBA, ABA, it sounds like you're talking, man.
Right.
I hate
the
that.
way you fix it is you go crawling back and you find a way to make it right, but I don't know if they can. So I love the tour and I love these events, but these events like the Pebble Beach Tour or the event coming up at Pebble in a couple of weeks, it's not going to matter as much because the majority of the best players in the world won't be there. Wow. Sucks. It's
Mark, what's bugging you? Courtesy of Atco Pest Control.
Nice.
Oh, it's bugging me. The phrase Super Bowl or bust.
Oh, man.
I've had it. I've had it up to here. And that's what my mom used to say when it was time to go to my room.
Mark!
I've had it up to here.
What bugged you the most about it?
It's a moniker. Yeah, exactly. We're going to talk about this. It's a moniker that has absolutely no point, no answer. Super Bowl or bust. What does bust mean? Dibs likes to go, no, it's Super Bowl or else. And I always go, or else what? Like, in other words, I find the whole thing to be a little bit belittling to the entire process that we're about to go through. The San Francisco 49ers are absolutely 1,000% a picture of organizational health right now. It's in the dictionary. Yeah. Organizational health, boom. There's the Niners where they make good draft picks. Not all of them make good draft picks. They make good trades. They make good free agency signings. They've got players at every position. The players want to run through a wall for the coach. The players all love each other. They've got absolutely zero problems, and they go out and win most of the time. And then we're going to do that and say Super Bowl or bust. So if they go out against another really good team who hires coaches and pays players and also thinks that they're really effective, and if they go out there and lose 27-24 in 3 weeks in the Super Bowl, we're going to decide on some level that they stink or they're disappointing, or we have to have conversations about who should lose jobs or who we should rip or who needs to have their feet held to the fire or be accountable. I just think it's dismissive of the whole process that's going on, and frankly, not a way that I enjoy watching sports to think. Obviously, I'll be wildly disappointed if they don't win. That it's not that your emotions can't be wrapped up into it, but to think that it's only successful and only worthy of any praise if they win the last game is bugging me.
Well, dude, you were up against. I just wanted to respond to that. Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead, then.
Well, yeah, he hates when I just.
No, I don't mind. I get the
okay.
Zoom
Oh, yeah,
call
go
in.
ahead, yeah.
All right. You guys have a great weekend. Great show. And by the way,
Willard, I wanted to get
I want to
that.
express my
no doubt.
appreciation to everybody in this room and
Thanks,
everybody
man.
who sent me condolences over the last week.
We love you.
Very
Of course,
important,
brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to fire this. Oh, go ahead. Yep.
No, go ahead.
Mark, everything you just said is spot on. But my point is, that was an organization calculator. You kept hitting the plus button, and they get credit. But it's like Peyton Manning. It's like Jordan. There's a monkey on your back when you get to a status of greatness. And all that Kyle, to me, is missing is a Super Bowl ring that I feel like he should have had. So nobody will say everything that you just pointed out is not true or it goes away. But I am watching the Kyle Shanahan movie of like, everything that Mark Willard just put out there is spot on. You do just wonder, when I say Super Bowl or bust, when are you going to get to that plateau? Now, real quick, you could say, well, they got to get there. He's been there once, had a 10-point lead, had 2 more trips to go back, had a 10-point lead. So when I look at that, where they're at in the health, that's great. But for a fan base, and I'm speaking for the fans, they have not won a championship, and that's not all Kyle's fault, since 1994. When you're this loaded, I don't think it's so. Because, I wouldn't say F the Niners, they don't know what they're doing. But you do wonder, is Kyle going to ever get it done if somehow they don't get it done?
That's fair. But in your next breath, we have it's a rejoin on your show where you talk about how Kyle Shanahan took Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl.
No doubt.
So take whatever your Jimmy opinion is now, and instead of going, dude,
Kyle goes up the charts.
Dude, you coughed up a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl?
Okay.
Why can't I respond and go, dude, you took Jimmy
No, I've done
Garoppolo
that. Dibs, but
to a Super Bowl.
But Mark,
Holy
you got
hell.
to understand.
I get it.
That would be if I was blaming Jimmy for the last 6 minutes of that Super Bowl when the play calling by Kyle was superseded that. When you could have just ran the ball, they couldn't
Jimmy.
stop it, but you dropped Jimmy back and let Chris Jones just wreak havoc. Like, those are coaching decisions.
I do blame Jimmy.
You can't think that Jimmy's not very good and then not blame Kyle for throwing the ball 3 straight times at the same breath. But, the whole idea of Super Bowl or bust.
Because we know he's not going anywhere, Kyle, and he shouldn't.
Right. So the or bust, what is the or bust? And we've had this conversation many times on the show. There is no or bust. He has an extension.
Yeah, no doubt.
And your quarterback's on a rookie deal, and everyone, for the most part, is coming back.
Right.
So,
but it's set up right now to kind of, and you got to, to get something, you got to earn it. If it's Buffalo, Kansas City, or the Rams. But admit, no Dallas, Philly, it's set up, you would think.
Yes.
For them to
it's
get
set up for them to get there, but not to get it.
Ooh.
Because as you mentioned, if you get there, and they should get there, and if they don't get there, that's why I said Super Bowl or else. If you don't get to the Super Bowl, then something went wrong, either with your quarterback, with your play calling, with your defense, or a combination of all of it. But if you get there and you face Baltimore, Kansas City, or Buffalo, it's not going to be an easy game.
Yeah, no
So
doubt.
if you lose in that spot, then to me there is no or bust. Anyway, have a good weekend, Goo.
Night-night.
Yeah, time to get a New Jersey, but you work on that.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I like what you said. And you said this, I feel like, maybe a couple of weeks ago. You changed it to Super Bowl or else. Do you remember for a couple of days it was Super Bowl or bummed?
Yeah. And
I know that people will go, oh, that's a milk and cookie.
Sure.
But I'm sorry. I think it's an accurate way, an accurate portrayal in terms of how we should feel, how we will feel. I'm not telling anybody to not be disappointed. And obviously, if it doesn't go the Niners' way over the next few weeks, our opinion will be shaped by why. Not just
and how.
that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, why didn't it go? Like, what happened out there? Did you get beat by 30? Did you get beat because Jake Moody missed a field goal?
Did you get beat because Kyle Shanahan on 4th and 2 at the opponent's 44 decided to punt the ball and thinking that maybe they'd get it back in a tight game? And, was it a coaching thing? Was it execution? Was it play calling? What was it that cost you the game?
Yeah.
And that to me is only a question in the Super Bowl. If you lose on Saturday or you lose the following Sunday, in games you'll be heavily favored. It doesn't even matter why. To me,
it always matters why.
If you lose to Green Bay, it doesn't matter why.
Well, I could say something out loud.
Choke job.
I could say something out loud that I refuse to say out loud, but all you have to do is refer back to last year's loss in the playoffs. That could happen.
Sure.
Well,
fine.
Then it's not a choke job.
Well, if it happens this year and you have Sam Darnold and not Josh Johnson,
good Lord,
then to me, it still is.
Sam Darnold. Okay.
Honestly,
right.
if Brock
Sam
Purdy
Darnold loses a playoff game, it's a choke
Purdy
job.
comes down with 103-degree fever right now, tonight, and he doesn't start, and it's going to be Sam Darnold, you're still favored.
I want to read something.
You're still favored, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a choke job. That's. I mean, Sam Darnold has a lengthy career in this league of I'm not that good. So, I don't know. I've never understood why we expect the Niners to go out and not miss a beat if Darnold ends up in there. I want to read something off the YouTube chat right away because we'd love to open up the lines. Guys, go ahead and unlock everything. 888-957-9570. I'd love to know what Super Bowl or bust. I'd love to know what that means to people. I would love to know what that means to people. And I knew this take was coming. So I'm not bothered by it by any stretch. Oh, and now I lost it. Anyway, whoever you were here it is. Got it. D-Ball. D-Ball on YouTube. Thank you so much for watching our show. It's an honor. It is an absolute honor that you guys sit down and open up your tablets, your laptops, your phones, and tune into our show every day. And I mean this. I'm not being sarcastic. Thank you for being there. D-Ball writes, Willard is the biggest kiss ass to the Niners and Giants. All caps, grow a set. Hang on a sec, since you're on YouTube. No, I have a set. I just looked.
Did you pull them out?
No,
okay.
But I looked.
Because I can't see.
No, they're there. Hang on. Yeah. No, they're attached and everything.
Your voice got high when you said that.
Hey, talking about my set over here.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, D-Ball. First invitation, 888. Do you have a phone? 888-957-9570. Call us and tell me about your set. And what does that mean? What does that mean? I'm challenging all of you today. Don't just throw the stupid statement out in the ether and then be like, yeah, because that's what we're supposed to say. Super Bowl or bust. We're the best team. Okay. Do you stop and think for a minute what that actually means? There's no way in hell you can call this 49er team the organizational health, the fact that they dance here at the end every year right now, what this regime has built, what they got when they got here. Hello, Tom Sula. Okay? Think about it in larger terms. I would argue there's not a damn thing, and I mean this now, not a damn thing can happen in the next 3 weeks to make the Niners sour on Kyle Shanahan. Nothing. Period. So if you're on the Super Bowl or bust wagon, I get your emotion, Super Bowl or really disappointed. I totally get that. But don't call these people a bust. Freaking fantastic team that has given all of us so much joy, so much to talk about, so much success. And the teams they're going up against are good. They're better. They should win. It's sports. Crap happens. I think they're going to win. I told you this 2 days ago. You run the numbers, and Vegas tells you right now the Niners' chance to win the Super Bowl is the same as the Giants' chance to make the playoffs. Think about that for a second. The chances are 1/3. So it's not a bust. It's not a bust if they don't win the Super Bowl. And that's not being soft. Look, yep, there's hair on my chest. Just checked. It's about, in my opinion, being smart and respectful to a group that has kicked ass. They've absolutely kicked ass, and I'm not going to erase that if they go out and have one bad performance. I refuse.
Well, you don't have to erase it, but you can, rightfully assign a label to it, which is, you're not a champion. So you could say it's Super Bowl or bust is foolish, and you're probably right in terms of what the bust means. The bust would mean you fire the coach, you cut the quarterback, the GM goes, and you start the whole thing over. That's not going to be the case with this team. But it's not Super Bowl or try again because, Super Bowl or try again. They will try again, and we know that. But it's Super Bowl or something else. And for me, it's or else. And if you don't win the Super Bowl and if you lose on Saturday, it's not going to be a Monday show of, you know what, we'll try again next year. And where are they in the draft? And let's talk about the combine and all the rest of it. There's going to be at least a week or 2 weeks of them getting ripped and somebody getting criticized for why they lost. And that to me is the nature of the or bust part of it. Nobody's saying the or bust is Shanahan's gone and Purdy's gone. You're going to draft a quarterback and Lynch is gone and everybody's gone. That's not the or bust. And I think that it's just an expression. Super Bowl or bust. Yeah, the season would be a bust. It doesn't mean the regime is a bust. It doesn't mean that you have to clean house on everything. If you don't win the Super Bowl, if you lose to Green Bay, that is a gigantic upset.
Huge,
it's a big-time bust.
Disaster. I'd call it a disaster.
Right. The season becomes a bust. Everything you did.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Are you going to hang an NFC West banner?
No.
Are you going to hang a banner that you're the 1 seed?
Hold on.
It's a bust.
I'm not asking anybody to victory
I'm not saying
lap
that.
if they don't win the Super Bowl.
But that, to me, is the sentiment that people are saying when they say Super Bowl or bust.
But also understand it's a sentiment. So in other words, like what you just said, you're right. That's what it'll sound like on 95.7 The Game on any given Monday over the next 4 if the 49ers didn't win the weekend before.
Right.
It'll sound like that, but it won't be that. It won't be that. There is nothing that can happen that would force the Niners 4 weeks from now to be like, we got to rethink what we're doing.
Of course.
There's nothing that can happen to make the Niners rethink themselves in the next 4 weeks.
Right.
Nothing.
But it's not about what the Niners will do. It's about what fans will think and what fans will feel in terms of what we do. And
so Super Bowl or bummed.
Super Bowl or bummed. Exactly. Super Bowl or else.
Or else what?
Or else they're going to face criticism that they wouldn't otherwise face.
That's fine.
It's fine for you and it's fine for them, but fans will be outraged. Yeah. And that's what fans do. And I love the fans and they're lining up already. 888-957-9570, and fans will be outraged. And, outraged.
Outraged.
Fans will be outraged. Yeah. Fans will be mad. If you lose to Green Bay, fans will be more than just bummed. Bummed is like, oh, God, I got a parking ticket. That sucks. I'm bummed. I got to pay $81, and, man, you're bummed. And maybe it ruins your day. But it's not so bad that you're going to, pull up stakes and leave town and sell your house. No, and that's what this is. You're going to be more than bummed. If you're a Niner fan and you're a diehard and you go out there and you sit in the rain and they lose to Green Bay 31-19,
well, but you're talking about Green Bay.
More than bummed.
Yeah, but you're talking about Green Bay. I'm not talking about...
that's where we are.
No, I
know.
We're
Green Bay.
But we're also talking about Super Bowl or bust. The Super Bowl is not this week or next week. It's 3 weeks away.
If you lose in the Super Bowl the way Philly lost in the Super Bowl last year...
How about that?
You're bummed. You're bummed.
Right. Okay.
I don't think that it's... I don't think that you're looking at, blow the thing up. And think about the last time the Niners were in the Super Bowl and they lost to Kansas City. Fans were bummed, but they're still bummed. So you could say that they're bummed, and it wasn't Super Bowl or bust last time, right? Because Kyle's still here and John Lynch is here, and a lot of these guys who aren't retired are still here. So it wasn't Super Bowl or bust. But if you want to talk about Super Bowl or bummed, I think fans are more than bummed because we still see it on the YouTube, the text line, the callers. Fans are not over that loss. Even, Guru himself talking about a 10-point defeat, right?
Got to go to the calls coming up next as you guys are all lining up, so let's do it. The framed autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey we've been talking about all week is down to this. 4:30 to 5:30 today. This will be your last chance to text in and qualify. We'll give you the keyword in that window, 4:30 to 5:30. Here we go, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Tune in every Saturday morning.
We all know that the window is not big. On that Sunday, we are, for better or worse, emotionally invested in what happens, and we believe this is a great team. We believe this is a team that should be talked about as being great. And unless you win that chip, you wind up being like the Miami Dolphins of the 80s or the Buffalo Bills of the 90s, an afterthought. And I don't think any of the fans believe that this team deserves to be an afterthought. I think that everyone sees this team as special. I don't see players loving themselves or each other the way these guys do, pulling for each other. It is a unique thing, particularly in the NFL today, to see this, and I think that they deserve it. And if they lose, I will be terribly disappointed, but I'm not going to change my pulling for them.
Yeah, Matt, I think that's all well said. Appreciate it. Like, I'm right with y'all in terms of the disappointment that I would feel. I just wonder if we can acknowledge this. Every person I've ever talked to in the NFL says this. In order to win a Super Bowl, everything has to come together perfectly. These opportunities, which quite frankly, that's what I'm thankful for, they keep coming. The opportunities keep coming.
They're here.
And so in many ways, Niner fans know better than anyone how it has to all fall into place. You've gone from, just think about this now. These are the years that you did not win the Super Bowl. Just in the last 4 years. You had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl. You had an NFC Championship interception in your hands that might have closed out a football game. And you had an opportunity in another NFC Championship game where all your quarterbacks got knocked out of the game and you couldn't even play. Now, all of those could have, some would say should have, ended with a Super Bowl championship, and none of them did.
Yeah.
And that's because everything has to fall into place. And as much as it feels today, as we enter the second journey with all of the optimism, it is true again. Everything's going to have to fall into place. And life and Vegas both tell us probably not. I hate to say that out loud because I think they're the best team. And I, too, will be so disappointed if they don't win. But I also think it is a fair phrase to utter today. Will the Niners win the Super Bowl? Probably not.
Well, someone will. So,
absolutely.
And they're one of 8.
And so why not us is a totally fair answer.
Probably
also.
not is not the way I would look at it. And to say that probably is also not accurate. So if you look at one of the 8 teams will win it, and one of the 4 in the NFC and one of the 4 in the AFC, 2 of those teams will be there in the final to possibly win it. So who's the most likely team to win it? It's the 49ers. And that's according to the odds makers, and that's according to the eye test in terms of watching football all year. So, yeah, and Matt made a good point about the Buffalo Bills, and you go back to their 4 Super Bowl run in 90, 91, 92, and 93. They probably should have won 1, maybe 2, but the Scott Norwood miss preceded the game against Washington that got sideways, and then you went up against Dallas, and you were just dominated twice by a team that was probably better than you.
If I said to you something has a 67% chance of happening, would you say that it's probable?
Yes.
Okay, then the 49ers will probably not win the Super Bowl. Because Vegas also says, even though that they are the highest likelihood of any individual team, Vegas says they've got a 67% chance of not winning the Super Bowl.
But that logic is flawed.
How?
Because according to your logic, then no one's going to win the Super Bowl.
Well, no, Dib, somebody has to.
No, because you said 67%. They have the highest odds, though,
right,
Mark.
But you know math. There is mutual exclusivity in situations like this. And so, yes, I can argue rationally that every single team will probably not win the Super Bowl.
All 8 are not going to win it.
Right. And one of them is going to defy the odds. But that's my point.
And the odds are leaning toward the Niners as the team most likely of all those teams who are unlikely.
Correct.
They are the most likely.
More likely than any other team.
Most likely.
But still unlikely.
But somebody has to win it.
Yes.
So in terms of the argument's flawed because somebody has to win it.
The field is more likely than the Niners.
But who's in the field?
All the other teams.
All 8 of them.
We don't care who the other 7 are.
But if you pick one of the teams...
I mean semantics, bud. You know what I'm talking about.
I know, but if you take Houston and you say Houston or the field, well, it's the field. And the Niners are one of the teams in the field.
I'm not saying you're wrong. But you have to grant me that I'm not either because I'm not talking in opinions. This is a fact.
I know.
It's a mathematical fact. And
But you're using a flawed argument.
No, I'm not.
Because you're saying there's 67% chance that they don't win it.
That is true. That is a mathematical fact.
But what about the other teams?
They are less likely.
Exactly.
So
the Niners are most likely to win it.
Of the group.
Of the 8.
But they are still unlikely to win it. The field is a favorite.
I don't want to dwell on this too much.
It's we're all talking in facts here. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Just watching the rain fall down.
Oh, gosh, is it here? We're up in a building, so yeah, I knew it was coming. Is it here?
No, I'm in the peninsula area right now, so it's coming down here.
All right, no, I'm sure it's here. All right, Jonathan, what's up? Can you go outside and throw a ball in this? Are you able to function as an offensive weapon in the NFL?
No, no question. Yeah,
out of bed.
I'm going to do whatever needs to get done.
All right, that's the attitude, Jonathan.
And I want the 49ers to just go on a winning streak. They just need to win 3 in a row, guys. And I expect in the NFC they could just offensively overwhelm whoever is going to be the next. I expect them to overwhelm Green Bay. I mean, why not? I mean, whose team out there has the most players in their prime? That's the Niners. And during this run, they don't have the excuse of, like during the Colin Kaepernick day, it was a gimmicky offense, right? And then with the Jimmy Garoppolo run, it was an offense that was limited because Jimmy can't throw outside the numbers and throw deep. So this is the no excuse run because Kyle finally has his guy, like the smooth operator that Purdy is, the quarterback that he trusts. So the playbook is wide open. The defense is playing great. I mean, the secondary is playing better than before. They're healthy as they can be. So win 3 in a row, no excuses, take no prisoner, seek and destroy, kill them all, and get this done for the Bay Niners.
I love it. Seek and destroy.
Seek and destroy. I mean, listen, I'm here for the majesty of all this. I'm here for the beauty, the emotion, the storybook, I get attached to. No different, right? But do you in your living room, do you put eye black on? Do you start to smack yourself in the face? Do you bounce off of friends or the wall? Like, do you do that? And it's great if you do. Like, I'm into this. I'm absolutely into it. But listen to those words. It's kind of what I'm talking about. Take no prisoners. Seek and destroy.
Let's go, Jonathan.
I mean, other human beings are going to go play a football game, and I hope they win. They're very good.
Yeah.
They're very
it's pros
good.
against other pros.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Like, I mean, they're fired up too. They're fired up too. And if you believe in what you saw last week with the Green Bay Packers, well, then I don't know if what many of us are saying is a fair opinion. I think the Niners are going to win. I took them to cover. That's what I think is going to happen. But always a healthy respect. You can't watch them score 48 in Dallas and have a blast with it and go, wow, that's impressive. They got young players. They're on the come. They're on a winning streak. But the Niners should win by 21 or disappointed. I don't know, man. Does that all add up? That doesn't add up to me.
No, and I look at what Vegas does, and there's a reason why they do better than the people who bet on these games.
Yeah.
And it's because they know more than we do. And the game right now is back to 10 on the place where I do my wagering. Okay. Yeah. I saw it at 10, over under of 50.5, which tells me 30-20 is the kind of game they're looking at. And I think 31-21 is my prediction. And the Niners should win the game, but you know, you get into a situation where a 10-point spread can go either way. One bounce of the ball, one pick six.
Of course.
You never know.
The other team is allowed to win.
Sure.
That's another fact that I've learned through the years. Nice. Steve in Oakland. Hi, Steve. What the heck are you doing?
Thanks for taking my call. Listen, your conversation is interesting, and it's moved on from what prompted me to call. But, you know, when you were talking about, you know, what's Shanahan's legacy going to be if he loses the Super Bowl and, you know, he's not going to be validated until he gets a ring and all of that, I think that's the wrong conversation. I think Kyle Shanahan, if you think about it, has really only lost one Super Bowl. And if you want to stretch the point, maybe two when he was with Atlanta. But if you take a look at his record, and I haven't validated this stat, but I read it in 2 or 3 places, so I'm assuming it's correct, that he is 37-0. He's 0-37 with the 49ers.
Yes.
When they are behind by 8 or more points in the fourth quarter.
That is accurate.
Now, that is a large sample size, and that, I think, is much more attributable to Kyle Shanahan than whether or not you win or lose the Super Bowl, because you just have to look at things like the Patriots losing to the Giants on that miraculous catch, or, you know, the Patriots winning against Seattle against the non-Marshawn Lynch call, or there's a million things that can go wrong in a Super Bowl. But losing 37 games when you're behind by more than 8 points, that's a pretty significant number.
Well, Steve, it's stylistic, and it is a decision that the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan have made through the years. Appreciate it, Steve. Not to excuse it by any stretch, but it is strategic. And if you weren't there for this, we had this conversation a lot with Kurt Warner and others earlier this year. The idea is, if you're all going to agree, okay, Kyle Shanahan, this is a run-first offense. He loves deception, and he is a genius with regard to blocking schemes, and you can run the ball really well. Okay, all true. Now, ... it means you're going to have a hard time coming from behind. Period. Now, you can hate that. You can argue that you should not strategically go that way, but the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan have. Their game plan is to get the lead. And I know that sometimes that'll sound like, well, duh, whose game plan isn't to get the lead? But the point is he would rather be, this is kind of an interesting way to put it, I think, and you tell me what you think. he would rather be really effective with the lead than really effective from behind. And I think that there's a fair conversation there. His point is, I'd rather, and that's why it's funny, by the way, that he's got this reputation for gagging leads. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. If you really look historically, no, he doesn't. He has decided, I'd rather be excellent with the lead than excellent from behind. And I think that actually makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
It's not a reputation for gagging leads. It's just the one lead that everybody wanted them to keep. They didn't.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a reputation for gagging leads, and I don't have the numbers for how many times their teams have been up by 10 in the fourth quarter and lost. It's probably very rare. But the one time that they needed to hold a 10-point lead, they didn't.
They did not.
And that was the Super Bowl. So that's the one that everybody wants to hold on to. But in terms of how he builds his team, it's not built to come from behind because they run a lot of 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, and they don't do 4 wide receivers almost ever. They do 3 wide receivers occasionally, and if you want to throw it a bunch and come from behind and score a lot, they don't do a lot of hurry up. They don't do a lot of 4 wides. They don't do a lot of the things that you would like to do if you're going to be an air raid team and throw it all over the place. They just don't. So I'm kind of with you in terms of how you would want them to be. And, you know, if you want to have a team that's built like that, well, Kyle's not your coach.
Right.
Because Kyle is a chip off the old block, and Mike Shanahan won 2 Super Bowls with, good quarterbacking, but also by running the football a ton.
Yeah. I don't want to be built to come from behind. I don't want to be behind.
Right.
Is kind of the idea. Now, 0-37 is an excessive record. But then again, if you want to look historically at what an NFL team's record is when they're down by 8 or more in the fourth quarter, newsflash, it stinks. It's a terrible record.
It's probably better than 0-37.
Yes, you can win the game being down by 8 in the fourth quarter, but it's rare.
Yeah.
Your record's going to stink if you're down by 8 in the fourth quarter. You're usually going to lose those games. Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
How are you?
Now, I look at it like this, like matchup to matchup. 49ers are way better than everybody else. But like you said, things happen. Fumbles, everything. But what I want, I'm on the outside looking in. My team got blasted last week, but I want Purdy to win a Super Bowl, man. Every time I watch this kid, he just takes me back to some other 49er quarterbacks I watched, and I don't want to say their names, but this kid he's and he's doing everything. He's supposed to be holding the clipboard. That's what they want him to do. But he's not the guy. He was the last pick. Big deal. Whoop, whoop. But every time they start on these NFL channels, they start knocking him down, I think he's watching. And he comes out every week, and he keeps smashing them, and he keeps doing his job. And I like the kid. I don't like the 49ers, but he's a good – I want him to win.
Well, obviously, everyone around here, Joe, thank you, agrees with you, and for multiple reasons. The baseline is just that means the 49ers won the Super Bowl. That's what I care about. But as I've said yesterday, Steiny said it in the crossover too, I don't think him winning a Super Bowl is going to mean what a lot of people think it's going to mean. If you are someone who wants to, stand up for Brock, I don't like some of the things people have been saying about him. They're going to keep saying it. They're going to keep saying it, even if they win the Super Bowl, especially if it looks the way that it's probably going to look. If the 49ers do what so many of you think they're supposed to do, which is just steamroll the hell out of everybody, play with the lead. Brock does his little 230 yards, couple of tutties,
a lot of McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey all over the place, Kittle down the middle. That's not going to convince people that their original thought was wrong. It's actually, they're going to come out of that feeling even more empowered about their point, which was what with the Niners roster is overwhelming.
Sure. Well, if that happens, then you know who you are. You're Charles Barkley at that point. You are nothing more than a talking head idiot, in my opinion, because Charles said a jump shooting team can't win an NBA championship. And then they won 4. And still, Charles now today, and I know that he is, tried to make good on that by giving them their flowers. Well, it took more than one title for him to give them their flowers. So if you're somebody who thinks that Brock Purdy, if he wins a Super Bowl, is not worthy of being a Super Bowl winning quarterback, then that's who you are. You're nothing more than a Charles Barkley level troll.
Twitch and YouTube, good place to be. We're having fun there today. Come watch the show. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. You can watch us live, like and subscribe. All our shows are there every day. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's a Football Friday. Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We're also presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. All right, more of your phone calls coming up, and then this is the way it's going to go. 20 minutes away, Brian Baumgartner, also known as Kevin from The Office. Big Packer fan, and a big talker. Just got off the golf course in Florida.
Okay.
And he's coming.
I love it.
He's coming. That's all coming up on Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Hey, let's throw a party.
You're funny.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know what sound we need?
Tell me.
Tell you what sound we need. Don't worry about it, Grandy. I got it. I got this one. Nope, not that one.
Oh, it's coming, though.
Not that. It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming. 4:30 to 5:30, window to the wall, Christian McCaffrey jersey, your last chance to qualify. Here's the sound we need.
Really? At 3 o'clock?
Brother.
We're doing Central Time Radio?
Brother, it's Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Cheers.
It's been a week. We actually worked all 5 days this week.
Yeah, it was great. Did we?
No, we had
No, we
didn't. Sorry. Felt like we did. My fault. Well, it was a Warrior game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we would have, but there was a Warrior game.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
The freaking playoffs are about to start.
I can't wait. Well, they've already been started.
No,
but
for us.
Okay, I
for
get
us
it.
here in the Bay.
I get it.
The playoffs are about to start.
Super Bowl or bust begins.
The 1 seed. You're not going to make me cry, Dibs. You're not going to get under my skin.
I tried last night with my text.
I know. It didn't work. That was nice of you, though.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I just thought, sitting at home, I was like, you know what? I'm going to send Mark a text. I appreciate Mark. I'm going to let him know that I appreciate him.
And then I read it and I went, should I respond?
You don't have to. No need.
No, of course.
I just had a moment. Baby went down, and I came downstairs.
Oh, brother, I get it. When the baby goes down, that's like a drug.
Baby goes down, and I sat down, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to send Mark a text.
I've told you that in my struggle with migraines through the years, when you can find some medicine that works or when you just fall asleep and wake up and they go away, it is the most invigorating feeling outside of you know what.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it is an invigoration sensation.
That's right.
And I will text. I would text anybody anything. You ever want to know like the softest, fuzziest side of me? Right when the migraine goes away. And that's probably pretty similar when the baby goes to sleep.
Yep, no doubt.
When the baby goes to sleep, man, that's when you want to ask Dibs for a raise.
No doubt.
Because the answer is going to be yes.
You got it. Anything. You name it.
What do you want?
You got it.
What do you want?
Yep.
You want some money?
You look at the baby monitor, and she's not moving, and it's like, yeah, okay. All right, Mark. I got you, Mark. Appreciate you. Love you. You're the best.
My man.
You get a loan, anything.
That's right.
Hit me at about 8:15 usually.
Oprah puts stuff under the seats right after a migraine. That's what happens. But yeah, man, here we go. And while I love the conversation we're having, I don't want that to get lost in it. I don't want everybody's Super Bowl or bust conversation. And if it doesn't go well, then fill in blank. Let's take a moment to go, dude, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
They're the 1 seed.
I appreciate the hell out of this team. I love the journey that they gave us this year. And here comes journey number 2. I got all the confidence in the world, even though I've got a healthy respect for what could happen that's not what we want.
Right. Healthy respect, but you think about this game coming up and the spread now up to 10.
Yep.
And, possibly bad weather. Looks like the storm that's coming in now is going to be here for about 36 hours off and on. So sloppy game, I think, favors the Niners. Rest favors the Niners. They're a better team anyway, and they're at home. So I look at all the factors that line up. Yeah, anything can happen in football. They could lose, but I'm with you in terms of just basking in this game. 5:15 tomorrow. Just loving it. Packers-Niners, right?
Give me a little more on why the weather, in your opinion, favors the Niners.
Because they can run the ball, and they can run it better than I think Green Bay can run the ball. And I know that, Aaron Jones has been great. I think about the run matchup. Their running game against the Niners' run defense, the Niners' run offense against their run defense. The Packers' run offense is good, but not elite. They have a good running back. They have a good run scheme. The Niners have a very good run defense. On the other side, the Niners have one of the 2 or 3 best run offenses in football, and the Packers have a terrible run defense. So just that piece of it, And I don't want to go all, true eye on you and gun run and, A gap and the rest of it, because I don't do that too often. I can if you want me to, but just that matchup of the ground game, I think favors the Niners very heavily.
Interesting, because Kyle Shanahan, and I know coaches do this. Earlier this week, he's like they're good against the pass and the run, and maybe that's just a coach complimenting his opponent. Maybe it's that. You'd never hear a coach be like, "So they're good against the pass, but they suck against the run."
Exactly.
You'd never hear him say that, but. You don't win 7 of... Everyone does this. Jordan Love has won 7 of 9. Well, Steiny will love this response. No, the Packers have. Packers have won 7 of 9, and they have been much better on defense in the second half of the year. It's never been a defense that scares you, I would say. But, again, for me, the whole key to the game is the run game on both sides and who owns the first quarter. Because if the Packers do get a lead, well, watch. Their defense will suddenly look really good. Because when you make the 49ers one-dimensional, that's where they don't want to be. It takes away all of their superpowers. And so I don't think it's as simple as to say defense good or defense bad. It's what opportunity does each defense have based on game flow, and that's why I think getting the lead is going to be so important tomorrow.
Yes, but I don't think that if you fall behind 7-0 that you have to abandon what you're doing, even if it's 14-0 in the first half.
14 scares me. 7 doesn't. 14
doesn't bother me, and if it bothers Kyle Shanahan, then we've got a problem, because if you're down 14-0, let's say Green Bay wins the toss and they get the ball, they score. Niners go 3 and out. Green Bay comes down, they score. You're down 14-0. With 1:12 left in the first quarter.
What do you think your analytics are at that point? You know how the box score will have that little percentage up there.
Right.
14-0 at any point in a game means what in terms of your chances of winning that game?
Well, it depends on where we are in the game. If it's, let's say the end of the first quarter and it's 14-0 and the Packers score on the last play at the end of the first quarter and they go up 14-0, you probably have a 25% chance to win that game at home. If you're home and you're getting the ball and you're down 14-0, and remember, they are going to get the ball to start the third quarter as well. So in that spot, it's not time to panic.
It's not time to panic, but
it's not time to change what you're going to do. I don't think.
Okay, you're right. You don't abandon the run game if you're down 14-0 in the first quarter. However, your chances of getting to a point where you do abandon what you do are pretty good.
They go up for sure.
They're pretty good
for sure. But in that scenario,
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that for the next 3 weeks.
Now, when the Cowboys throw a pick six and the Packers go up 27-0 with like 4 minutes to go in the second quarter, the analytics at that point tell you that Green Bay's got about a 90% chance to win that game. So 27-0 in that spot is different than 14-0 when you're getting the ball back and you get the ball to start the third quarter. So. And this is where I wonder, I don't really doubt Kyle Shanahan, but I wonder how they go about this sort of a scenario if they fall behind, to your point.
Well, he did talk about his game plan this week. And by the way, I don't know if I've ever heard this before. A coach came out and said, with regard to the game plan, they're obviously not going to tell you what it is.
Right.
But he said his players love it.
I hope not. Maybe when I was 28 and I was up there and guys weren't so sure. But if I have to sell the plan and stuff, I'm wasting a lot of energy. Our guys know the deal. Hopefully they like the plan most weeks. We put everything on tape and we try to show everything, so we don't put a lot of bad stuff on there. So I think you naturally are always trying to sell it, but I don't really think of it like that. You're trying to get guys motivated to perform and confidence going into a game, and when you can get them to believe in the plan, they go into the game with a lot more confidence.
And he has said that the players have told him this week they love the game plan. I don't know the inner workings of that. If you ever hear the opposite. You just see Nick Bosa walk up to Kyle and be like, no, I don't like the game plan. That sounds odd to me, but that's one thing that you certainly notice about this particular group. Like, fans can look at the Packers from last week and go, ooh, they look good.
Yeah.
This 49er team, there's not a damn scenario in the world that would rob them of their confidence. They walked out of getting absolutely canned in Philadelphia last year, reasons obvious, and didn't just say, oh, darn, I wish we had had a different opportunity. It was, oh, darn, we were about to kick their bleep. Like, the confidence of Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, and everyone behind them in that line, I don't think it can be shaken. I think they think they're about to do this.
Yeah, it can be shaken if you fall behind. And, I don't think they'll be shaken like Dallas was shaken because they have a better quarterback than Dallas does, and they have a better coach. They have a better almost everything. So they shouldn't be shaken in the same way that Dallas was shaken. And you better come in confident because you are the number 1 seed and you're playing at home and you got the best team and you can smell it. You can smell the opportunity that you're talking about.
All right. Autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, signed, matted, framed. Keyword coming between 4:30 and 5:30. Last chance to qualify coming up this afternoon. Also, we are live and local all day tomorrow. Warriors this week. Running from 9 to noon. Mark Grandy, Jason Dumas talking Niners from noon to 3. Leading up to the kickoff show, Larry and Lowe, 3 p.m. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Great food, drinks, best pregame show in the Bay presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Kevin from The Office, also known as Brian Baumgartner, big old Packer fan. And it is tradition around these parts. These two teams play each other in the playoffs. We talk some trash. And that is coming up next on Willard and Dibs. But first, let me tell you what you should be.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is one of my favorite parts of the 49ers and Packers playing in the playoffs seemingly every year. Just about every year. I mean, not really, but it kind of feels that way.
Right.
Especially feels that way this year because who the hell saw this coming? Halfway through the year, it's kind of a rebuilding thing. Packers are on the search. Do they have their quarterback or not? That's how we felt 7 weeks ago. Now, the Packers have eliminated the Dallas Cowboys, and they come steaming into Levi's Stadium with a whole lot of buzz. But whenever that happens, that means that Brian Baumgartner, also known as Kevin from The Office, he puts down his celebrity golf tour clubs, and he gives us a call. And that's my favorite part of this matchup. Brian joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Hi, Brian.
Mark, I agree with you. I am so surprised that the 49ers are playing in the divisional round of the playoffs this year. I would have never guessed that you guys would have made the playoffs this year. Congratulations. Well done.
Well, thank you.
Who could have seen that coming, Brian? Really?
Well, I mean, especially with this plucky little quarterback we've got, Brock Purdy. We don't have a fancy first rounder like Jordan Love. I know that.
Yeah, by the way, I called Kyle before the season started and asked him if he wanted me to play quarterback because I feel like I could have done just as well. I feel like I could have.
Come on now, Brian. Come on now, Brian. Don't go product of the system on me. The Packers have never not had a good quarterback. What if that's a product of the system?
Here's what I love about this, Mark. Like in all seriousness, I'm joking. I am the Packers being favored in the game, a playoff game against the 49ers, hasn't gone well for us. Let's be honest. So I feel like what do we have to lose? And that is actually the point. I mean, look, you guys should crush, right? Absolutely. Everyone thinks you're going to crush. What's the line? 9.5, 10?
It's up
Not
to 10.
that I look at those sort of things. But I said last week, I might have made a wager on the Packers last week, but I took the points. I mean, who would have thought? But the only thing I said was a team that is not supposed to be there, but playing very, very well is dangerous.
And how dangerous are they this weekend, coming up tomorrow? Did you take the points again, Brian, with your beloved Packers?
All I have to say is, no, I'm saying in general, including this week. No, it's got to be dangerous, right? I mean, I'm here at the Hilton Grand Vacations LPGA Tournament of Champions. It's a LPGA Tournament of Champions event and a celebrity event, golf event here in Orlando. And I've been talking to many, many illustrious Hall of Famers who are playing here in the NFL and other sports. And yeah, I mean, the Packers have nothing to lose. If it gets tight, the Niners, they have the pressure. The Packers have no pressure, and it's been the reverse the last few times we've played, and we know how that's gone.
I mean, I could explain why I'm asking this, but who does Brian Urlacher think is going to win?
He and I had dinner 2 nights ago. We had a long conversation about the game, and he thinks it's going to be a good game.
Was it his idea or yours to do the bleep the Niners text?
The what? The what?
The bleep the Niners text. And I truly, I thought it was hilarious. I felt terrible because I went off with the kids and who knows what the hell happened to my night. And so it was one of those things where I left your text just sitting there to the point where apparently late at night you got guilty and thought that I was offended or something. Yeah, but let's circle back. Whose idea was it, Brian?
No, that was fully me.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
I'm going to be honest with you. We had some wine. You texted me. And what did I say? You said, will you come on the show? And I said, absolutely. and then said something about the Niners, and then you didn't respond. And I thought, oh no, is he so sensitive these days? Is he going to play like the team is tomorrow? Just a little sensitive and scared? I don't know, Mark.
How recently this year did you become a Packer fan? Was it second quarter against Dallas where you kind of dusted off your Packer jersey?
Well, I have to tell you, since Thanksgiving, they've played phenomenal. I mean, you can't. Well, there is no argument about that. What is that? The last 6, 7 games?
Yeah, 7-2. 7-2 in their last 9.
Jordan Love has played amazing. Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon both. I know there have been some injuries and they've been off, but the running game has been great. The offensive line has looked great. Look, I'm not going to get too excited. Of course, you guys are the prohibitive favorite, as you should be. But yeah, I do think, I know I'm talking to the people in the Northern California, but look, you should feel very, very confident. But a team that has nothing to lose, they truly have nothing to lose. I mean, it's been an amazing Packers season across the board based on expectations. And you guys are supposed to win. Probably, not just tomorrow, but the NFC and most would argue the Super Bowl as well. Though, Baltimore made me quite a bit of money.
Yeah, all right, Brian. All right.
Too soon.
Yeah, we're not over it yet. Brian Baumgartner is our guest here on Willard and Dibs. You know him, and for what my money is the best syndicated show out there. I don't know about this Friends and Big Bang Theory crap that people talk about. I'm a The Office guy. Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin from The Office with us here on Willard and Dibs, huge Packer fan, and thinks the Packers are going to win by 14 tomorrow. Is that what I saw?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I'm not saying that. I am. What I'm hopeful for though is a close game, and if it's a close game, I think the Niners will be nervous.
Hey,
what I think.
Do you find it's supposed to rain here tomorrow? And Niner fans. I find this funny, not that I disagree with it. Niners have a really good run game, but Niners fans believe that the rain gives them an edge, and there's something ironic about thinking that the Green Bay Packers are at a disadvantage because of bad weather.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
No, I still think 49ers should be favored and will very likely win, but no, I don't think that. I have not been looking at the forecast. I'm actually in horribly rainy Orlando, Florida right now myself. Very wet and not that warm. But no, I think the Packers offensive line has been somewhat of a surprise. How they have not just over at least the last 6-7 games. What is it? Since Thanksgiving, 6 games, 7 games, whatever it is.
Yep.
They protected Love really well, and their running game has been spectacular. Particularly last week against Dallas, another great defense like the Niners have. They've been able to run the ball. So, and I don't know why. There's no weather worse than Wisconsin in the winter. So I don't necessarily see that.
Who will have a better weekend? You, currently tied for 34th, but ahead of Larry the Cable Guy, or the Packers in Santa Clara against the Niners?
Okay, well, now hold on one second.
I'm looking right at the leaderboard, Brian, and Emmett's got you by a point. You're tied with Charles Woodson, but you're keeping Larry the Cable Guy at bay.
Hall of Famers that I am beating: Charles Woodson, Marcus Allen,
correct,
Landon Donovan,
Michael Waltrip,
many other names here. But
Vince Carter,
those are a few that heard it from me today for sure. There were more names yesterday. I played much better yesterday. That heard it all night long from me last night. Today was a little rough. The rain and cold. I live in Southern California, if it rains or sprinkles, I'm like, I'll play golf the next 6 days.
Right.
Not today. So, and I admit, coming here to this particular tournament, which I love, and I don't know if anyone's checked it out. It's, I mean, the women are phenomenal. The celebrities that are playing are, and some of them are, I mean, several like under par celebrity golfers that in really difficult conditions on an incredibly difficult golf course, Lake Nona here in Orlando. Today I struggled, and I don't practice in the rain. I don't play in the rain. I'm like, rain gloves? What are rain gloves? What do we do with those? You mean truly? I had to borrow an umbrella before the round today because I'm like, I don't have an umbrella in my garage. Are you kidding me?
Do you even have a jacket?
Why do I use an umbrella?
Yeah, do you even own a jacket? How many jackets do you own, Brian?
I mean, I have a few jackets, and no, actually, I'll tell you guys, I saw the weather report on Wednesday of last week and had to overnight 2 rain jackets to my house to make sure I got them on Friday before I left because I didn't have them, and I was like, I guess I need that. Yeah.
Brian Baumgartner with us, and this is how we know that, or how I know that you know I'm your friend and I care about you, Brian. You scared me there for a second when you were talking because about the tournament. I forgot that you had said this is an LPGA event, and when you're like, I don't know how many of you know about this tournament, but the women are amazing, and I was like, oh my God, like what the hell did he just say? I don't want you to get canceled, Brian.
No. Not that. The women golfers are amazing. And truly, I don't know, how many people are watching the women's tour, but I'll tell you, I played yesterday with Lilia Vu, is her name. She's from Southern California. She went to UCLA. I didn't know her very well. She's the number 1 ranked player in the world, won 2 majors last year. And I'm out there at Lake Nona walking, playing with her side by side. I even took the tee briefly yesterday, made a really good birdie.
Wow. You took the tee from the number 1 women's golfer in the world?
Yeah. You know what, Mark? That's the headline right there. Everything else I said. Nothing else, Matt. I'm sorry I buried the lead.
Oh, gosh, that's incredible.
But, yes, and I had a little stretch yesterday where I played really, really, really well for 5 or 6 holes. I had the tee for several holes, and but playing alongside and watching them and going like, okay, I just got lucky, or I happened to hit a couple of good shots in a row and made a putt or whatever. But it's so much. This event, I know I've told you about this before. This event is really fun for me to do, and the good news is the game. When I saw the schedule, I was super happy. 8:15 on the East Coast.
Yeah.
It'll be dark outside. I won't be on the course, and I'll be able to enjoy the game.
And much like your round of golf yesterday, the Packers will have a cute little stretch where they might actually be up 3-0, Brian.
They might.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be good. Well, here's the question for you.
Okay.
If San Francisco wins the toss, do they take the ball or defer?
They defer.
Defer.
Yeah.
And Kyle Shanahan already answered that question. He was asked the same thing you just asked. So I've sort of proposed, like, why are we even having a toss? Let's not waste time. Give the Packers the ball and let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to second judge Kyle, but I don't know if that's the right move. I don't know.
Well, I mean, think about it this way, B.
Do you like that move?
Yes, I like that move? I do. Think about it this way. Okay, it's 5:15 at night. It's been raining all afternoon. The crowd is absolutely on its ear, and you've got one of the top defenses in football. And on a hot streak or not, you put that ball in the hands of a young quarterback, and you're only to me, that's a good bet that he's not going to fly right down the field and score a touchdown.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
This was a stat that I heard. Maybe you've talked about this, maybe you haven't. I researched it because it was really hard for me to believe. And by the way, again, I'm not saying the Packers are going to win tomorrow, but there is this, I don't know, it's become almost like everyone says it, so it's true thing about young quarterbacks. Are you aware? I'm trying to think of, that was, who did the Lions play? Sorry, I've been on the golf course.
The Rams.
They played the Rams.
They played the Rams.
Okay, all right, great. Then it holds true. In week 1, last year and this year, first-year quarterbacks to the playoff. Quarterbacks who have not necessarily rookies. Jordan Love is not a rookie.
Right.
First starters in their playoff career, they're 5-0.
Including Brock Purdy, by the way.
Correct.
Right, but now Jordan Love's an experienced playoff quarterback, so that's the end of that.
Yeah.
Mark, wait, do you have to be a homer here on the radio? What are you?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second. True or false? Yeah. Who's the young quarterback in this game? I guess I shouldn't have said true or false, and then I asked a question. But who's the young quarterback in this game?
Like who's younger?
Right. Who's less experienced, Steven?
I don't have copies of birth.
Jordan Love is a year older than Brock.
Yeah.
Okay.
25.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And Brock has played 3 playoff games, and one of them he didn't play. So I think they're actually a similar class of player, along with C.J. Stroud.
Okay. Hey, okay, great. Yeah. I'm just saying the whole the crowd's going to be up. You have a young, inexperienced quarterback. I'm just saying I don't think that narrative is exactly what I would think would be true. But in the last 2 years, first start in the playoff, 5-0.
Okay.
That's a crazy stat.
It is. It's a crazy stat. It is. I wonder.
Have you heard that? Am I repeating something, or am I teaching you?
No, you're teaching me. I'm learning from some Brian Baumgartner right now.
I looked up last year. It was Purdy. It was Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
And it was. Wait for it. Are we live on radio?
No. No. This is recorded.
Yeah, we're gonna play this back.
We'll edit it later.
There's a third. I can't remember. And then obviously Jordan Love and C.J. Stroud this year.
Yeah. Did the Dolphins win a playoff game last year? Because they had all kinds of first.
Oh no! Sorry. I apologize to the New York Giants. Daniel Jones.
That's what it was. Daniel Jones. Yeah. Daniel Jones.
Yeah. And how about those QBs in their second start? Because that's where Jordan Love is, and I know that Brock Purdy won his second, Daniel Jones lost his, and so. Yeah, it would have been a more interesting stat last week, Brian.
Listen, wait. So now the narrative is young quarterbacks in their second start in the playoffs. No, we're talking about young quarterbacks. They don't necessarily look. You guys should win. I'm not even arguing this point. I'm just saying. I mean, you invited me to come on.
I think it's a great stat. I think it's a great stat.
Fantastic, Brian.
I have another stat. There's not only one homer on this show. See, there's 2. That's another stat for you. Brian, can we get to the real question? The real question. Office reunion show. Yes or no?
Okay. Like, is it happening, or are you saying might it?
Might it?
I currently don't have any contract to participate in an office reunion.
Okay.
But if you're asking me, do I think that at some point the gang will get back together? To do something?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I mean, thankfully, because
That's what I'm talking
I watch it every night before bed. I was telling Mark it's my go-to-sleep show, and every time I see the same episode the 5th time, I think, God, why can't we just get like a couple more seasons for the folks in Scranton?
I mean, that to me is tougher, and I may have talked about that here before. I mean, that to me is tougher, and I'll tell you why. I mean, this is going to sound like a joke, and I might say it's slightly funny, but it's true. Like, if you start talking about new seasons, let's look at the end of The Office. Kevin was fired.
Yeah, there is that.
Michael moved to Colorado. Stanley moved to Florida. And Jim and Pam are now living in Austin, Texas. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. Creed's in jail. So like, you know, when people say like we want more seasons, I'm like, do we erase history or how do we get everybody back?
It's a tough job for the script writers. Have a tough job.
I mean, maybe we just do it on Zoom.
Magic of TV.
The Office on Zoom.
The Office on Zoom.
The punchline of this is, though, in the original Roseanne, John Goodman's character literally died, and they came back. So I was like, who knows?
Yeah, right? If they can do it, you can do it. Yeah.
Who knows what can happen?
Leave us with my favorite episode when you all are on the bus and you're doing roll call. What was your part? My name is Kevin. Yeah. And then what did you say after that?
And because that's my name.
Yeah.
My name is Kevin.
Yeah.
Because that's my name.
Roll call. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Tell him, Kevin. Tell him your name. Your name's actually Brian, and you're the best, man. Thank you for coming on.
Good luck tomorrow. You will hear from me once and only once tomorrow.
I know how it works. Do you want to do a friendly wager or no?
No, I'm not going to do a friendly wager tomorrow. But what you are going to hear from me about. Here's a friendly wager. Ready? It was about 3-0, but points in the first drive. If the 49ers defer or the Packers keep the ball.
Okay, so just not both teams' first
Opening drive
just
wager.
The first drive.
Right.
No. Well, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the Packers
will take the ball, and I'm assuming that the 49ers will defer based on what you're telling me. I have not heard this information. If the Packers, one way or the other, get the ball, let's wager on the first drive.
Let's set the over-under on points for that opening drive at 1/2.
Or, 2.5, whatever. That's fine.
For whatever. And I'll take the under.
Okay. What's the bet?
You tell me. It was your idea.
It's got to be a round of golf.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Round of golf.
At Pebble.
Yes. Ask for the equivalent money at a course of my choosing.
Perfect.
There you go.
Perfect. I'll start saving $500 right now. Brian, have a great weekend out there, and yes, I look forward to your text tomorrow night.
I truly, congratulations on you and I have not talked this year about this. Congratulations on an amazing season. You know, it's a great team, and I think when you looked at the playoffs, it was very, very hard to see anything except Niners and Ravens meeting again. But I will say, I think there have been clearly with the game tomorrow, some unexpected turns, and it always seems to happen. I don't know. It always seems to happen.
Hey, sports, man. Sports. Anything can happen. So I'm not going to accept your congratulations yet. But I will look forward to your text. And, dude, great to talk to you.
Always great to talk to you. Good luck tomorrow.
Yes, to you as well. And I mean that in golf, not in football.
And, I'll just quote my text again to you, but only for you.
Okay. See you, buddy.
See you later.
There he goes, the great Brian Baumgartner. Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Also presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marinwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
All guests during the postseason appear.
Jim and Pam, who I don't even know who the actors were who played those roles, but they had a lot of actors who were there from the beginning and were there toward the end.
What's the cat's name who kind of was the Steve Carell role after Steve left, and he was also in The Hangover? You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah. What's his name? Because he and Brian came up together. They
oh, wow.
They're they used to do local theater together when they were coming up. And yeah, then they ended up on The Office together. Yeah. I can't remember his damn name.
I can't either right now.
What's his name?
Robert California?
No.
He played Andy, Ed Helms. Thank you. Thank you, Lucas. Ed Helms.
Lucas finally did something on this show.
These two.
Took 2.5 years,
There's
Lucas.
The YouTube. Sorry to the YouTube audience about the audio.
Yeah, that was also you. So thank you for redeeming yourself.
Again, so.
Yeah. Redemption.
It'll happen again, too.
All right. Anyway, that was a ton of fun.
I wish that, and someday on a show, maybe when it's a slower day, we just need Grandy and Lucas's mics open so that the audience can hear the bickering
if you're of a certain age and you know the reference I'm about to make, I am freely admitting I'm about to age the living beepity bop out of myself.
I love the young people.
But if you're familiar with the Muppets, and the two dudes in the balcony in the theater who laughed like Ed McMahon, but also just sat there and yelled at each other constantly. I don't remember what their names are, but their names should be Lucas and Mark.
Yeah.
They should be
Mark
Lucas.
with a C.
Yes, Mark with a C.
Statler and Waldorf.
Thank you. Which one are you?
He
Lucas?
looked that up.
I mean, if you look at them, it's pretty clear which body shape matches which.
Okay, and so you're Statler.
Couldn't tell you which name goes.
Yeah. What's the corresponding thing for you two, huh? Go ahead. Body shame Grandy live on the air. Do it.
He was just saying because one's very short and one isn't.
Oh, okay. Well, then we know.
And the shorter one's rounder.
Yeah.
Well, and it's payback because Grandy just blasted Lucas on the YouTube page saying blame Lucas -Grandy. So the Waldorf and Snitchdorf is going even on into the YouTube page as well. Stadler, yes.
It's a good day. It's a good day. We've almost got a football game tomorrow. And
almost.
That's the other sort of emotion I have today, which is finally. I don't even know, I don't know if this is relevant. I don't know how much it matters. I don't even know how to put it exactly into words, but it feels like the 49ers we know have not played football forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
It'll be 21 days when that game kicks off tomorrow. You're right. It was New Year's Eve when they played Washington. That was the last time that the 49ers, as we know them, played football.
They have not played football in 2024, and 2024 is old enough that when I'm writing the date on something, I'm not messing it up anymore.
Right.
Like I'm not writing 23. I'm writing 24. It's been 24 for a minute. And the Niners, as we know them, have not played a game yet in this calendar year.
It's been at least a week since some, and I'm going to say this lovingly, imbecile has wished me a Happy New Year. It's been that long, Mark. And we're on the 19th, and sometimes people will still try to get my goat.
Yeah, it's too cliched for me to do it right now. I won't do it.
No, you set an alarm in your phone to do it on the 9th.
And I did.
And even the great Sister Agnes wished me a Happy New Year on like the 10th, and I had to bite my tongue because I wanted to go off.
Well, there's certain people that you just...
Sister Agnes, what am I going to say?
Come down her road?
Go to hell, Sister Agnes! That's not right. You better dump that, Grant.
You
better be
careful. That would have been funny. Let's go to
it's funny now.
Let's go to Trey and Vallejo. What's up, Trey? What are you doing?
Man, driving through this rain right now like everybody else is.
Yep. Be safe, man.
Man, I am. First of all, let me get a shout out. First of all, because the Oakland Raiders still matter. I call them Oakland Raiders. I don't call them Las Vegas Raiders. I call them the Oakland Raiders. I want to give a big what up to, the new head coach. You know who he is, Antonio Pearson. Ain't been no talk about it. I don't know why you guys ain't mentioned it yet. But Antonio Pearson is the new coach of the Oakland Raiders. I want to get that out the way. But tomorrow's game, man, do not sleep on Green Bay. Niners should win, but just do not sleep on Green Bay. And that's all I got to say. And I think this weather is going to play a factor. And don't be shocked. Do not be shocked if we see an upset.
I'll be shocked, but I'm not sleeping on Green Bay, nor am I sleeping on Antonio Pierce, who is the new head coach of the Raiders. That's not to take a shot at you, Trey, but if you're going to say why didn't we mention that Antonio Pearson is the new coach, it's because Antonio Pearson is not the new coach. Antonio Pierce is, and I think we've got some things in the NFL that are a hell of a lot more relevant today than the Raiders and their coaching situation.
But I will spend 30 seconds and tip not my cap, but I'll tip my beanie to Mark Davis for doing the right thing. And maybe it was because Max Crosby pressured him by saying either he's here and I am or he's gone and I'm gone. But
why is it the right thing?
Because he did a good job. He took over a difficult situation.
Sure.
He did a good job. He won the locker room, and he's a guy who deserves more of a chance, as opposed to let's get rid of a guy who came in a tough spot and did very well. The Raiders were more competitive. They were better with him. The locker room bought in, and I think that the guy deserves another crack at it. And so I'm happy that Mark Davis went against convention, because conventional wisdom is you're the interim, and we're going to go get a big name guy.
Yeah.
And Mark Davis has gotten it wrong so many times in the past.
And might have again. I'm not disagreeing with you.
I think that the way they've gone about it in the past has been star chasing and name chasing.
Sure,
and this time you found a guy who, they were better. They were competitive. So why not give him a crack at it? I like that.
I just want to say, I'm being devil's advocate.
I know.
I probably would have done the same thing. But whether or not he did the right thing, quote unquote, is TBD.
Of course.
It's TBD, because I do know that sometimes, similarly, you can name chase. You can also get swept up in the emotion of the moment. You know who did that recently? Lucas will know. Who's your boy with USC? Lucas. And everybody, oh my gosh, he's doing a great job. Give him the gig. Who was it? A few years ago. Who's your guy?
Before Lincoln Riley, right?
Yeah, not Lincoln. Who did they give?
Clay Helton?
Yes.
No.
Yes, Clay. Clay came in and did like a nice. He did a nice job.
You're talking about the guy after Clay.
I am. Who was the guy after Clay?
Oh,
how
look,
can you blank on his name?
He was the DB coach, and then they lost the last couple games.
Yeah, well, like you're.
D's. I'll get back.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Whoa, Lucas.
Point is, you can be like, oh my gosh, the players love him.
Was it Dante Williams?
Yes, Dante Williams.
Whatever.
I had to Google it because I'm not a USC guy. Lucas.
That tells you how good a job he did.
Well,
Turn in your traveler card.
That's the thing. Like it's oh my gosh, the players love him, and he's won 4 games in a row. And so we got to give him a long-term deal. And then you come back next year and you're like, whoops. Yeah. You know what I mean? So listen, I'm not there. I'm not in that locker room. The players going to the wall for him is
to the window.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And so I'm with you. I'm glad they did it. But TBD. With regard to whether or not that ends up being a really good move.
Of course. 5-4 with him at the helm.
Yeah, which is impressive considering they don't have a whole lot of good players and all kinds of who knows what at the quarterback position. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Also, keep in mind, we are now just a half hour away from the window, the final window to win the autographed, framed, matted Christian McCaffrey jersey. If you've been listening all week, you know exactly how it goes. We're going to give you the keyword. You text that keyword in and you're qualified. And if you've already qualified, first off, thank you. But you can better your chances by qualifying again. You can do it every time. And this coming up is the last time. And gives us a chance to mention something. And I'll just say it in this form. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. We have over 12,000 unique qualifiers for this McCaffrey jersey.
12,000?
Over 12,000 of you.
So you're saying I got a 1 in 12,000 chance to win the prize?
No, probably worse, because that's uniques, meaning some of them have qualified multiple times.
Good point.
So it's probably closer to 1 in 18,000. And you can go ahead and let that discourage you. Then again, why? Like, this takes you 2 seconds to text in the word to 20357. We'll give it to you in a half hour. And if you're one of the uniques that's already done it, thank you and do it again, right? So that's awesome. We love that we have something here that has inspired all of you. We thank you so much for listening so much and for everything that you've done to make this a phenomenal football season. And here goes season number 2.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Season number 2, the second season, and you're down to 8 teams. And, you hope that you're one of 4 remaining. And you better be one of 4 remaining or else. Super Bowl or else, Mark, is the slogan I'm going with. And your plucky, adorable little Super Bowl or try again, while it is accurate in terms of what the franchise will actually do if they don't win the Super Bowl. Or if they do win the Super Bowl, they will try again. And by try again, that means with the same GM and the same head coach and probably the same staff, same QB, same Pro Bowl linebacker,
same running back,
same everything across the board with the exception of some retirements and some attrition. They will try again. But for fans, it's Super Bowl or else. And if you get to the Super Bowl, maybe the slogan changes, because if you're down to one of 2 teams and, darn it, you come up just short, you'll be upset, but the emotions will be different than they are if you lose on a Saturday night at home.
No different, or no doubt, I should say. Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm in full agreement. I don't want what I'm saying earlier, which, for those of you just joining us, I can't stand the phrase Super Bowl or bust. I think it diminishes so many aspects of the entire playoff process, and it dismisses how difficult this is going to be, even for the best team. And I can give you examples from the start of the day to the end with regard to the best team not actually winning and there being some pretty fair reasons for it. I mean, hell, the Warriors were the best team every year, but everything has got to come together. That said, if they simply go out tomorrow and get outplayed, oh God, that's a disaster. It's a complete and utter disaster if they were to do that. So I think, look, the Packers have shown themselves to be a solid team. I'm with everybody who says don't sleep on the Packers, or, do the Packers have a chance? Of course they've got a chance. 2 good teams are going to play, and they both have a chance. One of them is way better and has a bunch of things in their favor, from rest to home field and beyond. But that doesn't make it a lock. And I'm not going to stop anybody on Monday. If they come out tomorrow and simply get outplayed, that's the word I would use. It's a disaster. It's a
Super Bowl or disaster. That's a slogan.
But don't you agree with this? And I think it's what you were just speaking to. There are tiers to this.
Sure.
Like, if they were to lose, you see, Super Bowl or bust suggests there's only one outcome I'm going to be okay with. And I would argue back, there's going to be a differing level of okayness each week.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
And maybe from this week to next week, it's not that different. Like, if you throttle Green Bay, there's not a great reason to lose to Detroit or Tampa either. Like, you're clearly the class of this Final Four in the NFC. But you're going to have a very different emotion if they go back to the Super Bowl and lose to the Ravens by 3. That's not embarrassing. That's not a disaster. Super frustrating.
Yeah, it depends on how it goes.
Super frustrating.
Depends on how it goes.
Agreed.
But, in terms of getting to the last game, you'll be mad and you'll be frustrated if you fall short again in the quest for 6. But it just depends how it goes about happening. I think you'd be more frustrated and more PO'd if they lost here or even if they lost next week. If they get by Green Bay and then you lose at home to either Baker or Jared at home, that to me would be a lot more disappointing than going all the way and losing.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's a huge difference between this week and next week, provided that you're healthy. Provided that you're healthy, I don't think there's a huge difference there because you know they're the better team. You know they're the better team. And I firmly believe they're better than all the teams in the AFC too, but that does feel different. A Baltimore or a Buffalo, like...
Even a Kansas City.
I guess.
I mean, Kansas City's just different this year. They're not maybe as good as they've been
They're
yet.
Definitely not.
But here they are again, Mark.
Yeah.
Here they are again. He's been to 3 of the last 4 Super Bowls. Patrick Mahomes has. Yep. And the one he lost was against the GOAT. He's 2-1 in Super Bowls, and yet here they are again with a team this year that we all look at and say, they're not as good as they have been, yet they're still here. And they could go to Buffalo, and they could win that game. They're only 2.5-point underdogs, and he's never been on the road in the playoffs, and he's never won on the road in the playoffs. But if they win, if they beat Buffalo, then what do we say about the week after? Let's say they go to Baltimore next week. Kansas City at Baltimore. Are they 3.5-point dogs? Not much more than that. I don't think.
Depends on what we see them do this weekend. Both of them.
Let's say that things go as expected, which would be Kansas City wins a 1 or 2 point game, nail biter, 17-14 Kansas City.
Okay.
And Baltimore beats Houston 34-24. Baltimore's probably a 3.5-point favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it goes much higher just because of, it's this guy, Mahomes.
No, look, he's the dude. No one's arguing that.
I know.
But I'm looking at them, and I'm not impressed by winning a division that had 3 other, teams.
Sure.
Like total yawner. And I also look at last week and go, wow, that fell your way. Come on. Let's be real. Miami is easily the most injured team in the playoffs.
Sure.
By far. And
they're a warm weather team.
And it was one of the top 5 coldest games of all time. And you came out and played fine. You played fine.
Well,
you won.
You didn't have to do any more than you did.
No, there was
that game was cruise control.
Oh, and as it should have been.
Yeah.
I thought that was the one clear no-doubter game of the weekend as far as who was going to win. There was never a doubt in my mind that Kansas City was going to win that game. Even I was more confident in them than Buffalo beating Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
by far. And so, yeah, I don't want to diminish them. They're Kansas City, and he's Patrick. He's the face of the league. So anything is possible. Do I see them realistically winning a Super Bowl this year? No, I don't.
No, of course not.
I don't.
I mean, for them to do it, they'd have to win at Buffalo, likely win at Baltimore, and then likely beat the 49ers in Las Vegas. But in terms of likely teams to win the Super Bowl, I would put them 4th right now. I'd put them ahead of Detroit. I think that they have a better chance than Detroit does based on the fact that
I'll agree with
they've got Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Vegas agrees with you.
And even though Detroit has a home game, assuming everything goes according to form, if Detroit wins the way they should, which would be, by a score, right? Let's say Detroit wins 34-20, something like that, and the Niners win by 10 or so. Detroit comes in here and they'll be 7-point underdogs.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Maybe 7.5, maybe more.
That's the other thing. When we've been playing with the mathematics of winning the Super Bowl and how I keep saying it's the field is more likely than the Niners by 2-1. But that's not true about making the Super Bowl.
Sure.
And that's why. That's why Kansas City's the 4th favorite ahead of Detroit, because the Niners are expected. Yes. And I think they are expected to go to the Super Bowl, to come out of this Final Four in the NFC. That I agree with. Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And we're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Remember, we're moving toward that window, just about 20 minutes away, opens the window for the final keyword of the week and your opportunity to text in and win the Christian McCaffrey autographed, framed, and matted jersey. We'll continue with your phone calls. What does Super Bowl or bust mean to you? Does it apply to the 49ers this year at all? 888-957-9570. Larry Krueger is going to join us a little bit later on in the show as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly.
to the game.
Well, it is kind of a thing, It's kind of a thing. So
You have to be a homer?
yeah. Well, I mean, do you have to ignore that they're favored by 10? 10.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
10, up from 9.5.
I give you these 15. 10. 10 commandments.
Look at you with a Mel Brooks shout out.
The best. The best.
The Inquisition. What a show.
All right.
Wow.
888-957-9570. Can I get something totally random off my chest? It's football. Of
course.
But not about Niners, Packers, and the deliciousness of the Niners getting back into action. NFL, you got to do something about the coaching interviews. You've got to stop this stuff. It's so easy. You just got to tell teams if you need a new coach, you got to wait until the playoffs are over. There's plenty of time. Why are we all freaking? Oh, we got to get our head coach in place. We've got a game in 9 months.
Yeah.
Calm down and stop making coaches who are supposed to be preparing for games fly all over the country. I know they do some of it on Zoom, but it is completely distracting. It is totally taking them away from what they should be doing with their time right now. If the players did this, we'd lose our mind, and I can prove it because we have. Odell Beckham on a boat with friends, I was told. Tony Romo in Mexico with Jessica Simpson, I was told, is completely unacceptable.
They both lost.
They should be getting ready for a playoff game.
Exactly.
But we can take everybody's offensive and defensive coordinators on game week and send them to multiple interviews all over the NFL as they prepare for, let's see, what do the Chargers run? What do the Falcons run? What do the Patriots run? What do the Raiders run? Let's figure this all out so I can study up and get ready for my interview coming up. What has Steve Wilkes been doing the last 2 weeks? He should be knee-deep in Jaden Reed, not getting ready for what the Falcons think. So this is so bad, and it's the reason it bothers me is it's such an easy fix. Teams, no interviews. February 12th, we'll see you then. It's so easy. Stop doing this to these assistants. It's not fair.
Okay, you put those teams at a disadvantage. If they're
How?
It's a month away. A month. You're asking actually 6 weeks of them to sit there on their hands and not prepare for the next year? Are you telling me that all these teams who are out of the playoffs, Sean Payton in Denver, are they just like chilling? Or are they already grinding on their roster?
Sean is probably
looking at draft picks.
He's probably
looking
in
at
Cabo
film
right now.
Well, maybe for a week, but then you're back to work.
There's no.
You put these teams at a disadvantage
Wow.
if you make them wait 6 weeks before you start the process, and then so you wait till after the Super Bowl, and now you start the process, and now maybe you don't get a coach for 2 or 3 weeks after that.
Are you suggesting?
So now we're into March, and you've wasted January and February all because poor Steve Wilkes can't pull himself away from his job for an hour or two?
Based on your premise, teams that make the playoffs are at a disadvantage for the following year.
No, because they're playing for this year.
No,
it's
but
the teams
but
that
they're
are
not
not
prepping.
in the playoffs.
But they're not prepping.
Who don't have their coach. The teams that have their coach already who aren't in the playoffs then would have an advantage over the teams that are choosing to move on from their head coach.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree that anything important happens in January with regard to September. My God, if there's anything between now and then, it's plenty of time to do all of your work. Free agency is months away. The draft,
the combine's coming up,
is months away. Great, you can scout. By the way, we're talking about head coaches. They're technically not even the ones who make those decisions.
Right, but it doesn't mean that your scouting department will be aligned with the head coach if the head coach isn't there. How does the scout know what player the head coach likes if the head coach hasn't even been hired?
Plenty of time.
Plenty
of time.
I disagree.
That's fine. Look at what's happening right now. And I've had NFL players tell me this every single year. The disadvantage that gets created is the team that's getting ready for a playoff game and their coordinator is off doing who knows what in the middle of a game week. This Cowboys coordinator who just decided, let's change everything up this week, also spent all week interviewing for other spots. I think that's absurd. If that was happening in the middle of the year, we would be completely off put by that idea. It is game week, and it is massive game week. You can't be taking coordinators away from their teams in the middle of a playoff game. I think that's crazy. I think that's just crazy. And if that puts the teams that didn't win at a disadvantage, cool. Motivate you to win.
Right.
Get yourself together. Because now what we're doing instead is we're creating a disadvantage for the teams that did do well, and we're taking the coordinators who did really well away from their teams. I like that one. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Yeah, so just go ahead and, don't make the playoffs, and now we're going to put you at an additional disadvantage, so you got to sit there for 6 weeks and do nothing in terms of, you got a head coaching vacancy, which is the biggest vacancy that you have to fill in a football team. And now you can't do that because we got to sit there and we got to wait for the Texans to finish their playoffs. We're going to wait for everybody to get done into February, and now we can set about to try to fill our vacancy.
So what are you saying about the Chargers then? Because they haven't even decided yet. The Falcons haven't even decided yet.
I'm saying, they're going through the process. No, they could have decided.
Right.
They could have made a hire.
But they haven't because they don't need to yet.
They haven't because they haven't been able to find their guy. And Bill Belichick's been there twice in Atlanta.
Exactly.
2 interviews.
Because they already know damn well who their guy is. Everybody always does.
It's going to be Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And so...
But it doesn't matter yet.
Well, it doesn't matter to them. It mattered to the Raiders, and the Raiders made their decision.
He was already there, though.
Right, and they made their decision. Either they didn't want to go through the process, or they felt that he was the best guy, and so they went with it.
I'm not
Every team has their choice.
I'm not dismissing your point. I think that you're overstating a point, though, with regard to a disadvantage that's created in January because you've got to get ready for a draft in April and a season in September. There is beyond enough time to go over whatever it is you need to go over to get ready for it. I think it is a very odd deal to have teams work all year to get to the playoffs, and then the second they do, they completely disrupt their normal behavior. Like this, teams are creatures of habit. Game week is game week. This is what we do Monday. This is what we do Tuesday.
Right.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But, oh, by the way, we're going to need your top offensive and defensive coordinators, and we're going to distract them, not just for a 2-hour interview, but the preparation it takes to get ready for that interview, to go study another team, what they have, what they don't have, how they do things. It's just odd to me. It's odd to me, and I do think that you saw some of it last week. I really do. I think it is a fair thing to question. When you look at a team like the Cowboys, why they came out and looked so bad, and it's such a freaking head-scratcher, we all go to the easy stuff.
It's because their coordinator was doing interviews.
Mike McCarthy stinks and Dak Prescott doesn't work in the playoffs. It's like, okay, that's a little simplistic. I do think that their defensive coordinator had a hell of a bad week, and I wonder if he didn't have all of his focus in the right spot because he's interviewing in 4 places.
Right, then don't go interview.
Well, but that's taking away their opportunity.
It's pretty simplistic to say, this is my job and I'm going to focus on the job that I have instead of focusing on the job that I don't have.
Right, but that's their opportunity to get better, to have their own team. Why should they be robbed of that opportunity when they've done well throughout the year?
But you said it yourself, these teams aren't deciding on their head coach anyway, so if they really want you as their head coach, then they'll be willing to wait for you until you're done with what you're doing.
Not necessarily.
Right.
Not necessarily. And to me, the damage is already done. It's not about that team. It's about the fact, let's make it about the Niners. I don't think that this is going to be an issue. I also don't think he's anyone's lead candidate. But if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm in a bad spot when someone calls and says, I want to talk to Steve Wilks. Because I want the best for Steve Wilks. I want Steve to have opportunities if Steve gets opportunities. I'm not here to hold anyone back. I'd also like my defensive coordinator here, totally focused on Green Bay. Well, he's not. He's not. He's out there talking to other people now. It's a little different for them because they were able to tuck that into a bye week.
Right.
But this isn't true for most of the teams.
Yeah.
So I just think it's unfair. I think it's totally unfair to teams who have achieved something. Automatically, if you're a playoff team, your coordinator is going to get some attention. But then when you get to the most important time, you take them away from their group. That's very, very strange to me.
You're making it seem like these people are going to be gone for hours and days on end. And also, I think you look at it where these other teams having to wait, I think that you're minimizing the disadvantage that puts them in.
That's fine.
And to think that these teams aren't all like the other 24 teams that aren't in the playoffs right now, to think that they're all just watching football, I think is not accurate. And if I'm Carolina, for example, if I'm the New York Jets, I'm absolutely grinding over what went wrong and what we can do next year to make it better. I don't think that I'm taking, the entire month of January off until the Super Bowl is over.
I'm not saying that you would, but to act like you're in a hurry, I also think is totally inaccurate.
Bill Belichick, no days off, I think would apply to. If I'm New England right now.
How's that going, by the way?
Well, I mean, if you're New England, you better not be taking days off because you were a laughingstock last year and you've got no quarterback.
That's exactly what you're doing, by the way. I mean, what do you think the New England Patriot players are doing right now?
The players, I'm not talking about the players. I'm talking about the GM and the front office and all the rest of it. They're grinding over how to fix it.
And you can do that, quite frankly, as a GM with or without your head coach. And as I said, there's plenty of time to go through it. I'm not saying that what you're saying doesn't have a shred of truth to it. To me, it's just minuscule compared to what we're doing in the playoffs. The idea of like, okay, we got a game. I'm a coordinator for a team that's got a playoff game this weekend. Oh, wait, I've got to go prepare for an interview with the Falcons and see what they do and spend what I would only imagine the interview and the preparation. Let's say that's a 5-hour process in a given week. Are you kidding me? Time is money. 5 hours? That's unthinkable to me that you would take 5 hours in any given day on a game week and put it toward something else other than that game. I from a professional standpoint, you know this, I've got multiple jobs.
Right.
I would never, though. In one day, 5 hours towards something other than this show, like my kids.
Exactly.
That's about it.
Right.
That's about it.
So maybe the time that they take comes from other places. And if you're doing it right, then you're devoted to your job number one. And outside of your job, if you're looking at another job, then you take that time from something other than your job. You and I work on this show from 2 to 6 and really more than that. And when you think about things that we have that maybe pop up that are important, you try to schedule them outside of 2 to 6. I have doctor's appointments. So do you. My dentist was at 9 o'clock earlier this week. I'm not going to schedule that during the time when I'm going to be working. And I think the same thing applies here.
It's a little bit different than a dentist appointment.
It is. It's only an hour. Yeah. It's not 5 hours. No root canal here.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Window open. Want to rock and roll here? Window open. Autographed, framed, matted. Christian McCaffrey jersey, and the window is now open. You got to be tuned in. You got to be locked in because this is your last chance. Thank you to every single one of you who have already qualified and texted in. This will be your last chance. So within this window of 4:30 to 5:30, we'll give out the keyword soon. And then once we do, you text it to 20357. If you haven't texted in yet, this is your last chance. If you have, text in again. This will better your chances. Get that number ready, 20357. And when we give you the keyword, text it on in, and you are qualified to win the jersey. And this is your final chance.
That's it.
This is it. 888-957-9570. Let's get back to the phones. Johnny in Concord. Hey, Johnny, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just wrapping up some work and about to log off for the week.
Nice, Johnny.
Been a P1 for a long time. So first time calling in.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. Wanted to share a take with you, but before that, I had a story I thought Dibs would appreciate. So pulled a classic doofus dad move on Monday. Forgot my 7-year-old daughter was off school. Got her out of bed anyway, got her dressed, gave her breakfast, about to walk out the door when Mom gets up and reminds us that she doesn't have school today. So I apologize to her, and she hits me with a... I swear, Dibs hits me with after I'd say, I'm real sorry, hon, because apology not accepted.
I've had many a doofus dad moment, and that's a classic. I've been there, Johnny, no doubt.
Right on. Yeah, when you talk about Super Bowl or bust with the Niners, I mean, besides just the history with the franchise, that has always been the standard. I think you're looking at it. It's very rare that a team just comes out of nowhere and wins a championship in any sport. You go incrementally, win a playoff game, win a playoff series, get to a conference championship, what have you. The Niners, in this case, they've done that. We've seen it all at this point. So, I wouldn't say Super Bowl or bust, but it would be a massive disappointment at this, this year, the opportunity that they have. I think that's what it is. Just the expectations are raised so much because they've gone through all those steps.
Yeah, Johnny, can I ask you, you say massive disappointment. Massive disappointment if they don't make the Super Bowl or if they don't win it?
If they don't win it.
Wow.
I mean,
listen,
think about...
I get it. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, it's going back to the Harbaugh years, it's just been devastating heartbreak year after year.
Do you know what's funny though, Johnny?
Williams.
But take that statement. Boy. Take that statement you just made, and do you realize, like that's how it works. That's how every fan base feels. That's how every fan base feels almost every year, and so
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Aaron Rodgers' career with the Packers, successful or no?
Yeah, successful. I mean, I'd say
yeah.
You could say he underachieved. One Super Bowl.
Exactly.
You could say the Packers organization with Favre and Rodgers over 30 years of Hall of Fame quarterback. Yeah.
Yep. Both of them were able to bust through one time in all those years. And, teams like that, Johnny, thank you so much. Teams like that, you dance with the devil almost every year. I mean, you're there in the mix almost every year in some form or another. Some chances are better than others. That's why I keep saying this week for the Niners, I'm in agreement. Chances don't come any better than this, but there's a reason they still call it a chance because it's just a chance.
Well, and you're in it. You're 1 of 8 right now. You have a chance. And last year, you were 1 of 4. The year before that, you were 1 of 4. So the last 3 years, you've had that chance that you're talking about. And last year, your chance got snatched away in one moment, one play, one tight end beaten by an edge rusher, one elbow exploding, one backup quarterback who then gets concussed, and it's night-night. And that was your chance, and that's what's so frustrating. And the year before, you mentioned it earlier in the show, your chance came down to, and it was not the only play, but an interception that should have been made, could have been made, that wasn't, bounced off your hands, and your chance evaporated. So these chances don't come every year, but they kind of do when you're the 49ers. I mean, This is the 3rd straight year that you've got a chance. And if you look at the last 2 chances, last year, road game at Philly in the conference championship game, that was not as good of a chance as this one is.
Correct.
Even though you're not at the same stage as you were last year, you got a home game, you're a big favorite. You win tomorrow, you'll have a home game, you'll be a big favorite. Last year, you went on the road and you were a small underdog. And you had a fighting chance in that game until you didn't. But I think this chance, of the last 3 chances, this one to me is the best of the 3.
I agree completely. I'd also say this. If I went to almost any fan base in America, and this is not just football, go beyond that. If I went to almost any fan base in America and I said, describe your experience as a fan in one word, I bet almost every fan base would answer disappointing because that's how it works. Like, how many fan bases right now in all sports would answer, it's euphoric? I mean, Warriors.
The Chiefs.
Yeah, right now. Patriots, you're probably still in the twilight of like, all's good here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
good friend of mine, Jay Norwood, a.k.a. Unky J.
Yep.
Lives out here, still is a Patriot season ticket holder.
Okay.
Still goes to 4 or 5 games a year. And even through this year, as disappointing as it was, his dauber's not completely down.
Can't be. And that's kind of like we've talked about this.
Right.
That's how I feel about the Warriors. So that's why I'm not like,
Yeah.
I don't come in here and my cheeks get all red. How the hell did you end up in this spot?
Right.
God dang it. Like,
NBA title or bust.
it's like, come on, man. Like, what do you want? Like, I'm just starting to, as you know, like, we are now getting to a spot with the Giants where you're like, okay, guys, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
But it took a while to get there because you got 3 rings. You got 3 rings that started 14 years ago. That's a truckload of rings in a 14-year stretch. So you're just coming into a spot where you can be like, you know what? This has been a while that's kind of bothering me. But it takes a while to get there because that is the definition. Like almost every team every year ends it with a loss.
Think about that 14 years thing with the Giants. Do you know how many franchises in the big 3 sports have more titles than the Giants 3?
Since 2010?
Right. I think it's only 2 teams.
Warriors and
the Patriots. Yeah, I think those are the only teams that have more than 3 since 2010. The Lakers don't. And
no.
Nobody else in the NFL does. And
I'm even trying to think of the Patriots. Has it been 4 since 2010?
I'm guessing.
They had 6 total.
Right.
Tom had 7, but one of them was with Tampa. I'm trying to remember the years of the Patriots titles.
I know it's hard.
They might not even have more than 3.
They have 3 since 2010.
There you go.
2010.
All they've done is equal the Giants.
That's all they've done.
The Patriots.
You're right.
The Patriots.
They won it in 15, 17, and 19.
Yeah. So quick shout out to Giants fans who aren't livid yet.
Right.
Because your experience over the last 15 years, I'll grant you the frustration now, but it's been better than, all the other baseball teams.
Right.
All of them.
And all the football teams.
Yes.
He's been equaled only by the Patriots. And so in terms of what you said, though, like fan base, contentment, rankings, if you're a 49er fan, this is your 3rd year of having a shot.
High.
You're pretty far up there in terms of just football teams.
But I get it. You got to get one.
You got to get one.
You got to get one. So
or else, Mark, you can say it.
Or else.
Super Bowl.
All right. No, I'll finish it for you. I'll finish it for you.
Let's go. Let's do this. The window's open.
So answer it the way that I do when you do it. Dibs, it's Super Bowl or else.
Yeah. Or else what, Mark?
Or else we'll try again next year.
Oh, no. Why?
Try again next year. See if they, because Brock Purdy will be making $900K. $800K, and Trent Williams has already announced that he's coming back, and Ayuk will get re-signed, and Debo, he's back, and Kittle is back, and let's see, who else is coming back? Oh, that's right, all the players on the defense, and Bosa, he's signed, Fred is signed.
How are they going to afford Ayuk?
Yeah. Oh, they will. A ton of cap space. No problem
What
there.
if Trent retires?
He's not.
He got no answer at left tackle.
Already announced that he's coming back next year.
Nice.
Just did this, yeah, so...
Super Bowl or try again.
Super Bowl or else.
Yep.
Got a great shot again next year.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun. Can't wait for that. All right. Coming up, Redwood Dave, Caesar, Vince, stay right where you are. Here we come. Plus Kruger, plus the final keyword opportunity. In order to win the framed, signed CMC jersey. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Tune in every
Or one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
I am not above picking up the slobber ball.
Good for you. Thanks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go live to the 95.7 The Game Weather Center, where producer Lucas has this report.
Let's go to Dan Doppler live on the scene.
Well, Mark and Dan, it's raining outside.
Back to you in the studio.
And it appears that it will be again tomorrow. But Brock Purdy and a wet ball go together like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
I've seen him, be sloppy.
I am not
with
above
the pigskin.
picking up the slobber ball. Oh, God.
Nice.
That's true. That happened today again at the San Anselmo. You do not touch anybody else's ball. You do if you're at a dog park. I washed my hands when I get home, and I did. I washed them again just now.
Which dog park were you at today in San Anselmo?
Yeah, Red Hill.
Okay.
Red Hill. You know what I'm talking about.
So Red Hill School.
Up behind the Safeway there.
Used to be a school. It's no longer a school. Is it just like...
It's no longer a school? They got that beautiful soccer field out there.
Okay.
It's right next to the soccer field.
The dog park is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It used to be a middle school back in the day. There was White Hill and there was Red Hill. Two middle schools.
Throw
and then,
the records out when they meet up.
I tell you what.
Woo!
And then Red Hill's been closed a long time as a school. I didn't even know it was still
a dog
property.
Park. Yeah. There's a dog park over there.
Used to be the field where we would play our Turkey Bowl game every year. Mikey 1.0.
Not anymore. There's no mud on it anymore.
No, it's turf, right?
It's turf.
Okay.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It used to be a bit of a bog, and so that's where we would tap a keg 9 a.m. Thanksgiving morning. Actually, 8 a.m.
Yeah. Lovely Christy and I go over to that dog park when it's been or is about to be raining because it is covered with tan bark, and therefore it does not turn into puddles.
The dog park
The dog park. So that's our rainy day dog park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the one in Mill Valley is a swamp.
Good Lord. Although they all are. Corte Madera, Sausalito, whatever. They've all, exactly. So that's where we head when it rains.
Nice.
And it's raining.
Okay.
So, yeah. So we've been doing that a lot. There's also a good coffee place right next door. And so,
In the Red Hill Shopping Center.
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay. I used to work there. It's a Safeway.
I don't want to name which coffee place it is in case any of the other coffee places would like to sponsor our show. I love you too.
Yes, we love coffee on this program.
I drink it every day.
Yes.
Just like everybody else.
I got a long history in the Red Hill Shopping Center.
I bet you do.
Oh, yeah. Used to go there to the Longs that was there, which is no longer Longs, but...
My first job in Foster City, Longs Drugs.
Was it Longs? Yeah, there was a Longs Drugs in that shopping center.
Customer service clerk.
They used to be... it was the only place you could go to buy a wiffle ball. Like, not the bat and ball, but just a wiffle ball. 89 cents, Mark, for a wiffle ball.
Damn.
Nowadays, it's like $7.
We sound exactly like Waldorf and Astoria
Stadler,
or whatever the hell their names are. Anyway.
Anyhow, Larry Krueger coming up in 8 minutes.
Krueger will get you your calls. And oh, by the way, you want a keyword so you can text it in? I don't even know how to text on these damn iPhones. But anyway,
Mark. It's a little Ellen and Tom vibe in there.
God. Can you help me fix my phone? It's doing the thing again. Anyway, text it to 20357. Your last chance of the week. Coming up in mere minutes. We will give you one last keyword. And by the way, I checked out the keyword. I did. I looked ahead.
You've vetted it?
It's really good.
It's really good.
Remember yesterday it was good and it was gold. I was excited about it.
Good as gold, yeah.
And it was gold. It's even better.
Okay.
This is the word we've been waiting to text.
Oh, I think I know what it is. I'm not going to guess it because if I'm right, then I've given it away, and if I'm wrong, then it'll confuse people.
Don't say it out loud. But yeah, do you know, Grandy? Do you know what the word? He already knows.
I don't know.
Lucas, do you know what the word is?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, okay. So Dibs. You want to write it down?
I can just show you non-verbally what I think it is.
Okay, what do you think it is? Oh, is that so? You put two hands up,
yes,
as if like Jake Moody just like put a ball through the goalpost.
Well, that would be two words, but
right, but maybe like good,
or maybe they ran the fake and Wisnowski threw it
touchdown.
Yes,
you think it's touchdown?
Yes, I do.
Well, stay tuned.
Okay.
Stay tuned to find out if he's right. Coming up next.
We can neither confirm nor deny.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, we can.
That was my guess.
There you go. All right. Good. That was good. Touchdown.
Okay.
Don't text the word touchdown. Not that it's not the word, but we haven't given it to you yet. And,
good.
And it might not be the word.
Yeah, it might not.
It might.
I honestly have no idea.
Okay.
So, I'm not one of the cool kids who gets to know the word.
This is the word we've been waiting for.
Okay.
All right. 888-957-9570. Larry Krueger is coming up in a little bit, but Redwood Dave is coming up right now. Hi, Dave. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm getting ready to go to my first playoff game tomorrow.
Ooh,
nice, Redwood Dave.
Where are you sitting, you fancy pants?
I'm sitting...
You don't even know where you're sitting.
No, I do. I just have to think about how to explain it.
Okay.
I'm on the lower bowl, right under the pizza parlor, at the very end on the box side.
Oh boy. Lower bowl. You had me at lower bowl, Dave.
I know right where your seats are, and there's some fun seats down there. That's, I think, section 131, 132, if I'm not mistaken. It's rowdy down there.
I believe so. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Dave, by the way, Dave, before you unleash on your point, I should have said this a few minutes ago. Y'all, we got 1 hour left. Okay? We got 1 hour left.
Yep.
So wherever the hell you want to go, whatever angst, whatever energy, whatever point, whatever stress, anything you got with regard to this game, let us be here for you. Give us a call and let it out. 888-957-9570. It can be a prediction. It can be something you want to look for. It can be anything. Anything. Fire away. We're going to get to as many of you as possible. Dave, go ahead.
Well, Super Bowl or bust is only reserved for teams of the decade because they have won multiple Super Bowls And once they win those Super Bowls within 10 years, you're expected to get another one and another one and another one, like Pittsburgh, 49ers, Dallas, Patriots, maybe the Chiefs, but that's yet to be seen. Because once you have that window and you have all those good players, then you're expecting to win, reload and win again and again and again.
You are, but I think you would also agree that is, what's the right word? I don't want to call it unhealthy. It's natural, but it's irrational. Like, you can't be expected to win and win and win again and again and again. Even dynasties are dotted with failure. The Chiefs don't win every year. The Patriots didn't win every year. So I get it. I'm much more like Dave. Thanks. My mindset is more like this. When we get to the end of Kyle Shanahan's time with the 49ers, whenever that is, like it would be crazy with everything we already know and have seen if he didn't win one here. Even if it's just one. Like, I can't tell you whether that's good enough or whatever. Like, I don't know how long this is going to go. I don't know what the quarterback story is. But, like, it would be wild if he doesn't get one. And so I can't even think about two until they've got one.
Sure.
And I will agree that chances don't come any better than this.
It's the best chance they've had since he's been here.
I think it will be the best chance they have ever because chances don't come any better than this.
Well, next year's chance might be as good, if not better, because you might have a better regular season. And let's say you have the same regular season next year and you get the 1 seed. Well, your quarterback will be 1 year deeper into his career. Yep. He'll be more experienced. He'll be more accomplished. So if it doesn't happen this year and you get to this point next year as the 1 seed with a bye, with everybody back, well, then your chance is probably as good, if not a little bit better, based on the experience of your quarterback alone.
Well, part of that also is the specifics of what happens in any given year.
True.
Again, I'm trying really hard to not even bring this word up all day long, but you all know how last year ended.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the reasons that I speak of chances don't come any better than this, I don't know if this will be the case for the entire playoff run. But sometimes you have a great season, but you get to the playoffs and your team is not healthy. I would argue that the Miami Dolphins, I don't think they were a Super Bowl team, but they got to the end and it all just fell apart. Everybody was either hurt or half hurt, from Tyreek Hill to Jalen Waddle to Xavier Howard to Bradley Chubb and Raheem Mostert, on and on and on. And so that can happen. And the 49ers right now start this thing. They at least start this thing with the health that you're looking for. And so I don't want to assume that that's going to be the case again next year.
Right.
I'm sure they'll be a winning team, but you can't make assumptions that you're going to get through the regular season and have your key people feeling pretty good on the back end of that.
And it also helps when things break your way, and things so far have broken their way in the playoffs without them having to play a game. The team that knocked you out last year is out, and the team that everybody thought was the most viable opponent for you is out, and the team that everyone thought was super dangerous is out.
Yep.
And so now you're left with an upstart Green Bay team that is good, better than we thought, a Tampa team that many people think is a cute story but probably a fraud, and then a Detroit team that is really an upstart and doing what everyone thought that they might or probably should do, but still, they've got they now have 2 playoff wins in the history of the Super Bowl era. That was their second playoff win since the merger.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Think about that. I
It's
think they were 1-9 going in to last week.
But here we are running around going Super Bowl or bust.
Exactly.
I mean, again, most people's fan experience would be described as disappointing. A bunch of stuff to tell you about before Larry Krueger jumps on and we take more of your calls. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, here we go. You want to win? You want the Christian McCaffrey jersey? Signed, framed, matted, beautiful. This is your last chance to text in to 20357. And the word is Vegas.
Oh, wow.
The word is Vegas.
It's even better than my word.
If they text in Vegas, baby, does that remove them? Like they can't do that?
Correct.
Really? All right,
You can't do it.
Damn it.
Can't do it.
I think that would be so cool.
You won't.
Yeah. Well, I will. I'm not eligible anyway, so stop me. Try and stop me. Watch this. 20357. Yeah, do it right now. 20357. That's what you want to text it to. Vegas, baby. Stop me. You can't. All right.
Stop me. You won't.
The word is Vegas. Text the word Vegas to 20357. Your last chance at a qualification sensation. Your last chance, thank you, to qualify for the Christian McCaffrey jersey is right now. Text the word Vegas. Yeah. There's that 3 o'clock sound, except for it's 5 o'clock. We're doing it
where
at
it
5
needs
o'clock.
to be,
Exactly.
5 o'clock.
It's Friday, and it's 5, and the 5 o'clock pop. Brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is, wherever you are, join us as we get ready for a huge sports weekend. Big one, Packers, Niners tomorrow. Here we go. We're going to be sipping on their Mexican lager, which is called Valle. It is flavorful. It is refreshing. It is delicious. Get a 6-pack, Farmers Brewing, at your nearest grocery store, and enjoy the game with us. And the beer right here on 95.7 The Game. When I think of drunk, I think of Larry Krueger. Hi, Larry. How you doing?
That's VEGAS text hit. There we go.
Send. Yeah.
Nice, Larry.
Vegas, baby. Vegas.
My guys. What's
What
going on?
have you been doing? Where have you been?
Oh man, I've been in Santa Clara all week. I've been working like a dog, talking a lot of Niners, a lot of Green Bay. I've analyzed this thing up and down. Man, I'm ready for the game.
All
Get
right.
ready for Low Neal in the pregame tomorrow. Everybody check it out. If you're driving into the game, 3 o'clock on 95.7 The Game, right here.
There it
Me
is.
and Low Neal.
Yeah, we're live and local all day long, leading up to you guys in the game. Larry and Lowe, we've been telling people all about it all day long. So if you've been doing a deep dive, tell us. Niners by 20? Niners by 30? What do you think?
Niners in a close game.
Don't say that. I don't have the heart for that. Come on, Larry.
Let him expand on the point here, Mark.
I thank you, Mr. Gibbs.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I don't subscribe to the theory that Green Bay is not good. I think Green Bay's offense is a huge challenge for this 49er defense. Green Bay's line's got the number 2 in the NFL in pass block win rate. They've got 2 really good tight ends. They're just all young, so nobody knows who they are, but they're great. And those receivers are all really, really good, and the quarterback's hot as fish grease. So, I mean, they're going to score points, man. I mean, Green Bay's going to score points. I think I think the Niners are going to have a hard time stopping Green Bay's offense. I really do.
And is this, I think, a sentiment in terms of the Niners secondary against the Packers' young receivers and tight ends? Is that a matchup that Green Bay has the edge in, and where you think that they might be able to exploit Steve Wilkes' defense?
Well, I'm a little nervous, Gibbs, about Green Bay's offensive line. They gave up 2 sacks in the last 4 games, and I think both their tackles are pretty good run blockers. So, and Bosa and Chase Young, we've seen them. I mean, these guys get paid a lot. The Niners have paid a lot of money for their D-line. They don't always get premier production from it. So I'm a little concerned there. I love Greenlaw and Warner. I think they're going to be the difference. But I've got great respect for these receivers. I mean, Dontavion Wicks is a receiver nobody knows anything about. He's got 4 touchdowns on the year, but all 3 of them have come in the last 3 weeks. He's hot right now. And Jaden Reed got nothing done against Dallas, but it didn't matter because Dobbs went for 150. And you got Christian Watson, and you got Bo Melton, and they got 2 really good tight ends that are both about 6'5", 6'6", and can run. So I mean, it's these weapons are legitimate, outstanding young weapons, and this quarterback is feeling it. So somehow the 49ers are going to have to, at the beginning of this game, disrupt this kid's rhythm. And I think it's going to be a challenge.
Well, Larry, don't you think it starts, though, with Aaron Jones? I do. And to me, it's about the first quarter and which quarterback is able to stay in a dual threat role in terms of play calling. And the Packers can only do that if Aaron Jones is moving the ball on the ground. What do you think about that matchup?
Aaron Jones, the Niners know Aaron Jones really well. He's a small back, but he's got good ability, and he's tough, and he can catch the ball, and they know him well. But he's hot right now. He's had 111 yards in the last 4 games, and he's fresh. So to me, Mark, the better game plan is play complementary football and try to keep Green Bay's offense on the sideline as much as possible. I think the 49ers have a decided advantage with their third-ranked rush offense against the 28th rush defense. And I think also if you look at the way that Quay Walker and Devondre Campbell play coverage, man, those guys are just ripe for the picking. I don't think they can cover the Niner backs out of the backfield. So I think CMC is going to have a big day. I think Kittle's going to have a big day. I think all the shallow crossers for the Niners are going to be open. I think ball control and keeping the ball out of Jordan Love's hands might be the best way to stop Jones.
And is it McCaffrey on the ground more so than McCaffrey in the air for you, Larry, in terms of his effectiveness? Because I know the Packers are 27th in the league against the run. Is it just as simple as going to that blueprint to keep the ball away from Green Bay and also exploit a pretty weak run defense for Green Bay?
Well, I think that's one angle, but man, when you flip on that film and you look at Devondre Campbell, Dibs, I mean, he is not moving well at all. And, Quay Walker, is a really athletic guy, but if you see him, I mean, he's noticeably better and faster and more instinctive coming forward than he is going backward. So I love the idea of picking on those guys in space as pass receivers. So I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest. And in some ways, I kind of feel like those guys are really a fish out of water against any athlete in pass coverage. So I think they may get torched in pass coverage, maybe even more.
Larry Krueger with us here on Willard and Dibs, getting ready for the game. Larry, let's talk about the weather and how it affects this one on a couple of fronts. What is your experience covering the team, talking to the team about Brock Purdy and handling a wet football?
Well, it didn't look good in that second quarter when the rain came in Cleveland. Now, how much of that was just, a couple plays, the ball slipped out of his hand? We did ask Brock, earlier in the year, would you wear a glove? And he said that he would in certain situations if he doesn't have a good grip on the ball. But I was talking to Logan Ryan yesterday in the locker room, and he said this is not a week to try something new. You know what I mean? So I would hate to see Brock wearing a glove. Maybe that pushes them, Mark, into more of a run-pronounced attack and take the ball out of the air a little bit. I mean, the nice thing about the 49ers is you can run it with McCaffrey, you can run it with Debo. So it's not like you've got two dynamic, big play guys, and it's not like the rain comes and suddenly it's like, oh, well, you know what? We're having a hard time throwing it. We can't get the ball to our guys. No, you can hand it to Debo half dozen times if you want. So I think they probably will.
What about the special teams angle, Larry, in terms of edges? I know that Green Bay has been fantastic with their kickoff returns. I think they're number 1 in the league in return yards off the kick. The Niners haven't been as good in kick coverage. Where do you think the special teams edge lies for this one?
Definitely with the Niners. George Odom's back. He's a Pro Bowl caliber coverage guy. He's chomping at the bit to set the tone. I think he's going to play huge. Green Bay special teams, by the way, overall are terrible. They ranked 31st by DVOA. They're especially bad on punts. The kicker doesn't make kicks outside of 40. So, I mean, I think that it's, obviously we don't know about Moody, but, he's a little bit of a coin flip, a little bit of a question mark based on how he finished the year. But with Odom coming back and then the Niners' ability to use Ayuk or Juice or Debo on kick returns or punt returns, I think the Niners have a decided advantage on special teams.
Larry, let's go back to something that you said off the top here. I'm a little surprised that you're concerned with the 49er front four, especially with Eric Armstead returning to action. Yeah, the Packers' offensive line has been hot, but a home 1 seed in the rain, you don't think that front four is getting home?
Well, I mean, they have the personnel to do it. I think the key guy up front is the guy you didn't name, which is Hargrave. I think Hargrave could have a huge game. There's something about him this week walking around. He had a different look on his face. I just think he's a primetime player. But I'm a little concerned because, I mean, really the reason that Jordan Love has been so good in the second half of the year is that he's taking care of the ball. And the reason he's taking care of the ball is because he's not feeling the pressure because their pass protection has been outstanding. So the 49, I mean, Chase Young and Nick Bosa have big names. Chase Young's a free agent at the end of the year. They need a big performance out of him. And they're not going to have Cleveland Farrell, so they need a big performance out of Randy Gregory and or Robert Beal. They're going to need some they're going to need their D-line to play to their pedigree, let's just say that. And they haven't always done it.
What about the coaching matchup, Larry, in terms of the familiarity between LaFleur and Shanahan? Does Kyle Shanahan try to do things differently, knowing that Matt LaFleur knows him inside and out, or is it just as simple as lining up and trying to let your guys be better than the opponent?
Well, obviously, I'm sure they have a friendly rivalry, but it's Shanahan against Joe Barry. And he knows Joe Barry's tendencies. And the question, I think the biggest question, Dibbs, going into this game is what does Joe Barry do as far as how does he defend Brock Purdy? I mean, I'll throw it back to you guys. Like, what is the best way to defend Brock Purdy? He's the number one quarterback in the league against pressure. So do you blitz him? You sometimes may give him a defined read if you blitz him. Do you rush 3 and drop 8 and try to cloud those windows? Kind of, be more like what the Ravens did. Maybe blitz them off the edges from time to time and try to pack the middle with a bunch of bodies. To me, the biggest question and mystery of this game is how does Joe Barry defend Brock Purdy on key third downs?
Okay, I like that. Let's talk a little bit more about the quarterbacks in this game. Answer that on both sides, though. Like, let's start with the other side. How do the 49ers go about defending a hot Jordan Love?
They absolutely, he's got to feel their pressure. They've got to make sure that they play a number of different coverages and give him different looks. They've got to give him a pre-snap look and change to something else. You got to make him feel your pressure up front, and you got to take away his first read. And then when he gets to the top of his drop mark, one of the things that he does is he drifts. And we saw that from young Brett Favre. Heck, we saw it from Aaron Rodgers. But this kid will hold the ball, so you really have to get him. I mean, he's not just going to feel the rush. You're going to have to hit him a few times, and they're going to have to. He's a guy that will literally hold the ball and drift and keep drifting, and he's got such great arm strength that he'll drift and throw the ball without setting his feet, and he still gets quite a bit on it. So I think for the Niners, you've got to really, it's the play after the play that's called. When he does drift, you got to have that plaster coverage that stays on these guys. And then you also got to remember this, unlike the Packers with Devontae and Rodgers, you don't know who his primary is here. So you got to cover everybody like they're the primary. It's not like, they're going to Devontae for sure in key situations. They could go to Jaden Reed, they could go to Wicks, they could go to Dobbs, they could go to Kraft, they could go, they could go to anybody. So I think it complicates things. It really does. And as far as Joe Barry against Purdy, he used an assortment of zones last week against Prescott. He took away his first read, which was CeeDee Lamb, and Prescott just floundered in that situation. I think Purdy will play with more poise under the same situation. But I expect Joe Barry to play a lot of zone and to mix those zones.
And is that where Shanahan ultimately gets the advantage, Larry, in terms of the personnel? Because you can play zone, and if Green Bay goes to a a lighter front, well, then you can run the ball. And if Green Bay tries to get big to stop the run, well, then you can start to throw it, and you can do it out of the same personnel grouping. Is that ultimately the edge that the Niners have in terms of just pure personnel over Green Bay?
It's a good question. I think the Niners have an edge in several areas. One, Jair Alexander didn't practice all week. He's not 100%. He's got a bad ankle. Harrington Valentine, their safety, has given up huge numbers, yards per catch. I think the one other advantage that I expect Kyle to go to a lot in this game is if you look at Purdy off the empty set, when you take the backfield out of the backfield and flex him out, he's averaging 11.2 yards per attempt. Green Bay's defense against empty sets is like 8th worst in the NFL. Dallas had success doing this last week against Green Bay, but they were already in a 27-7 hole. And I think that, making Green Bay cover all 5 eligibles and speeding up the processing, you got a quarterback that can process fast, and you've got 5 really dangerous eligibles. And I think going empty puts a ton of pressure on a Packers defense that probably can't handle it.
Larry, do the 49ers have what they need in the secondary in this game?
The biggest question, really in a lot of ways is the Packers have young receivers. The Niners have young DBs outside of Gibson and Logan Ryan. I asked Logan Ryan Thursday about this, Mark. I said, hey, you're the old guy in the room. What advice would you give the young guys? And he said, hey, this isn't the week to try something new. This isn't a week to try a new pill. This isn't a week to change your sleeping pattern. This isn't the week to change your film study. Do what you do, trust your process, and stay with it. But the Niner, let's make no mistake about it, the Niner young DBs have to play serious ball here. And I would say Mooney Ward's got to win against Romeo Doubs. I think you'll see Mooney on Doubs a lot on Saturday night.
Would you anticipate a lot more nickel coverage for the Niners just based on the fact that, Green Bay is going to roll out either 2 tight ends or 3 wide receivers almost every set?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say yes. When I would talk to Wilkes about is it Jair Brown or is it Logan Ryan, he kind of didn't really give an answer. And then when I talked to Ryan about playing, he's like, hey, look, corner or safety. He's like, we're in an era where it's a lot of positionless football. And what he was getting at was exactly what you just kind of referenced there, is that you may see, 5 DBs with both those guys. They're going to use everybody they got. I think both Ryan and Brown will be factors, and I think you're right. I think you are going to see a lot of nickel.
So, Larry, let's circle back to the beginning. Based on everything I'm just listening to you say, I get it a little bit, but I don't know if I get it all the way. Why do you think this game's going to be close?
Because there's several reasons. One, I don't think that you can absolutely slow down this Green Bay offense. They're also taking better care of the football than the 49ers are. So I think there's Love's turned it over once in the last 10 games. Brock Purdy has turned it over, I think once every game, it seems like, for the last month or so. So I think there's a very good chance the 49ers could be -1 in turnovers in this game. And that right there would make it close. I also kind of think that Green Bay just scored 50 almost on a Dallas defense that's like 3rd in the league in pass defense. So I've got a lot of respect for Green Bay's ability to score. I mean, the Niners this year 8-0 when they don't turn it over, but they're 4-5 when they do. And I think they will turn it over at least once. And I think that could be the equalizing factor here. But I still think the 49ers, if they just keep it simple and run the ball, and if you say, why are the Niners going to win? I think they're going to win because Greenlaw and Warner are a lot better on that second level than Campbell and the other backer, Walker. So that's, to me, where the Niners are better. That second level defense.
You got a score prediction? Are we talking 34-31? Is it lower scoring? How do you see this one? Yeah, you see more like a 20-17, Larry.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like 24-17, 24-13, something like that. I think there's also the other thing I asked Colton McKivitz about the field, and he said that they love this field drains really well, and he says that he doesn't think even if it rains a ton, he thinks the field will hold up. So I think the field conditions. I mean, it's not going to be a quagmire. It's not going to be a candlestick in some of those years. I think the field's going to hold up and be a good surface. But yeah, I could see some adversity on both sides, and a game that's the Niners could cover, but I don't think it's by any chance it's any kind of a blowout.
Yeah, like I was going to say, you realize that 24-17 and 24-13 are very different final scores.
Yeah, I mean 7 or 11, but I mean I think it's right in there. I think 49ers are going to win the game, but I don't feel really confident about the cover. I feel much more confident about other games this weekend coverage-wise than that.
Which ones?
I love Detroit. I think Detroit's going to cover for fun.
Detroit's going to cover for fun?
Yeah, I like Detroit.
Okay.
I like Detroit big. I mean, what we saw last week from Tampa was Philadelphia crumbling before our eyes.
Totally.
Detroit's got some of the NFL's best weapons. I mean, Amon-Ra is really angry that he didn't make the Pro Bowl, and he's playing incredible, and they've got a great offensive line, the Gibbs-Montgomery combo, Laporta, Aiden Hutchinson, I mean, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I mean, Detroit's got 8 or 9 of the best players in the league.
Good Lord, what the hell are you going to say when Detroit comes here next week then?
Yeah.
I know. I don't. I'll say this too. I really kind of believe this, and I know this is a lot of people would totally disagree with this. I'll put it down right now. You hold me to it later. The winner of this game Saturday night wins the whole thing.
Wow. So you don't like Detroit?
No, I like
he likes them. Wins the Super Bowl.
Wins the whole banana.
The whole
you think
thing.
the Packers win the Super Bowl if they win tomorrow night?
Yeah, I do.
You're a crazy person.
I like it.
Who did you have last week in Green Bay, Dallas?
I had Dallas low in my
go.
pool. No. I'm leading my pool, so don't do a victory lap. It's the only game I got wrong, and I had it low.
Well, I had Green Bay, so I'm a believer in Green Bay.
Oh,
I really think. You got to remember this.
Who'd you have in Houston? Who'd you have in Houston, Larry?
Well, I love Houston, by the way.
Did you have
Houston.
them?
By the way, I love Houston this week to beat the Ravens.
You're evading the question. Who did you have in the game?
Cleveland.
All right. Fine.
Who do you have this weekend between Houston and Baltimore?
To win or to cover?
To win.
I think Baltimore is probably going to get a close one, but that's the one. To me,
I like Houston.
Yeah, to me, the upset of the week, if there's an upset, that'd be the first one that I pick.
Yeah, I like Houston.
Yeah.
Houston, I think Houston can win. You know what I'm going to do in that game? I'm going to live bet that game. I'm going to wait until I get a sneak peek and see, because to me, there was one way Houston doesn't win that game, and that's if they get ambushed in the first quarter and are just thoroughly, they get ambushed and they're down 10-0 or 17-3 in like the first 10 minutes. Other than that, I like Houston.
All right, Larry, do you have any other NFL teams where you want to name all their players and sound really smart? Whoop.
We can go into Bills Chiefs. I like the Chiefs.
How many
the Chiefs on the teaser to the under?
How many Texans can you name? Go.
Oh, all day. I'm here all day. Laramie Tunsil, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Jonathan Greenard, Jalen Petrie, Christian Walker?
No, he plays for the Packers.
No.
Sorry. That's it. The answer was 6. Yeah.
6.
All right. Thanks, Larry.
Eric Stingley.
No. The game's over now, Larry. The game's over. Enjoy the show. Everyone's going to listen to you tomorrow. This is a very, very popular station.
I've heard that. I've heard it's a dominant station in the ratings. Really,
no doubt.
Taking names.
Have fun out there tomorrow, buddy.
Absolutely, guys. Good to talk to you.
Right on, Larry.
Good to have you, Larry Krueger. He knows all the players, and he showed it just now. One more time, because the window is almost over. You got 4 minutes to get your text in. Pull over. Pull over and send the text to 20357, and you could win the Christian McCaffrey signed jersey, framed, matted. The word is Vegas. 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 By the way, I texted in Vegas, baby, and I got the thing back, Grandy. I got the thing back.
What thing?
You've entered 95.7 The Game's contest for a chance to win a signed Christian McCaffrey jersey. Message and data rates may apply.
Try and text in a different word, like
Dibley,
schmaltz,
all right,
or something, and see if you get an error message. That will
Dibley.
Try Dibley.
I did.
And
nothing.
Okay. Wow. And I think my watch has ended, and that'll do it.
Seriously, nothing happened.
What is going on here?
So I guess Vegas baby does work.
Yeah, it works. Not Dibley.
Vegas followed by anything.
Is there just like a little person in there reading them? And they're like, that's not
That's
the
exactly what it is, yeah.
That's not the right word. Or maybe it's because I already entered. I already entered today.
Maybe.
You only get to do it once per day.
Once per show.
Do it once per show.
Yeah.
Right.
3 times a day.
Well, it's a different word each time.
Yeah. You're down to 2.5 minutes to get yourself entered.
Don't text Dibley and it doesn't work.
Try Vegas. VEGAS.
There it is. Okay. 888-957-9570. Coach Garcia in Vallejo. Thank you for your patience. Hey, Coach, what are you doing?
How you guys doing, man? Fantastic.
What's
up? Just want to call in and just have an understanding. It's not all about being a Green Bay fan. Just being a football fan, I just think there's going to be a problem with double teams and, possibly counter plays and trapping upfield and running the football. And if that becomes an issue for the 49ers, look out, because that's a dangerous situation on a wet field. So running and pounding the football could be very dangerous, especially with a play-action quarterback that's having success. So not to be a Green Bay fan or hate on the 49ers, but that could be a very bad recipe if they establish the run early and pound the football. Just want to let you guys know you're doing a fantastic job. I love the show, love Dibs, and no problem with all those comments coming in. All the haters are going to come in on me, so no problem. I'll take your comments off the air.
Yeah, no problem,
Thanks,
Coach.
you, Coach. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Listen.
That's a scenario where any team can beat the other team.
Right.
If you're able to run the ball and keep the ball and keep the other offense off the field, your chance of winning goes up dramatically. I was surprised to hear Larry and his stat about the Niners with just one turnover, 4-5 on the year when they turn it over once, and 7-0, I think was the number when they don't turn it over at all.
Yep. Well, no, I guess it would be 8-0.
8-0, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be 8-0.
I mean, that is dramatic.
That's always been Kyle's thing.
Yeah.
Like that, Kyle's thing is turnovers. Quarterback, don't turn the ball over. This is what leads to that. I mean, it's not a secret, but it's hard to say on the radio in San Francisco without people screaming and yelling that you're some kind of homer. So don't take my word for it. Greg Cosell said it. A number of film watchers who have no dog in the fight said it. Mark Schlereth came on this show and said it. He goes, I went back and watched the Baltimore-San Francisco film. And if you really want to look at that game and watch the way the ball was moving and which team was moving it, he goes, the Niners were crushing it. They were crushing it. Greg Cosell said the exact same thing. But what got them? Obviously, turnovers.
Yeah.
It kills you. So, look, wet field, wet ball, quarterback who struggled with that against the Ravens. I mean, you don't need to look hard. Brock Purdy threw 11 picks this year. 9 of them came in their losses. He lost 4 games this year. That was almost all of his picks in those 4 games.
Yeah, they had 3 turnovers against Minnesota, loss. 3 turnovers against Cincinnati, loss. 2 against Seattle, they won that game. And then 5, count them, 5 turns against Baltimore in the loss. And the other games where they had just the 1 turnover, Pittsburgh a win, Dallas a win, Cleveland a loss. But, I mean, we all know that if the kicker makes a kick, that loss turns into a win. 1 against Seattle, as I mentioned, 1 against the Rams, which was a loss, but that was week 18.
Well, and it wasn't him.
Who really cares?
And it wasn't him.
But the team in general.
Right,
So
right.
to Larry's stat, they were 4-5. Really, they were 4-4 with Brock when they turned it over.
Brock threw picks against Seattle both times they played him and then still won. That's it. Those are his only 2 interceptions in his 12 wins this year. 12 games where that he won, 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
And then in the 4 that he lost, 9. So I'm sort of with Larry on that from this perspective. You know, he made it 1 turnover. I give Brock 1. You can't have 2. You know, Dak had more than 1. I'll agree. If you guys, and it's funny to me when people use the word could when we're doing this. Well, it could be tough if this happens. It could, well, sure. If Brock Purdy throws 2 interceptions, it's going to be a tough thing to win this game. It's going to be real hard to win this game if he throws 2 picks. So he can't do that.
Right.
He can't do that, and he usually doesn't.
Well, and if he throws 2, then you need to make sure you get 3 back the other way.
That's going to be tough because
team,
Jordan Love's thrown 1.
Right, he's thrown 1 in the past couple of months.
In the last, yeah, exactly.
Since about Halloween. The Niners 0-3 this year when they lose the turnover battle. And that speaks to how good they've been at getting the ball back, the takeaway, because it's only been 3 games where they lost the turnover battle. It was Minnesota. They lost it 3-1. Cincinnati, they lost it 3-1. And Baltimore, as mentioned, they lost it 5-0, the turnover battle.
Let's go to Larry in Walnut Creek. Hi, Larry. What are you doing?
Well, I'm just kind of listening in. I'm enjoying you guys chat. But I was thinking it would be really great if the Buccaneers win this week and the Niners win, because then you'll have the top pick quarterback in Mayfield going against the last guy picked quarterback in Brock Purdy.
Well, that'll be true no matter what. Yeah, Larry, thanks. Although that'll be true because it's not the same draft, Larry. So that'll be true if the Niners win no matter who he plays next week.
No, I understand that. I think they're going to win no matter what. But if we go Mayfield against Purdy, I don't think we've ever had a playoff game with a number 1 QB going against the last guy picked.
Yeah, Larry, you're missing my point. It's going to be true if Mayfield loses also, because Jared Goff was also number one overall. Yeah. So if the Niners win this weekend, you're going to get last pick in the draft versus first pick in the draft, no matter what, if the Niners win. So, yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. We're going to do this for his entire career. He faced Tom Brady, and then he could face, now it's the number 1 versus the last. If Brock Purdy, if he wins a Super Bowl, if he gets a second contract, if he plays like this for a healthy portion of his career, then it's going to be all kinds of firsts, and it's going to be one of the greatest storybook sports stories that we've ever seen.
It would be up there, and right now the best storybook story in terms of quarterback winning Super Bowl, it's got to be Kurt Warner, undrafted, Grocer, Arena League, World League, and he goes on to not only win the Super Bowl but become a Hall of Famer. Wins a couple Super Bowls. Do you know how many number 1 overall picks have ever won the Super Bowl?
Ooh, that's a good question. And if Grandy were at his desk, we'd probably get game show music. But let's see. How many? Thank you.
I think I was nailing it. Felt good about it.
How many number 1 overall
How
picks?
many number 1 overall picks have ever quarterbacked, and this is quarterbacks only, quarterbacked and won the Super Bowl?
So I'm just going to do like recent memory and then an educated guess, because I don't know if we want to go back.
Well, the follow-up question would be for you to name them. But
well, Stafford is
2009.
Yeah, Stafford comes to mind. Let's see. Hang on. Who else was number 1 overall? Matt Ryan didn't win. He lost to
thanks, Kyle. 28-3.
Cam Newton didn't win.
Nope.
Peyton Manning.
1998.
Peyton Manning.
That's 2.
And so then I'll say that there were, in history, 2 more? I'll say 4. How many?
The correct answer is 7.
Ooh.
You forgot Eli Manning.
Oh, right.
2004.
Right.
Troy Aikman, 1989.
Okay.
John Elway, 1983.
But of course.
Jim Plunkett, 1971.
Well, now we're before my draft.
Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, I don't
1970.
I don't even know that those guys were number one overall.
16 of the 57 Super Bowls have been won by number one overalls.
All right.
I was surprised at the small number. Only 7 of them, and those 7 men account for 16 total Lombardis.
And didn't you say we're somewhere in the neighborhood of half the Super Bowls have been won by a first-round draft pick?
30 of them.
30 of the 57?
Correct.
30 of the 57.
27 have come from outside the first round.
And 10 of those 27 are Montana and Brady.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Or 11 of them. Doesn't Tom have 7? Or he has just the 6?
Well, and Joe has...
Joe's got 4.
Joe's got...
4.
Right.
And I thought Tom had 7.
I think you're right. Yeah.
So that would be 11 of the 27.
Yeah.
And some of those, and I went back and looked at all of them, like Bart Starr, I think was a 14th round pick. And, the aforementioned Kurt Warner was undrafted. And it's a little bit nuanced because Steve Young counts as a first rounder, even though he was a first round pick in the supplemental draft. But I still counted him as a first rounder.
Fair enough.
Because had he come out in the draft, he would have been a first rounder. But instead, he went to the USFL.
And only if the Niners win this year will it not be a first rounder this year.
Correct. Yeah. The other 7 are all first rounders. Lamar by a whisker. He was the last pick in his first round.
And you know what else about those 7 first round draft picks? They're all terrific.
I knew it. I knew you were going there.
They are all terrific. And then Brock.
Yeah. 7 terrific and a Brock. It's all right, Amy. We love you.
No, it's totally okay. But I hope Amy understands, and I think she did. I know that she probably really got it on social media last night, is my guess. Actually, I don't even say probably. I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it.
My Twitter, your Twitter, everybody's Twitter.
It was super ugly on social media, and that was kind of one of her points yesterday. And okay, that's fine. We all have been through nasty stuff on social media before. What if I asked it this way? What if I made this point, though? How on earth could you look at this year, okay? Just this year. How on earth could you look at Brock Purdy this year and not use the word terrific? How can you even do that? Yeah, everybody's allowed to have your own opinion about the future of a player, but there is no plausible scenario where you can review, because he didn't play 17, he played 16 games this year, and they were not all works of art. And I would argue that for all the quarterbacks. Every one of them had non-work of art games this year. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, you bet. How on earth can you watch this year and not say Brock Purdy was terrific? I think that's crazy.
And I think that's where the discussion ultimately lied, and that's where our discussion with her went, and that's where, she got caught up with a word, saying 7 were terrific and then Brock Purdy. Doesn't mean that Brock was bad, and she defended herself very well in terms of saying he was good, but it's the notion of 7 being in a certain echelon and then Brock being below that echelon. That's where people took issue.
Who knows, man? Tomorrow night's going to have a lot to say with regard to whether or not Amy comes out of the weekend looking good or bad. If he turns the ball over a couple times and they lose, boy, that opinion's going to change on social media real fast. Tomorrow night is as big as they get. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up next. 95.7 The Game is live and local all day tomorrow because it's such a big day. Warriors this week is going to run from 9 to noon. Grandy and Jason Dumas will be talking 49ers from noon to 3. And that leads up to the kickoff show with Larry and Lowe at 3 p.m. Hilton Santa Clara. Great food, great drinks, best pregame show in the area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. This is Willard and Dibbs. And this is yet another.
Can you help me fix my phone?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, can you? Can you? That's what you got to do. You got to find a young person.
That's right. That's right.
I love the young people.
Yeah, that's my suggestion. If there's anything going on with your phone, just go to a school and just walk around the campus and ask for help. I'm sure it'll go great. It'll go fantastic. So good luck to everybody on that one, and good luck to the Niners. Good God, they better win.
Yeah, less than 24 hours from now, 23 and a half hours. It all goes down. Levi Stadium, and yeah, they better win.
They better win.
Super Bowl or else. That's where we are.
What if we? And here is a different part of my point. I don't even really, and this is impossible, I get, but I don't really even want to think about the Super Bowl right now. This is so many different things. I know it's only 3 football games, you hope, but you've detailed this today. This is a very, very different conversation if they were to lose this game as opposed to losing the Super Bowl. I'm incredibly excited. We've been waiting for this all year. We think that this team is the best team. We think that they've got a real shot, and here we go. And I want to make this all about tomorrow night. And I don't worry about anything else,
of course,
and what phrases go with it and all that stuff. Some other day. I mean, even lovely Christy was asking me today because we got some friends coming over for the game tomorrow night, and she's like, what are you thinking maybe for the NFC Championship game? And now the NFC title game is the second game next Sunday. So in theory is going to be during my Fox show.
Oh, boy.
And I'm sitting here going, do I take Do I take the weekend off? I could do that. That's going to be very difficult to try to watch that game while we're doing a show. I don't really want to do that.
Oh, I've seen you do that.
I don't really want to miss out on the dough either.
Correct.
Right? So, like, what do you do? And what I finally arrived at is we shouldn't even be having this conversation yet.
Right.
You better be careful.
Let's wait till tomorrow night at 8:30, and then we'll sit down and figure out what we want to do next week.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we used to do a thing here at the station before any of you whippersnappers were around called the Gridiron Gala, where we would go to a bar and have a listener party for the championship games, conference championship games. And, well, we don't really do it anymore because the 49ers are usually involved. And so it was fun when the Niners were no good because it gave you a place to be, and all the hosts would come and a ton of listeners, and it was a lot of fun. We did it year after year, and then the Niners got good, and it became a problem because everybody wanted to be at the game. And so it was tough to have a listener party when everybody is already dialed in on the game.
Right.
So it's kind of the same thing. And I'm with you. Don't even worry about next Sunday until you deal with tomorrow. And I think about Monday's show, it'll either be a Victory Monday, how sweet it is to be one of the last 4 teams remaining, or it's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah. Knowing the Giants, they'll sign Cody Bellinger on Monday morning, and no one will even talk about it.
I'm a Giants fan. We got a box of donuts on it. He's one of your...
He's one of the 4.
One of your 4.
He's one of the 4.
One of your 4 Farhan. Damn it, Farhan! Yeah, so good luck with that.
Cody Bellinger, Corbin Burns of the Brewers,
right?
Which would be a trade. Who else? What did we say? Blake Snell, and Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
If one of them is a Giant on opening day, then dough's on you.
Box of doughs, no doubt.
All right.
Yeah. Quality donuts, East Oakland.
Bob's Donuts if I lose.
You got to go to the alley.
Or go to the alley. That's true.
Bob's.
They're both
Bob's
good. They're both good. Yeah. Defensive Play of the Week is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's rewind to yesterday. On her own show, Amy Trask, the Princess of Darkness, said that there are 7 terrific QBs playing this weekend and a good Brock Purdy, meaning that Purdy is the worst QB still standing. And then we had her on the show, and she defended her take, kinda.
I called him good. Why do people care so much whether I call someone good or great or super duper good or super duper supercalifragilistic good? What are we arguing about the use of good versus terrific? I find that interesting.
Well, I would answer it this way. If nobody cared what word you use, then why did it come up on the show to begin with?
Right.
People do care because of the way that it was packaged. And the way that it was packaged, no matter what word you use, is we got 7 quarterbacks who are really good, and then we got one that is not as good.
Right.
So you can say I called him good, but you also called him not as good.
You didn't call him terrific. There was 7 terrific, and then there was another one who was not terrific. So it's semantics, but it's just the way it was presented. And when she came on and defended her point, she did point out that Brock is good, but still didn't go all the way to undo what she said. Not that she has to. She really doesn't.
Nope.
Which is why she gets our defensive play of the week.
Oh, man.
And I love her. We actually had a little back and forth after the show. And, I thanked her for coming on.
Yeah, I did.
She thanked me for the kind words and all the rest of it. She's awesome. Yeah, totally. There's a little bit of that in there.
Defensive Play of the Week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Whew. I hope he plays well tomorrow night.
Yeah, I do too.
I hope he plays well tomorrow night.
I hope they play well. I hope they go out there and get the victory. And I would love to see it be a good, close, competitive game. It's always a more fun watch than just Blowout City.
Couldn't disagree with you more. Go ahead.
No, you want to see like 48-0, a snoozer?
I do not want to stress. I do not want stress. This is a stressful game if it's close.
Packers up 24-23.
Oh, for crying out loud.
$1:51 to go.
Don't even do it.
Brock gets the ball back at his own 25 with 2 timeouts under the 2-minute warning. Let's go, Brock. Show me what you're working with.
And then, by the way, he could do everything right.
Give me Jake Moody.
And then Moody comes out for a rainy kick.
2 seconds to go. Moody from 42. Tabor, the snap. Wisnowski, the hold. The kick is on its way. It's up.
It's
good.
I can't.
Moody from 42. Left hash mark.
Please do not speak this crap into existence.
Snap,
That sounds
hold,
awful.
kick. Dun, 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 dun. I'm here for it.
Let's go to. I'm not.
Let's go. Sports it up.
Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. What are you doing?
You know what, Dibley, if what you just said comes through, I'm going to hate you for the rest of my life. You know what?
Is that going to be a no from you?
Beginning to happening. You know, that's a no for me, though. Okay,
Yeah,
don't even mention it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you something. That's the one thing I was thinking. You know what? If it goes that way, this Monday is going to be about Purdy playing that bad, or is it going to be about Kyle and John really messing this one up and not doing anything about the kicker from the start? Because this guy has been bad all year long. I don't care if you tell me, well, he's 18 out of 21. Yeah, the 18 he's made, they've been like 35 or less. I mean, those are give-me's. The ones where he has been under pressure, he wet on his own pants. Okay,
come on, man. That's probably like Jose.
The guy was nearly perfect on extra points.
I mean, and by the way, he does have some long kicks. He's not over once it gets to 40 yards. Let me see what where are the kicking stats?
He was 60 of 61, I think, on PATs. I mean, I don't think he missed one PAT.
He was 21 of 25.
Correct.
For field goals, but 7 of 7 from 20 to 29.
Okay.
8 of 9 from 30 to 39.
Yeah.
From 40 to 49, 4 of 6.
Well, and that's what he's going to be facing tomorrow with 2 seconds to go, Jose.
50 plus, 2 out of 3.
Yeah. They didn't use him a lot.
That's not that bad.
No.
He just missed the most important one. That's
right.
all.
And then he's coming off a miss against the Rams.
Yeah.
So just get ready for it, Jose. 2 ticks to go, 42-yarder for the win.
Oh, baby. All right. Guess what's coming up on the game, everyone? It's, first of all, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's the best of the game. Grandy for a full hour. It's going to lead off with T.O., who was on the morning roast. Terrell Owens, he caught it. And then he talked about it. And so we're going to play that coming up on the game. Hey, have a great time tomorrow night, everybody. Thanks for everything all week long. Dibs, do you want to do this again tomorrow?
No, how about Monday?
You want to do Monday?
Let's do Monday.
Let's do Monday. All right, everybody. Here we go. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Future Shot is all we got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Marawest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Remembering Dejan Milojevic, coach, mentor, basketball ambassador, husband, father, and forever a Warriors champion.
He left a huge mark on everybody that he crossed paths with.
The guys love him. The players love him.
Great man, and he'll be sorely missed.
Thank you, Coach. Rest in peace. From a grateful Dub Nation and the home of the Warriors, 95.7